Chapter 1, Giving Up? No, I choose the Golden Legend. Welcome to the Eternal Night survival game. The sun and the moon are nothing but the embers of an ancient legend. This land is swallowed by endless darkness. Every breath you take, every drop of water you drink, quietly twists your form, eroding your sanity. Your task is only one thing: survive. Before you completely become part of them. The cold alert sound woke Shen Ye from his daze. He snapped his eyes open, and what greeted him was not the office ceiling, but a pitch-black darkness where he could not see his hand. The rotting smell mixed with the stench of soil, invading his nose. What's happening? Wasn't I working overtime? Did I just suddenly die at 3 a.m? Shen Ye instinctively tried to move, but realized he was sitting on a worn wooden chair. Beside him was a similarly shabby desk, with a candle burning a faint light on its surface. The bean-sized flame shook violently, as if it could be swallowed by the surrounding darkness at any moment. By this pitiful glow, Shen Ye saw two more things on the desk, a blackened manual and an old clock. Shen Ye picked up the manual and looked inside. Eternal Night Survival Rules. 1. Every survivor has an initial shelter, but you must know that shelters can be destroyed. 2. The world of Eternal Night is full of dangers. Outside the shelter, monsters wander, craving flesh and sanity. 3. The first 7 days are the newbie protection period. During this time, monsters' desire to attack shelters will be reduced, but nothing is absolute. 4. Before your shelter is breached, no enemy may enter without permission. 5. Light is the anchor of sanity. In the darkness, your sanity will constantly decrease. 6. There are all kinds of supplies in the world of Eternal Night. Keep exploring to get what you need to survive. The survivor panel is your only logic to understand this insane world. 7. The only way to survive is to constantly collect supplies, upgrade your shelter, and strengthen yourself. Survivor, good luck. Shen Ye tugged at the corner of his mouth, feeling a bit absurd. Have I watched too many tomato stories, and now it's really my turn? Shen Ye opened the survivor page with his mind. Name, Shen Ye. Race, human. Status, healthy. Physique, 7, note, normal adult is 10. Sanity, SAN value 99/100, sanity will keep decreasing in the dark. When it reaches 0, you will be assimilated by the unspeakable. He had crossed over. The thought just appeared, and Shen Ye immediately started examining his situation. All he had was a broken grass house of about 10 square meters, with walls that leaked wind and seemed ready to collapse. Inside the house was a table, a chair, an old clock, and a burning candle. Shen Ye stared carefully, and the candle's description popped up. Never extinguishing candle, it will never go out before the burning time ends. Remaining burn time, 8 hours. Description, this is the last ember, isn't it? This candle was his only source of light and the only defense for his sanity. Shen Ye turned to look at the old clock. The hands pointed to 2 p.m. His brain raced. It was 2 p.m. now. 10 hours until midnight, but the candle only had 8 hours of burn time. This meant if he did nothing, after 10 p.m., he would completely fall into absolute darkness. Shen Ye scanned his survivor panel again. In the lower right corner of the panel, there was a channel icon. He tried opening it with his mind, and countless messages flooded the screen. I don't want to die. Mom, I want to go home. What, just one candle? This hellish start, even the king of hell would have to offer one. I was just peeing halfway, and now what is this? I wet the walls of my grass house. I was just reporting the PPT to the boss, what the hell? My year-end bonus hasn't even been given? Numbers flashed below the chat window. Age distribution, 20 to 45 years old, all disabled restored. Total survivors in the world, 3 billion, future deployment plan, pending. Survivors in this area, 19,999,997 19,999,996. Seeing the last number still jumping down, Shen Ye's pupils shrank sharply. He had only crossed over for less than 10 minutes, and a few people in this area were already dead. This was definitely not a child's game. But where is my hack? In Tomato, anyone who crosses over comes with a system. System. Come. The next moment, a crisp alert sound, completely different from a survival game, suddenly exploded deep in his mind. Ding. Host matching soul frequency detected, exclusive enhancement system bound. Activation conditions, shelter level reaches 1 or survives 7 days in the current world. Shen Ye was ecstatic, he immediately called up the shelter panel with his mind. Initial shelter, level 0, dilapidated straw hut. Upgrade requirement, wood 10. Currently owned, wood 0. Getting to level 1 shouldn't be hard. Shen Ye quickly analyzed the pros and cons. Wait 7 days? This broken hut won't even last tonight, once the candle goes out, it's death. Waiting 7 days means the bones might be scattered by the monsters outside. He had to take the initiative. Where is Wood? His gaze, like a starving wolf, locked onto a few rotten beams stacked in the corner for support, then fixed on the wooden chair he was sitting on and the broken table in front of him. Tomato's first survival rule: if you want to live, first smash your own house. Shen Ye hesitated no longer. He suddenly stood up and strode to the corner. Gripping a slightly loose rotten beam with both hands, his arm muscles tensed, he twisted it outward with all his strength. Crack! The beam snapped with a sound. A cloud of wood dust made him cough violently. Obtained, Wood X2. Effective. Shen Ye went to the table, lifted the chair, and smashed it onto the broken table. After a brutal, unrestrained attack, the table and chair were reduced to scattered wooden fragments. Shen Ye stood there, panting. Obtained, Wood X8. Materials sufficient, upgrade shelter? Upgrade. A faint but irresistible white light rose from the ground around Shen Ye, enveloping the entire shelter. Notice, shelter level increased to 1, sturdy straw hut. As the white light shone, the system prompt immediately sounded. Host shelter level detected upgraded, exclusive enhancement system officially activated. Then, 3 cards radiating brilliant light slowly rotated and unfolded before him. Option 1, Silver, Slack Off. Effect: for the next 3 days and nights, you cannot act, cannot go out, upgrade, or open the survivor panel, but your health, hunger, and sand value are frozen. Afterward, you will receive 300 units of random basic materials. Description: when the apocalypse comes, the smart move is not to run but to take a nap. After all, what if a beautiful dream comes true? Option 2, Silver, Late Game King. Effect: when your shelter reaches level 12, immediately grant 100 random level reward magic orbs. Note, reward orb levels are silver gold prismatic. Orbs may randomly explode rare materials, extraordinary artifacts, weapons, etc. Description: for those who may not survive tonight, this pension seems purchased too early. When Shen Ye's gaze moved to the far right, his breath instantly froze. It was a golden card radiating dazzling light, almost blinding. Option 3, Gold, Roll Profit Roll. Effect: immediately gain 30 units of random basic materials, earning interest based on current material stock. At the end of each day, for every 10 units of a single material, you gain 1 unit interest, less than 10 counted as 10. Maximum interest per material is 10. Introduction: here, money isn't everything, but resources are. Below is a line of small text for a hint. Exclusive enhancements will trigger every time the host upgrades the shelter, with content based on the host's current situation for extraction. Note, every extraction will guarantee at least 1 golden enhancement card. Shen Ye's brain began to analyze rapidly. Should I give up? Lie flat for 3 days, and wait for the candle to burn out. What about the monsters guarding the corpse? The 7-day newbie protection period has already lost 3 days, and the information is way behind other survivors. Is it worth it for only 300 basic resources? The future king? I will win. Shen Ye's gaze finally locked tightly on that golden card. Rolling interest, go. As long as I survive the early stage, I can roll resources like a snowball, and in the later stage, I will drown all enemies with endless resources. And there's no restriction on resource types, which means, even rare top-tier resources, as long as I gather enough quantity, I can still earn interest. Shen Ye pondered for a moment, then his fingertips directly touched the golden card. I choose rolling interest. Buzz. The golden card turned into a stream of light, instantly merging into Shen Ye's body. Exclusive enhancement rolling interest has been activated. Chapter 2, The Fireseed Game. Exclusive enhancement rolling interest has been activated. Initial random resources X30 have been distributed to your inventory. Shen Ye's mind sank into the survivors panel, and a virtual storage interface unfolded. Wood X3, bread X5, purified water 500 milliliters X7, stones X5. Also, a rusty dagger. 4 thick coats. 2 packs of instant noodles, and 3 self-heating hot pots. This is all he owns. According to the rules of rolling interest, anything under 10 units is calculated as 10 units. This means, by the end of tonight, he will get wood X1, bread X1, purified water X1, stones X1, a dagger X1, a coat X1, instant noodles X1, a self-heating hot pot X1, and an eternal candle X1. He opened the area channel. Help! Who has wood? I can exchange it for a gold ring. Upstairs, gold in this hellhole is worth less than a matchstick. A piece of wood only burns for 10 minutes. Who would trade with you? Brothers. You can take candles out to explore. I just found a treasure chest. What the hell is this place? I'm so hungry, so cold. Is there anyone kind enough to send me some food? Damn. Why has Lee San's profile picture gone gray? He was just talking. Brothers, someone's knocking on my door. I'll go check and be back soon. Bro, damn it. Someone's knocking on my door too, what's going on? Buddy? Messages flashed quickly. Shen Ye pondered, it seems like light is the only hard currency in this dark world. But how do I get more light? Shen Ye's attention returned to the burning candle on the table, and an uncontrollable thought popped up. This candle, does it count as a resource? If I save it and don't burn it out, will it generate interest when the settlement happens tomorrow? The value of fire is immeasurable. Once the candle burns out and there is no new fire source, it's equivalent to being sentenced to death. And this, eternal candle, is the perfect fire source. High risk, high reward. Shen Ye walked to the table, leaned down to look at the tiny flame. A candle can burn for only 8 hours. 3 candles are needed to protect survival for an entire day. With the 7-day newbie protection period, monster attack desires are reduced. If I don't gamble now, when should I? Sitting still waiting for death was never Shen Ye's choice. Shen Ye silently made a decision in his heart. He wouldn't wait for the candle to burn out, he would immediately try putting the candle into the survivor's backpack. But now, the last few hours of the candle burning are Shen Ye's precious action turns. Shen Ye made up his mind, then held his breath, picked up the candle, and pushed open the thin grass door. Outside. The darkness was as thick as ink, with no light in sight. The tiny flame of the candle trembled in the darkness, its dim yellow glow barely opening up a spherical space with a diameter of less than 2 meters in the dark. This was his whole world. One more step, and it would be the unknown abyss. The darkness writhed like a living thing, crawling at the edge of the light with a kind of hunger. Shen Ye didn't dare go far, his back almost pressed against the rough wall of the grass hut. He tested the ground with his toes, moving step by step. Underfoot, the soft earth squelched and sometimes hit stones, making a muffled sound. Shen Ye didn't leave anything behind, even the stones were taken into his backpack space. The cold wind blew from some unknown direction, the candle flame flickered violently, stretching his shadow on the wall into a twisted shape. Suddenly, a very faint rustling sound came from the edge of the light ahead. Shen Ye froze instantly, his body tensing. He held the candle in front of him, and his other hand had already drawn a dagger. At the edge of the light, a deformed rat poked out its head. It was bigger than a house cat, its shiny fur covering coiled muscles, with 3 pairs of jointed long legs on its back, and a pair of compound eyes reflecting dense, strange red dots in the firelight. Many-limbed deformed rat. Description: each time it digests a companion, a pair of degenerate claws grows on its back. Count the legs to know how many siblings it ate. Sand decreased by 3 points. Is this the monster of this world? Shen Ye tightened his hand on the dagger. If this thing scratched or bit him, in a world without antibiotics, infection meant death. But the deformed rat seemed timid, watching Shen Ye for a moment before retreating back into the darkness. Shen Ye breathed a sigh of relief and continued holding the candle to explore the surroundings. Nothing, only endless dead silence, maddening to the mind. A little further, Shen Ye kicked something hard underfoot. He looked down, bringing the candle closer. It seemed to be a bronze treasure chest, its surface covered in green rust. Good stuff. Shen Ye's heart stirred, and he immediately took it into his storage space. Obtained, old bronze chest X1. Feeling the distance was too far, Shen Ye didn't dare go deeper and prepared to follow the footprints back. Just as he prepared to return, his peripheral vision accidentally swept into the dark depths. A huge, terrifying silhouette stood quietly there. Sand decreased by 10 points. The shape was extremely unnatural. It seemed to have a bunch of limbs randomly attached to its body, over 2 meters tall. Just standing there, it sent a shiver from the depths of the soul, chilling Shen Ye's blood halfway to freezing. Run! The thought didn't even reach his brain before his body reacted in the most primal way. He spun around suddenly, using all his strength to sprint along the footprints. At the end of the footprints. Finally, he saw his little grass hut. Shen Ye slammed the door shut and pressed his back against it with all his might. His heart pounded in his chest, almost bursting through his throat. He listened carefully, there were no footsteps outside, only deathly silence. After a long while, he slowly straightened, exhaling. That thing for some reason didn't seem to come closer. Shen Ye checked the remaining time on the candle, less than an hour left. More than 2 hours until the day ends, he had to survive about 2 hours in the dark. But he couldn't wait any longer. How long would the 3 remaining pieces of wood in the backpack last? Without a stable light source, death was certain. Shen Ye took a deep breath, took out 2 pieces of wood, slowly lit them with the candle, and then put the candle into the system survivor's backpack. Inside the backpack, the candle still burned, but the countdown stopped. The wood burned, but the 2 pieces were not thick, sustaining about 20 minutes of flame before nearing the end. Then, when the last spark went out, the whole world was swallowed by absolute darkness and dead silence. Almost at the same time. the SAN value on the panel began to drop. 89. 88. Shen Ye forced himself to close his eyes, sitting cross-legged on the cold ground, and began silently reciting in his mind. Prosperity, democracy, civilization, harmony. Hydrogen, helium, lithium, beryllium, boron. Conservation of mass, conservation of energy, conservation of momentum. Time stretched endlessly in the darkness, each second feeling like a century of suffering. Slowly, Shen Ye started to hear faint murmurs in his ears, like countless people whispering close to him. The wall seemed to emit a scratching sound, like nails scraping, making his teeth ache. When the SAN value dropped below 50, the whispers seemed to take form, like thousands of insects crawling in his mind. In the next moment, a strange voice came. Open the door. Shen Ye, it's so cold outside. That was the voice of his grandmother, who had passed away many years ago. Shen Ye pretended not to hear. But the next moment, a loud crash, as if the door was slammed open. Footsteps slowly approached. Hee, gotcha. A cold, slimy, and foul-smelling thing suddenly grabbed Shen Ye's ankle tightly. Chapter 3, Rolling Trigger. It seemed to be a cold, slippery tentacle covered with suckers. Shen Ye could clearly feel it coiling up his calf like a snake, with a nauseating wriggling sensation, as if it wanted to force its way into his flesh. Illusion. This is definitely an illusion. Shen Ye roared madly in his heart, but the sensation was too real. He could only shiver and grit his teeth, enduring. SAN, 35. SAN, 32. The number on the panel was his last line of defense, and at this moment, that defense was collapsing. The chat channel had been silent for a long time, with no one speaking. The pleas for help and complaints had disappeared, replaced by a kind of insane babbling. I saw it, the walls are full of eyes. They're smiling at me. Ha 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 ha. Don't come. Don't come. Family, I discovered that tree bark is actually sweet. As long as you peel the skin, the inside still bleeds. It's really tasty. Shen Ye's forehead bulged with veins, his breathing extremely heavy. The air was thick with a sweet, rotten meat smell. He couldn't tell if it was coming from himself or from those invisible things. Shen Ye could no longer distinguish. His stomach spasmed, screaming. It wasn't hunger for food, but a mad hunger to tear himself apart and devour his own kind. In the absolute darkness, he actually saw his left hand. The pale skin, the blue veins, in his eyes, it became the most exquisite delicacy in the world. Just a bite, just a bite. Just as Shen Ye's sanity was about to completely sink, his right hand had already grabbed the base of his left hand, ready to tear into it. A crisp, cold mechanical voice exploded in his mind. Rolling trigger. Interest settlement in progress. You have received wood X1, bread X1, clean water X1, stone X1, rusty dagger X1, coat X1, instant noodles X1, self-heating hot pot X1, old copper chest X1, eternal candle X1. The feeling of relief almost made Shen Ye collapse to the ground, and then the prompt from the Eternal Night world popped up. 1 to 1 end. New loop day 1 to 2 has begun. Each surviving survivor receives Eternal Candle X1. The Eternal Night world even gave an extra candle. It seemed to be a newbie benefit. Shen Ye, with 20 years of single-hand speed, quickly took a candle from his storage space. The orange-yellow light spread instantly, dispelling all the tentacles tangled around his legs and the shadows in the corners. What monsters! There was only cold sweat on the floor from his own surprise. 31, 32, 33. He survived. Shen Ye trembled as he tore open a self-heating hot pot and opened a bottle of water. As the white smoke rose, a rich spicy aroma spread throughout the grass hut. Shen Ye began to count the assets after this round of rolling trigger. Wood, 4, plus 1. Bread, 6, plus 1. Clean water, 7, plus 1, minus 1. Stone, 11, plus 1. Rusty dagger, 2, plus 1. Thick coat, 5, plus 1. Dry noodles, 3, plus 1. Self-heating hot pot, 3, plus 1, minus 1. Old copper chest, 2, plus 1. Eternal candle, 3, plus 2. Bread, clean water, wood, stones, the quantity of each basic resource increased. More importantly, he now had a candle that could reliably trigger the rolling effect. Even if he lit 2 candles today, the effect would still trigger tomorrow. His attention fell on the 2 copper chests, one was from last night, and the other was from the interest. Should he greedily leave them unopened? Forget it, if he can't survive, there's no point in bringing the chests into the coffin. Shen Ye's thoughts moved, and he chose to open one of them. Open. A shadow of the chest appeared, creaking as the lock popped open. Acquired, rusty crowbar X1. Quality, worn out. Description, the original form of the sacred sword of physics. Acquired, small torch crafting recipe X1. Requirements, wood X1, any fabric X1. Effect, can craft a disposable light source small torch, burns for 30 minutes. Description, civilization began with the control of fire. A torch. Shen Ye's breath grew heavier, the value of this torch crafting recipe was immeasurable. He opened the regional chat, and the messages were updating rapidly. I made it. Ha ha ha. The system actually gave out candles. There's always a way out. Help. My CN value dropped to 20, I just scratched my eyeball out with my nail, anyone kind enough to give me a bandage? Ah ha ha. Damn, I just cut a piece of meat off my thigh, can't stop the bleeding, anyone got a bandage? We'll pay handsomely. Brothers, while we have light, we must go out and do something. Need a team. My coordinates are 34 minus 112, anyone nearby? Trade. Please, 10 units of wood for 1 bread. I'm really going to starve to death. Anyone opened a chest? I did. It's a wooden spear crafting recipe. Ha ha ha. I've got a weapon. I found a dead forest, coordinates, minus 780, 1220, friends who need wood, come chop trees. Total global survivors, 2.93 billion. Survivors in this region, 18.37 million. On the first day, so many people had already died. Shen Ye started to plan. Now, thanks to the rolling effect, he had food and clean water, the most scarce resources for most survivors at this stage. But to maximize the rolling effect, he had to leave at least one of each resource. Shen Ye's eyes locked onto the message about the wooden spear crafting recipe. Then, he sent a simple message in the world chat. Trade. Bread X1 for wood. Quantity, please DM me. As soon as the message was sent, the chat exploded. Lu Zhuanshe, bread? Bro, you're not kidding, right? Where did you get bread? Zhao Xiaoya, woo-woo, brother, I'm so hungry, I haven't eaten all day, can I trade all my stones for bread? Sun Jian, wood? Who has that much wood to trade? Anyone with wood used it to upgrade their shelter. Soon, another voice appeared. Wang Li, Shen Ye, how can you be so low? You're using food as a bargaining chip, how are you any different from those man-eating monsters? Since you have extra bread, shouldn't you donate it right away? How can you, a man, eat all the food yourself? Ladies, listen to me, we must unite and resist this selfish scum. Xia Linlin, yeah. I'm about to starve to death. Forget the bread, is this right? Too selfish. Despicable. Shen Ye took a bite of his steaming self-heating hot pot, watching the two clowns jump around on the screen. He sent his first message in the regional chat. Shen Ye, at Wang Li at Xia Linlin Fools, and MSL. Chapter 4, Fear. After sending the message, Shen Ye directly blocked these two people in the survivor system. After being blocked, they couldn't DM him. Moral kidnapping? In this world where human lives are worth less than dogs, can morals fill your stomach, or can you talk morals to those grotesque monsters in the dark? Naive, Shen Ye wasn't in a hurry, he had plenty of patience. The chat channel's messages could create an information cocoon. Many people are miserable, but there are always enough lucky ones. Sure enough, the private message alert on the system interface flashed like crazy, unread messages piling up to 99 plus in 3 minutes. One name caught Shen Ye's attention. Wang Defa, boss. Is that you? The one trading bread for wood. I trade. I'm starving, I have lots of wood, my spawn point is right next to a dead forest. Please, can it be cheaper? Shen Ye's lips curled slightly, this was the person shouting in the channel for people to chop trees together. Shen Ye, 30 units of wood for 2 breads. I don't have much food either. Wang Defa, deal. Boss, I'll send you the trade link now. A few seconds later, Shen Ye's control panel received a private trade link. Trade. You lost, bread X2. You gained, wood X30. Wang Defa, boss. So good. I'm alive again. Next time there's food, come to me first. I have enough wood. Shen Ye, good, do you still have wood now? I can trade something else. Wang Defa, I traded everything I chopped yesterday to you, but I'll keep chopping today. Shen Ye, chopping with bare hands? Wang Defa, boss, I was lucky, found a treasure chest at the edge of the forest, got a set of pioneer tools. Having tools makes someone's value completely different. Shen Ye realized this was a stable supplier. Shen Ye, we can talk about a long-term deal. Every day I give you 1 bread, 1 pack of instant noodles, you give me 30 units of wood, how about it? Normally, wood is one of the hard currencies early on, useful as a light source and for upgrading shelters. Using daily food for free to secure a stable wood source, this trade is pure profit. Wang Defa, deal. Boss, you're amazing. So much food. I'll come to you again tomorrow. Deal settled. Shen Ye closed the chat window. His attention shifted to another marked message. A survivor named Juan said he got a wooden spear crafting diagram. Shen Ye felt interested immediately. Weapons are also fundamental for survival in the end. Shen Ye clicked the other's avatar and sent a private message. Shen Ye, your wooden spear crafting diagram, sell it? The reply came quickly. 1. Not selling. This is my life-saving thing. This reaction was exactly what Shen Ye expected. Shen Ye, 1 bottle of clean water for 3 finished wooden spears. Deal? A short silence. 1. Deal. Shen Ye sent the trade link. Trade. You lost, clean water x1, you gained, wooden spear x3. The tips of the 3 wooden spears were very sharp. Shen Ye put them in his backpack, feeling more confident. After finishing all this, he began counting his belongings. Wood, 34. Stone, 11. Clean water, 7. Bread, 3. Thick coat, 4. Instant noodles, 3. Self-heating hot pot, 4. Rusty dagger, 2. Old copper chest, 1. Never extinguishing candle, 2. Wooden spear, 3. Rusty crowbar, 1. Small torch crafting diagram, 1. His mind finally stayed on the small torch crafting diagram. Small torch crafting diagram. Requirement, wood x1, any cloth x1. Effect, can craft a disposable light source small torch, burns for 30 minutes. Description, civilization begins with controlling fire. Any cloth. Shen Ye glanced at the 4 thick coats in his backpack. Since items can be crafted, they can probably be dismantled too. He focused his mind on a thick coat as an experiment. Sure enough, a dismantle option appeared. Dismantle thick coat? After dismantle you get worn cloth x3. Shen Ye's lips lifted into a smile. He didn't hesitate and dismantled 1 thick coat. You gained worn cloth x3. With all materials ready, he immediately used 3 units of wood and 3 units of worn cloth to craft 3 small torches. You gained small torch x3. Small torch, burns for 30 minutes, can be handheld or stuck upright. Shen Ye walked to the table and used the never-extinguishing candle to light 1 torch. SSSHH. A ball of orange flame shot up suddenly, crackling lightly. The torch's light was much brighter than the candle. The whole straw hut was wrapped in this warm light. Shen Ye walked to the table and put the never-extinguishing candle back into his backpack. The candle was a core asset, the torch was a consumable. Then he inserted the torch into the gap in the straw hut wall, the fire stable, and lighting up the surroundings. After thinking for a moment, Shen Ye decided to leave only 1 thick coat for warmth. After all, in the apocalypse, survival resources must be used to the maximum. Shen Ye's mind moved. The remaining 2 thick coats were dismantled. Surprisingly, the amount was not fixed. You obtained worn cloth x7. He then used 6 units of wood to make 6 small torches, keeping 1 piece of cloth as a compound interest seed. You obtained small torch x6. Now he had a total of 8 spare torches and 3 wooden spears. Perfect. Shen Ye opened the shelter's upgrade page. Upgrade to LV2 requirements, wood 100, stone 100. Owned, wood 25, stone 11. The gap was still very large. The trigger for exclusive enhancement was shelter level increase. Quickly upgrading the shelter to trigger the next enhancement was key. He had to go out to collect resources. Shen Ye took the burning torch off the wall, holding a wooden spear in his right hand. Then he took a deep breath and pushed open the door of the straw hut. Outside the door was solid darkness. Shen Ye held the torch high, lighting a small area in front of the shelter. But the moment the light illuminated the ground, Shen Ye's pupils suddenly shrank. On the ground in front of him was a set of footprints. A clear, wet set of footprints. The outline was human, but carried an indescribable strangeness. It extended from the darkness and stopped in front of his shelter door, only a few steps from the threshold. Chapter 5 Mouse. The footprints on the ground were not old. By the torchlight, Shen Ye squatted to look closely. The footprints were deep, estimated 35 centimeters, the outlines of 5 toes and the sole's patterns imprinted in the wet mud. If it were a human, this person was barefoot. Disgusting was the semi-transparent slime around the edges of the footprints. Shen Ye used the tip of the spear to lift a little. The slime stretched into long threads. A stench like dead fish and rotting shrimp for half a month hit his nose. Ugh! He almost gagged. Doesn't feel human? Shen Ye made a judgment, or at least not a normal survivor. Since it was not a survivor, treat it as a monster. Shen Ye glanced at the torch's burning progress. Just lit, perfect state. Danger was unavoidable. A beginner sitting inside waiting for resources to run out was not survival, that was waiting to die. Shen Ye pondered for a moment, deciding to follow the strange footprints forward. He had not come this way yesterday. after about 50 meters, the feeling underfoot changed. In the soft mud, started mixing with some tangled plant roots. Shen Ye lowered the torch, clumps of pitch-black plants came into view. They looked a little like ferns, but were as big as a human head, and many small fleshy nodules grew on the leaves, showing a sickly purple-black color. Under the firelight, dark red liquid slowly flowed in the leaf veins. Discovered, crying black fern. Description: a plant growing in eternal night, contains trace toxins, its sap can burn. Shen Ye was shocked, it could burn? He immediately wrapped his hand with a coat and pulled out a plant. Ah! The moment the black fern's root broke, the nodules on the leaves trembled wildly, all opening gaps. At the same time, countless piercing screams like a baby crying suddenly rang out. Sanity decreased by 2. Sanity decreased by 2. Shen Ye instinctively held his breath and stepped back half a step, but the terrifying screams still made his head dizzy. Then Shen Ye hurriedly threw the plant into his backpack. Although terrifying, it could burn, which was very useful. He would study it slowly when he returned. Not daring to waste time, he continued walking. The footprints became more and more chaotic, and the foul smell in the air grew stronger. Shen Ye stopped. About 5 meters ahead, at the edge of the firelight, there was a huge rock. Something seemed to move in the shadow of the rock. Rustle. The sound was extremely faint, like something was scraping along the ground. Shen Ye's muscles tensed up instantly. He immediately lowered his center of gravity, leveled his wooden spear, and locked the tip of the spear firmly on the backside of the rock. Screech! A sharp screech tore through the dead silence. A shadow leaped out from behind the rock, moving with incredible speed. As the firelight flickered, Shen Ye saw what it was. San value dropped by 3 points. It was a rat. A giant rat, as big as a corgi. It had no fur, its skin was a rotting pink, and on its back grew 2 pairs of arthropod-like legs. Along with its original 4 limbs, it had a total of 8 legs frantically thrashing in the air. 2 sharp fangs glinted yellow in its mouth. Multi-legged mutated rat. Status: hungry/frenzied. Get lost. Shen Ye growled low, hoping that this creature would be frightened off by the firelight, just like the one yesterday. But obviously, the multi-legged rat in a hungry and frenzied state had no rationality. It arched its body and assumed an attacking stance. Shen Ye's eyes narrowed, his entire body tensed, and he placed the wooden spear on his right arm. He was betting that this mutated rat wasn't smart and would only charge in a straight line. Sure enough, the multi-legged mutated rat screeched and charged straight at Shen Ye's face. Just as it leapt forward, Shen Ye's hand moved, thrusting the spear forward with all his might. Thwack! The spear tip successfully pierced the rat's shoulder but got stuck in the bone, failing to go through. The tremendous impact traveled up the spear and numbed Shen Ye's hands. The multi-legged rat, in pain, let out a blood-curdling screech, and the arthropod-like legs on its back swung wildly, reaching for Shen Ye's arm. Shen Ye immediately let go of the wooden spear, and with his other hand, pulled out a crowbar and swung it with all his might at the soft underside of the rat. Bang! Shen Ye put all his strength into this blow, sending the rat flying. The rat rolled twice on the ground, its 8 legs scrambling rapidly on the floor. Almost without pause, it adjusted its posture, its crimson eyes locking onto Shen Ye. Not much strength, about the level of a skinny person. But its speed is too fast, I absolutely cannot let it bite me. Shen Ye glanced at his sleeve. Although he dodged quickly, the thick coat was still torn open, exposing the cotton inside. If it weren't for this coat, his arm would have been the one getting shredded. I can't get into a fight. Shen Ye pulled out another wooden spear. The multi-legged rat charged again. This time it had learned, it didn't leap in a straight line, but instead slithered quickly on the ground in an S shape, trying to circle to Shen Ye's side. But it still had a wooden spear stuck in its shoulder, severely affecting its balance and speed. Shen Ye slowly turned his body to follow its movement. Closer. 3 meters. 2 meters. The multi-legged rat suddenly jumped, its mouth wide open, aiming for Shen Ye's throat. At this moment, Shen Ye felt terrifyingly calm. As adrenaline surged, he made a bold move. Instead of using the spear to thrust, he shoved the burning torch directly into the rat's mouth. Screech! The pain of the flames burning its mouth made the rat lose its balance in midair, and it wildly swung its claws before crashing to the ground. But as the torch was swallowed by its mouth, the light instantly dimmed, and the surroundings fell into deeper darkness. San value dropped by 2 points. Shen Ye immediately took out the never-extinguishing candle from his backpack. At this moment, the multi-legged rat was twitching and rolling on the ground, emitting a black smoke that smelled of burning flesh. Taking advantage of its weakness, Shen Ye quickly grabbed the wooden spear and, with all his strength, aimed for the rat's head on the ground and thrust it fiercely. Put! This time, the spear tip passed through its eye socket without any obstruction, straight into the brain. The many-legged rat's body twitched violently several times, its 10 legs flailed spasmodically for a moment, then finally stiffened completely. Killed many-legged deformed rat X1. Bang! A burst of light exploded over the rat's corpse, and a box appeared out of thin air, lying on the ground. Shen Ye's eyes widened. So monsters drop treasure boxes. He immediately collected the treasure box into his backpack. Obtained, old copper treasure chest X1. Then he walked to the rat's corpse, reaching into its mouth to pull out the already extinguished torch. He stepped on the deformed rat's skull with his right foot and forcefully pulled out the wooden spear lodged in its eye socket and shoulder. Shen Ye looked at the corpse on the ground, then at the treasure chest in his backpack, a corner of his mouth uncontrollably curling up. So, this is how you play, huh? Chapter 6, Two-Legged Beauty. Shen Ye did not rush to open the box. In such a hellish place, safety was the most important. He also collected the many-legged rat's corpse into his backpack. Obtained, many-legged deformed rat corpse, edible, can be decomposed. After handling the loot, Shen Ye's nerves did not relax. The sounds of the earlier battle were very clear in the dark. If other monsters were attracted, they might now be lurking in the darkness beyond the light. Shen Ye listened quietly for half a minute. Apart from the wind, there was no other sound. His gaze returned to the footprints on the ground. I still have to check. The many-legged rat he killed just now had deformed paws, but they were still animal claws, not human footprints he had seen before. Curiosity may kill the cat, but ignorance could kill him faster and worse. Could there really be other survivors born nearby him? Shen Ye decided to at least scout. If the owner of the footprints came to the cabin today and suddenly attacked, his shabby shelter would not hold long. Relying on luck alone wouldn't get him far. Even if he died, he wanted to die knowing the truth. Shen Ye took out another torch, lit it with an unextinguishable candle, and followed the footprints deeper into the darkness. The further he went, the lower the ground became, and the air grew damper and colder. The surrounding vegetation became denser, and the plant called infant crying black fern was everywhere. In the flickering light, Shen Ye noticed some strange flowers with buds like eyeballs. As he approached, the moist eyeballs all turned toward him, staring fixedly. Peeping flower. Description: they are the best sentinels in the dark. But don't worry, they are not interested in ants. Cyan decreased by 1. Shen Ye felt his scalp tingle under the gaze of these dozen eyes, cold sweat forming on his back. He crouched low, moving along the shadows of rocks, not daring to make any eye contact. After walking about 200 to 300 meters, a strong, suffocating stench hit him. It was a mix of rotting flesh, excrement, and damp mold. Shen Ye immediately covered his mouth and nose, crouching behind a huge rock. He threw a torch forward and finally saw the terrain clearly. Ahead was a pit, surrounded by white bones, many with rotting flesh still hanging. 7 or 8 many-legged deformed rats were crouched at the pit's entrance, gnawing on something, and the sudden torch made them restless. A rat nest. Shen Ye's heart sank. The confidence from the previous victory vanished instantly. He could barely kill one many-legged rat, maybe escape from 2, but 7 or 8 surrounding him would be certain death. Moreover, who knows how many were hiding deeper in the pit. Just as he prepared to retreat silently, a strange sound came from the depths of the pit. Plop plop. Not the heavy steps of a beast, but like bare feet stepping on wet mud, the sound of flesh hitting the ground. Hearing this sound, the many-legged rats at the cave entrance instantly stopped eating. They screamed in terror, wrapping themselves into trembling lumps of flesh with their dozens of jointed legs, crawling on the ground without daring to move. The first thing to emerge from the darkness was a leg. A fair, slender calf, shaped like a work of art. The skin was smooth as jade, the ankle delicate, the arch of the foot perfectly flawless. Then came the other one. Clearly, it was a tall woman, walking barefoot gracefully outward. But as these perfect legs fully stepped out of the shadow, Shen Ye's stomach churned violently, a wave of acid mixed with fear and nausea rushed up his throat. Sanity -10. Above these slender legs was not a graceful waist, but a huge black-gray rat body constantly dripping slime. The monster was nearly 2.5 meters tall, its huge rat body like a heavy leather sack, covered densely with twisted jointed legs that twitched and shook grotesquely in the air as the perfect legs moved. The eyes on its rat head were completely white and rotten, seemingly blind. The upper body was like a dead specimen, the lower body alive with beautiful legs. Bipedal beauty, cocoon stage. Note, the cocoon stage is the transition from elite to leader level. Description: it once longed for a pair of beautiful legs. Now, it has grown, and it is hungry. Shen Ye held his breath, a chill rising from the soles of his feet, giving him goosebumps all over. This thing was the owner of those footprints. This was not something a current player could fight. Even if he had a wooden spear, let alone a gun, he might not dare to confront it head-on. Shen Ye turned and ran. Every second of delay would be disrespect to the bipedal beauty. He ran fast, trying to control his footsteps, afraid of making a single extra sound. Soon, Shen Ye stumbled back to his shelter, slamming and holding the grass door shut, his back soaked with cold sweat. He slid down against the door, his heart pounding in his chest as if it would jump out any moment. This was the first time he had seen such indescribable things in this world in such detail. The pressure from this monster was on a completely different level from the little rats. Shen Ye's mind raced wildly from fear. The nest was only 500 or 600 meters away, right beside his bed. Now, during the newbie period, monsters were less likely to attack shelters, the bipedal beauty might just be scouting. But 6 days later? Once the newbie protection ended, that deformed monster would definitely destroy his shelter immediately. If he didn't deal with this nest, he would die 6 days later. The normal growth speed could never catch up with the speed of death. I have to kill it. Shen Ye looked at the flickering candle on the table, a flash of determination in his eyes. But before that, I need stronger firepower, more resources. He looked at his panel. The only way out was to upgrade the shelter as soon as possible, to trigger the next exclusive enhancement. Shen Ye opened the chat channel, hoping to find useful information. But there was none, most were cries of despair. After browsing the chat for a while, Shen Ye felt his mind grow fuzzy, he was tired. He checked the time, it was already 6 a.m. the next day. The eternal night world had no concept of day and night, but people still needed sleep. I'll eat something first, then sleep a bit. Shen Ye quietly opened a self-heating hot pot and a bottle of water. After eating, he decided to sleep before starting his plan. He took out a candle that could still burn for 8 hours. Then fell asleep in the candlelight. Chapter 7, The Molotov. The flickering candlelight drove away the darkness. Shen Ye woke up, he glanced at the clock, it was already 11 in the morning. After 5 hours of sleep, his whole body ached as he climbed up from the ground. His sluggish mind began to think about the next step. The problem was clear, he had to destroy it before the ratman's nest revolted. The shelter upgrade had a huge resource gap, 75 wood was missing, and 89 stones were needed. At the early stage, this was almost impossible to complete. There were no nearby resource points, and exploring alone without strong equipment was inefficient, and a small mistake could be deadly. The pressure brought by the two-legged beauty still lingered in every limb. Shen Ye absolutely did not want to be killed by those beautiful legs from behind while digging stones. There was only one path. Trade. Shen Ye opened the operation interface and clicked into Regional Channel. The channel was still lively. My stomach feels like a knife is stirring, can someone give me food, I would call them daddy. I drank the black water outside, almost collapsed, am I going to die? So cold, the wood is burned out, something is scratching the walls outside. Family. I just killed a mutated cockroach. Killing monsters drops treasure boxes. Can any big shots save me? If I don't eat soon I will start eating myself. Shen Ye glanced at his inventory and began to calculate calmly. Wood, 25. Stone, 19, including what was picked up on the way. Clean water, 6. Bread, 3. Thick coat, 1. Torn cloth, 1. Instant noodles, 3. Self-heating hot pot, 5. Rusty dagger, 2. Old copper chest, 2. Never extinguishing candle, 2. Wood spear, 3. Rusty crowbar, 1. Small torch crafting diagram, 1. Small torch, 6. Multi-legged mutant rat corpse, 1. He tapped lightly, 2 trade messages were quickly posted. Seller, Shen Ye. Item, multi-legged mutant rat corpse X1, edible, very high protein content. Demand, stone X30. Note, no bargaining, first come first served. Seller, Shen Ye. Item, private chat. Demand, wood planks or stone. Note, take what you need, fair trade. Once the message was out, the already noisy channel instantly exploded. WTF. It's Shen Ye again. But what the hell is he selling? What is this shit? I looked at the picture and my SAN dropped 2 points. Too dark. A broken corpse for 30 stones? Why don't you just steal? Shut up upstairs, can you go kill one and come back now? This one can feed for 2 or 3 days. So disgusting. I would rather starve and jump down than eat that. Big shot. I only have 5 wood, can I trade? I'm starving. Shen Ye automatically blocked these useless noises, filtering out valuable private messages. Wang Defa, Brother Yi. Today's 30 wood is ready for you. I got lucky today, found a stone area in the forest, picked up 40 stones for free, can I trade for more food? I don't want the mutant rat. Crying face. What kind of luck does Wang Defa have, picking up 40 stones for free? Shen Ye, no problem, I'll add a self-heating hot pot for you. The trade link popped up, confirm, deal. Lost, bread X1, instant noodles X1, clean water X1, self-heating hot pot X1. Gained, wood X30, stone X40. Wood 55, stone 59. At this moment, another private message caught his attention. Shen Ye, hello, is the multi-legged mutant rat corpse still available? Shen Ye, yes. 30 stones, no bargaining. Shen Ye, I don't have stones. But I have other things, you might be interested. In the next second, a preview image of an item link was thrown over. Molotov crafting blueprint. Requirement, any cloth X1, flammable liquid X1. Effect, make a one-time throwable weapon Molotov, causing continuous fire damage to a small area. Description, since the sun cannot rise, I will personally light this endless night. What is this? Not sure, look again. Shen Ye's heart skipped a beat. Molotov, area damage, continuous fire. This was a perfect tool for clearing the Ratman nest. More importantly, another thing flashed through his mind in an instant. Crying black fern. The item description clearly said, its juice can burn. With this blueprint, he could directly mass-produce the top early-stage area damage weapon. This woman called Qinghe drew the answer but wanted to sell it? Strange events always hide monsters. He suppressed the excitement in his heart and replied calmly. Shen Ye, how do you want to trade? Qinghe, you know the value of this blueprint. If I weren't forced to the edge, I wouldn't sell it. I need resources to survive. Shen Ye, one self-heating hotpot, a bottle of water, a small torch. Qinghe was silent for a moment before sending a new message. Qinghe, a bit too little, add another torch and a bottle of water, also, give me the corpse of that deformed rat. Shen Ye raised his eyebrow, even that kind of thing she could take, she's ruthless. Shen Ye, deal. He wasted no words and directly set up the trade. Trade successful. You lost, deformed multi-legged rat corpse X1, self-heating hotpot X1, purified water 500 milliliters X2, small torch X2. You gained, blueprint for Molotov cocktail X1. Trade complete, Shen Ye immediately set up another trade. With a broken dagger and a pack of crispy noodles, he traded for 6 glass bottles and 10 pieces of cloth. Everything ready, the bottles for the Molotov are now prepared. Shen Ye took out crying black fern and focused his mind. Decomposed crying black fern? Yes. Amid the horrifying screams of a baby, the crying black fern was decomposed. Gained, juice of crying black fern X1 gained, dried crying black fern X1. Materials ready, craft. Successfully crafted Molotov cocktail X1. A rough glass bottle appeared in his hand, filled with dark red sticky liquid, the mouth stuffed with a piece of rag. Done. When the shelter reaches level 2, it's time to fight. His gaze fell on that bottomless darkness. Deformed rat nest. Not only deadly threats, but now also a huge amount of experienced babies. It's time to give those squeaky neighbors a little warmth from the civilized world. Chapter 8, Go All In. Shen Ye's thoughts fell on the 2 old copper chests in his inventory. One from last night's interest settlement, the other the first kill loot of the deformed multi-legged rat. Should he save them and wait for compound interest plus to roll out more copper chests? This thought flashed for only a moment before Shen Ye crushed it. The rat nest was like a guillotine hanging at his neck, ready to kill him anytime. Wait? Waiting 5 more days for compound interest to roll out weapons strong enough to wipe the rat nest? Impossible, that's dreaming. The other side had already shown 3-star 5 cost, and he still didn't go all in? Normal development was no longer feasible, so he had to push all chips onto the table at once. The price of hesitation was death. Shen Ye focused on the chest gained through increased interest. Open. With a creak, the copper chest popped open in front of him, a few glimmers of light flew out and merged into his panel. Gained, stone X15. Gained, purified water 500 milliliters X2. Gained, compressed biscuit X5. Gained, lighter X1. Expected resource replenishment, no surprises. His heartbeat unchanged, his eyes locked on the last chest. This one was his first kill reward. Open. This time, as the lid popped, a blueprint-shaped glow appeared. Gained, thick cotton quilt X2. Gained, wood X10. Gained, simple universal trap blueprint X1. Quality, normal. Requirement, wood X5, wooden spear X3, rope X2. Effect, quickly create a 1.5 meter deep trap pit on designated soft ground, can add attack devices. Description, sometimes, the oldest wisdom is also the deadliest. Trap blueprint. Shen Ye's pupils shrank sharply. In the eternal night world, where visibility is extremely limited, the meaning of traps is magnified infinitely. Moreover, this blueprint's effect was, quickly generate. This meant he didn't need to spend massive time and energy digging. As long as the materials are enough, he can become a hunter. He quickly checked his backpack, and a string of numbers and item names flew rapidly through his mind. Wood, 65. Stone, 74. Clean water, 7. Bread, 1. Thick coat, 1. Instant noodles, 1. Self-heating hot pot, 2. Compressed biscuits, 5. Rusty dagger, 1. Never extinguishing candle, 2. Wooden spear, 3. Rusty crowbar, 1. Small torch crafting blueprint, 1. Infant crying black fern, 5. Molotov cocktail crafting blueprint, 1. Glass bottle, 6. Cloth, 9. Small torch, 4. Molotov cocktail X1. It's still not enough. He needs more materials to make traps. At the same time, the resource gap for upgrading the shelter still exists. A glint of madness started burning in Shen Ye's eyes. Since he had already chosen the path of a gambler, there was no turning back. He was all in. He would use every means possible to extract the full value from each resource in the shortest time, to upgrade the shelter, arm himself, and set up traps. Shen Ye opened Wang Defa's private chat channel. Shen Ye, old Wang, still around? The other party was probably just browsing the channel, and immediately replied. Wang Defa, Night Brother, I'm here. Shen Ye, I wanted to ask, what level is your shelter now? Wang Defa, Night Brother. I've already upgraded to level 2. But this godforsaken place has nothing but dead trees and broken stones. I can't even see a monster. There's nothing but basic materials. Shen Ye. Shen Ye, let's talk about a bigger deal. In the next 2 days, as long as you ensure your own survival, give me all your wood and stone output, including the materials you use to upgrade your shelter. I will trade you special items in exchange. Wang Defa, Night Brother, what are you planning to do? If I give you all my output in 2 days, I won't be able to upgrade my shelter. I won't be able to keep up with the main group. People will die later. Shen Ye didn't explain. He directly sent over a preview of the interest-growing, small torch crafting blueprint. The blueprint was more persuasive than any words. Shen Ye, use this to trade all your output in the next 2 days, except for the 30 pieces of wood, and it can't be less than 120 wood and 120 stone. What do you think? The message was sent, and the other side stayed silent for a full minute. Wang Defa, Night Brother, are you sure? Wang Defa definitely understood the value of the torch blueprint. This thing was a must-have early game item. The candles given by the system only lasted 8 hours a day, and for the remaining 16 hours, they had to either wait in the dark for death or burn wood for warmth and light. But one piece of wood only lasted 10 minutes, and that was barely enough. The torch crafting blueprint meant a stable, mobile light source, higher exploration efficiency, and an advantage in survival in the dark. Shen Ye, do I look like I'm joking? Wang Defa, deal. Night Brother. I'm in. I'll send all my output from the next 2 days to you. No less than 120 wood and 120 stone. For him, this was also a huge gamble. Exchanging 2 days of stagnation for a chance to not worry every day. Shen Ye didn't say more. He quickly set up a 2-day delayed trade contract and sent it over. The cold light of the trade contract slowly faded on the panel. Shen Ye didn't feel relieved. He had bet his future on Wang Defa's output for the next 2 days. It wasn't a wise decision, but there was no one left who could offer more wood and stone during this period. Even if there were, no one had come forward to trade. Tomorrow, Wang Defa would send the first batch of materials, and the shelter's upgrade would have to wait until tomorrow. At the same time, more materials were needed for the traps. He didn't believe that just one trap would be enough to catch that terrifying bipedal beauty. Resources were tight. Ding. A clear notification sound broke the silence again. Wang Defa? Shen Ye slid open the panel, and several messages popped up one after another. Wang Defa, brother. These are the extra materials I saved up for myself. You can take them first. Don't worry, this won't count as part of our trade. Wang Defa, I'm not a learned man, and I can't say anything pretty. I just feel, bro, you might be in trouble. You fed me, so I have to help you. Immediately, a system message flashed clearly before his eyes. Wang voluntarily gave you wood X40, stone X30. Shen Ye's fingers suddenly clenched. He watched the numbers in his resource bar jump fast. Wood, 65-105. Stone, 74-104. The originally bright red warning numbers were instantly replaced by full green. Wood, 105/100. Stone, 104 out of 100. A line of white glowing text slowly appeared on the panel. Shelter can be upgraded. Chapter 9, Level 2 Shelter. Good boy. Shen Ye clenched his fists. Shen Ye, that was a big help. After saying this, Shen Ye moved his mind. Upgrade. Ahum. A pillar of light roared up from the ground, instantly swallowing the simple shelter. The fragile grass walls disintegrated in the light, then countless light points rebuilt at visible speed, forming thick, solid wooden walls, reinforced with stone at key spots. The cold wind leaking from all sides completely disappeared, replaced by an unprecedented sense of safety. The interior space of the shelter expanded almost double, and in the corner appeared a roughly made, repair bench. The most surprising thing for Shen Ye was a palm-sized lookout window opened on the wall facing the door, with a thick wooden board nearby that could seal at any time. Even the floor got a small bed made of wooden boards. Hint, shelter level upgraded to 2, sturdy wooden house. Hint, unlocked building repair bench, can use materials to repair ordinary items you own. Before the white light fully faded, the familiar notification sound rang again. Detected host shelter level upgrade, exclusive enhancement drawn. 3 cards silently appeared, hovering in front of Shen Ye, their patterns flowing with strange light. 1 silver, 2 gold. Option 1, silver, metabolic acceleration. Effect, your movement speed in darkness plus 30%. Each minute, automatically recover 1 SAN. Hunger rate plus 100%. Description, run. If you run fast enough, you find food before others or starve first. Option 2, gold, little giant. Effect, your physique plus 20, muscle density greatly increased, SAN max 125. You resist hunger better. Description, healthier, stronger, tougher. Of course, they'll find you chewier too. The little giant option was insanely tempting. But Shen Ye's attention was locked on the last gold glowing card. Option 3, gold, unstable aberration. Effect, units you kill directly or indirectly explode after 1.5 seconds, dealing true damage equal to 75% of the killed unit's max HP to all enemy units within 2 meters. You can choose to activate this skill. Description, art is Patrick Star. No, it's explosion. This is. Shen Ye's heart pounded wildly, countless images exploding in his mind. This is a talent born for slaughter. Metabolic acceleration? Little giant? No body, however strong, can survive that two-legged beauty's torment. Only offense is the way to survive. I choose unstable aberration. The moment his finger touched the gold card, it turned into a scorching stream of light flowing into his body. Just a few puzzle pieces left. Shen Ye took a deep breath, his eyes burning with crazy flames. He saw hope of victory. Shen Ye opened the trading channel, listing all remaining bread, compressed biscuits, everything edible, usable, except what he had to keep. His trading requests looked out of place in the morning-filled trading channel. Trade. Rusty Dagger X1, 4 Glass Bottle X10. Trade. Self-Heating Hot Pot X1, for any cloth X20. Trade. Lighter X1, 4 Rope X10. Trade. Exchange any armor. What the hell? Yeshin is looting again? What the hell is he doing? Selling food for junk? I don't understand, but I'm shocked. Shen Ye almost emptied everything he had. Now in his inventory, except for a few weapons, some food and water, there were only scattered materials left. Even the trigger base 4, compound interest, had become extremely weak. But he did not care. A gambler at the moment of going all in never thinks about what to eat tomorrow. These seemingly trivial trades, in the time of extreme scarcity, stirred quite a wave. Soon, trade requests came one after another. Shen Ye handled each message with a blank face, turning the last bit of valuable materials into supplies for making traps and Molotov cocktails. At this moment, a familiar ID sent a private message. Shen Ye, it looks like you are preparing for a big battle. Shen Ye, how do you see that? Shen Ye, you need a lot of glass bottles and cloth, that means you are mass-producing Molotovs. You also need rope, probably for some traps. I guess, you found a monster nest. This woman's sharpness made Shen Ye's spine chill slightly. Shen Ye, so what? Shen Ye, I have something here, maybe it's useful for you. An item information was sent over. Glow moss. Quality, common. Effect, a moss that emits a faint green light. Can be used to mark positions, or as bait. Description, in endless darkness, any bit of light is precious. Marker. Shen Ye's heart jumped violently. This was exactly what he lacked now. Setting traps in pitch-black darkness, the biggest risk was not finding the spots himself. If he accidentally fell into his own trap, he would be the king clown. With this, he could safely lay a precise path of death for that bipedal beauty. Shen Ye, name your price. Shen Ye, I don't want your materials. I need information. The monster nest you found, what's inside, how strong, what are its weaknesses? After the fight, tell me everything you know. Trading for intelligence, this woman was even smarter than he imagined. She clearly knew, in this hellish place, information gaps were the most precious wealth. Shen Ye, deal. Trade complete, a faintly glowing moss appeared in Shen Ye's inventory. Shen Ye exhaled. Now all extra resources had been converted into weapons for the upcoming war. Looking at the empty inventory panel, Shen Ye did not feel anxious, instead a gambler's thrill and calm, after pushing all chips onto the table, filled him. He walked to the newly appeared lookout window, pushed open the wooden board. Cold night wind rushed in, carrying distant faint roars. All in, he whispered. Either win big, or die brilliantly. Chapter 10, Damn Bipedal Beauty, I, Shen Ye, have arrived. 1-2 ended. New cycle day 1-3 started. Each surviving player receives, candle that never extinguishes X1. The prompt sound in his mind disappeared. Shen Ye sat up from the simple bed. In the wooden house, candlelight flickered quietly. A new day, also the last preparation stage. Shen Ye's goal today was only one, the juice of the baby cry black fern. Without it, Molotovs were empty talk, all plans could not happen. Shen Ye quickly checked his gear. Helmet, knee pads, wrist guards, gloves. All dressed, he looked like a miner ready to go down a well. He also made 20 wooden torches, enough for a long journey. After confirming everything, Shen Ye pushed open the wooden door, his figure vanished into endless darkness. Last time's experience was extremely valuable. This time, his movement was more like a ghost. He kept his body low, each step careful, perfectly avoiding all stones and branches that might make noise. Found it. In my memory, that patch of plants with a strange purple-black glow is just ahead. Shen Ye bent down, gripping a slippery, sticky root of a black fern with his right hand, and pressing the ground hard with his left, then suddenly he used force. Put. The root came out of the soil with a snap. Ah! A non-physical, sharp cry went past his ears and pierced straight into his brain. A strong dizziness exploded, and the darkness before his eyes twisted and spun. Shen value decreased by 1 point. Shen Ye did not pause and immediately grabbed the second one. The third, the fourth. After who knows how long, the last, weeping black fern, in this mentally corrupted area was uprooted by Shen Ye. He did not dare to stay a moment longer, dragging his nearly exploding head, escaping with 32 plants. Bang! Back in the sturdy wooden cabin, Shen Ye slammed the door and dropped the heavy wooden latch. The outside darkness and deathly silence were completely blocked. Warm candlelight fell on his colorless face, and the violent dizziness finally eased a little. But he did not rest. The bipedal beauty had to be eliminated, or he could not eat or sleep peacefully. Shen Ye piled all 32 weeping black ferns on the repair table. His fingers slid across the panel and chose disassemble. Ah! In an instant, 32 terrifying waves of baby crying exploded in the small wooden cabin. Shen Ye endured the brain pain like steel needles piercing, confirming the disassemble command. Shen value decreased by 2 points. Shen value decreased by 1 point. A series of system prompts flashed wildly in his vision. Obtained, weeping black fern juice X32. Obtained, weeping black fern dried X32. Obtained, weeping black fern seeds X11. With all materials ready, Shen Ye tried to calm the roaring in his brain, laying out the glass bottles and rags obtained from trading. He began crafting. Successfully crafted Molotov X1. Successfully crafted Molotov X1. Soon, 32 glass bottles filled with dark red sticky liquid were neatly stacked on the repair table. At that moment, a private message popped up. Wang Defa, brother. These are today's materials with X72 stone X63. Seeing this message, Shen Ye finally focused on the simple trap-making diagram. He put all weapons and tools into his backpack, then walked into the darkness for the third time. This time his destination was clear, the Ratman nest. Shen Ye did not approach the stinking, foul-smelling entrance, stopping instead 100 meters away, on a narrow path with steep cliffs on both sides. This was the carefully chosen grave for the bipedal beauty. Shen Ye took out the blueprint and used it in his mind. Consumed, wood X5, wooden spear X3, rope X2. Hum. A barely audible low hum. The ground before him seemed pressed down by an invisible giant hand, collapsing silently. A trap pit 1 meter wide and 1.5 meters deep formed instantly. 3 sharpened wooden spears at the bottom slanted upward. But that was not all. Shen Ye twisted open 3 Molotovs, pouring all the faintly bloody sticky liquid into the pit. Now it only needed a spark, and it would turn into a sea of fire. He repeated the method, making 5 more traps in a row, forming a connected trap belt. Finally, Shen Ye took out the glowing moss he had exchanged from Changhe. He tore a few small pieces, making tiny marks at the trap edges only he could understand. With it, Shen Ye could locate the traps in the dark. 14 Molotovs remained. Everything was ready. Next, it was time to roast the beauty. Shen Ye dragged his lead-heavy legs back to the cabin, devoured food and water, then collapsed and fell into a deep sleep. The great battle was tomorrow. He needed to recover strength. 1-3 end. New cycle day 1-4 has begun. Each surviving survivor receives Everlasting Candle X1. A new day arrives in the system prompt. Shen Ye opens his eyes, the fatigue in his body swept away, replaced by a chilling sense that a great battle is imminent. He first contacts Wang Defa, and the trading notification quickly rings out, adding Wood X27, Stone X20 to his backpack. Bro, I'm almost done cutting trees all night, I'll send you more later. Wang Defa's message was a voice note, his voice sounding a bit weak. Don't worry, after this big score, I'll take care of you in the future. Shen Ye replied and ended the communication. He begins to put on his gear, helmet, wrist guards, knee pads. Shen Ye counts his backpack again. 14 Molotov cocktails, 15 torches, and 5 spare spears. Then, he tightly bundles the corpses of the other monsters he traded for into a large meatball with rope. Damn two-legged beauty, I, Shen Ye, have arrived. Tonight, either you turn into roasted meat, or I turn into waste. Chapter 11, The Battle Begins. Shen Ye moves like a ghost, silently sneaking close to the mouse den using the shadows of the rock wall. The cave entrance is dirtier than he remembered, with a stinky slime hanging on the rock wall, black filth mixed with weeds and broken bones glistening with grease in the firelight. That twisted and graceful figure is lingering at the cave entrance. The two-legged beauty, with legs that could be called works of art, supporting its fat and disgusting rat body in an extremely awkward posture. Shen Ye holds his breath, hiding himself deeper. He doesn't rush to act but instead pulls out the heavy takeout tightly bundled with rope from his backpack. He quickly simulates the parabolic trajectory in his mind, calculating the lead. Opportunity fleeting. Now is the time. A fierce glint flashes in Shen Ye's eyes as he suddenly darts out from his cover. His arm whips out in a frenzied arc, flinging the bundle of rotten meat that reeks of blood deep into the cave. Splash. A muffled sound, like heavy objects crashing into muddy water. Immediately, a stir arises from within the cave, greedy and frantic squeaking sounds drawing nearer, flowing like a tide towards the meat deep in the nest. Even the two-legged beauty lingering at the cave entrance is startled by the sudden and intense smell of blood food, slowly walking deeper into the cave. Shen Ye remains still, like an extremely patient old hunter quietly counting down in the darkness. 10, 9, 8, 3, 2, 1. About a minute passes, and the biting sounds inside reach a boiling point. The time has come. Dinner time, trash. Shen Ye whispers, his voice cold. He takes a deep breath, pulls out a Molotov cocktail from his backpack, and lights the cloth wick with the never-extinguishing candle, awarded by the system. The flames shoot up, illuminating Shen Ye's expressionless profile. Without a hint of hesitation, Shen Ye performs a standard throwing motion, hurling the Molotov cocktail hard into the deep cave. The Molotov cocktail traces a deadly arc through the air. Clang boom. The moment the glass shatters, the orange-red flames explode in the cave. The high heat instantly ignites the rotting hay stacked like a mountain inside the cave, and ignites those rats happily gorging on the bait. Got it. Shen Ye no longer suppresses his actions, he becomes an emotionless watermelon launcher, frantically lighting and throwing out the Molotov cocktails from his backpack one by one. Who cares if they live or die, just throw them. 10 Molotov cocktails rain into the mouse den in just 1 minute, like a violent storm. The narrow cave instantly transforms into a boiling, fiery hell. Squeak, squeak, squeak. A shrill and twisted scream bursts from the sea of flames. A fully engulfed, multi-legged mutant rat screams, trying to rush out of the cave. The firelight casts its panicked silhouette on the rock wall, twisting and stretching. But waiting for it is Shen Ye, who has long been waiting at the cave entrance. He delivers a flying kick. He kicked precisely into the belly of that fat rat, directly sending the panicked fireball back into the endless sea of flames. The next second, the world seemed to freeze. Kill, multi-legged mutant rat X1. The first domino fell. A crimson light suddenly exploded from that small corpse's interior. Next came the deafening roar. Boom! The violent shockwave of the explosion, mixed with sharp broken bones and burning flesh, swept outward in a ring, wildly sweeping everything in its path. This terrifying energy directly caused the two already somewhat dead multi-legged rats next to it to explode on the spot. Bang! Bang! 2 more explosions. The death of one small rat triggered a chain reaction, instantly detonating its nearby kin. The damage began to stack in the narrow space, snowballing uncontrollably, sweeping through the entire rat swarm with unstoppable force. Boom! 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 The explosions echoed throughout the narrow cave, forming the most terrifying resonance, one after another, continuous. The terrifying shockwave sent all the bones at the cave entrance flying. Inside the cave, flames soared into the sky, and the sound of explosions deafened the ears. Shen Ye stood outside the cave, watching this grand doomsday fireworks show that he had personally orchestrated. The scorching air mixed with the stench of burning, hitting Shen Ye's face, making his hair whip in the wind. In the corner of his vision, the kill notifications on the system panel were refreshing like a waterfall, crazily updating. Kill, multi-legged mutant rat X1. 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 About 5 minutes later, the explosions and screams gradually faded, leaving only the crackling sound of the fire burning inside the cave. Minions, cleared. But Shen Ye didn't relax for a second. Every inch of his muscles was tense to the utmost. All of his attention was firmly locked on that glowing, flickering cave entrance. He knew very well that the chain explosions had been enough to clear the minions, but the bipedal beauty could never have been killed by the explosions alone. The next moment. Boom. Boom. Heavy and staggered footsteps came from deep within the sea of flames. A massive shadow, burning with raging fury, slowly walked out of the fire. It was the bipedal beauty. At this moment, it was utterly miserable. Those two once perfect, white, smooth legs were now covered in terrifying, charred burns, with dense, swollen yellow blisters all over them. What was even more bone-chilling was that countless scarlet meat buds were crawling out of the exploded wounds. And between the ruptured blisters, crimson rat eyeballs were forcing their way out. They rolled wildly, filled with murderous intent. Its massive rat body was a bloody mess. Several of its jointed legs had been blown off, leaving only a bit of skin and flesh connecting them, helplessly drooping in midair, continuously dripping sizzling black pus. But it was not dead. The life force of elite monsters far exceeded imagination. The countless rat eyes on its beautiful legs all fixed directly on Shen Ye at the entrance of the cave. Roar! A shrill screech, unlike that of a rat, came from its burnt mouth. The bipedal beauty moved. It was like a heavy, uncontrollable armored vehicle, disregarding its wounds, madly charging toward Shen Ye. Its remaining jointed legs scraped against the ground like sharp blades, producing a piercing screech. Without saying a word, Shen Ye turned and ran. Head-on collision? Only fools do that. His plan from the start had only one word: run. Chapter 12, Mutated Flesh Buds. The howling wind screamed past his ears, and the screeches behind him, along with the sound of the jointed legs scraping against the stone walls, grew louder and louder. Shen Ye could even clearly smell the nauseating stench of the bipedal beauty, along with the thick, unrelenting smell of blood. Although the torch's light could illuminate the area, at this crucial moment, it actually interfered with his judgment of the faint light traps. He focused his mind, making a quick decision. He decisively put away the torch. Shen Ye was instantly swallowed by the darkness. Saiyan dropped by 1 point. He could only rely on the muscle memory formed from his previous trips, as he desperately parkoured through the pitch-black void. Closer. Even closer. Shwa! A sharp sound of a blade cutting through the air suddenly rang behind him. A sharp limb nearly scraped across the back of his head, cutting off a few strands of hair. Life and death, a hair's breadth apart. At that moment, Shen Ye's peripheral vision finally caught a glimpse of the faint, mossy green markings in the darkness ahead, markings only he could understand. It's here! Shen Ye's eyes flashed coldly, and he deliberately staggered his steps, suddenly slowing his running speed. Seeing this, the double-footed beauty behind him thought the prey was exhausted. Its enormous rat-like body carried a tremendous force, emitting an excited screech as it pounced forward into the air. Dozens of remaining sharp limbs shot toward Shen Ye's back like a net. Now! Shen Ye roared, adrenaline surging. He pushed his legs with all his might, and his body shot forward like an arrow, executing an extreme sideways roll close to the ground. Boom! The fatal lunge just grazed his scalp, the powerful wind from the monster's massive body slicing across Shen Ye's cheek like a blade. And because of the inertia, the double-footed beauty could no longer stop its terrifying momentum. Its bloated, water-filled and ice-covered foot precisely stepped on the ground Shen Ye had disguised. Puff! The seemingly hard ground instantly collapsed like paper. Creak! The double-footed beauty screamed in agony, its enormous body lost its balance and plunged heavily into the trap pit. Puff! 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 Several dull thuds followed. The 3 sharpened wooden spears at the bottom of the pit pierced through the rat's head and its soft belly with no resistance. Roar! It twisted its massive body frantically, trying to climb out, but the narrow pit walls were incredibly slippery, offering no leverage. More deadly, the baby cry black fern juice, poured into the pit earlier, had now thoroughly coated its entire body. Shen Ye slowly climbed up from the dust-covered ground, casually brushing off the dirt from his clothes. He looked down from above at the struggling monster in the pit, his eyes showing no pity. Not much left in the Molotov bottles, need to use them sparingly. He muttered to himself, pulling out a torch from his backpack, then lighting it with the ever-burning candle. Whoosh! The dim, flickering light once again tore through the darkness, casting light on Shen Ye's cold, slightly mocking face. He raised the torch, pointing it at the countless resentful eyes at the bottom of the pit. Beauty, mind if I borrow a light? Shen Ye expressionlessly released his grip. The torch traced a dull yellow arc in the air, falling accurately like a flaming stone into the trap pit. Boom! The accumulated black fern juice in the pit was instantly ignited. The orange-red flames, like an awakened fury dragon, surged upwards, completely engulfing the double-footed beauty's twisted, struggling body. Creak aahhhhh. An extremely sharp, almost human-like scream pierced through the endless night, making Shen Ye's eardrums ache. In the flames, the huge rat body sizzled and burned, thick black smoke billowing. Just as Shen Ye thought he had succeeded, the double-footed beauty suddenly executed a dramatic backflip in the fire, forcefully twisting its massive body around. Then, its two legs, still licked by the flames, instantly bulged and twisted. Thick blue veins, like black poisonous snakes, erupted under the skin. In the blink of an eye, the once smooth, beautiful legs turned grotesquely thick, even more solid than giant rocks. It kicked the pit bottom with all its might. Boom! The entire ground trembled violently. The giant body of the bipedal beauty forced its way through the towering pillar of fire, leaping out of the trap pit. Bang! It fell like a meteor, crashing heavily onto the ground several dozen meters in front of Shen Ye, sending up a cloud of dirt and rocks. It was still alive. The flames on its body were still burning, charring its bloated rat-like body into a blackened mess, emitting a nauseating burnt odor. And the hundreds of dense, scarlet rat eyes on its legs were now all bulging out due to intense pain, with the corners of its eyes even tearing and leaking black blood. Hundreds of eyes filled with tangible hatred locked onto Shen Ye not far away. Roar! It completely abandoned any pretense and dropped to all fours, charging toward him at a speed far more violent than before, with flames still raging all over its body. Shen Ye's heart pounded like a war drum, adrenaline surging through his veins. Stay calm. There's still a backup plan. He turned and ran wildly into the dark depths without hesitation. Behind him, the monster tore through the terrain like an out-of-control heavy truck, rocks cracking and trees splintering in its wake. The flames on its body traced a long, twisted line of fire in the darkness. Shen Ye could feel the scorching wave of heat closing in behind him, and the foul stench growing nearer. The bipedal beauty was completely insane now, it only wanted to tear the tiny insect in front of it into pieces. It was close. 5 meters, 3 meters. Shen Ye deliberately stumbled, his body falling forward, as if exhausted. The countless rat eyes on the bipedal beauty exploded with cruel light, and with a powerful thrust of its hind legs, its massive body soared into the air, descending toward Shen Ye's fallen position. However, just as the shadow was about to cover him, Shen Ye's body, which had fallen, sprang up like it had springs inside, his hands thrusting down onto the ground, rolling smoothly and swiftly across the dirt. He barely managed to roll out of its deadly range, just in time. The bipedal beauty's heavy body, unable to adjust to the tremendous momentum, crashed forward. Puff! Another dull sound echoed as the ground collapsed. Its legs precisely stepped into Shen Ye's second trap. Squeak, squeak, squeak. The sharp wooden spears pierced through its scorched flesh again, and the intense pain caused its movements to freeze for a brief moment. Shen Ye didn't give it a moment to breathe. As he rolled to his feet, a lit torch appeared in his hand. Without hesitation, he flicked his wrist, sending the torch hurtling through the air with a whistling sound. Boom! The second fiery explosion engulfed it again. The second searing burn and the agonizing pain from the piercings completely shattered the bipedal beauty's remaining sanity. It didn't even attempt to put out the flames, instead, it endured the fire, twitching and forcing its way out of the trap pit once again. But this time, its movements were much slower. The massive rat body now had several new bloody holes, with black blood mixed with foul pus dripping down. However, a chilling sight unfolded. From the deep, bone-exposing wounds, countless tiny red flesh buds, like worms, began to emerge. They squirmed and intertwined madly, making a horrifying slap sound as they slowly began to heal its leg wounds despite the heat of the flames. The countless rat eyes on its legs revealed an insatiable hunger, as though it wished to devour Shen Ye alive. Chapter 13, Going Crazy. It stared at Shen Ye fiercely, as if trying to imprint this figure into the depths of every one of its eyes. It absolutely could not let it heal. Shen Ye gritted his teeth and turned, continuing to pull. A man and a monster, in this silent, dead darkness, performed the most primal of chases and counterkills. For the third trap, Shen Ye used his positioning and the terrain to set it up again, just as before. Once again, the two-legged beauty suffered a great loss. But by the fourth time, the two-legged beauty had learned to be smart. 2 meters away from the edge of the trap, it slammed on the brakes, sharp claws carving deep furrows in the ground. It let Shen Ye's figure disappear into the dim light ahead, stubbornly refusing to take another step. Then it twitched its charred black nose, as if smelling the familiar scent of black fern juice underground. Shen Ye hid behind a rock, his heart sinking slightly. Truly, a monster about to evolve to lord level, its intelligence exceeded his expectations. His own stamina was nearly at its limit. If this dragged on, once its abnormal flesh sprout healed its wounds, the one who would die would be him. He had to force it to lose reason. Shen Ye took a deep breath, eyes fierce, no longer hiding his form. He strode out from behind the rock, holding a Molotov bottle in his hand. He did not ignite it, just held it up, shaking it in the air at the two-legged beauty, full of provocation. Then, under the gaze of the monster's countless eyes, Shen Ye extremely arrogantly raised his middle finger at it. A cross-species provocation gesture. Roar! The two-legged beauty, already on the edge of rage, instantly had its reason completely ignited by this gesture. Its strong legs bent, gathering power again, while a dozen remaining arthropod limbs compressed like springs, then suddenly shot out. Boom! The ground was dug into a large pit by its kick. It did not choose a straight charge, instead like a cannonball it shot up from the ground, smashing down on Shen Ye with the weight of Mount Tai. A huge shadow loomed, carrying scorching, bloody wind. A leaping attack. Shen Ye's pupils shrank to the size of needles. Life and death moment, his body instinctively reacted. He kicked the ground with both legs, his body like an arrow released, making an extreme flying roll to the left. Flying stones and sharp dirt scraped his cheeks violently, leaving burning blood streaks. Boom! The heavy body of the two-legged beauty crashed heavily where Shen Ye had just stood. However, the huge impact of its landing triggered a chain reaction. Crack! The edge where it landed was exactly the edge of the fourth trap. The fragile camouflage layer could not withstand its terrifying weight, collapsing massively in an instant. This time, one of its legs fell in, pierced by wooden spikes, spraying a fountain of black-purple blood. Its massive body lost balance due to this sudden change, falling heavily into the trap pit. Shen Ye, rolling on the ground, did not even have time to stand, another Molotov bottle already in his other hand. He, half kneeling on the ground, threw the lit Molotov into the trap pit. Go to hell, trash! A tremendous explosion. This time the fuel was more sufficient. The towering flames once again engulfed the struggling body of the two-legged beauty completely. The piercing scream was more ear-piercing than any before. It was like a giant catfish thrown alive into a boiling oil pot, rolling and twitching frantically in the fire. The leg pierced by the trap deformed rapidly under the high temperature. Shen Ye struggled to get up from the ground, his chest heaving violently, sweat mixed with blood stinging his eyes painfully. But he did not dare to blink, staring firmly at the wildly burning fire, not allowing even the slightest relaxation. The life of a high-level monster could never be judged by normal rules. He could not let his guard down before seeing a system prompt. The flames burned for several minutes, gradually weakening. The enormous charred body at the bottom of the pit finally stopped twitching and struggling. Utter silence filled the air. Is it dead? Shen Ye did not advance but retreated. Whether it was dead or not, the system hadn't given a kill notification, so he kept his distance. But at that moment, an unexpected change occurred. Whoosh 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 whoosh. From the nearly extinguished charred remains came a chilling sound of rushing air, and dozens of dark shadows shot out without warning. It wasn't the body of a monster, but sharp, long limbs with jointed segments. At the last moment, it launched all its jointed limbs like arrows. The speed was at its maximum. There was no way to dodge. Shen Ye could only let out a roar, forcing his waist and abdomen to twist, sharply turning his body to the left. Put! A heavy sound of a sharp weapon tearing flesh echoed. A limb as thick as a forearm violently pierced through Shen Ye's right arm like a black spear. The immense force sent Shen Ye flying, heavily pinning him to the ground full of gravel, blood instantly dyeing the ground red. The pain, a nerve-rending agony, felt like a red-hot iron rod being brutally pushed deep into his marrow. SAN value decreased by 15. The system's notifications flashed wildly before his eyes. Cold sweat broke out on Shen Ye's forehead in an instant. He struggled to lower his head, looking at the black limb that had nearly pierced through his right arm. Dark red blood gushed from the wound. The hooked end was firmly pinning his ulna, with each breath pulling at an exquisite pain. Ha, ha! From the nearby pit, a heavy, grating breath echoed, making one's teeth ache. The charred, misshapen figure of the bipedal beauty was slowly crawling out of the pit with its remaining limbs. Its once alluring body had turned to a block of charred flesh. Its once flawless beautiful legs were now charred and curled, the flesh clinging together like melted wax. Most of the hundreds of eyes had burst from the heat, and the few remaining murky eyeballs were filled with malice and hatred that seemed almost tangible. It looked at the pinned-down Shen Ye, letting out a sound that echoed mockery from its throat. The massive blood loss and excruciating pain turned Shen Ye's face as white as a corpse. He tried to move his right arm, and a heart-wrenching pain nearly caused him to faint on the spot. The hooked end was stuck too firmly. Meanwhile, the bipedal beauty had fully crawled out of the pit. Dragging its broken body, it staggered toward Shen Ye, leaving a charred blood trail on the ground. It wanted to eat alive this ant that dared to hurt it, to crush his bones bit by bit, making him feel endless pain and despair. The shadow of death loomed more clearly than ever before. However, under the stimulation of this extreme pain, Shen Ye's mind entered a state of icy madness. Give up? Wait to die? Those two words had never existed in his dictionary. Even if he were to die, he would bite a piece of flesh from its face. Ah! Shen Ye let out a beastly low roar, his left hand gripping the rough ground tightly, bracing against the excruciating pain in his torn right arm, summoning all his strength to stand up. His legs felt weak from the massive blood loss, as if he were stepping on cotton. Just as he struggled to rise halfway, the bipedal beauty seemed to sense its prey's intent, letting out a sharp screech and lunging towards him once more. Shen Ye forcefully twisted his body and turned to run. But his right arm, dragging that heavy limb, severely disrupted his balance. His steps were unsteady, and with each stride, blood splashed onto the ground, a blinding red, his speed reduced by more than half from his peak. Although the monster behind was also at its last gasp, the impact of its massive size remained deadly. It was getting closer. Shen Ye saw the faint mark made of fluorescent powder in the darkness. Now's the time. Shen Ye used every last bit of his strength, pushing off with his left foot, his body making a desperate side lunge, trying to lead the monster toward the trap. However, this time, the bipedal beauty's steps came to a sudden halt right before the trap. It wasn't fooled. Shen Ye crashed heavily to the ground, his heart sinking. There was no retreat now, all his plans had failed, just one step short. If that's the case, then let's die together. A ruthless madness surged from the depths of Shen Ye's eyes. Chapter 14, Killing the Bipedal Beauty. Without the slightest hesitation, Shen Ye sprinted forward with a desperate rush, slamming his body with all his might into the enormous form of the bipedal beauty. Life for life. No mercy. Bang. A dull crashing sound echoed. Shen Ye felt his shoulder blade as if it were about to shatter, but this reckless, all-in collision succeeded in knocking the already unstable bipedal beauty off balance. Its broken body tilted backward, about to fall into the final trap. But just before it completely fell, its charred leg suddenly whipped out like a whip. Bang! Everything spun. Shen Ye was yanked through the air like a kite with its string cut, crashing heavily to the ground. He could even clearly hear the crisp sound of his left leg bone snapping. His vision began to blur with a sea of blood, and sharp ringing filled his ears. But Shen Ye bit down on his tongue, trembling as he fumbled in his bag for the last 3 Molotov cocktails, lighting them. He had no strength left to stand, his left leg twisted at an unnatural angle. He could only lie on the cold ground, using his only movable left hand to hurl them one after another into the trap where the black shadow was convulsing. The first. The second. The third. Die, you bastard. Boom. The 3 Molotov cocktails shattered, and a fiery explosion far fiercer than any before erupted. The bipedal beauty was still struggling in the seething flames, trying to stand up. But the next moment. Bang! A muffled explosion suddenly came from within the flames. Under Shen Ye's stunned gaze, a massive blood hole suddenly exploded in the bloated, charred abdomen of the bipedal beauty. Putrid body fluids and chunks of flesh sprayed out into the fire, sizzling with a hissing sound. Bang! 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 Immediately following was a chain reaction of 6 more explosions. The entire body of the bipedal beauty was torn in half by the internal explosion. It was the unstable compound that triggered it. But why? Shen Ye gritted his teeth through the excruciating pain in his head, thinking rapidly. The condition for triggering this skill was a corpse, but the bipedal beauty was clearly still alive just a moment ago. There was only one possibility: the bipedal beauty had other living creatures inside it. Creatures? The next moment, Shen Ye's face lit up with realization. He saw that where the bipedal beauty had been torn in half, there were clumps of half-cooked flesh. Upon closer inspection, he could vaguely distinguish that they were the unborn multi-legged rat pups. The ongoing high-temperature flames, although not quite enough to kill the tenacious bipedal beauty, had been sufficient to cook the fragile, undeveloped pups inside it, triggering the chain explosion of the unstable compound. Combining the previous description of the multi-legged mutant rats, a flash of lightning went through Shen Ye's mind as he fully understood the creature's ecological logic. The bipedal beauty was not simply breeding, it was raising poisonous creatures. It kept producing multi-legged rats, letting them devour each other, and in the end, it would consume the strongest survivor to continue evolving. This explained why the bipedal beauty's rat body. There are so many disgusting long-legged creatures. Truly, extremely ugly. Shen Ye looked at the 2-footed beauty, blown in half by the flames, now silent, his lips twitching, coldly spitting out a sentence. At this moment, only the crackling of the burning fire remained. The huge pillar of fire, like a giant sun, lit up the surroundings for hundreds of meters as bright as day. This was the first time since Shen Ye fell into this eternal night world that he saw such a bright, dazzling light. So warm. It even made his cheeks burn a little. Yes. Since the damn world's sun no longer rises. Then I will personally ignite this endless darkness. The scorching white light reflected Shen Ye's face, pale as paper from blood loss. He grinned with a mouth full of blood, laughing silently, like a complete madman. This time, there was no piercing scream in the trap, no frantic struggle. Those beautiful long legs that once invited imagination twitched violently, carbonized in the flames, and finally, together with the bloated rat body, turned into black charcoal. Shen Ye moved his mind, silently turning off the ongoing effect of unstable compound. Even though this half-lord level monster's body was burned, the bones and some materials were definitely worth a lot of money. After more than 10 minutes, the fire gradually died down. The world was once again swallowed by dead silence and darkness. In Shen Ye's vision, a line of heavenly-like words slowly appeared. "You have killed, two-footed beauty, half-lord." The words slowly faded from view, but the joy of victory could not stay for long. As the battle ended, the adrenaline supporting him rushed out like a tide. Shen Ye's body instantly felt like a broken sack roughly patched together, every nerve protesting. The sharp pain in his right arm had gone numb, replaced by a cold weakness, clearly feeling life flowing away with warm blood from the wound. The bones in his left leg were seriously dislocated, and even the slightest breathing movement caused piercing pain. Countless murmurs in his ears grew louder, like 10,000 cicadas screaming inside his head. Warning! Current SAN value, 37. Is this really the end? Shen Ye's eyelids grew heavier, as if hanging 1,000 pounds. No, I absolutely cannot give up. I even killed a half-lord, how could I die here? A gambler never gives up until the last moment. Shen Ye gritted his teeth, swaying, using his remaining left arm to prop up his upper body. Like a dying worm, dragging his broken leg and numb right arm, he left a long trail of blood on the ground, inching toward the edge of the trap. There was still a chance. This was a half-lord kill. Among the loot, there might be a medicine that could instantly save his life, or some strange item. No, there must be. Just as he was about to crawl to the edge. From the pile of brittle, charred corpses in the trap, a very faint cracking sound suddenly came. Shen Ye's movement froze suddenly. A charred shell fell off, revealing not burnt bones, but a mass of wriggling flesh. It had no fixed shape, like a living lump of meat, covered with pulsating veins and tiny flesh buds. The flesh seemed to smell the sweet scent of fresh blood in the air, paused, then suddenly changed direction, wriggling rapidly toward Shen Ye. Shen Ye stared wide-eyed, his pupils reflecting that indescribable thing. Go away. He desperately tried to push backward with his left hand, but his body was completely exhausted, moving at a hopelessly slow pace. He could only watch as that strange flesh slowly crept closer. Following his limp right leg, it crawled up his body. Through the tattered clothing, Shen Ye could feel that thing moving upwards, finally stopping at the deep, bone-visible wound on his right arm. Shen Ye's breath stopped. A tentacle-like piece of flesh separated from the meat and tentatively reached into the edge of his wound. The next moment, that mass of flesh suddenly exerted force. The tentacle forcefully burrowed deep into his wound, following the path of his torn flesh. Chapter 15, Eat. A sensation, a mix of extreme pain and intense itchiness, exploded from deep within the wound. SAN value decreased by 10 points. Shen Ye's body arched sharply, and a suppressed cry of pain erupted from his throat. He watched helplessly as more fleshy tendrils extended from the mass, crazily burrowing into his wound, intertwining with his blood vessels, muscles, and nerves. A line of blood-red words appeared in his trembling vision. You have obtained a mutation, the greedy flesh of the old one's dominance. Effect, your cells gain a certain level of activity. When you are injured, granulation-like tiny tendrils grow at the wound site and actively stitch and repair the surrounding tissue. Cost, extreme hunger. Each time the body recovers, a large amount of satiety is consumed. If there is insufficient satiety, it will start devouring you until you become a part of it. Description, look, the wound hasn't healed, it's just full. The leg-like segment piercing through his right arm was now covered by countless tiny, dark red granules. These granules squirmed, the tip splitting open into countless small mouthparts, desperately gnawing and breaking down the tough monster limb. Accompanied by a chilling sizzling sound, the weapon that caused him immense pain was visibly being decomposed and devoured. In just a few seconds, the hard limb completely turned into nourishment for the mass of flesh. Then, those satiated granules began to contract inward, like countless tiny hands, forcibly pulling together and stitching up his torn skin, broken muscles, and even shattered bones in a rough manner. The wound was healing. The external pain rapidly diminished, but a far more terrifying feeling exploded from his stomach. Hunger. It was an unimaginable hunger. As if his internal organs had been completely hollowed out, leaving only a greedy black hole that wanted to crush and devour his soul and sanity. SAN value decreased by 15 points. Shen Ye felt his stomach acid corroding his stomach lining, every cell in his body screaming in agony. They were wailing, demanding, needing energy, needing flesh, needing anything to fill this emptiness. Warning. Current SAN value, 12. Completely insane. Shen Ye's bloodshot eyes, full of crimson rage, locked onto the roasted corpse of the corpse of the two-legged beauty. Ha, meat. A thick, inhuman hiss echoed from his throat, a deranged, twisted grin spreading across his face, saliva uncontrollably dripping from his chin. He lunged forward like a beast freed from all chains, crawling and tumbling toward the charred, oddly fragrant, and crispy meat. Under the black and hard shell was tender meat, slightly curled and oozing dark red juices. Ignoring the scorching heat, Shen Ye grabbed the chunk of meat, which was about the size of half a basketball, without looking at it, and forcefully shoved it into his mouth. No chewing. Just raw, primal tearing and swallowing. Along with the burnt shell and shattered soft bones, he swallowed them whole. As the warm chunk of meat slid into his stomach, an indescribable sense of satisfaction instantly spread throughout his body. But the burning hunger in his stomach. It seemed that the relief was only 1 in a millionth. Not enough. Far from enough. He threw himself directly onto the massive corpse of the bipedal beauty, using both hands, his 10 fingers digging deeply into the flesh, tearing and devouring in a frenzy. Sand value +5. Sand value +5. With the intake of high-energy flesh, the bright red numbers on the panel began to slowly rise. At the wound on his right arm, those dark red flesh buds writhed more violently, and the healing speed of the wound accelerated. Not just the arm, the dislocated bone in his left leg was forcibly pulled back into place by a brutal force, accompanied by a sharp crack. After the excruciating pain came a sense of new comfort. However, the repair of these heavy injuries consumed an unimaginable amount of energy. The hunger that had just been slightly alleviated immediately bounced back with 10 times the intensity. Shen Ye's actions grew even more violent. He was no longer satisfied with tearing with his hands but directly opened his mouth, like a beast, to bite into the monster's torso. His cheeks, chin, and neck were all covered in black ashes and dark red meat juice, looking like a demon that had just crawled out of hell. SAN value +2. SAN value +2. Rationality and madness constantly tugged at his mind. No one knew how much time passed until the enormous half-lord's corpse was entirely devoured, and the hunger that seemed to want to swallow the whole world finally began to slowly fade away. Full. Shen Ye collapsed at the edge of the blood-stained pit, panting heavily. He lowered his head and stared blankly at his hands, which were covered in blood and chunks of flesh. He then touched his right arm and left leg, which had completely healed, leaving no scar. Finally, his gaze fell upon the monster's carcass, which he had personally devoured. A chilling sensation, mixed with disgust and fear, crawled up his spine and shot up to the back of his head. His stomach churned violently, and an intense urge to vomit surged to his throat. He tightly covered his mouth, his throat convulsing, forcing the nausea back down. Shen Ye struggled to stand up and walk to the side, taking out the remaining clean water and haphazardly washing the blood on his face and the remnants on his hands. The cold water finally cleared his messy mind completely. He focused his mind and opened his survivor panel. Name, Shen Ye. Race, human. Status, healthy. Physique, 14, note, an average adult is 10. Sanity, SAN value 65 out of 100, it will continue to decrease in the dark, and once it reaches 0, you will be assimilated by an indescribable entity. At the bottom of the attribute panel, a new line glowed with a faint dark red light. Distortion sequence, Old Dominator, S greedy flesh and blood, level 1. Effect, your cells have gained some form of activity. When you are injured, small fleshy tendrils grow at the wound, actively stitching and repairing the surrounding tissues. Cost, extreme hunger. Each recovery consumes a large amount of fullness. If fullness is insufficient, it will begin to consume you until you become part of it. Description, you see, the wound hasn't healed, it just ate enough. Shen Ye could feel something terrifying had rooted itself deep inside his body. It had indeed saved his life in a life or death situation. But it seemed to have turned him into something just like those monsters outside, something. In the dead silence of the dark, Shen Ye stood still, motionless. He took a full 5 minutes to fully accept the changes that had happened to his body. Fear? Disgust? Perhaps. But what was growing more inside him was the excitement of a gambler who had suddenly drawn an unknown card at the life and death table. Risk and reward are always proportional. In this cannibalistic apocalyptic world, as long as one can survive, as long as one can grow stronger, even if it means becoming a demon, what does it matter? This deal, it's not a loss. Shen Ye took a deep breath, and his gaze became firm once again. He no longer hesitated, turning around to start methodically cleaning this battlefield that belonged to the victor. First, his eyes locked firmly on the treasure chest quietly lying at the edge of the trap pit, emitting an enticing silver glow. Acquired, exquisite silver treasure chest X1. Shen Ye restrained the impulse to open it immediately, placing it into his backpack. Then he lifted his torch again and strode towards the depths of the rat nest that had been blasted earlier. When the torchlight illuminated the interior of the cave, Shen Ye's breath caught. The ground was covered with rat corpses blown to pieces, and among that stinking flesh and blood, tiny points of copper light almost formed a hole, making the dark cave glitter brightly. They were masses of copper treasure chests. Shen Ye, like an untiring scavenger, rushed frantically through the bloody ruins. Acquired, old copper treasure chest X1. Acquired, limbs of multi-legged deformed rat X1. Acquired, old copper treasure chest X1. He put all those blown-apart multi-legged rat bodies into the storage compartments of his backpack one by one. After a full hour of frenzied scavenging, he had obtained a total of 34 old copper treasure chests and 31 limbs of multi-legged deformed rats. Looking at the mountain of treasure chests and the system space, emitting a tempting glow, Shen Ye's mouth uncontrollably curved into a wild smile. Now it was really one wave, directly taking off. Chapter 16, Opening Chests. Level 3 Shelter. Shen Ye pushed open the door of the sturdy wooden house. Click, the wooden latch fell. At this moment, the lingering stench and shadow of death finally were sealed outside the thick walls. The nerves, stretched almost to breaking, finally got a breath the moment he stepped inside the wooden house. Now it's safe at least for now, no need to worry about that long-legged monster breaking in. Shen Ye laughed at himself, and with a slight thought, the loot piled in the system space poured out instantly. Clatter. The dull yet crisp collision sounds rang out continuously, 35 treasure chests instantly covering the once fairly spacious wooden floor tightly. The candlelight flickered, shining on the treasure chests, reflecting a tempting luster. Shen Ye's breathing became heavy. Should he open them, or not open them? A thought uncontrollably popped up like a devil's whisper. By interest calculation, if he could resist opening tonight, by tomorrow morning, he could get 3 or 4 more copper chests for free. If he could wait a few days, this pile of resources could double. He just needed to wait. But that thought only circled half a turn in his mind before Shen Ye spat it out like phlegm. Wait? Shen Ye recalled the novels he read before Transmigration, where the protagonists always played just a bit more, making the brain feel like under a gun. Damn, wait my ass. The truth was, saving chests to roll interest was not as good as opening chests to roll resources. One chest could give at least 3 kinds of materials, and compounding could amplify the total efficiency many times. Shen Ye suddenly stood up, walked to the pile of treasure chests, and dragged a silver chest and a copper chest into the corner. The remaining 33. Open them all. Buzz. The locks of 33 chests popped open at the same time. A series of system notifications, so dense they almost merged into one, like a storm, instantly flooded his entire vision. Acquired, wood X10. Acquired, stones X12. Acquired, clean water 500 milliliters X1. Acquired, worn cloth X3. Acquired, rusted nails X12. Acquired, wood X7. Acquired, stones X15. Acquired, black bread X2. Acquired, scrap iron X3. Acquired, cola X3. The waterfall of notification messages scrolled insanely, too fast for Shen Ye to even read. At the same time, a huge amount of basic materials refreshed wildly in the backpack. Blueprints, wood, stones, food, water. With a thought, Shen Ye released all the resources. He wanted to see his loot with his own eyes. In an instant, a massive amount of basic resources appeared out of nowhere, like a flood from a broken dam, instantly filling every empty space in the wooden house, piling up into a small mountain that kept rising, reaching the ceiling of the cabin. Shen Ye was forced to retreat step by this flood of resources, until his back hit the wooden wall, and he barely managed to stabilize himself. He stared blankly at everything before him. The cramped wooden house had now turned into a bursting treasure trove. In the air, the scent of rice, the dust of stone, and the complex smell of various foods mixed together filled the space. Shen Ye stood in front of the small mountain formed by the pile of resources, silent for a moment. He extended his hand and pulled out a bottle of soda from the mountain of resources, with a sizzle sound as he twisted the cap off. The spicy and sweet liquid slid down his throat, making him involuntarily let out a satisfied sigh. The sensation was real. The smell was real. The numbers on the panel, wildly flashing, were real. He had won. He, Shen Ye, on the 4th day in the Eternal Night World, had achieved basic resource freedom. Shen Ye waved his hand and immediately stored all the materials back into his backpack, and the crowded space instantly returned to emptiness. Then he opened the survivor panel and began to count his harvest. Key resources. Stone, X297. Wood, X238. Scrap iron, X68. Charcoal, X21. Fabric, X89. Clean water 500 milliliters, X45, total about 22.5 L. Rice 5 L, X8. Rusty machete, X1. Fireplace crafting blueprint, X1. Wooden fence crafting blueprint, X1. Simple water purifier crafting blueprint, X1. Small animal trap crafting blueprint, X1. Simple charcoal kiln crafting blueprint, X1. Portable distiller crafting blueprint, X1. Roof rainwater collection tank crafting blueprint, X1. Small stove rack set crafting blueprint, X1. In addition, there were plenty of medical supplies, several ordinary equipment weapons, and a pile of seemingly useless junk tools. A series of numbers made Shen Ye feel excited. That's enough, more than enough. Without hesitation, he clicked to upgrade the shelter. Shelter, level 2, sturdy wooden house. Upgrade requirements, wood 50, stone 200, scrap iron 50. Current holdings, wood 238, stone 297, scrap iron 68. Do you want to upgrade the shelter? Upgrade. As soon as the words fell, a brilliant pillar of light suddenly rose from the ground, instantly covering the shelter. The floor under Shen Ye's feet, the walls around him, and even the ceiling above his head began to decompose and reconstruct. The shelter began to expand, its area grew to about 50 square meters, more than doubling in size. The thick texture of the walls in the current house made Shen Ye feel an unprecedented sense of stability. Reminder, shelter level upgraded to level 3, stone house. Reminder, your repair table has been upgraded to level 2. It can now consume materials to repair ordinary or rare items you own. The furnace building is unlocked, which can be used to smelt rare metals. The next moment, the most exciting part came. Detected that the shelter's level has been upgraded, exclusive reinforcement has been extracted. 3 cards silently appeared, hovering quietly in front of Shen Ye, their surfaces glowing with faint light. Option 1, Silver Survivor. Effect, when the number of survivors in the Eternal Night world falls below 30%, your shelter will automatically upgrade once. Description, you finally heard the applause from the abyss. Option 2, Gold Ancient Forge. Effect, gain the Ancient Forge building, which allows unlimited forging of equipment below epic quality. It also opens a portal to the past, from which you can extract a random ancient relic. Quality level, ordinary, rare, excellent, fine, superb, epic. Description, when the forge is lit, he truly saw the massive outlines of those ancient dominators. As a cost, his soul was burned into fuel, forever providing faint light to future generations. Option 3, Gold Malicious Resource Conversion. Effect, during this stage, any hostile units killed will drop double the resources. Description, now, you have double the chips. Swing your blade. Shen Ye's gaze swept back and forth between the 3 cards. Survivor, this card. It sounds beautiful, but too far away. The total number of survivors in the Eternal Night world is 3 billion, and 70% must die, who knows when that will happen. Malicious Resource, this card, its effect is simple and brutal, double the pleasure. If he continues to clean monster nests like the rat nest, this card's gain will be frighteningly high. But the problem is, where can he find another perfect treasure farming point like the rat nest, densely packed with low-level monsters? At least in the short term, this card's gain is not stable. His gaze finally fell on the card in the middle. Old Day Forge, Infinite Forging. At the same time, it opens a portal to the old days, randomly drawing an Old Day Relic. Old Day Relic. These 4 words, as if carrying some kind of magic, tightly grip Shen Ye's mind. The monsters in this world are already strange and terrifying enough. What would the things left by the so-called Old Day rulers be like? Risk, unknown. But the gain is also unknown. Shen Ye's blood began to subtly heat. What's the point of fixed gain? If you play like a gambler, it's all about the thrill. I choose Old Day Forge. His fingertips, without hesitation, pressed on that card. Buzz. The card turned into a stream of light, sinking into Shen Ye's body. The next second, the stone ground under his feet suddenly began to glow, a circular magic array made of twisted runes slowly appearing. In the center of the array, the ground sank downward like melted wax. Then, a black metal forge with an ancient style, covered in rust, slowly rose from the ground. The forge was only half a person high, carved with countless indescribable creature reliefs, as if they were alive. Their tentacles and limbs wriggled slowly on the walls, making one's scalp tingle. Building acquired, Old Day Forge. Permanent effect, can be used once a day, consuming required materials to forge and upgrade existing equipment. Single-use effect, can open an Old Day gate once, drawing an Old Day relic. Tip, open the Old Day gate immediately? Chapter 17 Old Day Relic. So this is the true face of the Old Day Forge? Open. Shen Ye took a deep breath, exhaling the 2 words heavily. As soon as the words fell, the ring at the top of the forge, covered in strange reliefs, suddenly writhed like a living creature, then emitted a sharp shriek like countless beasts dying together. Boom! A sticky black flame shot out violently from the top of the forge. The flame had no heat, but twisted violently in midair, forcibly collapsing the surrounding space, tearing open a spatial rift with wriggling edges covered in tiny flesh buds. It looked as if someone had stabbed this void, flowing with black pus. Sanity -5. Just staring at this gate, Shen Ye's brain felt a steel needle chaos pain, and his rationality instantly dropped. He gritted his teeth, forcing himself to look away, but the faint sticky whispers from behind the gate were like a barbed hook, crawling along his eardrums, constantly teasing every nerve. An item emitting dark red faint light, as if squeezed out of amniotic fluid, slowly floated from the rift, finally hovering in front of Shen Ye. It was an extremely irregular and bizarre eyeball. No eyelid, the cloudy yellow-white was densely filled with dark red veins wriggling like living worms. Behind the eyeball, several nerve tentacles coated in transparent mucus, covered in tiny suckers, flexed restlessly in the air like snakes sniffing prey. Old Day Relic, Eye of the Abyss Gazer. Effect: you can directly look at the unnameable. You can see through darkness in a certain range, and increase your resistance to darkness. You can see the inside of the world, the whispers lurking in the shadows, and the contours of indescribable things. Cost: burning sanity. When you merge with it, your sanity limit permanently decreases by 20 points. Description: it lights your way, but also shows you what lies at the end of that path, what exactly it is. Shen Ye immediately focused his mind, trying to put this eyeball into his backpack. What if it could roll, right? But after several attempts, Shen Ye gave up. The system's backpack simply couldn't store this eyeball. It was as if some rule was rejecting it. Shen Ye sighed. He could clearly feel the terrifying pressure this eyeball emitted, a chill that came from deep in his genes, from the very depths of his soul. Just getting close to it, the hairs on his skin stood on end, like wheat stalks swaying in the wind. The phrase Old World Relic itself carries immense risk. The cost is a permanent 20-point reduction in sanity. The normal sanity limit for a person is 100. A few encounters with monsters can make one lose their mind. Losing 20 points means you've directly cut off 1/5 of your humanity, pushing you forever closer to the edge of madness, into the abyss. A horrifying image flashed uncontrollably in Shen Ye's mind, back in the rat nest, being forced by the bipedal beauty to break his arms and legs, chewing on monster flesh like a mad dog. In this sunless hell, the quickest way to die is to not be crazy enough. If he had this eye, he could control the situation in the endless eternal night. He could spot monsters early, even other humans with evil intentions. That battle, he had almost wagered his life and everything he had. If not for that bit of luck, his bones would have already been digested into dung by the bipedal beauty. Surviving, and using any means to become stronger, that's the only ironclad rule in the world of eternal night. Heh. It's just 20 sanity points. Shen Ye suddenly grinned, revealing a terrifying viciousness. He, Shen Ye, had never feared risk. Since he was already at the gambling table, he would play the biggest hand. Fuse with me. The moment the words left his mouth, the abyssal gaze's eye suddenly erupted with a scream of wild joy, almost piercing his eardrums. Put. It instantly turned into a boiling, scalding red liquid, shooting straight toward Shen Ye's eyes like an arrow leaving the bow. Those few tentacles with suckers brutally plunged into his flesh and drilled into his skull. Ah! Shen Ye threw his head back, his fingers gripping his thighs tightly, his throat letting out a painful, desperate scream. In his mind, countless bizarre, twisted, and maddening images overwhelmed his consciousness like a tsunami. It wasn't just physical pain, it was a hollow feeling as if a piece of his soul was being ripped out. In a daze, his consciousness seemed to rise to the highest of heights, as if he was being lifted to the heavens above. He saw a gigantic golden city, so massive that no unit of measurement could describe it. It floated in the darkness. A blinding golden light beam suddenly shot down from the giant city, piercing the sticky, ink-like eternal darkness. The world seemed to howl in agony, the space twisted, the heavens and earth turned upside down. Shen Ye bit his tongue, the taste of blood desperately keeping him from losing his last shred of clarity, letting that soul-ripping burning sensation ravage his brain. He didn't know how long it passed, it felt like a century of endless torment. Finally, the pain slowly receded, like the tide pulling away. What replaced it was an unprecedented emptiness, a strange feeling of being filled with something eerie and incomprehensible. His emotions seemed to grow more indifferent, as if certain human limits had vanished with the 20-point reduction in sanity, forever turned to dust. Shen Ye slowly opened his eyes. At this moment, the world was completely overturned in his eyes. What was once an impenetrable darkness, like ink, now appeared completely different. At this moment, it was as if a layer of semi-transparent black veil had been draped over him. No longer was it the blind man touching an elephant in complete darkness. He looked around his newly upgraded stone cottage, the air was filled with a faint grayish, twisted, eerie stream of energy. Shen Ye pushed open the door slightly, his gaze pierced through the darkness, and he clearly saw a distorted beetle the size of a basin perched on the withered trunk of a tree 100 meters away. He could even see through the earth, noticing several rotting roots slowly wriggling below. Those ubiquitous dark shadows were no longer lifeless, he could see them slowly rising and falling as if they were breathing. What stunned him even more was that when he turned to look at his shelter, the walls were no longer cold stone blocks in his eyes, but countless tiny runes jumping between the crevices of the stones. So this is why monsters don't actively attack the shelter during the first 7 days of the newbie protection period. Shen Ye muttered, unable to suppress a grin. These 20 points of sanity were totally worth it. With these eyes, the night would no longer be a deadly blind box slaughterhouse for him, but his very own hunting ground. Just as Shen Ye was immersed in the immense joy brought by his new vision, suddenly, the nerves in the center of his forehead twitched violently, a piercing pain shot through him. When he opened his eyes again, the world had undergone a drastic change. His sight pierced through the walls, pulling him to the farthest horizon. No, that was not a horizon at all. In the darkness, there was a wriggling outline that reached from the sky to the earth. It was an unimaginably colossal creature. Just by lying there and breathing, the aura it emitted caused the surrounding space to visibly warp and refract. It was so massive that Shen Ye's brain couldn't process the image, making him dizzy as if his system had crashed. It was like an ant on a leaf suddenly raising its head, trying to understand a plane flying overhead. Sanity decreased by 18 points. Shen Ye felt as if struck by lightning, quickly closing his eyes, cutting off his sight, his body stumbling back 2 steps involuntarily, crashing heavily into the stone door. His hands trembled violently, his back drenched in cold sweat. "Don't look!" he gasped, harshly warning himself in his mind. Shen Ye calmed down for a long while, finally managing to suppress his wildly beating heart. He took a deep breath and decided not to think about that indescribable, terrifying being for now. One step at a time, one bite of food at a time. Shen Ye cleared his mind. Since the spoils had been counted, it was time to handle some post-battle social affairs. He opened the panel and clicked on Shen Ye's profile. "Shen Ye, I'm back. Do you still want the intel on that nest?" The reply came almost instantly. "Shen Ye, did you really succeed? If so, tell me." Shen Ye organized his thoughts and began recounting the battle's information. Of course, he omitted all details regarding the mutations in his body. "Shen Ye, the nest is a burrow, a nest of multi-legged mutated rats. There are many of these rats outside, more than 30, highly aggressive, fast, but fragile. They are afraid of fire. Shen Ye, in the depths of the nest, there's a mutated monster in the flesh cocoon stage. It can be confirmed that the monster's level is from a regular minor monster to an elite monster, then to a lord. The flesh cocoon stage is considered semi-lord level. This monster has a massive rat body with 2 human legs as its lower half. It stands about 2.5 meters tall, and its strength and speed far surpass regular mutated rats, with extremely high vitality and some intelligence. Shen Ye, it has 3 main attack methods. The first, using the remaining legs on its body for piercing attacks. Second, using those legs for charging and jumping to kill. Third, when on the brink of death, it will eject all its limbs for a massive area attack, extremely powerful and hard to dodge. Shen Ye, its weakness is fire. Its body seems easily ignited, and continuous fire damage can effectively drain its life force and limit its self-healing ability. Also, the rodent part of its body is a weak spot, while those legs have surprisingly high defense. He sent all the monsters' information over. The chat box showed the other party is typing. Then disappeared, pausing for more than 10 seconds before showing typing again. After a full 5 minutes, she finally sent a new message. "Shen Ye, you killed it? Shen Ye, by luck." Another moment of silence. This time, Shen Ye could clearly feel the emotional storm rising in the woman on the other side of the screen. "Shen Ye, this information is extremely valuable. In exchange, I will give you 3 core pieces of information that may be useful. Shen Ye 1, consuming the flesh and blood of mutated creatures has a chance to permanently increase your physique. Shen Ye 2, survivors can choose to abandon their current shelter, dig out the core, and establish a new one elsewhere, but materials must be paid again. Shen Ye 3, most importantly, if the shelter is destroyed or the survivor dies, the shelter will also convert into a shelter core. Collecting a certain number of shelter cores can directly upgrade your shelter." Shen Ye looked at the third piece of information, his pupils suddenly contracting, his previously relaxed posture instantly tensing up. "Killing can drop cores? Directly upgrade the shelter? Shen Ye, how do you know this?" "Shen Ye, there are some people near me who have banded together, relying solely on killing to collect supplies. You must have collected a lot of resources this time. Be careful of some survivors, they have gone insane." "Shen Ye, I understand. Killing can also quickly upgrade the shelter." Shen Ye could hardly imagine how much impact this news would have on the survival landscape of the world if it spread throughout the regional channel. As for consuming mutated creatures to increase physique, Shen Ye decided to try it later. After thinking for a moment, he turned to click on another person's avatar. Wang Defa. "Shen Ye, old one, are you there?" "Wang Defa, Night Brother. I'm here. I feel reassured seeing you send a message." Wang Defa replied almost instantly. "Shen Ye, I'm back. I owe you a favor." Shen Ye wasted no time and directly opened the trading panel with a wave of his hand. Trading link, compressed biscuits X4, vitamin tablets X1 pack, purified water 500 milliliters x2. Shen Ye, take these for now, I'll give you some basic blueprints tomorrow so you can achieve basic self-sustainability. After that, you won't have to worry about anything, just focus on chopping trees and mining stones. If you run into trouble, call me anytime. After the message was sent, there was no further response from Wang Defa. About 3 minutes later, a voice message lasting 30 seconds popped up. Chapter 18, Maize Food. Night brother. Whoa whoa. Brother. My dear brother. I was just about to gnaw on tree bark, whoa whoa. Don't worry, from today on, I, Wang Defa, will be the sharpest axe in your hands. I'm going to strip all the trees around you bald. You could tell this rough man was holding that pile of supplies, crying like a 200-pound child. In this cannibalistic end of the world, most people are struggling for a bite to eat. People like Shen Ye, who, after becoming successful, not only do not forget their initial allies but actively give back, are rarer than monsters. Shen Ye, stop the nonsense, take it. I'm not doing charity, I'm investing. What I need is a logistics base that can steadily provide basic resources, understand? Wang Defa, understood. Night brother. I got it. Don't worry, from today on, I, Wang Defa, give this life to you. You tell me to go east, I will never go west. I will go explore immediately. Watching Wang Defa's spirited reply, Shen Ye smiled. Someone always needs to help him gather basic materials. Shen Ye did not want to waste his own time chopping trees and digging stones. After handling these two matters, he felt a weight lift off his heart. Shen Ye looked around. The interior of the level 3 stone cabin was large and somewhat empty. The cold stone walls exuded a chill. It was time to properly build his main base. The important basic resources now were wood, x188. Stone, x97. Scrap iron, x18. Shen Ye opened the crafting list and found the key blueprints he had taken from the copper chest. Blueprint for fireplace, blueprint for wooden fence, blueprint for simple charcoal kiln. With enough wood and stone, crafting these buildings was not difficult at all. Consume, stone x20. Successfully crafted stone fireplace x1. With a rumble, a simple stone fireplace appeared in the corner of the stone house, a chimney on top piercing straight through the shelter's roof to the outside. Shen Ye threw burning wood into the hearth and placed a few pieces of charcoal on top. The warm flames instantly rose, driving away all shadows in the house completely. Then he pushed open the heavy stone door and walked outside the shelter. Consume, wood x40. Successfully crafted wooden fence x1. One by one, the pieces of wood seemed controlled by some force, connecting and building automatically. In a moment, a solid wooden fence tightly surrounded the shelter. Consume, stone x25. Successfully crafted simple charcoal kiln x1. Another rumble of stones rubbing together, a hemispherical stone charcoal kiln took shape in the open space inside the fence. Shen Ye's mouth curved in a smile. It was now a perpetual machine. As long as there was enough wood, the fireplace could make the fuel burn longer, and the kiln could continuously turn wood into longer burning charcoal. Every time he returned to the shelter, he would never fear being without light. Shen Ye looked at his shelter. Now it had a hint of a cozy little home. After doing all this, Shen Ye returned inside, walking to the black, portable forge. On the forge interface, there was a forge option. He placed the newly obtained, rusty longsword on it. Forge option 1, quality enhancement. Requirement, iron block x2. Effect, greatly increases attack power and sharpness. Forge option 2, enchantment modification. Requirement, any rule fragment x1. Effect, adds enchantment damage to attacks. Shen Ye's heart shivered. Rule fragment? He had never even heard of it. But he already figured out how to get iron blocks. Putting scrap iron into the furnace could melt it into iron blocks. Shen Ye turned and put 8 pieces of scrap iron into the stone house's built-in furnace. Estimated time, 4 hours. Estimated output, iron block x4. Shen Ye nodded slightly. This system was quite fair. The furnace, as a building built into the stone house, burned without using any extra survivor materials, and also emitted no light. Waiting time was always long, and just then, Shen Ye's stomach suddenly sent a terrifying spasm. The sound was so loud it was as if a wild beast was roaring inside his belly. Since merging with this thing, Shen Ye found his interest in normal food had decreased, but he developed a shameful appetite for those mutant creatures. Since Qing he said the flesh and blood of mutant creatures can increase physical strength, then I will start with you. Shen Ye licked his lips, a flash of madness in his eyes. Shen Ye took out the small stove rack set blueprint. Consume, wood x10, stone x5. Successfully crafted, small stove rack set x1. A mini portable kitchen appeared in front of him. Shen Ye immediately took out 15 severed limbs of the multi-legged mutant rats. Each one was huge. Before, in the dark, it only made him feel sick. Now under the bright firelight he looked carefully. These broken limbs, after shedding the disgusting skin and fur, revealed crystal clear, clearly textured flesh, looking a bit like giant king crab legs. The only slightly creepy part was that a few cloudy eyeballs were still embedded on the surface of the flesh. Shen Ye neatly placed these mutant crab legs on the grill, with red-hot charcoal underneath. In less than 5 minutes, the terrifying heat forced the oil from inside the meat to seep out. Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. Golden oil slid down the full meat textures, dripping onto the glowing coals, instantly raising white smoke with a strange meaty aroma. Shen Ye's Adam's apple rolled wildly as he dug from the chest full of miscellaneous items a bottle of cumin powder and a bottle of secret barbecue sauce. Brush sauce. Sprinkle seasoning. The reddish-brown sauce bubbled finely in the high heat. The smell of cumin blended perfectly with the fresh aroma of the mutant meat, producing a soul-hitting chemical reaction. At the same time, he opened the survival channel and started scrolling. Total survivors in the world, 2.81 billion. Survivors in this area, 17.22 million. Another million died, but after the first brutal day, many survivors slowly adapted, and the death count was not as high. Who still has food? Please, I'll trade my sister. She's very pretty. Alive. My leg is broken. A monster is chasing me, it's hitting the door, I don't want to die, save me. Ha ha ha. I leveled up. I reached level 2 shelter. You useless people, get ready to be eliminated. Stupid upstairs, I was level 2 yesterday, and still starved eating tree bark. Shen Ye boss? Why haven't we seen the boss trading? Boss, are you still alive? Shen Ye chuckled, picked up a bottle of chilled cola and placed it next to the barbecue, found the perfect angle, and heard click. Shen Ye, picture. The picture showed a small mountain of golden, crispy, sizzling mutant multi-legged rat legs. Sprinkled with tempting cumin and chili powder, next to a bottle of fizzy soda steaming with bubbles. The moment the message was sent, the channel that was scrolling strangely froze for a full 3 seconds. Next moment, the whole channel exploded. WTF, 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 WTF. What did I just see? Is that barbecue? What the hell is this? I've never seen meat cooked so tasty in my life. Tears ran down my cheeks. Shen Ye boss, please, give me a bite. Even let me lick the stick is fine. I'll do anything. Shen Ye brother, can you share one with me? I'll send you nice photos privately, you can do whatever you want. WTF. Where did that cola come from? Ye bro, I kneel to you, I'm addicted, please let me have a sip, from now on you are my real grandpa. Look at the boss enjoying it, why struggle at the market? Jumped. Followed. Followed. After sending the picture, Shen Ye ignored the channel, tearing a piece of golden, crispy multi-legged rat leg meat and putting it into his mouth. Crunch. The shell was extremely crispy, and as his teeth cut in, the firm and elastic meat exploded in his mouth. The hot juice mixed with the spicy scent of cumin, sweeping all his taste buds like a storm. Especially when he bit the eyeball embedded on the meat surface, it made a crisp pop, bursting on his tongue. Damn. So good. The eyeball even exploded juice. Shen Ye's eyes shone, instantly turning into a hungry wolf, devouring like a whirlwind, eating until the world darkened. Finally, he opened the cola bottle cap and gulped down more than half in one breath, ton. Burp. Full from eating and drinking, Shen Ye only felt his body warm. It seemed like a force was intertwining inside him. A sense of indescribable satisfaction washed over him. Physical strength +2. Shen Ye was startled. What Ching He said was actually true. It seemed that from now on, Cthulhu monster feasts would become a regular thing. Full and satisfied, Shen Ye started feeling sleepy. He added enough charcoal to the fireplace, then pulled out a thick blanket and lay down on the bed. This was the most peaceful sleep Shen Ye had since arriving in this world. No cold, no hunger, no anxiety. Only the crackling sound of the burning charcoal in the fireplace accompanied him as he slowly drifted into sleep. Chapter 19, The Eye of the Mourner's Gaze. This world had no so-called safe zones, only graves that hadn't been discovered yet. About 10 kilometers away from Shen Ye's shelter, in a cold, damp limestone forest. The darkness here seemed stickier than anywhere else, and the air was filled with a mixture of rust and moldy smells. Crack! A foot clad in tactical boots lightly crushed a dry bone on the ground. Ching He leaned against a large rock behind her. Even in a place where every breath carried the stench of decay, Ching He's beauty still seemed somewhat breathtaking. A few damp, dark strands of hair clung to her pale forehead, making her cheek appear even more delicate. At this moment, her crimson lips were tightly pressed together due to excruciating pain, with a trace of blood seeping out. Ching He raised her pale hand and gently pressed the black eye patch over her left eye. Under the eye patch, something was wildly moving, sending waves of sharp pain through her. Quiet down, she whispered softly, as if soothing an agitated beast. Shen Ye's initial shelter had unfortunately been born right in the middle of a territory of the Eye of the Gaze flower. She would never forget the first day she opened the door, when she was met by the intense gaze of thousands of wet, eerie eyeballs. Her sanity dropped to a near-death experience in just a few seconds. She lost her mind right then and there, digging out the largest eyeball in the center of the flower sea, and swallowing it whole. That was the closest she had ever come to death. After awakening, she discovered a silver treasure chest in the flower sea. At that time, she was extremely weak, with no food, no resources, and no light. The chest contained many items, but none of them could save her life. She barely survived the weakness phase thanks to the material she traded with the Molotov cocktail blueprints. Speaking of which, that man called Shen Ye had actually saved her life. Shen Ye snapped back to reality, expressionless as she took a bite of the compressed biscuit in her hand. She opened the survivor panel with her mind, and at the top of the regional channel, Shen Ye had just posted a visually striking image a minute ago: charcoal-grilled distorted rat leg meat with iced cola. What a man with a dark sense of humor. Shen Ye paused for a moment while chewing, her gaze lingering on the bottle of fizzy cola for 2 seconds. Her throat involuntarily moved. On the 4th day, when everyone was killing each other over a piece of moldy bread, that man was already living a life of grilled meat and cola. Ah, spare me. Please. Suddenly, a heart-wrenching scream came from afar, violently interrupting her thoughts. 5 men with torches, their faces fierce, were surrounding a newly upgraded level 2 wooden house. These 5 seemed to be habitual murderers, with clear division of labor. 2 were stabbing the front door with sharpened spears, drawing the fire, 1 was throwing stones at the window, and the other 2 were holding torches, attempting to set the house's supporting wall on fire. The owner of the wooden house was a poor soul, probably having exhausted all resources just to upgrade it to level 2, and before they could even enjoy a moment of safety, these hyenas had set their sights on him. Help! What are you doing? I have supplies, I'll give them to you. Don't kill me. Please. The cries for mercy sounded especially pitiful in the darkness. Fuck you. I've been hungry for 3 days, and your flesh is the best supply. The fat leader, face full of coarse flesh, kicked the already shaky wooden door to pieces. The shelter was breached. Shen Ye had not the slightest intention to help. A saintly heart? She lost that the moment she woke from endless pain on the first day. Here, don't think anyone will come to save you, everyone must survive by their own strength. She was no different. Shen Ye took a deep breath and slowly removed the eye patch from her left eye. In the left eye socket, which should have held a black pupil, now shone a purple cross-shaped pupil, emitting a bewitching purple light in the dark. The next moment, the pupil suddenly turned a sickly purplish red. Mutation sequence, Mourner's Gaze LV1. Effect: when activated, you can perceive the flow of heat and weaknesses of living beings. Cost: when activated, chaotic whispers flood your mind with the mourner's vision, stripping 1 point of sanity per second. Description: in the eyes of the mourner, all life is just dying embers. The world had changed in Shen Ye's sight. The bodies of the 5 thugs became a network of bright red blood vessels. Within the network, some spots glowed brightly, their deadly weak points. Target 1, left knee bone cracked, ligaments severely worn. Target 2, stomach atrophied, extreme hunger causing slow nerve responses. Target 3, wrist joints inflamed, grip weak. These people looked fierce but were actually at the end of their strength. They came for the shelter core. Shen Ye waited. She waited for the moment they were most relaxed and proud after killing and looting. Minutes later, the screams ended with a convulsive halt. The 5 thugs dragged out the bodies, the fat leader held a faintly glowing orb, the core formed by the shelter after the survivor died. Ha ha ha. The 6th one. 4 more and the shelter will level up to 3. The fat man laughed wildly, spitting on the body, pathetic. Just this little broken wood. Alright, fat bro, better pack and leave, the blood smell is too strong, might attract monsters in the dark. Another short, thin one shrank in fear, looking around. Now. Shen Ye swallowed the last compressed biscuit, the sting in her left eye kept her mind razor-sharp. Before transmigrating, she was a top provincial archer, her physical strength, focus, and reaction speed far exceeded normal people, base physique 12. Now, with gaze of insight, she moved through the dark like a ghost. She precisely avoided the dry branches on the ground, instantly approaching the last thug, the one with the old left leg injury. The man bent over greedily picking up a scattered wooden board. Swoosh! The sharp stone axe cut the back of his neck artery with perfect precision. In Shen Ye's view, it was a blinding red spot. Blood gushed. The man didn't even grunt, collapsing like soft mud, the supplies in his backpack spilled everywhere. The system kill alert rang in her mind. Without pause, Shen Ye caught the dropped torch and smashed it into the face of the extremely hungry thin man. Ah! My eyes. Who? The others finally realized, turning back in terror. They were met by an extremely cold, beautiful face slowly emerging from the darkness. On that face, a cross-shaped pupil glowed with a strange purplish red light, staring at them like seeing dead people. Enemy attack. Damn. It's a mutation. The fat man roared, raising his iron rod, charging like a wild boar. Go to hell. Shen Ye did not retreat but advanced. She lowered her body, extremely agile, avoiding the sweep of the iron rod, and the stone axe in her hand swung from below to above, using the momentum to strike the fat man's crotch hard. A pig-like scream pierced the night sky. The fat man's eyes rolled back, clutching his crotch, collapsing to his knees with a thud, his face purple like a pig's liver, the shelter core in his hand rolling aside. The fight ended faster than expected. The remaining three were already hollowed by hunger and fear. Facing this purple-eyed, ruthless female demon, they instantly lost their minds, abandoning their companion and scattering in all directions. Shen Ye did not chase. She covered her burning left eye and quickly put the eye patch back on. Hiss. Long-term use of the distorted ability made her brain feel like it was being pierced by needles. She took long strides to the fat man still twitching on the ground, frothing at the mouth, bent down and picked up the level 2 shelter core. This thing was only the size of a fist, warm and smooth like jade, as if a tiny house was sealed inside. Don't kill me, the fat man wept, trembling from pain, his voice quivering. Our bosses from the Red Blood Guild kill me, you won't survive either. Shen Ye raised the stone axe expressionlessly. When you killed that person, did you hear his pleas? Her voice was calm, without any emotion. Before the words fell, a silver light flashed. PFF. The world fell into complete silence. Shen Ye shook the blood off the axe, sharp and decisive. She bent down, picking up all the scattered supplies, putting them into her backpack. Then she turned and walked into the darkness, her long legs casting a sharp shadow in the firelight. She was going to continue exploring. After all, she couldn't let that cola drinking guy get too far ahead. Chapter 20, Densely Bumpy Toads. 1 to 4 complete. New cycle day 1 to 5 has begun. Each surviving survivor receives Everlasting Candle X1. Interest accumulates on interest triggered. Shen Ye woke up from real hunger. Not ordinary hunger from a few days without food, but as if 10,000 bloodthirsty marching ants were crawling and gnawing inside his organs. That deep hollow feeling from the marrow nearly drove him insane. His mouth was filled with a strong metallic taste of blood, mixed with rough, dry wooden fibers. He suddenly opened his eyes, looking down at his right hand and mouth. Wood dust was packed tightly in his fingernails, and his gums bled from excessive force. Following his gaze, the wooden bedboard next to his pillow had a half-circle bite taken out of it. Was I eating the bed while sleeping? This is damn crazy. Shen Ye pulled at the corner of his mouth, spitting out a mouthful of bloody wood chips. Damn, this body is getting less and less human. The charcoal in the fireplace burned quietly, lighting up the sturdy stone house brightly. Shen Ye got out of bed, stuffing some food into his mouth. Then he stretched simply, every joint in his body making low creaking sounds, muscles tense with strength. Physique, 16. That almost explosive power filled every muscle of his limbs and body. He took out 4 iron blocks and went to the portable forge, placing a rusty long knife on it. Forge option 1, quality enhancement. Requirement, iron blocks X2. Shen Ye willed, confirm enhancement. Just as the words fell, the top of the forge, covered in indescribable carvings, suddenly erupted with an extremely cold black flame. The black flame instantly engulfed the knife and iron blocks. In a daze, Shen Ye seemed to see countless small twisted limbs reaching out from the black flame. They held invisible hammers, hammering the long knife frantically. A few minutes later, the black flames retreated like a tide. A brand new cleaver quietly lay on the forge, its blade flowing with a cold, ghostly metallic sheen, the edge as thin as a cicada's wing, exuding a chilling aura. Fine iron long blade. Quality, rare. Description, a bloodthirsty weapon, sharp enough to cut through most tough skins in the dark. Shen Ye grasped the handle, casually swinging it once. The heavy feel and the sound of slicing air pleased him immensely. Comfort is a slow poison. In this cursed place, stagnation equals death. Shen Ye stashed the new weapon in his backpack and pushed open the stone door of the shelter. Outside, it was still that ink-like darkness, but in Shen Ye's eyes, the world was completely different from before. That was the change brought by the abyss gazer's eye. He could clearly make out the dark outlines within 100 meters, even seeing the energy flows in the air that signified danger and distortion. At the same time, his sand value in the darkness decreased at a much slower rate, meaning he could stay longer in a lightless environment. The rat nest was to the west of the shelter, but this time, he decided to march towards the unknown south. Shen Ye walked a few thousand meters, sticking to the tradition of pluck every feather as the geese pass, picking up all the scattered stones and weeds along the way and putting them in his backpack. Along the way, he also discovered several blood-red mushrooms at the roots of some dead trees, and the system confirmed they were non-toxic and edible, so they too became part of his haul. As he ventured deeper, the air around him began to grow damp and foul. The ground beneath his feet shifted from earth to soft, muddy swamp. Shen Ye put away his torch. The environment here was strange, and he didn't want the light to attract monsters. Strange mushrooms, glowing with eerie green light, suddenly flickered in the dark, casting the area in a ghostly glow. Sand value decreased by 2 points. As the system prompt rang out, Shen Ye's steps suddenly froze. His muscles tensed instantly, and his eyes locked onto a muddy pit not far ahead. Just a moment ago, from the corner of his eye, he had seen something stir beneath the calm, dead water-like surface of the pit. The next moment, a massive head, covered in disgusting lumps, slowly rose from the mud. Its eyes were bigger than fists, with murky yellow pupils that rotated in the darkness, exuding a primal and greedy murderous gleam. Sand value decreased by 5 points. Through the abyss gazer's eye, Shen Ye saw it clearly. This creature was pale all over, its size roughly the combined mass of 2 or 3 mutated rats, with skin that seemed to have been soaked in water for far too long, resembling a bloated giant. The skin hung loosely on its body, and with every breath, the flesh and muscles beneath it wriggled like a bag of broken meat. What made the sand value plummet most was the lumps on its back. They were not lumps at all, but eyeballs of varying sizes, half open and half closed. Some of these eyeballs had already rotted and oozed pus, others were still connected to red optic nerves, spinning wildly in the back's pustules, relentlessly staring at every corner of the surroundings. Through the thin membrane of the pus-filled cysts, he could see tiny maggots wriggling inside. Gugwa, it opened its mouth. Inside its mouth, there was no normal pink mucous membrane, but instead hundreds of tentacle-like fleshy strands, resembling sea anemones, wriggling in the air, capturing scents. Deep in its throat, a black, spiral-barbed tube was slowly contracting and gathering strength. Mutated meatball toad. Description: it wears the skin and eyeballs of drowned victims. Don't be deceived by its sluggish disguise. The thing in its mouth is a bone fork made from the compressed spinal bones of countless victims. When it is launched, it can instantly pierce a 7mm steel plate, or your skull. The meatball frog did not notice Shen Ye, its mouth opened wide, almost grinning to its ears, and a spiral bone spur shot out like lightning. The target of its tongue was a glowing mushroom nearby, on which a grotesque beetle, as big as a human head, was munching on the cap. Whoosh bang! With a crisp sound, the beetle was precisely pierced through, then instantly disappeared into the giant frog's mouth. The meatball toad chewed happily, making a dull croaking sound from its throat. Good job! These 3 words flashed through Shen Ye's mind. He was no longer the person he used to be, his physical fitness had almost reached the human limit of 16 points. But the monster's burst damage was too high, he needed to wait for an opportunity. The meatball toad crawled out of the mud pit, dragging its bulky body, foraging among the glowing mushrooms, with those grotesque beetles being its favorite. Shen Ye's figure blended into the darkness, silently approaching its side, moving so slowly that he seemed one with the environment. Moments later, the meatball toad had swallowed over a dozen black beetles, and due to the high-intensity feeding, the eyeballs on its back were half-closed, and its massive body became noticeably sluggish from being full. Swish! It shot out a bone spur again, seemingly wanting one more dessert after the meal. Now is the time. At that moment when the meatball toad withdrew its bone spur, its attention most relaxed due to fullness, Shen Ye moved. His figure shot forward like a black arrow, tearing through the thick air for over 10 meters. Only when Shen Ye's figure appeared before it did this slow-reacting monster realized the danger, its yellow pupils suddenly constricting. But its bone tongue had just retreated, leaving it no time to shoot out again. Too late. Shen Ye leaped high, gripping the hilt of the iron longsword tightly, his waist and abdomen power released completely like a full moon bow, stabbing fiercely downwards into the giant yellow eyeball of the meatball toad. Poochie! First came a slippery, sticky resistance, followed by an extremely crisp sound of shattered skull. The entire iron longsword penetrated smoothly through the eye socket, directly striking the brain, the tip of the sword even gruesomely piercing out from its chin. Goo! The meatball toad let out an extremely shrill scream, its massive body visibly stiffening. Shen Ye did not linger on the battle, he suddenly pushed off hard from the giant frog's slippery head, using this reaction force to roughly withdraw the sword from its eye socket. In the moment of pulling out the sword, a stream of foul-smelling blood mixed with yellow and white pus sprayed out like a high-pressure fountain from that horrifying blood cavity, splashing over 2 meters high. Gwa! The meatball toad's mournful cries quickly faded, its enormous body swaying, then with a loud thud, it crashed back into the mud pit, splattering stinky mud everywhere. Kill, deformed meatball toad X1. Reward, old copper chest X1. Chapter 21, when the mutated giant python is inserted. Shen Ye landed by the edge of the mud pit, the thick yellow and white pus on the blade slowly sliding down, glimmering with a nauseating light in the dim glow. He breathed a long sigh of relief. This battle was much easier than expected. It seemed that dealing with ordinary monsters of this level had become a breeze for him. He did not rush to look at the copper chest but directly walked towards the massive corpse of the meatball toad. Looking at the stinking puddles of pus all over the ground, he couldn't help but frown. Even though the mutated item, greedy flesh, that craved energy was now parasitizing inside him, he did not feel even the slightest bit of appetite in his stomach at this moment. It seems this thing's appearance really would make even a dog shake its head. Shen Ye simply let the system take care of it. Dismantle. Dismantle, deformed meatball toad. Obtained, meatball toad's poison gland X1. Obtained, meatball toad's stomach X1. Obtained, meatball toad's eyeball tumor X20. Obtained, meatball toad's hind legs X2, edible. Obtained, meatball toad's front legs X2, edible. In the moment the corpse transformed into glowing points and vanished, a peculiar smell, a mix of rotting eggs and mud, suddenly surged from the spot. Shen Ye's nostrils flared. Far from feeling nauseated, he felt a surge of spirit. This smell, swamp gas. If only this could be collected, whether as fuel or to make powerful toys, it would be incredibly useful. With a thought, he tried to issue a command to the invisible gas. Acquired, swamp gas X1. It really worked. But relying solely on killing these monsters to collect it is too inefficient. It's unclear which part of it the gas came from. Shen Ye recalled the knowledge he had long returned to his teachers during his compulsory education. Deep in the swamp sediment, there should be a lot of swamp gas. The problem is, how to extract it. He rummaged through his backpack and remembered that among the pile of junk he received from opening copper boxes, there seemed to be a few soft tubes. The items were quickly pulled out. Shen Ye no longer hesitated. Grabbing one end of the tube, he directly inserted it into the swamp in front of him and thrust it deep into the muck. Puff, gurgle, puff puff. A wave of extremely foul-smelling gas burst out from the pipe, pushing against the black sediment. Shen Ye held his breath and quickly focused his mind to collect it. Acquired, swamp gas X1. Acquired, swamp gas X1. Got it. In no time, he collected a full 11 portions of swamp gas. Shen Ye was overjoyed, just about to pack away the tube and find another favorable spot to continue collecting. Rustle, rustle. A chilling rustling sound, like something footless and soft-bodied, was sliding swiftly along the ground from the nearby grass. Shen Ye's movements froze instantly. He slowly turned his head, his entire being poised like a coiled cheetah, locking onto the increasingly swaying patch of reeds. The bloody scent of that previously killed toad had attracted something else. Without a moment's hesitation, he held his long knife horizontally across his chest, lowered his body, and assumed a defensive stance. The shaking of the reeds intensified, and the rustle sound drew nearer. Finally, a large triangular head covered in dark green scales emerged from the reeds. This creature was substantial. Its head alone was human-sized. A pair of cold vertical pupils emotionlessly fixed on Shen Ye. What made it most nauseating was its mouth. Instead of a snake's forked tongue, it had a cluster of wildly writhing, fork-like fleshy tentacles. And below its thick neck, where there should have been white belly scales, there was a grotesque bulge that vaguely resembled faces twisted in extreme agony. They writhed beneath the skin, greedily capturing the breaths of the living in the air. Sewed corpse python. Description: it did not hatch naturally but is a monster formed from the accumulated rotting flesh of countless drowned victims. Look, the bulge on its belly, doesn't it resemble human faces? Sanity value decreased by 5 points. The corpse python seemed unhurried to attack, merely assessing Shen Ye with its cold eyes, evaluating the worth of its prey. Shen Ye was also weighing it up. It's quite unique looking, but what a pity, feels like a tough exterior hiding a weak core. He provocatively beckoned with his finger at the python, making an extremely taunting gesture. Hiss. The corpse python was completely enraged, letting out a sharp screech, its massive body bursting forth from the reeds like a green lightning bolt, its gaping maw lunging straight at him. Shen Ye did not retreat, instead, he advanced. In the moment before their collision, he suddenly exerted force beneath his feet, sliding to the left in a desperate maneuver, kicking up splashes of mud and narrowly slipping past the python's bite. The foul, rancid wind grazed his scalp as it rushed by. And Shen Ye's target from the beginning was never its head. As he slid, he raised the long knife in his hand, aiming for the python's soft belly as it glided past him. With a fierce slash from below. Sizzle. A muffled sound, like tearing a thick oilcloth soaked in water. The tough snake scales were no match for the sharp blade, and a grotesque wound instantly spread from below the snake's head to its tail. A disembowelment on the spot. The faces of the people originally struggling beneath the skin, along with the blackened organs and rotting flesh, flooded the ground like a bursting dam. Instant kill. Shen Ye stood up and casually wiped the blood off the blade. He looked at the massive snake body lying on the ground, its organs spilled everywhere, still writhing and twitching violently, and suddenly, a flash of inspiration struck his mind like lightning. Even if a snake dies, its muscles can continue to move for a while due to nerve reflexes. And the system, it seems, hadn't given a kill notification yet. In other words, according to the system's judgment, this thing is currently in a Schrodinger's death state. If... A sinister and even slightly perverted smile appeared uncontrollably on Shen Ye's face. As soon as the system's notification sound rang, he retrieved the chest and immediately began searching again in the swamp area. Soon, the second stitched corpse python was found. This time, Shen Ye directly decapitated it, leaving behind only the headless snake body still violently squirming on the ground. He quickly stepped forward, his eyes flashing with madness. He actually inserted his left hand brutally into the snake's still blood-spurting neck. The cold, slippery feeling wrapped around his arm, and with a thought, Shen Ye began to inject swamp gas into the snake's body cavity frantically. He released it while tightly gripping the snake's neck with his right hand, preventing the gas from leaking. Hiss. After injecting 5 units of swamp gas, the once shriveled snake body began to inflate like a pufferfish. Shen Ye pulled out a rope and tightly tied the neck, making a death knot. At this moment, the system remained silent. He lifted the still slightly wriggling flesh sack, looking at the deformed meatball toad that had just popped its head out of the swamp not far away. "It's you, lucky audience." Shen Ye took a deep breath, his arm muscles bulging, and threw this specially made swamp gas balloon as a projectile with all his might. The toad, with its surprisingly low intelligence, fell for it. Faced with the flying unknown object, it instinctively opened its wide mouth, and its terrifying bone-spiked tongue shot out like lightning. The next second. Boom! Unstable compound triggered. The inflated body of the stitched corpse python exploded violently the moment it was pierced by the bone spike. Immediately after, the terrifying explosion's high temperature ignited the highly compressed swamp gas inside the snake's body. Double explosion. Chain reaction explosion. Boom! A massive explosion, with fire soaring into the sky, and the poor meatball toad didn't even have time to scream before being blown into a sky full of meat sauce. Kill, deformed meatball toad X1. Loot, old copper chest X1. Kill, stitched corpse python X1. Loot, old copper chest X1. Seeing the 2 kill notifications flashing in his vision, Shen Ye couldn't help but laugh out loud. He looked at the chaos on the ground and licked his lips. If this biological bomb could be stored in the system's backpack in a stationary state. Next time, when encountering a group of enemies, just throw it out. That scene would definitely be spectacular. Chapter 22, Dark Tidal Wave. Just as Shen Ye was about to continue making his biological bombs, the survivor panel in front of him suddenly exploded with a blinding red light. Immediately after, a blood-red announcement, unlike any he had seen before, smashed into everyone's view like a heavy hammer. It wasn't a regional channel. It was a system-level server-wide broadcast. Eternal Night World announcement. Area 7 has been engulfed by the dark tidal wave. All survivors in this area have been changed to assimilated. This area has been permanently removed from the world map. Shen Ye, who had just been gripping the snake's severed neck. He was uncontrollably frozen in midair. Area 7. He didn't know which area he was in, but he had already assimilated these 3 words, thick with a sticky, bloody smell, which made a violent chill explode from the depths of his spine. This meant an entire area, tens of millions, even hundreds of millions of humans, had not died, but had been twisted into something else by some irresistible force. They had completely become a part of this endless darkness. The entire area was not spared. After a second of dead silence, the area channel exploded into a boiling oil pan. Area 7 was swallowed? What does that mean? What the hell is this dark tide? Which area are we in? Who the hell can tell me which area we are in? What is assimilation? What happened to those people? Are they still alive? It's over, it's all over, this isn't a survival game at all. This is just processing ingredients in order. We will be assimilated in the end. Ha 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 ha. Shen Ye did not join in the mad wails in the channel, instead, he used the abyss gazer's eye to look towards the far edge of the darkness. There, the already restless strange energy flow seemed to be slowly contracting like the stomach wall of some gigantic monster. The sense of oppression followed him like a shadow. Shen Ye closed his eyes, but when he opened them again, the fear that originally made his eyes look dull due to lack of light was gradually pressed down. Now fear is useless, only development. Constant development. That's the only way to handle any situation. Shen Ye comforted himself, forcing down the trembling in his heart. Knowing when to stop, continuing to stay isn't wise, the smell of blood here can't be covered anymore. He turned around, without any attachment, and melted into the darkness, moving quickly towards the direction of the shelter. With the abyss gazer's eye, the way back became exceptionally clear. The lurking sense of being watched in the darkness, those distorted energy waves that did not exist in the normal human field of vision, all of them were exposed to his eyes at this moment. He could even see hundreds of meters away, some huge, translucent shadows, tangled like intestines, slowly wandering in the depths of the swamp. Shen Ye ignored them, perfectly avoiding all the dangerous areas, and went straight back to his stone cottage. The heavy stone door closed, completely isolating all the malice and prying from the outside world. Inside the room, the fireplace was burning brightly, the warm orange light licking the stone wall. Shen Ye glanced at the time, it was already the afternoon of the 5th day. He opened his backpack. Inside were 3 copper chests from monster kills today, and 1 more copper chest added through compound interest. Of course, there were also 2 silver chests. One was dropped by the first kill of the bipedal beauty, the other appeared out of nowhere during yesterday's compound interest settlement. He reached for the 4 copper chests first. Let's open the preliminaries. The box lid popped open, light flickered. Obtained, wood X15. Obtained, stones X20. Obtained, a small bag of salt X1. Obtained, clean bandages X2. Obtained, small child's little outfit X1. Ordinary resource replenishment, no surprises. Not bad, luck wasn't particularly bad. Shen Ye's gaze finally landed on the exquisite silver chest glowing with a faint silver light. His heart raced uncontrollably. He took a deep breath. Open. The silver chest lid popped open, and light flickered. A faint golden hue instantly captured all of Shen Ye's attention. It was a blueprint. Obtained, alchemical decomposition table blueprint X1. Quality, excellent. Requirements, stones X25, iron X10. Effect, can decompose any organic matter or distorted biological material into the most basic biomass. Biomass can be used to cultivate special plants or synthesize nutrition paste. Description, everything has its value, even a rotten piece of meat. In the eyes of an alchemist, this is the truth of the cycle. Shen Ye's pupils suddenly contracted. Decomposition. Biomass. He had been worried earlier, when the compound interest piled up, what to do with those monster corpses that couldn't be eaten, other than using them as trade chips. It can only occupy storage space. With this decomposition platform, all corpses can be transformed into the purest resources. Biomass can cultivate plants. A bold thought floated in his mind. Baby crying black fern seeds. When he decomposed the black fern before, he obtained a total of 11 seeds. If he uses biomass to nurture these seeds, and then decomposes the grown black ferns into materials for Molotov cocktails, a perfect closed loop for ammunition production would be formed. He suppressed the wild joy in his heart and looked at the other items. Acquired, Shelter Core, Level 2, X1. Effect, can be used to upgrade the shelter or fuse with other cores to increase level. Description, the ember of a poor survivor. Acquired, Iron Block X10. Acquired, Steel Ingots X3. Shelter Core. Shen Ye's eyes slightly narrowed, as his fingers rubbed the glowing orb that emitted a faint white light, as if sealing a miniature wooden house inside. He immediately recalled the information Ching He had given him. After a survivor dies, the shelter condenses into this thing. His gaze continued downward, and the last item was a glass test tube filled with a dark red viscous liquid. Acquired, Ordinary Flesh Essence X1. Quality, Ordinary. Expiration, 6 hours. Effect, drinking it permanently increases physical strength by 2 points. Only effective for the first time drinking. Description, concentrated flesh energy, where did it come from? I don't care where it came from. After Shen Ye read the description, without hesitation, he uncorked the wooden stopper and downed the bottle of flesh essence in one gulp. What does it matter about expiry? It can't even make compound interest. The next moment, an indescribable spiciness surged to the top of his head, followed by countless tiny bubbles bursting on his tongue, delivering a wave of tingling pain. Physical strength, 1618. A warm current spread through every inch of his body, as if every muscle was reinvigorated. Shen Ye clenched his fist, feeling the surging power within him, nodding in satisfaction. His current physique had already reached that of the top athletes on Earth. The increase in strength made him very happy. Soon after, the hunger protest from within his greedy flesh emerged. It's time to eat. Shen Ye walked to the small stove, taking out 2 legs of meatball toad, left over from the decomposition from his backpack. Those legs were thicker than his calves, with a pale skin covered in lumps, looking quite unappetizing. He skillfully started a fire and placed a pot on the rack. Today, he planned to make soup. Using a sharp knife, he peeled off the thick skin of the toad legs, revealing the powdery white muscle tissue underneath, resembling garlic cloves. Plop! Plop! The 2 massive meatball toad legs were dropped into the pot. Shen Ye casually threw in a few blood-red mushrooms he picked along the way. After thinking for a moment, he added a limb of a mutated centipede rat for the broth and sprinkled some coarse salt. Finally, he grabbed a small handful of baby crying black fern dried to throw in as a spice. The water gradually began to boil, and a fragrance between top-notch seafood soup and rich chicken broth started to spread wildly in the small room. Let it simmer for a while. Shen Ye swallowed hard and opened the survivor panel. It's the 6th day. There are only 2 days left in the novice protection period. I feel like I'm going to be gone. Trade. Who has weapon blueprints? Can exchange for food. Private chat. Coordinates 799, -21, 5-person team, harmonious atmosphere. Newcomers welcome. Prioritize girls, all meals and accommodation provided, we will take you flying. Shen Ye's gaze swept over, then he opened the private chat with Wang Defa. Shen Ye, old Wang, do you have materials for today? Wang Defa, Yi Gu. All set. Plenty. Soon after, the trade link was sent over. Acquired, lumber X50, stones X50. Shen Ye was not stingy, swiftly sending over the produced, simple charcoal kiln blueprint, and fireplace blueprint, along with a black bread and a bottle of water. Wang Defa, damn. Yi Gu. Blueprints? This is too precious. Shen Ye, hurry up and get the basic construction done. Knight brother, I understand. Don't worry. After closing the chat with Wang Defa, Shen Ye clicked on Shen Ye's profile. Are you asleep? No. What's up? Shen Ye sent a screenshot of the item information for the Sanctuary Core, Level 2. Is this what you were talking about before? There was a few seconds of silence on the other side. Yes. I have quite a few level ones here. Shen Ye's eyelid twitched. This woman was tougher than he imagined. Looks like it's pretty lively over there on your side. Just a bunch of mad dogs, took care of them. After the beginner protection period ends, what's your plan? Survive. The chat box showed the other party is typing, with several pauses. I found an area near my sanctuary, with the outline of a huge building. It's too risky for one person to go in. Are you interested in teaming up? Chapter 23, Mutant Mushroom Stewed with Deformed Meatball Frog Soup. Teaming up? Shen Ye's brows furrowed slightly. He was used to going solo, working alone was the most efficient. But Shen Ye was smart, and her strength was definitely not weak. More importantly, in this eternal night world, a building, that place probably hid some major secrets. Let's talk after the beginner period ends. Alright. After ending the chat, Shen Ye scrolled through the channel for a while. He then turned to look at the boiling masterpiece on the stove and casually took a photo, sending it to the area channel. As expected, the photo of the mutant mushroom stewed with deformed meatball frog, glistening with tempting oil and full of meat, caused another round of horrified wails in the channel. After waiting a moment, the rich aroma in the stone house almost turned into something tangible. Shen Ye scooped a spoonful of the milky white soup, gently blew off the steam, and took a sip. Fresh. Extremely fresh. It's done. The exquisite freshness exploded on his taste buds, the unique aroma of the mushrooms blending perfectly with the rich meat broth. The dried ferns used as spices were a brilliant touch, perfectly balancing any possible fishy taste, leaving only the freshness and smooth sweetness in his mouth. He couldn't wait to grab a piece of the frog meat. The soft, tender muscle fibers melted in his mouth, the texture incredibly smooth. Gulp. The hot soup slid down his throat, and a warm current rose from his stomach, quickly spreading to every part of his body. Shen Ye squinted in comfort, even feeling the absurd illusion that if every meal could be like this, maybe this life wouldn't be so bad? He pulled out the huge frog leg bone, cooked until it was falling off the bone, used a crowbar to crack it, and immediately started sucking the marrow out. Just as he was indulging, a system prompt suddenly popped up in front of his eyes. Physique +2. Current physique, 20, note, you have reached the peak of normal human physiological limits. You consumed mutant mushroom stewed with deformed meatball frog soup and triggered a hidden recipe bonus. For the next hour, your stamina and sand value recovery speed will increase by 10%. Shen Ye stopped sucking the marrow, his eyes wide open. This kind of benefit? Eating a meal not only boosts attributes permanently but also gives a continuous healing and mana regen buff? Looks like this survivor system hides an unrevealed dark culinary world recipe. Shen Ye licked the juice from the corner of his mouth and looked at the strange remains in the pot, his expression completely changed. This is no monster, this is clearly a walking, all-in-one tonic. He felt he really needed to study Cthulhu culinary arts from now on. Another new day. Only 24 hours left until the beginner protection period ends. Time for a silver treasure chest to wake up. Shen Ye waved his hand and directly opened today's new silver treasure chest that had accumulated interest. You have obtained Iron Block X25. You have obtained Steel Ingot X5. You have obtained Decaying Worm Nest X1. Decaying Worm Nest. Quality, excellent. Effect, can incubate up to 3 biological eggs at the same time. Hatching time reduced by 25%, base success rate increased to 85%. Extra materials can be added for directed induction to forcibly change the mutation direction of the hatchling. Introduction, this is a piece of tamed corruption. Go awaken them. As the prompt appeared, a lump of flesh about the size of a millstone, covered with dark red veins and slime, thudded heavily onto the stone floor, making a splat sound that made teeth ache. The lump still pulsed rhythmically, like a huge heart. This time there was no blueprint, only the finished product. Shen Ye squatted down and poked the lump. It felt extremely slimy. This thing can hatch creatures? It can even take materials for genetic modification? Definitely a good thing. Too bad, where do I get eggs now? Can't expect me to lay them myself, right? Shen Ye rolled his eyes and put it in the corner. Since it did not drop equipment that could instantly turn into combat power, he had to rely on his own hands to be self-sufficient. Shen Ye put on his full protective gear, stuck the reinforced, refined iron long blade on his waist, and pushed the door into the endless darkness. Soon, Shen Ye reached the edge of the swamp again. His goal today was very clear. First, collect enough sown corpse python corpses to use as carriers for the swamp gas bombs. Second, hunt mutated flesh ball toads to collect their poison glands to add more to the bomb. Third, extract as much swamp gas from deep in the marsh as possible. His figure was like a ghost melting into darkness, not making any extra sound. With a terror constitution of 20 points, his body control reached a crazy level. Soon, the first prey appeared. A sown corpse python, over 2 meters long, was coiled on a rock, its cold vertical pupils scanning the surroundings. Shen Ye did not even bother to assess its strength. To him now, these ordinary monsters were like walking materials. His body reacted before his thoughts. A maximum low stance sprint, his shadow leaving a trace in the mud. The python had just noticed the danger, its huge triangular head snapping around with a shrill hiss. It was met by a blade flash at extreme speed. SSSHT. The giant snake head flew high, black blood spurting like a fountain. The headless snake body twisted and convulsed wildly on the rock. Shen Ye stepped forward expressionless, taking a flesh ball toad poison gland from his backpack. It was a fist-sized gray-green flesh sac, covered in sticky liquid. Without hesitation, Shen Ye put it into the snake's body. Then with his left hand, he skillfully reached into the broken neck, injecting swamp gas into the snake's cavity. The snake's body quickly swelled. Finally, he tied the opening tightly with a rope. A specially made, still slightly wriggling, deadly swamp gas bomb was completed. Shen Ye weighed this piece of art in his hands and then put it in his backpack. Success. But in the backpack, the item name showed, unknown creation detected, identifying. Shen Ye thought, and a few seconds later, a new prompt appeared. Acquired, deadly swamp gas snake skin bomb X1. Effect, when detonated, it causes a swamp gas explosion, dealing flame impact damage in a 3-meter radius. At the same time, it creates a toxic cloud lasting 10 seconds, causing ongoing corrosion damage and mental pollution to creatures in the area. Introduction, double the surprise, double the joy. Whoever invented this thing, if not crazy, must be perverted. Good. Shen Ye's lips curled into a cold arc. The survivor backpack's function was even more useful than he thought. He did not pause for a moment. Immediately shifting to the next target. For the next period, this swamp became a slaughterhouse, all for Shen Ye alone. The Eye of the Abyss lets him always detect his prey in advance, like using an aimbot, and precisely lock onto their most vulnerable points. With the human physical limit of level 20, he had the speed and strength to crush ordinary monsters. The long sword, strengthened by the forge, cut through iron like mud, and severing bones was as easy as cutting tofu. These monsters, which once brought him near disaster, were now as fragile as a flock of chickens ready for slaughter before him. Kill, sutured serpent X1. Kill, mutated meatball toad X1. Kill, sutured serpent X1. System notifications kept refreshing. Meanwhile, the number of toxic marsh gas bombs was steadily increasing. When the 8th round, bulbous snakeskin bomb was tightly secured and placed in his backpack, time had quietly crossed over midnight. 1 to 6 N. News cycle day 1 to 7 has begun. Every surviving survivor receives Eternal Candle X1. Compound interest triggered. Shen Ye stood in the center of the chaotic swamp, his feet surrounded by the dismembered remains of monsters. He glanced at his storage grid. 9 toxic marsh gas bombs lay quietly in his backpack. That's enough. These fireworks he personally crafted were enough to handle most situations. Chapter 24, Shen Ye, the survivor, hiding his name? Shen Ye pushed open the heavy stone door and returned to the shelter. After a whole day of slaughter, his tense nerves and aching muscles protested. He ignored the fatigue, set up the pot, and began brewing a pot of mutated mushroom stew with mutated meat. The boiling, thick soup slid down his throat, and a warm current instantly washed through his limbs, driving away the coldness and fatigue deeply embedded in his bones. Sleep. Once he woke up, he'd continue. Tonight, the rookie protection period would end. Outside the shelter, countless survivors lay awake in the dim candlelight, fearful of the unknown tomorrow. Shen Ye was clearly not one of them. A night without words. Shen Ye was awakened by the damned hungry ghost inside him. His consciousness hadn't fully recovered yet, but his stomach had already let out a beastly growl. Reflexively, he turned over and instinctively felt around by the pillow. Thankfully, this time he didn't bite the bedboard. Shen Ye muttered a curse, struggling to sit up from the bed. The last bit of orange-red firelight in the fireplace flickered weakly in the ashes, casting a dim warm tone over the stone house. He glanced at the time. It was already 8 p.m. on the 7th day. 4 hours remained until midnight. Shen Ye got out of bed, pulled out a bag of spicy strips, and ate them wildly while opening the shelter's upgrade panel. Shelter, Level 3, Stone Cabin. Upgrade requirements, 400 stones, 100 iron blocks, 100 steel ingots. Current resources, 258 wood, 112 stones, 10 scrap iron, 35 iron blocks, 8 steel ingots. So much still missing? He had studied the furnace's operation, and advanced materials like steel ingots required iron blocks in charcoal in proportion, melted at high temperatures for hours to produce. With such a big gap, relying on just himself in this small cabin, it seemed like it'd take forever. The shortage of stones could be filled slowly by Wang Defa, but iron blocks and steel ingots, these two things, Wang Defa's territory didn't even have iron mines. The silhouette of a huge building mentioned by Qin He flashed through Shen Ye's mind. Man-made buildings meant steel bars, iron beams, and metal components. If that place really had a lot of metal ruins? Forget about it for now, Shen Ye shook his head, pulling his thoughts back to the present. Distant water can't quench a nearby thirst, and since upgrading the shelter is not feasible in the short term, he should maximize the use of his current resources. He took out the alchemy decomposition table crafting blueprint from his backpack, unfolded it, and laid it on the table. Concentrating his mind. Do you want to consume 25 stones, 10 iron blocks? Crafting the alchemical decomposition table? Crafting. The materials in the backpack vanished in an instant. In the next moment, the stone blocks floated by themselves, stacking together to form a square pedestal half the height of a person. 10 iron ingots melted into liquid form mid-air, twisting and stretching like a snake, eventually fitting perfectly into the top of the stone pedestal, cooling and solidifying. An instrument with a touch of mysterious beauty appeared before Shen Ye. Its core was a bottomless metal grinding chamber, with a discharge outlet beneath it. The overall structure was simple yet efficient. Shen Ye stepped forward and reached out to touch the cold metallic edges. Alchemical decomposition table. Quality, excellent. Function, input organic matter, produce biomass. Current conversion rate, 65%. He dragged the corpse of a distorted fleshball toad from his backpack. The heavy weight made the ground shake slightly. Shen Ye gripped the toad's slippery leg, held it head down, and forcefully stuffed it into the metal funnel of the decomposition table. The body was too large, with two thick hind legs sticking straight out, looking quite comical. Start. Click, crunch. A dull grinding noise came from inside the decomposition table. The grinding blades inside the metal funnel began to spin, and a huge suction force instantly pulled the massive body down. The nauseating sound of bones cracking and flesh being squeezed echoed through the small stone house. Strangely, not a single drop of blood splashed out. All the liquid and debris were precisely channeled by the metal pipes. 2 minutes later, the roaring sound of the machine stopped. The discharge outlet below had already been filled with a thick, dark green gel-like substance, bubbles still faintly rising from the surface. Shen Ye, without changing his expression, used a bottle to collect all of it. Obtained, ordinary biomass X6. Description, the most basic form of life energy. Good stuff. Shen Ye pondered for a moment, then walked outside the house, marking off an area near the shelter and using a shovel to turn over the black humus soil. The soil was mixed with fragments of unknown creatures' bones, emitting a faint fishy smell. But for the crops he was about to plant, this might just be the finest fertilizer. He carefully took out a seed of infant crying black fern from his backpack. The seed's surface was covered with strange patterns resembling human fingerprints, and holding it in his hand, he could even feel it twitching slightly. The sap of this plant was the key material for making incendiary bottles, and it was also his most cost-effective method of group damage at the moment. The previous battle had already proven that in this period lacking heavy firepower, fire was the absolute truth. If mass production could be achieved, he could use incendiary bottles to give all monsters that dared to approach the shelter a hot bath. Shen Ye poked a small hole in the black soil with his finger, dropped the seed inside, then covered it with soil. He planted a total of 11 seeds. After finishing all this, Shen Ye took a bottle of biomass and twisted the cap open. The dark green gel poured out, dripping onto the soil covering the seeds. Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. The soil emitted a sharp, pungent white smoke as the biomass quickly seeped into the soil layer, disappearing from sight. The next second. Pop. A purple-black tender sprout suddenly broke through the soil. Its growth speed was astonishing, visible to the naked eye. The sprout quickly elongated, thickened, and 2 plump leaves unfurled. The leaves were covered with vein-like patterns, swelling and contracting rhythmically like breathing. Wow! A faint, yet piercingly sharp crying sound, enough to make one's eardrum ache, came from the seedling. Between the two leaves, a small flesh lump had grown at some point, splitting open a crack, resembling the mouth of an infant crying. Shen Ye, instead of being startled, was delighted. He leaned down to carefully examine the lump, his expression focused like a father waiting for the birth of his child. They really grow fast, my little babies. He even stretched out a finger and gently poked that tumor. The tumor seemed to sense the touch, and the crying suddenly shot up an octave, its mouth-like slit widening even more, revealing its soft, pink, slimy inner walls. What are you crying for? I didn't hit you, did I? Shen Ye mumbled, standing up and looking at the panel information. Infant crying black fern, seedling phase. Time to maturity, 3 months, normal growth, /2 bottles of biomass, accelerated growth. If it can be accelerated, there's absolutely no time to waste. Without hesitation, Shen Ye grabbed 2 bottles of biomass and poured them into the soil. The black fern acted like a beast that had found water after a long drought, greedily devouring the nutrients. Its roots wriggled violently beneath the soil, even lifting a small mound of dirt. In an instant, the stem shot up nearly half a meter, its leaves grew huge and thick, and the tumors on them turned bright red and swollen, as if they were about to burst at any moment. And on the leaf surface, where there was originally just 1 tumor, now there were 3. Each one, once the size of a fingernail, had expanded to the size of an egg, bright red, swollen, and the surface taut as if it could rupture at any moment. Infant crying black fern, mature phase. Harvestable, infant crying black fern X3. Amidst the sharp screams, Shen Ye accurately harvested the 3 fully grown infant crying black fern fruits. The moment the fruits were taken, the black fern rapidly withered, its life force seeming to be drained away, turning into a pile of black, dry fibers. Shen Ye wasted no time, ripping the dried plant remnants off and turning to walk back to the stone house, casually tossing them into the alchemy decomposition table funnel. Gained, common biomass X1. Seed grows into black fern extracts juice, residue decomposes into biomass accelerates seed growth. Perfect loop. 3 bottles of biomass to mature 1 black fern, and the residue gives 1 bottle back. A net consumption of 2 bottles. And a regular monster's corpse can yield 6 bottles. In other words, killing 1 monster can accelerate 3 black ferns, producing 9 finished fruits. 9 fruits decomposed into juice, enough to make 9 or 10 bottles of Molotov cocktails. 1 monster equals 10 Molotov cocktails. This is basically a money printing machine. Just as Shen Ye was lost in the joy of this zero-cost, no-risk business, the next moment, in his abyssal gaze vision, the runes that had silently protected the survivor shelter's outer walls for the past 7 days were now slowly peeling off, disappearing, like being wiped away layer by an invisible hand. The outlines of the runes blurred. Finally, they turned into tiny specks of light dust, dissolving into the cold air. The stone walls of the shelter remained, but in Shen Ye's vision, that once unshakable invisible barrier was now completely gone. From this moment on, his shelter was laid bare, exposed to the eternal night's gaze. At the same time, a cold notification sound entered his ears. Eternal Night World Announcement. All survivors, please pay attention. The 7-day newbie protection period has officially ended. From now on, monsters in the dark will resume their instincts against all shelters that emit life signs. At the same time, the daily eternal candle will stop being issued. The drop rate of copper treasure chests from monsters will be reduced to 50%. The team function has been opened, and members in a team cannot deal effective damage to each other. The leaderboard system is now officially live, and all survivors can view the rankings of various data in this area on the panel. Note, Dark Tide Outbreak Countdown, 33 days. Good luck to all survivors. Dark Tide? Shen Ye's face darkened. That terrifying natural disaster that swallowed up an entire region of Zone 7, merging millions of survivors. 33 days. Shen Ye unconsciously clenched his fist. He took a deep breath and forcefully suppressed the shudder that crawled up from deep within his bones, a trace of madness creeping into his eyes. As long as you're strong enough, no disaster is insurmountable. Shen Ye glanced at the announcement again. After the newbie protection period ends, the news about killing people to loot the shelter's core will inevitably spread. This team function is the system telling the survivors, if you want to keep living as humans, then give your back to someone you trust. Otherwise, when everyone becomes a lone wolf and the dark tide comes, no wolf will be able to outrun that black wall alone. Just as Shen Ye was about to close the panel, another solitary golden prompt box suddenly jumped into his view. Survivor Shen Ye, you are ranked in the top 10 on the overall strength leaderboard in the current area. Do you want to hide your name? Note, if you hide your name, you will appear as anonymous. Shen Ye stared at this prompt, stunned for a moment. Playing the fool? Without hesitation, Shen Ye used his mind to heavily click on the red no Show me in the entire region. Chapter 25, End of Newbie Protection Period. The cold system announcement echoed in the minds of every survivor simultaneously. The entire regional channel instantly fell into a deathly silence. After a brief silence, it was immediately drowned in a tsunami of panic and despair. No. Why so soon? I'm not ready yet. The dark tide is coming. We're all doomed. What? The monster drop rate has been halved? I haven't even killed one yet. It's over, all over. I just heard something hitting the door outside. The sound is so loud. Help! Somebody help me. My shelter is only level 1, and there's a monster covered in eyeballs pressing its face against the crack in my door. Leaderboard? What the hell, it's the end of the world and you're still doing a leaderboard. Do you want us to die faster? Damn. My wooden wall has been clawed through. A series of fearful last words flashed rapidly through the channel, then those once vibrant avatars, one after another, turned into grey ones that would never light up again. In just a short time after the newbie period ended, the number of survivors in the region began to decrease at a terrifying speed. Total survivors in the world, 2.41 billion. Survivors in this region, 15.22 million. Shen Ye silently watched all of this. He had already anticipated this day. The so-called newbie protection period was merely a small buffer given to survivors by this crazy world. Once the buffer ended, the real brutal process of survival and elimination would begin. He had already wiped out all the monsters nearest to his shelter, so he was much safer now. But for most players who had been relying on the shelter's buffs to survive, and who had barely even dared to leave their doors, tonight would be their death day. Shen Ye's gaze landed on the faintly glowing golden leaderboard icon. He used his mind to click it, and 3 leaderboards appeared. Shelter level leaderboard. First place, Shen Ye, level 3 Stonehouse. Second place, Chen Ba Dao, level 3 Stonehouse. Third place, Anonymous, level 3 Stonehouse. Fourth place, Anonymous, level 2 Sturdy Wooden House. Fifth place, Zhang Haoyu, level 2 Sturdy Wooden House. If levels are the same, ranking is based on time. Distorted Creature Kill Count Leaderboard. First place, Shen Ye, kills, 48. Second place, Chen Ba Dao, kills, 27. Third place, Zhou Junjie, kills, 18. Fourth place, Fan Tong, kills, 14. Fifth place, Anonymous, kills, 12. Resource Reserve Leaderboard. First place, Shen Ye, overall score, S. Second place, Chen Ba Dao, overall score, A. Third place, Anonymous, overall score, A. Fourth place, Anonymous, overall score, B+. Fifth place, Lu Kai, overall score, very happy face. 3 leaderboards, 3 first places. The name Shen Ye was like 3 towering mountains, firmly pressing down on the heads of all the survivors, glaring and eye-catching. The once panicked wails in the regional channel were drowned out. Without realizing it, the flavor gradually changed. What the hell? Who is this Shen Ye? Level 3 shelter? Is he cheating or something? You don't even know who Shen Ye is? Are you blind? He killed 48 monsters? Is he even human? I don't even dare leave my shelter. S-rated resource stockpiles. I don't even know where my dinner is coming from, and this guy's already financially free? Big boss. He's definitely a big boss. Night boss. Please take my knees. Please take me alone. I can warm your bed. Who is Chen Badeo? He seems pretty powerful too, top 2 on all 3 leaderboards. I know Badeo. He was recruiting people in the channel, saying he was going to form a guild called Crimson Blood Alliance, specializing in hunting down solo survivors and stealing their supplies. What? There's such scum? That's disgusting. Are you looking for death? He's the number 2 big boss, killing you would be as easy as squashing an ant. Shen Ye silently flipped through the chat logs, mentally noting the keywords Badeo and Crimson Blood Alliance. It seemed that the division among survivors was happening even faster than he imagined. Some chose to stick together for warmth, others chose to stay independent, and naturally, there were also those who ripped off the disguise of civilization and became bloodthirsty hyenas. Just then, a new message made the entire channel explode again. Chen Badeo, at Shen Ye, my friend, you've got some strength. Are you interested in joining my Crimson Blood Alliance? As soon as you join, the vice leader position will be yours. From now on, in this area, we'll walk side by side. What do you think? Give it a thought. The leader of the Crimson Blood Alliance himself had come down to personally extend an invitation to Shen Ye. Everyone in the channel held their breath, the whales had quieted down a bit, their eyes glued to the screen waiting for Shen Ye's reply. On one side, there was the leaderboard-breaking boss. On the other, there was the notorious Raider Guild. If these two join forces, it would be a complete nightmare for all other survivors. Shen Ye looked at the message, a twitch pulling at the corner of his mouth, revealing a manic cold smile. Shen Ye, no thanks. Walk side by side? Sorry, I prefer to knock others down so they crawl on their knees. Shen Ye never thought of himself as some kind of saint, but he had no interest in guilds that only dared to point their knives at fellow survivors. Besides, why should the top player like him be an assistant to someone ranked second? Chen Badeo must have lost his mind. Not long after his refusal, a private message popped up. It was from Chen Badeo. Chen Badeo, bro, follow me, there's meat to eat. Don't reject kindness. Chen Badeo, don't think that killing a few mutant creatures makes you impressive, you're still a beast. If I wanted to, your S-rated supplies would become mine tomorrow. The tone in the private message was far more arrogant and reckless than in the public channel. Shen Ye laughed. This Badeo probably thought that because he had killed a lot of survivors, he was invincible now. He slowly typed out a line of text. Shen Ye, what's that dog barking about? Shen Ye, if you want to come, hurry up. I'm waiting. He sent the message. Then, with a quick motion, clicked on the avatar and blocked him. The series of actions was smooth as flowing water. Meanwhile, in a stone house several kilometers away, Chen Badeo, with his face full of rough muscles, tossed a freshly exploded level 2 shelter core in his hand, a cruel smile hanging on his lips. When he saw the 2 lines Shen Ye had replied with on his screen, his smile instantly froze. Damn it! Chen Badeo immediately turned red with rage. His finger frantically poked at the screen, typing out a few hundred words in a fury. Who do you think you are? I have hundreds of brothers under me, and with a spit from each, they could drown you. Clean up your neck and wait for me, tomorrow I'll bring people and tear down your shelter. Cut your flesh piece by piece. Then he grinned evilly and clicked, send. However, the next second, a glaring red exclamation mark popped up. Message rejected, you have been blocked by the other party. Damn it! Chen Badeo nearly spat out blood, so furious that he crushed the wooden cup he had just snatched in his hand. His body trembled with anger, and he immediately opened the public channel, cursing loudly. Chen Badeo, Shen Ye. You'd better wait for me. First of all, you're just a piece of trash with some lucky streak during the newbie phase. From today, you are the #1 prey of my Red Blood Alliance. Anyone who dares to help you is against me, Chen Badeo. Shen Ye, you better wait to die. This naked death threat sent a chill to everyone who saw it. Some people gloated, hoping that these two strong figures would fight to the death. Others were worried, fearing that they would be caught in the aftermath of this battle between gods. At this moment, Shen Ye was sitting by the fireplace. He watched Chen Badeo's powerless, enraged rant in the channel, almost laughing out loud. A guild that kills and robs people. Shen Ye stuck out his tongue and licked his dry lips. A guild of a few hundred people sounds like a group of shelter cores that grew legs and voluntarily delivered goods. This hyena-like shouting not only didn't scare him, it made him, a gambler, feel an uncontrollable excitement. Instead of wasting time on their barking, he might as well sharpen his knife a bit more. After all, when receiving a delivery to your door, you should always have a good attitude. Chapter 26, Off-Road Vehicle. Soon, several private messages popped up one after another. He swiped the panel to take a look. The first one was from Wang Defa. Wang Defa, Night Brother. That Chen Badeo was cursing you in the channel. He says he's going after you. Be careful. These sons of bitches have many people and are really bad. Shen Ye smiled. Shen Ye, just a clown, no worries. The second one was from an unfamiliar ID, called Zhang Haoyu. Zhang Haoyu, hello, Mr. Shen Ye. I am the president of the Scavenger Mutual Aid Association. We don't get involved in any disputes, just focus on resource exchange. We have survivalists who specialize in collecting fixed resources. If you need any material support, feel free to contact us, and the prices will be absolutely fair. This scavenger guild sure knew how to make friends. While everyone else was panicking or picking sides, they chose the safest option, quietly making money. Shen Ye thought for a moment, then lightly tapped the reply in the air with his fingers. Shen Ye, all right. I have some unused supplies. Do you want them? Zhang Haoyu, yes. Of course. We'll take anything useful. The price is negotiable. Shen Ye considered that the highest level players at this stage probably only had level 2 shelters, and they might not even have heard of some advanced materials, let alone produce them. So, he decided to only go for the most commonly used basic materials. Shen Ye, I only need iron chunks. Zhang Haoyu, okay, no problem. Shen Ye casually packed some of his useless supplies that he couldn't use at the moment, such as extra towels, face masks, and even a few rusty broken scissors, then sent them through the trade link, directly receiving 6 iron chunks in exchange. This was a pretty good trade channel, clearing inventory in exchange for essential materials, and they were generous too. Shen Ye chatted a bit more with Zhang Haoyu and keenly realized that this scavenger mutual aid association had developed into a standard company model like before the apocalypse. They had people assigned to chop wood, mine, and hand over their stock to the guild, working fixed hours each day, with the guild covering survival materials and giving out extra supplies as wages. Zhang Haoyu was definitely a capable manager. It wasn't easy to establish such an order in the early stages of the apocalypse. Shen Ye filtered through the chaotic private messages and looked at the last one. It was from Chang He. Be careful of Chen Ba Dao. I know this person, he is narrow-minded and takes revenge for the smallest grudge. He has gathered a group of desperate individuals. They have already wiped out a small survivor camp with extreme cruelty. In addition, there is someone in their guild called Eagle Eye who may possess some kind of tracking device and is very good at locating enemies. You need to be careful not to let them discover the location of your shelter. Seeing this message, Shen Ye raised an eyebrow. Tracking capability? This means they might really come knocking to hunt him down. But is Shen Ye afraid? The crazy blood flowing in his veins began to boil subtly. What he loves most is team battles. More people? More people means more fun. Thank you for the warning. Be careful yourself. What about cooperating for exploration? Sure, arrange a time to inform me. Let's wait for a week, I need to prepare as well. Okay. Turning off all chat windows, Shen Ye stood in the warm stone house, pondering for a moment. The newcomer protection period had ended, but for him, aside from the slightly annoying drop rate reduction, there was no substantial impact at all. However, the exploration of the unknown building area in a week would definitely be much more dangerous than the current swamp. He had to speed up his exploration and development to strengthen his hidden cards further. By the way, Shen Ye suddenly slapped his forehead. He had been too focused on watching those people barking in the channel and had completely missed that it was already past midnight. He had yet to open the silver box from yesterday's compound interest settlement. Without saying a word, Shen Ye directly dragged the charming silver glowing box out of his backpack. Come on, let me get some good stuff. Shen Ye concentrated his thoughts and directly opened the exquisite silver treasure chest X1. Obtained, iron blocks X20. Obtained, steel ingots X6. Obtained, all-terrain off-road vehicle X1. Quality, excellent. Effect, consumes dark energy fuel, charges automatically when placed in darkness. Can carry 2 people, with a top speed of 240 km per hour. Can ignore most rugged terrain and has protective capabilities. Can fit into the backpack. Description, when there is no road, it becomes the road. What the hell? Even with Shen Ye's strong composure, he couldn't help but let out a curse. There was this kind of good stuff? In this apocalypse where everything relied on 2 legs measuring the dark, what did a vehicle that could ignore terrain mean? It meant absolute mobility, meaning his exploration range could expand tenfold or more in one night. Shen Ye couldn't wait to push open the stone door and walk into the yard. With a thought, he took the off-road vehicle out of his backpack. Boom! A giant thing heavily crashed onto the muddy ground of the yard, making a dull thud. This was a hulking beast of a machine, full of violent beauty. It was covered with matte black heavy armor, with sharp lines. The body was much taller than a conventional off-road vehicle, with a high chassis, and 4 huge explosion-proof tires covered in fierce anti-slip patterns, seeming able to crush any obstacle. The front of the vehicle was without fancy logos, only a V-shaped stainless steel bumper with a bloodthirsty cold glow flickering in the weak firelight. This thing looked like it was born to crush monster bones. Shen Ye reached out to touch the cold, rough armor of the vehicle, his eyes filled with fervor. He rushed back inside to quickly don the complete set of armor, hanging the refined iron long sword at his waist, and double-checked the swamp gas snakeskin bombs in his backpack. Today I won't need to walk with my 2 legs, I'm going to drive straight to the supplies. Shen Ye pulled open the car door and jumped into the driver's seat. There was no keyhole, it was a fingerprint recognition system. He pressed down. There was no deafening roar of an internal combustion engine, only a low-frequency hum, like currents flowing. This black technology engine using dark energy was unexpectedly almost silent. Shen Ye slammed down on the gas pedal, and the off-road vehicle shot off like a black ghost. Suddenly, it shot out from the shelter's fence. 2 blaring high-beam spotlights tore through the dense darkness ahead like sharp swords. For the past few days, he had been operating on the east side of the swamp, where the terrain and monster distribution were already well understood. It was time to change direction. Moreover, Shen Ye felt that simple killing and collecting were still not efficient enough. If he could find seeds from some special plants and establish a self-sustaining cycle with an alchemy table, that would be a long-term solution. Under the terrifying off-road capabilities of the all-terrain vehicle, the originally rugged road conditions felt as easy as walking on flat ground. Before long, the swampy land, emitting a pungent smell of humus, appeared before him again. However, this time, Shen Ye did not enter the familiar territory of frogs and snakes, but instead turned to the western side of the swamp, an area he had never ventured into before. As soon as he entered this area, Shen Ye sharply sensed that something was wrong. This patch of mud looked like a huge scar in the swamp. The ground was barren, filled with large and small, bottomless pits. Shen Ye's abyss gazer eye scanned the scarred mud, eventually locking onto an extremely large pit in the central area. The edges of the pit were covered with a semi-transparent, constantly wriggling sticky film, looking like the nest of some creature. Then, Shen Ye's gaze caught sight of something flashing inside that nest. It was a dull metallic gleam, shimmering brightly in his special vision. It was a copper chest. He didn't approach recklessly but instead circled the edge of the mud, finding a large rock to hide behind his cover. There was definitely something strange here, and Shen Ye decided to observe first. Time passed minute by minute, and the nest showed no signs of movement. Playing dead, huh? Shen Ye sneered, picking up a stone the size of a fist from the ground, weighing it in his hand, then throwing it forcefully towards the nest. Thud! The sound of the stone hitting the ground was very clear in the darkness. The next second, something unexpected happened. Chapter 27, Worms. The ground less than 20 meters away from Shen Ye suddenly heaved up, accompanied by a disgusting, damp exhaust sound. With a plop, the hard mud cracked open like a torn cloth. A suffocating, columnar creature, covered in mucus and black mud, slowly squeezed out from the ground. Its diameter was about the size of an adult's fist. Its outer skin was embedded with hundreds of hook-like spines, resembling teeth or shattered bones. These hooks didn't seem to have grown out naturally, but more like they were forced out by the creature's own muscles, with some hooks even having bits of its own flesh hanging off them, oozing yellow-green pus from the wounds. What was most revolting was its top. There were no facial features, only a huge, pink, fleshy ring. The ring contracted and expanded, making a gurgling water sound, and deep within those layers of mouthparts were countless wriggling red tentacles, resembling a mass of intertwined redworms, eager to probe out intense heat. Sanity decreased by 5 points. Distorted giant digesting worm. Description: this is a degenerated, malformed worm that uses vibration to perceive its surroundings instead of vision. See all those bone spurs on its body? That's the product of its indigestion. It can't digest the bones of its prey, so it forces them out through muscle contraction, forming a pathological defense called bone armor. Be careful, it doesn't just want to eat your flesh, it also wants to use your bones. The corrupted earthworm seemed to not notice Shen Ye. It simply extended its head from the ground, opened its flower-like mouth, and let out a hiss. Then, the spine-chilling scene appeared. The entire muddy ground began to tremble violently, as if a miniature earthquake had occurred. One by one, grotesque worm heads burst out from the pits. Dense pink rings of flesh opened and closed in the darkness, countless red tentacles wildly dancing in the air. There were at least dozens. This was a swarm of worms. Shen Ye hid behind the rock, watching this chaotic spectacle, his breath slightly catching. He felt a bit of regret. Not regret for coming here, but regret that when he previously upgraded the shelter and extracted enhancements, he hadn't chosen the card, malicious monetization, double drop. Damn, this is huge. Double drops, how many treasure chests would explode? After struggling for just a few seconds, Shen Ye's eyes instantly became determined and wild. Let's do it. He quickly analyzed the situation before him. These worms sense prey through vibrations in the ground. As long as he made no sound and did not step on that muddy ground, he had a chance. He glanced at the few snakeskin bombs filled with swamp gas in his backpack. He could use these treasures to give them a big surprise. He carefully stepped back from behind the rock, made a wide circle, and reached above the muddy area. Then, with a flick of his wrist, he held a slightly wriggling, poisonous swamp gas snakeskin bomb in his hand. Shen Ye took a deep breath and threw this heavy gift package forcefully toward the center of the muddy ground. Whoo! The bomb traced a parabola through the air, landing in that perverse worm zone. The rotten groundworms swinging on the surface seemed to notice the disturbance in the air and all lifted their heads. Just as the snakeskin bomb was about to fall. Unstable compound. Boom boom. A deafening explosion tore through the dead silent swamp. A terrifying shockwave, mixed with fire and gusts, spread crazily in a circle. The next moment, countless black poisonous rains fell. Kill, mutated giant devouring worm X3. That's it? Shen Ye crouched behind the rock, stunned, eyes wide at the system panel. That's all? My chain explosion? He quickly poked his head out, using the abyss gazer's eye, to carefully observe the battlefield. A large pit had been blown in the center of the muddy ground, and the few rotten groundworms at the absolute center of the explosion were indeed shredded. Some unknown thing had been blown out, and the entire muddy ground was scattered with sparkling slime. Those unlucky worms were utterly destroyed. But the dozen worms on the outskirts were only knocked over by the shockwave. Their white bone shells cracked but absorbed most of the damage. No death, no secondary explosion. It turned out these worms had shells too hard, only a few unlucky ones that took full damage face to face were killed, others just had minor wounds, unable to trigger the domino effect of unstable compound. Now it was stuck. 7 bombs remained in the backpack, throwing them one by one would waste strategic resources, at most killing a dozen more, still unable to handle this massive worm swarm. What to do? Shen Ye's gaze locked onto the worms. After the explosion, they seemed extremely agitated. Their huge flesh-ringed mouths opened and closed, bodies writhing madly, like venting pain or desperately searching for the attacker. But he soon noticed a critical detail. Though numerous, the worms seemed to have a fixed activity range, all within the special muddy area, none crossing the boundary. If bombs didn't work, then change the plan. He did not take out the bombs again but picked up a fist-sized stone from the ground. He weighed the stone in his hand. He aimed at the nearest worm, which was blindly thrashing about like a headless fly, and threw the stone with all his might towards a spot about 15 meters to its left and slightly forward. Thud! The stone hit the mud, making a faint sound. In an instant, the nearest worm, which was closest to the stone's impact point, suddenly changed direction, its enormous body springing forward like a coil, rushing lightning fast to the spot where the stone had fallen. Its speed was astonishing, and its massive body plowed a deep trench in the mud. When it reached the impact point, it frantically began thrusting its flower-like mouthpart around, as if searching for the source of the sound. As expected. Shen Ye felt more certain. These creatures were indeed a bunch of blind worms that relied on sound to locate their targets. And their brains weren't too sharp, driven purely by instinct. He picked up another stone, this time throwing it farther, aiming at the right side of the worm's movement direction, still landing on solid ground outside the muddy area. Thud! The worm, which had already been lured out of the group, was immediately attracted by the sound again. Its massive body twisted and rushed out of the mud to the firm ground. It took the bait. Shen Ye no longer hid his presence. He suddenly sprang up from behind the rock, gripping his fine iron longsword tightly, his body like a cheetah ready to pounce. The worm seemed to have sensed the slight movement when Shen Ye stood up. It paused, its enormous mouthpart turning toward Shen Ye, continuously opening and closing, as if confirming the target. Shen Ye didn't give it a chance. The moment it stopped, Shen Ye made his move. With the full burst of a human's ultimate physical strength of 20 points, he pushed off with his feet, the ground beneath him cracking into a shallow hole. In an instant, his body turned into a blur of black, covering the several meters in a split second and charging at the lone worm. Hiss! The worm sensed the deadly threat and let out a sharp screech. Its enormous body arched up, and its disgusting mouthpart opened wide, trying to bite at Shen Ye. But Shen Ye's speed was faster. His arm muscles bulged, all his strength channeled into the longsword in his hand. Without any hesitation, he thrust straight into the open pink mouthpart. You like to eat bones, right? Let me treat you to some fine iron today. Splat! The sound of the blade sinking into flesh was deep and clear. The longsword easily pierced through the mouthpart, and the strong momentum carried the blade down, piercing straight through its tail. It was impaled like a candied hawthorn on a stick. Yellow-green pus erupted like a fountain, splattering everywhere. Hiss! The worm wildly twisted and struggled, but with its central nervous system pierced by the longsword, all its movements were futile. Then, within a few seconds, its struggling grew weaker and weaker, until it finally lay still like a pile of mud. Kill, deformed giant devouring worm X1. Obtained, old copper chest X1. Done. Shen Ye let out a sigh of relief, pulled out the long sword, and flicked the pus off the blade. This was Shen Ye's method. No matter how tough the worm's shell was, there couldn't be bones inside, right? As long as he could stab it through the mouth, it was a one-hit kill. This method worked, though it was a bit inefficient, having to do it one by one. Shen Ye crouched down, preparing to put the worm's corpse into his backpack. However, just as his gaze passed over the huge wound he had made, he froze. Deep inside the wound, something was emitting a faint, enticing glow. What is this? Curious, Shen Ye leaned in closer, gently prying open the wound with the tip of his sword. Inside the worm's body cavity, it wasn't the disgusting blood and internal organs he had expected. Instead, it was a jelly-like substance that glowed on its own. These jelly-like substances looked like glowing amber pieces. The entire middle section of the worm's body was filled with wriggling creatures. He scraped a small piece with the tip of his knife and brought it up to his eyes for a closer look. The jelly-like substance quivered slightly, its texture bouncy and elastic. A system prompt appeared at just the right time. Worm's gonads. Description: a special organ of the mutated giant worm, used for energy storage and conversion. It is rich in high energy and unknown active substances, edible, and can also be used as a cold light source, providing long-lasting illumination when placed in darkness. Ha! What's this? Gonads? Shen Ye's eyes immediately lit up, and the words crab roe paste popped into his mind. No, this is way better than crab roe paste. It's not only edible and a great supplement, but it can also be used as a flashlight. He lifted his head and looked at the dozens of wriggling worms still thrashing around in the muddy ground in the distance. Those were no longer disgusting monsters. They were glowing, loot-dropping, top-tier ingredients. What are we waiting for? Family, it's time to feast. Shen Ye didn't hesitate any longer, immediately repeating his method. He picked up a rock, threw it, and the foolish worms immediately fell for it, one fat worm separating from the main group and swimming toward the sound. Then, with no suspense, it turned into a candied fruit skewer. The entire process was smooth and seamless, done in one go. With his first experience under his belt, his actions became increasingly skillful, even taking on a twisted artistic flair. These low IQ worms were like dumb deer walking to their deaths, no ability to resist in front of his fishing tactics. Put. Another worm was punctured cleanly through. Kill, mutated giant worm X1. Loot, aged copper chest X1. For the next few hours, this area became Shen Ye's one-sided slaughterhouse and supply depot. Killing monsters was monotonous, but the thrill of looting equipment and stockpiling ingredients was unparalleled. The number of worms in the mud decreased at a visible rate. Meanwhile, the copper chests and mutated giant worm corpses in his bag were rapidly accumulating. At the same time, the area's chat channel exploded like a deep water bomb had been dropped into it. Holy crap, you guys better check the leaderboard. Shen Ye's gone crazy killing again. 88 of them? I haven't even killed a mutated rabbit yet. Yi goo. I'm your long-lost son. Please, I'm starving, I've been eating bark until I started bleeding. Ha, you're cheating, just waiting for the system to ban you. Shut up, you salty dog. If you've got the guts, go do it yourself. Shen Ye had no idea the chat channel had exploded, he was still focused on hunting. When the last normal worm was neatly cut open, it was already the next day. 1 to 8 end. New cycle day 1 to 9 has begun. Compound interest triggered. Shen Ye stood amidst the scattered corpses, letting out a long breath. He glanced at his spoils. Aged copper chest, X23. Mutated giant worm corpses, X40. What a shame, the 100% drop rate from the beginner's benefit is gone, otherwise, I could have made a fortune this time. Shen Ye placed all his loot into his bag and casually picked up the wild copper chest in the center of the mud. Time to head back. Just as he turned around, a patch of scorched earth caught his attention. It was the core area previously plowed by bombs. Beneath the few shredded worm corpses, something seemed to be buried. He walked over, crouched down, and used the scabbard of his knife to move aside the broken meat. A few semi-transparent, jelly-like eggs quietly lay in the scorched earth, each about the size of a fist. Through the shell, he could even see tiny, worm-like creatures slowly wriggling inside. Discovery: mutated giant worm eggs. Description: contains pure life energy, can be cultivated. Shen Ye's heart skipped a beat. Eggs? Could these be hatched in a humus incubator? Should they be kept as pets or used as backup food? He carefully dug out all a dozen or so worm eggs and solemnly put them into his backpack. Before leaving, he glanced once more at the glowing mushrooms scattered across the swamp. Ghost candle fungus. Description: very common, swamp glowing fungus, edible. Perfect, I'll try the taste when I get back. Shen Ye swallowed, and casually dug up a dozen more ghost candle fungus, then, satisfied, set off on his way home. As soon as he got back to the shelter, Shen Ye didn't even have time to take off his armor before he eagerly took out the humus worm nest and placed it in a corner empty space. The thing looked like a huge heart, still slightly beating. He took out 3 worm eggs and carefully placed them in the mucus-filled grooves of the humus worm nest. Hatching time, 4 days. After setting the time, Shen Ye took out a complete worm corpse from his backpack. He first found a clean glass jar and used a knife to scoop out the jelly-like glands piece by piece, stuffing them into the jar. After filling one jar, he screwed on the lid. Instantly, an emergency lamp that gave off a soft yellow light was ready. The light wasn't as bright as a torch, but it lasted long and was stable, and had no heat, making it perfect to illuminate an area outside the shelter or as a bedside lamp. Not bad, not bad. Shen Ye nodded in satisfaction and put the worm lamp aside. Then his wolf-like eyes stared fixedly at the remaining glands. Greedy flesh had already started to protest wildly, and the craving worm was almost uncontrollable. He placed a flat stone slab on the fire to heat it, then used a knife to scoop a thick piece of glowing gland paste directly onto the slab. Sizzle. As soon as the gland paste touched the heat, the edges curled and bubbled, the amber gel slowly melting, becoming thick and stretchy like top-grade cheese. The soft yellow light within flickered as if it were breathing. Shen Ye casually cut 2 slices of clean ghost candle fungus and put them on top to enhance the flavor. After a few dozen seconds, the aroma filled the air, and he used the tip of his knife to lift the whole roasted gland paste. The surface was slightly crispy, but inside still molten. A smell mixing top seafood oil and strange fungi rushed into his nose like a bomb. This thing wasn't it just baked crab roe? Shen Ye picked up a piece, blew on it randomly, and couldn't wait to shove the scorching gland paste into his mouth. The moment it entered, an indescribable umami exploded on his taste buds like a tsunami. The texture was dense and rich. No chewing needed, just a gentle press of the tongue, and the gel melted in his mouth, turning into a scalding warm flow sliding down his esophagus into his stomach. You consumed reproductive glands of the deformed megasaur worm, body +1. Current body, 21. Damn. Amazing. Shen Ye couldn't help but curse. This feeling was so damn intense. But just roasting it simply, the effect is still a bit lacking, no extra bonus triggered. He sucked his teeth, eyes growing even more frenzied. To maximize the effect, it has to be made into a proper main dish. He immediately got to work. Chapter 29, Super Spring Eye. Shen Ye carefully scraped the gills off the collected ghost candle fungus, removing the earthy smell, leaving only the freshest mushroom flesh, and sliced it as thin as cicada wings. When the water in the pot boiled, he unhesitatingly scooped all the gland paste from the entire new worm body into it, turning the clear water into an enticing pale gold. Shen Ye then took a huge hind leg of the deformed meatball toad, and blanched it in water to remove the fishy smell. Once the toad leg was cooked through, he shredded it finely by hand and added it to the golden soup. Simmering over low heat, he watched the soup thicken under high heat, bubbling, then added the slices of ghost candle fungus. Cover the lid and let it simmer for 10 minutes. Mission accomplished. Shen Ye served himself a steaming large bowl. The thick soup shimmered with tiny glimmers on the surface, like golden oil stars, resembling the starlight in the night sky, wonderfully beautiful. Shen Ye lifted the bowl and took a sip. Hiss. Beyond the extreme deliciousness that shot straight to the top of his head, there was a surging energy rising from his stomach, spreading rapidly like floodwaters across all limbs. Every cell in his body trembled, greedily absorbing this sudden burst of energy. He felt as if the folds in his brain were smoothed out. Incredible. The next moment, Shen Ye threw away the spoon, picked up the pot, and wildly enjoyed it, like a whirlwind sweeping everything away, almost licking the pot bottom until it shone. You have consumed insect yellow mushroom soup, vitality +4. You have consumed insect yellow mushroom soup, hidden recipe bonus activated. Your SAN limit increases permanently by 1. Current vitality, 25. Vitality surged by 4 points. Even the SAN limit broke through. Wow. This is faster than eating any elixir. Shen Ye slowly stood up and clenched his fist. Gala gala. Every joint in his body made a series of crisp popping sounds, like frying beans. He looked down, and his originally well-defined muscles were now slightly swollen, as if they contained a wild beast about to wake up. Shen Ye felt the blood in his body boiling like lava. He abruptly swung a punch, and a dull sound of cutting through the air echoed in the space. Now this is called survival. Shen Ye grinned, revealing a wild smile. With 25 points of vitality, he had far surpassed the range of normal humans. But this power also brought a new problem. He looked down at his simple combat outfit. Too weak. Whether weapons or armor, they couldn't keep up with the speed of his body's enhancement. A comprehensive upgrade of his equipment was necessary. His gaze slowly fell on the pile of spoils stacked high in his backpack. Old copper chest, X23. These were the loot from clearing the worm nest. Plus the 13 he saved from killing toads, snakes, and interest accumulated. In total, there were 36 copper chests. With a thought, Shen Ye commanded. Open all of them for me. Buzz. The locks of 36 chests popped open at the same time. A massive amount of basic resources crazily refreshed in the backpack. Currently have, with 381 stone, 242 scrap iron, 41 iron block, 56 steel ingot, 14. Other items like cloth, rope, ordinary blueprints, even compressed biscuits and salt, were countless. Shen Ye was no longer lacking any survival basic resources. Looking at the mountain of supplies, Shen Ye felt very satisfied. He had completely escaped the worry of survival basics. But to say the real thrill was to see the silver chests. Shen Ye's gaze finally fell on the 2 shining silver chests in his backpack. Too busy exploring, he hadn't opened today's interest yet. Shen Ye chose to open one. The silver lid flew open, and a dazzling light flickered. Acquired, portable crossbow turret blueprint X1. Quality, excellent. Requirements, wood X30, iron block X5, mechanical parts X5. Effect, defense facility. Can be moved and stored in backpack. Can fire special crossbow bolts with a range of 200 meters. Bonus, ordinary crossbow bolt blueprint. Requirements, wood X2, scrap iron X1. Description, the truth only lies within range. Acquired, damaged primary resource generation scroll X1. Quality, excellent. Effect: choose a basic resource, wood, stone, water, or, and specify a location within a 500-meter radius of your shelter for permanent generation of a corresponding primary resource point. Note, the rules of power contained in this item are unstable, and will dissipate within 5 minutes after leaving the chest. Description: miracles stem from tampering with rules. Shen Ye's pupils shrank sharply. Was his luck exploding today? He opened 2 excellent level resources. Especially that permanent generation resource point scroll. This thing's value couldn't be described as precious. Damn, it's actually time limited, not even giving a chance to use the backpack to earn interest. Shen Ye looked at the golden light at the edge of the scroll that was slowly dissipating and cursed softly. Since it couldn't be saved until midnight tomorrow, he had to make a choice immediately. What to choose? Wood? Stone? Or? Though all of these are important, what he really lacked right now was water. Although he still had quite a bit of water stored, clean water is a consumable, and there will come a day when it's all gone. Moreover, whether it's for planting, raising animals, or conducting alchemical experiments, water is essential. Even more importantly, he needed water to take a shower. It's a bit embarrassing to say, but Shen Ye had been in this damn place for a full 8 days. 8 days without a shower, crawling and rolling among monsters, his body stained with all sorts of blood and mud. Now, he just used a bit of water to wipe himself down, but who the hell would be extravagant enough to use bottled drinking water, only a few hundred milliliters, to shower? At the same time, given that the current silver boxes can't yield basic resources, it's impossible to take a shower unless he finds a fresh water source outdoors. Shen Ye no longer hesitated. He walked out of the stone house and into the yard of the shelter. Holding the scroll, he concentrated his thoughts. Choose water source. Generation location: the empty land next to the planting area. Buzz. The scroll in his hand instantly transformed into a pure golden light flow, diving into the black humus soil beside the planting area. The ground began to tremble slightly. At first, it was just a weak pulsing like a heartbeat, but soon, the frequency of the tremors increased, and the amplitude grew larger. Crack, crack, crack. The ground in the center of the yard began to crack like a dried riverbed. Cracks spread at a visible speed, deep and bottomless. A humid and fresh vapor gradually rose from the depths of the cracks. In the next second, puff! A clear stream of water suddenly shot up from the ground, forming a pillar of water taller than a person. The water column arched beautifully in the air, then transformed into countless sparkling droplets, cascading down to the ground. The gushing did not stop, instead, it became increasingly stable. Endless groundwater was being drawn out from that crack by some mysterious force. The ground began to naturally collapse, and a small circular water pool, about 2 meters in diameter and half a meter deep, appeared out of nowhere in the yard. The edge of the pool was even reinforced by a circle of smooth and flat rocks, forming a natural perfect wall. The water in the pond, illuminated by the soft glow of the surrounding worm lights, was as clear as a giant sapphire. Tip: a small spring has been generated. Spring can produce 500 L of drinkable clean water daily. Shen Ye walked to the spring, crouched down, and scooped up a handful of cool spring water. The water tasted slightly sweet, almost imperceptibly. He looked at this spring bubbling with water and nearly shed tears. From this moment on, he could finally shower every day. Shen Ye stood up, the sense of satisfaction in his heart was almost overflowing. But the next moment, a sharp pain exploded deep within his eye socket, and Shen Ye's body stiffened violently. The Eye of the Abyss Gazer activated unexpectedly without warning. His vision was forcibly dragged into the inner side of the world. In the darkness at the edge of the territory, about 300 meters away, there was a gigantic humanoid silhouette. It stood there, motionless, like a giant post nailed in the darkness. Shen Ye's breath suddenly stopped. That thing was huge. Its outline was as vague as a solidified mist, and he couldn't see any details, but the more obscure it appeared, the stronger the fear seeped from his soul. How long had it been standing there? Was it attracted by the power released when the spring was generated? Or had it always been there? Shen Ye stared intensely at the silhouette with the Eye of the Abyss, his hand subconsciously reaching for the fine iron long sword at his waist. It didn't attack. It didn't even show any clear hostility. It simply stood there, watching him. The feeling of being watched was suffocating, more so than any monster's killing intent. 30 seconds later, the silhouette turned and left. It walked into deeper darkness. And disappeared. Sanity drops by 20 points. It was then that Shen Ye realized his entire back was soaked. He slowly released the grip on his sword handle, his knuckles white from the force, and after a moment, they began to tremble slightly as the blood returned. Another big guy. Shen Ye muttered under his breath, but there was no sign of retreat in his eyes. He could feel that in this eternal night world, the things lurking in the deepest darkness were far more complex than he had imagined. The bipedal beauty was only a semi-lord. So what level were those silhouettes wandering deeper inside? Lords? Or even higher? Shen Ye glanced at his 25-point physique value and suddenly felt that this number wasn't so impressive after all. There's still a long road ahead. He shook his head, forcibly pushing the sense of oppression out of his mind. What lay far ahead could be dealt with later. Right now, all he could do was get stronger. Shen Ye walked to the spring and washed his face. The cold spring water splashed on his burning hot face, and the sharp sensation instantly washed away the lingering fear in his mind. He stood up, shaking the water droplets from his hair, and then took out the portable crossbow turret blueprint again. He had been too excited about the resource generation scroll earlier and almost forgot about this treasure. Now that he looked at it again, this item was definitely one of the best of the best. Chapter 30, Armed Upgrade. His gaze fell on the required materials section. He had wood and iron pieces. But that, mechanical parts, he had never seen before. Shen Ye slid open the panel and clicked on Zhang Haoyu's avatar. Shen Ye, are you there, President Zhang? I need to ask you something. Zhang Haoyu, Boss Yi. What can I do for you? Shen Ye, do you know about the mechanical parts material? There was a moment of silence on the other side, as if Zhang Haoyu was checking something. Zhang Haoyu, Boss Yi, I've found it. We have this in our guild's inventory. But the quantity is very low. Shen Ye, is it possible to share how to obtain it? Zhang Haoyu's reply was a bit slower this time, clearly considering his words. Zhang Haoyu, Boss Yi, this isn't exactly a core secret. There are some abandoned buildings in the Eternal Night world, and our exploration team found them in a ruin, something like an abandoned watchtower. Abandoned buildings? Shen Ye's eyes narrowed, instantly recalling the giant building silhouette that Qing He had mentioned before. It seemed that, aside from wilderness and monsters, this Eternal Night world hid other secrets. Shen Ye, thanks for the info. I'll take the mechanical parts you have, name your price. Zhang Haoyu, Boss Yi, you're being too polite. If you need them, just take them. We can't use them for now, and they're just gathering dust in the warehouse. Consider them a gift for our friendship. Zhang Haoyu really knew how to make friends. But Shen Ye didn't like taking advantage of people. Shen Ye, let's keep it fair. I'll trade you something in return. Shen Ye, by the way, has your guild collected any plant seeds? Zhang Haoyu, we have some seeds, 2 kinds actually, but not many. Boss Yi, since you're asking, I'll be honest with you, these seeds aren't really useful. The wait time for artificial cultivation is too long, and even if they grow, they're mutated plants that won't even recognize their own kind. They might even hurt people. Total trash. Zhang Haoyu kept explaining, but Shen Ye was too impatient to listen to the whole thing. He directly opened the trade panel and offered the 5 ordinary crafting blueprints he wasn't using. Sent the trade link over. Simple Water Purifier Blueprint X1. Small Animal Trap Blueprint X1. Portable Distiller Blueprint X1. Eve's Water Collection Trough Blueprint X1. Small Stove Rack Set Blueprint X1. These things are of little use to him now, but for a large guild, they would definitely be useful and valuable. Zhang Haoyu, holy crap. Night. This is way too precious. Through the screen, Shen Ye could feel Zhang Haoyu getting so excited he might burst a blood vessel. Shen Ye, take them. All the mechanical parts, plus all your guild's plant seeds, trade for these. Zhang Haoyu, enough? More than enough. Night God, wait a moment. I'll clear the storage and send them to you right away. Soon, the trade link was sent over. Obtained, Mechanical Parts X13. Obtained, Whispering Shadow Vine Seeds X3. Obtained, Peeping Flower Seeds X2. Shen Ye checked the information of the 2 new seeds. Whispering Shadow Vine Seeds. Description, a mutated plant that loves shadow and flesh. When mature, the vines whisper tempting corrupting words and actively wrap around nearby living beings to devour them. Peeping Flower Seeds. Description, after planting, it grows strange flowers covered with eyeballs. When mature, it can be used for surveillance. All good stuff. Trade completed. He couldn't wait to check the materials for Portable Crossbow Turret Blueprint. Wood X30, Iron Blocks X5, Mechanical Parts X5? All satisfied. Craft, Crossbow Turret. Buzz. The materials in his backpack vanished instantly, turning into countless points of light, swirling, gathering, and recombining in the air. Metal and wood cut, join, and polish themselves in ways that defy physics. Complex mechanical structures quickly formed in a brilliant light. Moments later, the light faded. A compact crossbow turret, shining with metallic cold light, quietly appeared before him. Its base was wooden, on top was a huge crossbow body made of reinforced wood and steel, a custom bolt thicker than a thigh already loaded, its sharp tip gleaming deadly cold. Under the heavy base, 2 wheels were embedded. Shen Ye tentatively grabbed the handle and pushed hard. Creak. The heavy wheels rolled over the stone floor, scraping harshly, but the hundreds of pounds machine did move. With Shen Ye's current 25-point superhuman physique, he could adjust its aim with one hand. So damn gorgeous. His palm pressed on the cold crossbow body, the hard metallic feel running from his fingers to his heart, giving an unmatched sense of certainty. With this thing, facing those tough elite monsters was no big problem. One arrow might shut them up completely. Shen Ye's thoughts drifted to the bipedal beauty that almost killed him. How miserable he had been back then. If he had had such a crossbow turret at that time? No, one wasn't enough. If he could make 3 or 5, arrange them as a death trap, no matter what kind of beauty, they would be shot to pieces. Shen Ye, satisfied, put the crossbow turret back into his backpack. With heavy firepower in the shelter, it was time to add defenses to his body that could match monsters. He opened his backpack, his eyes cold as he began to dismantle the piled-up worm corpses. Dismantle, mutated devouring worm corpse. Obtained, worm reproductive gland X3. Obtained, worm bone shell X1. After dismantling 40 corpses in a row, 40 pieces of worm bone shell appeared in his backpack. They were white shells, tough in texture, with fine bony protrusions all over the surface. Shen Ye entered the shelter, took out the simple combat suit he usually wore for exploring, and spread it flat on the repair table. Then, he took out the worm bone shells, one by one, like puzzle pieces. Carefully attach it to the key parts on the chest, back, and limbs of the battlesuit. Soon, a very rough-looking, worm bone armor battlesuit was completed. But that was far from enough. This crude patchwork could not block a monster's full-strength strike. Shen Ye grabbed this homemade armor and walked to the simple, portable forge. He threw the bone armor battlesuit into the forge. Forge option 1, quality enhancement. Requirement, iron block X10. Effect, greatly increases defense. Evolves into chain mail. Forge option 2, enchantment modification. Requirement, any rule fragment X1. Effect, adds extra attributes. Quality enhancement. Buzz. From the top opening of the forge, a jet of black flame suddenly burst out. In the raging black fire, the iron blocks melted into blazing molten iron, flowing precisely into every gap of the bone armor like a living snake, perfectly welding and fusing it. A few minutes later, the black flames faded. A brand new armor lay quietly on the forge. Its whole body showed a color of bone white intertwined with dark iron, rough and fierce in shape, with every seam tightly sealed, full of power. Abnormal bone chain mail. Quality, excellent. Effect, provides high physical defense and corrosion resistance. Description, now, you can speak to your prey with bones. Shen Ye picked it up and put it on. The armor felt heavy in hand, but when worn, the weight was evenly distributed, not as clumsy as imagined. He moved his arms and legs, the joint connections were cleverly designed, not affecting flexibility at all. He looked down at himself. At this moment, if he walked in the night, he looked more like a bloodthirsty brute crawling out of the abyss than those deformed monsters. Fits very well. Shen Ye grinned. Then, using the same method, he used the remaining bone skin to make a matching fierce helmet, leg guards, and a pair of boots with sharp bone spikes on the toes. Chapter 31, Fully Automatic AFK. Unfortunately, the portable forge can only strengthen once a day, the remaining parts have to wait a couple of days to be tempered with black flames. After finishing this, Shen Ye's gaze fell again on the newly cultivated land in the yard. He remembered the dozen or so ghost candle mushrooms dug from the worm nest. Roasting them not only tastes amazing, but also increases attributes. More importantly, they can emit light themselves. If these mushrooms could be planted in batches in the yard, it would not only provide a stable high-energy food source but also serve as a natural lighting array. 2 birds with 1 stone. Without hesitation, he pushed the door and went into the yard to study planting methods. Mushroom growth requires proper substrate and spores. He didn't have spores but had complete fresh mushroom stalks. He took a few pieces of rotting wood collected from the swamp from his backpack, chopped them into debris, mixed with some black humus soil, and piled it on a patch of ground near the spring to make a simple substrate. Then, he cut off a cap of a ghost candle mushroom, carefully tore it into countless small pieces, and evenly sprinkled them on the substrate. Finally, he scooped a handful of cool spring water and gently poured it over. After finishing, Shen Ye stopped, took 2 bottles of dark green, common biomass, from his backpack. He didn't know if this stuff would work on mushrooms. Shen Ye licked his lips, opened the bottles, and slowly poured the thick, glue-like dark green liquid over the substrate. Sizzle. A light white smoke rose, and the biomass quickly seeped into the wood debris and soil. Almost at the same time, a sudden change occurred. The shredded mushroom cap pieces seemed injected with life, beginning to grow visibly with the naked eye. Countless fine white mycelia sprouted. The mycelia, like spider webs, wildly spread and intertwined in all directions, soon covering the entire culture medium completely. Immediately after, Pop. A fist-sized mushroom fruiting body suddenly broke through the soil from the center of the mycelial network. Its growth speed was astonishing. Stretching, swelling, opening its cap. The entire process took only a dozen breaths. But it did not stop. Under the catalysis of biomass, this mushroom's growth had completely defied reason. Its stalk grew thicker and taller, even developing a tough crust like animal skin. The cap expanded wildly, the faint green glow on its surface growing brighter and brighter. Half a meter. 1 meter. 1.5 meters. Shen Ye stood in place, stunned, watching this bizarre scene before him. Finally, the palm-sized ghost candle mushroom violently surged to 2 meters tall, almost a head taller than Shen Ye, before slowly stopping its frenzied growth. It stood quietly in the yard, like a giant opened umbrella emitting a strange green light. Under the cap, layers of gills swayed gently in the breeze, like a girl's skirt. What the hell? Shen Ye looked up at this giant glowing plant, mouth curling in a wild grin. Now this is end of the world farming. The ghostly green light flooded the entire yard, coating the stone house and fence with an eerie color. The smell of earth and the cold scent of plants mixed into a strange aura, carrying a slight numbness into the lungs. Mutant giant ghost candle mushroom. Quality, rare. Effect, can serve as a permanent stable light source. Its glow and spores strongly attract certain ordinary mutant creatures. Description: congratulations, now there is a 24-hour self-service restaurant at your doorstep. Who is the diner and who is the food is another matter. Self-service restaurant? Shen Ye read the system prompt, his smile slowly turning twisted. Isn't this just a natural monster gathering tower? It was like someone delivered a pillow when you're sleepy. Human search for monsters is inefficient, and on this polluted land, no one could predict what deadly thing would crawl out of the shadows next. Now everything was different. He had directly built a monster gathering tower at home, and nearby small monsters would line up to become his resources. How much work would this save? Shen Ye quickly walked 2 circles around the giant glowing mushroom, reaching out to touch the cold, slimy, still slightly pulsing stalk, satisfaction almost spilling from his eyes. This thing was simply a monster farming tool made for him. But since it was a self-service restaurant, security had to be maxed. Shen Ye acted immediately. He opened his backpack and glanced at his resource stock. Wood, 381. Stone, 242. The stock was extremely sufficient, enough for him to lavish. He walked to the mushroom, focusing his mind on the ground. Simple trap construction diagram. Generate 10. The materials in his backpack vanished instantly. The ground around the mushroom seemed to be violently torn down by an invisible giant hand. The earth cracked and stones churned. In just a few dozen seconds, a deep pit surrounding the giant mushroom was formed, the 10 traps connected to form a circular defensive line. Now the yard had a glowing mushroom as bait and traps as a moat. A basic automated meat grinder was completed. Shen Ye smiled silently. After finishing the big project, he returned to the stone house, adding enough fireproof charcoal to the fireplace. Then, he drew a full bucket of clear spring water from the newly formed spring, poured it into a wooden tub, heated it, and comfortably took a hot bath. The warm water washed away 8 days of accumulated blood and dirt, bringing a long-lost feeling of freshness. Simply awesome. Tonight he will sleep well. He is looking forward to waking up tomorrow to see how lively the yard will be. Crack. Creak, creak. A sharp breaking sound pierced the stone wall, stabbing into Shen Ye's eardrums. He snapped his eyes open. In the darkness his eyes had no sleepy haze, only the alertness of a beast. His body reacted before his mind, silently springing from the bed, feet landing firmly. He crossed several steps to the window and pushed open the lookout window. The pitch-black yard outside was now lit through by an eerie green light. The halo pulsed with the rise and fall of the mushroom cap, beating in the darkness. At the edge of the halo, in the trap pit, dense black shadows writhed and crawled, making teeth-grinding scraping sounds. There were dozens of black beetles the size of human heads. Their shiny shells reflected the green light, 2 huge jaws swinging wildly, desperately trying to climb the tempting mushroom. Swamp scavenger beetle. Description: a low-level scavenger obsessed with fluorescence. Their shells are hard, but they are excellent protein sources. But this was not all. In midair, dozens of giant moths, bigger than human heads, circled around the huge ghostly mushroom. Their wing patterns twisted like human faces, faintly visible in the green light, each flap scattering glowing phosphor dust. Phototaxis ghostface moth. Description: their wing patterns resemble twisted human faces. Do not touch the dust, it will burn your skin. Cooked, it's safe. Shen Ye stood on the steps of the stonehouse door, calmly watching this chaotic yet orderly scene. After thinking for a moment, a cruel curve appeared at the corner of his mouth, and he pulled out 3 bottles filled with black fern juice from his backpack. After lighting them, he threw them all into the trap pit full of beetles. Boom! The next moment, a wall of fire soared, turning the entire yard into a scene of hell. A stench of burnt protein instantly spread everywhere. The giant moths in the sky, seeing the fire brighter than the mushroom, did not avoid it. Instead they let out extremely excited shrieks. They madly adjusted direction, diving headfirst into the sea of flames without fear. Crackle, crackle. Kill, Swamp Scavenger Beetle X1. Kill, Phototaxis Ghostface Moth X1. The system alerts sounded densely again. No need for him to act, no need to use strength, not even to waste weapon durability. This mushroom was like a huge vacuum, pulling surrounding monsters continuously and throwing them into the trap, the fire meat grinder. Full auto AFK, really nice. Shen Ye watched the scene, feeling unprecedented joy. He moved a chair and sat at the door. In his hand was a bottle of clean water and a piece of spiced beef jerky. He sat there, taking a sip of water, tearing a strip of jerky, slowly chewing. Chapter 32, Crimson Blood Alliance. 20 minutes later, the noise in the yard gradually subsided, the fire weakened as fuel ran out. Shen Ye thought the cooked corpses still had value, burning them to ash was too wasteful. He got up, carried a full bucket of water from the spring, went to the trap pit, and poured it directly on the fire. Sizzle, sizzle. White smoke shot up, the flames completely extinguished. Shen Ye clapped his hands and jumped down into the trap, beginning to clean the battlefield. Most monsters were already cooked, the few last ones falling in were twitching, and he finished them neatly one by one. Shen Ye stood in the center of the corpses and moved his mind. Pick up. Although the drop rate halved after the novice period, the base numbers were huge. Suddenly 31 old copper chests and 67 monster corpses appeared in his backpack. Feeling good. Shen Ye directly put all 67 corpses into the alchemy decomposition table. The result had turned into piles of regular biomass. This was merely income after sleeping. What if the mushrooms were planted throughout the entire yard? What if higher-grade biomass was used to catalyze it? Shen Ye raised his head, staring at the giant glowing mushroom, his eyes burning with intensity. Meanwhile, dozens of kilometers away from Shen Ye's shelter, at a rocky hilltop. This place was completely different from the lifeless silence of Shen Ye's stone house. It was incredibly lively, with a huge bonfire casting flickering light on everyone's faces. The bonfire crackled with popping sounds, the air thick with the smell of roasted meat, the sour stench of sweat, and a faint scent of blood. Hundreds of makeshift grass huts were haphazardly built against the mountain, with a circle of sharp wooden stakes forming the simplest of defenses around the perimeter. On the wooden stakes, several dried limbs of mutated bodies were nailed firmly with iron spikes, swaying in the wind. At the center of the camp, closest to the bonfire, Chen Badao sat on a crude stone chair, gripping a massive beast's leg still dripping with oil, gnawing on it as if venting his frustration. He was bare-chested, his thick muscles gleaming under the firelight. A nasty knife scar ran from his left shoulder diagonally to his right abdomen, making him appear incredibly fierce. Chen Badao swiped open the virtual panel in front of him, tapping the leaderboard with his large fingers. First place, Shen Ye. Second place, Chen Badao. He chewed the soft bone in his mouth with a sharp crack, then spat harshly onto the ground. Damn it, is this kid the system's favorite son? A charming young woman nearby immediately swayed her waist and approached, offering him a cup of water. Brother Dao, calm down, it's not worth getting worked up over some lucky guy. That kid probably fell into a pile of treasure chests at the start, just pure luck. Our Crimson Blood Alliance has hundreds of brothers, a single spit from each of us could drown him. Chen Badao snatched the cup and drank it down in one go, water spilling down his chin and scar. Luck? He growled low in his throat, then sneered. With a loud bang, he slammed the cup onto the armrest of the stone chair, shattering it. In this hellhole, luck is nothing. Without strength, no matter how good your luck is, you're just a tool for me. He suddenly stood up and walked to the edge of the camp, looking down. On the open ground below, dozens of ragged, hollow-eyed slaves were working desperately. They had once been the elite of their professions, now they were nothing but expendable tools in Chen Badao's eyes. The Crimson Blood Alliance only has one rule: either hand over all your supplies to join, or die. That's the rule of Chen Badao. More people means more power? Sure, but here, only one person gets to make the decisions. The charming woman followed behind him, lowering her voice. Brother Dao, Eagle Eye is back. Speak. Chen Badao's voice was cold. Eagle Eye swept the west, wiped out a small 3-person team trying to resist, and took a lot of food. Chen Badao nodded slightly, his face expressionless as he asked. Where are they? The men were slaughtered, the women brought back and thrown into the logistics team, the brothers are currently lining up. The young woman seemed to remember something and leaned in closer. Brother Dao, there's also a matter. Recently, a nasty woman has been secretly following our people, striking brutally, already taking down a few brothers. Oh? She dares to kill people from my Crimson Blood Alliance? He grinned cruelly. Send more people, capture her, make an example of her, and post it in the chat channel. I want everyone to know, this is the fate of those who oppose the Crimson Blood Alliance. Chen Ba Dao looked at the virtual panel. Shen Ye's grey profile, with the system message underneath saying you have been blocked, made his eyes burn with pain. Chen Ba Dao had been a ruthless character in his previous world, always on the edge of danger, but here, he was thriving, and no one had ever dared to disrespect him like this. Blocked? Chen Ba Dao grinned wickedly and directly opened the regional chat channel. He typed a few lines into the screen. Click, send. Chen Ba Dao, listen up, everyone. From today, all shelters within 5 kilometers of the Crimson Blood Alliance must hand over half of their supplies as protection fees. Anyone who dares to hide supplies, I will skin them and hang their hide on the fence. Chen Ba Dao, also, a bounty is announced across the entire district. Chen Ba Dao, whoever can provide the coordinates or relevant information of Shen Ye, will be rewarded with 50 units of food and 5 liters of clean water. Chen Ba Dao, whoever captures Shen Ye alive and brings him to me will get double the reward. You'll directly sit as the vice-alliance leader of Crimson Blood Alliance, with as many women and food as you want. As soon as the message was sent, the entire district channel went silent for a moment, followed by a flood of messages as intense as a volcanic eruption. Damn, half the supplies? What's the difference between this and just robbing us? It's over. All the supplies I worked so hard to gather are gone. Protection fee? Protect us from being robbed by our own people? Laughable. The guy upstairs must be out of his mind? Sigh, when you're under someone else's roof, you have no choice but to lower your head. Compared to life, supplies are nothing. Stop complaining. Look at the second post. Damn. Brother Dao is really serious. He's offering the Vice-Alliance leader position. Did Shen Ye offend Brother Dao? Why is he being so tough? You don't understand. There can't be 2 tigers on one mountain. Shen Ye is always at the top of the rankings, constantly slapping Brother Dao in the face. Can Brother Dao be happy about that? The Vice-Alliance leader position. I also want it, but I'm afraid Shen Ye will just slice me with a single blow. Does anyone know where Shen Ye is? Damn it, I'm done trying, I also want to be Vice-Alliance leader. Chen Ba Dao watched the screen filled with frenzied messages and hummed in satisfaction. With a generous reward, there will surely be brave men. In a world where people will kill for a sip of water, no one can resist such temptation. As long as Shen Ye is still in this area, as long as he still needs to breathe, he will surely be dragged out by countless greedy people. At this moment, a private message popped up. ID, Wulong. Chen Ba Dao squinted his eyes and clicked on it. Wulong, Brother Dao, I know where Shen Ye is. Chen Ba Dao instantly straightened his back, the fat on his body tightening. Chen Ba Dao, coordinates. Wulong, I don't have the exact coordinates, but I have a way to force him out of his hole. Chen Ba Dao frowned deeply. Chen Ba Dao, speak. Wulong, don't rush, Brother Dao. Shen Ye is as cunning as a ghost, he never reveals his location. Wulong, but he has a lackey, called Wang Dfa. Chen Ba Dao, a useless lackey, what use is he? Wulong, Brother Dao, you don't know this. I'm quite close to Wang Dfa, our relationship is good, we've exchanged supplies face to face several times. Wulong, he's an honest fool, I casually asked him how he's not hungry, where the food comes from, and he casually said it's from trading with Shen Ye. Wulong, Shen Ye must value him a lot, otherwise, how could his shelter be upgraded to level 2? He must have fed him with supplies. Wulong, I have Wang Dfa's coordinates. As long as we capture him, we won't have to worry about Shen Ye not showing up. Chen Ba Dao read the jealous words in the message, and he smiled, his scarred face twisted in a grimace. The logic works. So he raised a construction laborer. This Shen Ye, his calculations are quite sharp. Chen Ba Dao, send me the coordinates. The reply came almost instantly, a string of numbers appeared. Wulong, minus 780, 1110. Chen Ba Dao, good, you'll be well rewarded. Chen Ba Dao closed the chat window and suddenly stood up. He walked to the campfire and kicked over a slave who was adding firewood. Gather. Chapter 33, Abnormal Signal. Those members of the Crimson Blood Alliance attack team, who had been bragging and chewing on roasted meat, immediately threw away their broken wooden cups and bones when they heard the gathering order, surrounding the area like a pack of hyenas smelling blood. The flames of the campfire flickered, casting their greedy expressions in and out of shadow. 50 people in total, each holding iron tools, wearing patched leather armor, and carrying an unmistakable smell of blood that couldn't be washed away. This team is the best equipped and the deadliest in the entire region. Hawkeye stepped out from the crowd, the black composite bow on his back gleaming coldly in the firelight, standing out clearly. Brother Dao, got a job for me? Chen Ba Dao slowly stuck out his tongue and licked his cracked lips. I've got a task for you, go grab a dog and bring it back. Whose dog? Hawkeye's voice was steady. Shen Ye's. The moment those two words were spoken, there was a brief silence, followed by a low, beast-like growl from the surrounding crowd. Chen Badao looked over the sea of heads, gazing toward the distant southeast, at the land swallowed by darkness. Catch this dog, I don't believe its master won't show up. He paused, and the scar on his face twisted with his smile. Even if he doesn't show up, that guy named Wang Defa surely has a lot of good stuff stashed. Shen Ye eats meat, his dog must be drinking some rich broth too, right? A louder roar of laughter and shouting erupted from the crowd. Brother Dao was brilliant. Damn him. I've hated that show-off who's been on the top of the rankings for a long time. Chen Ba Dao raised a hand, and the noise stopped abruptly. Once we catch him, make him suffer first, send the photos to the channel. If Shen Ye doesn't respond, bring him back and we'll torture him slowly. Hawkeye nodded, a cold smile tugging at his lips. No problem, Brother Dao. Leave it to me. The team quickly assembled. Torches were lit, forming a fierce line of fire, marching out of the camp gates. The heavy footsteps crushed the bones scattered on the ground, making a sharp cracking sound as they advanced toward the southeastern limestone forest. At the end of that direction, Wang Defa hummed a slightly off-key tune, sitting comfortably in his recently reinforced level 2 shelter, happily planning how to chop more wood tomorrow to surprise Brother Yi. He was completely unaware that the shadow of death was already hanging over him. Meanwhile, on the other side. After messing around with some mushrooms, Shen Ye walked into the stone house, where 31 copper chests were quietly lying on the floor. Open them all. His command was instantly given. Buzz. The 31 chests popped open simultaneously, and a massive flow of resource information flooded his panel like a waterfall. Current possessions: wood 566, stones 412, scrap iron 118, iron blocks 92, steel ingots 25. Other basic resources were also greatly replenished. But for Shen Ye now, these basic resources, enough to make thousands of people outside fight to the death over, no longer stirred much in his heart. His attention shifted to the silver chest, which had gained a profit today through compound interest. Open. The silver chest lid popped open without a sound, and a soft glow spilled out from within. Acquired, blast-proof steel shield X1. Quality, excellent. Requirement, physique 20. Effect, made from high-density composite steel, provides extremely high frontal physical blocking and impact resistance. Contains a built-in buffer layer that can greatly offset the impact force from heavy monsters. Description: the best defense is to crush the enemy to pieces at the moment of collision. Acquired, iron block X15. Acquired, steel ingot X7. Good stuff. He reached out and the heavy steel shield appeared in his hand. His left arm sank slightly, and a solid, reliable feeling flowed through his arm. This shield was nearly as tall as a person, heavy and solid, like a movable iron wall. The surface was smooth, with no extra decoration, only the cold metallic sheen and reinforced rivets at the four corners, exuding a simple, brutal practicality. With this weight, you really can't lift it without at least 20 points of physique. Shen Ye swung it with satisfaction, and a muffled whistling sound filled the air. After opening the chests, Shen Ye habitually slid open the survivor panel, intending to check how much material old Wang had collected today and send him his salary for the day. However, when he opened the trading interface, the smile on Shen Ye's face instantly froze. A newly generated trade record lay quietly at the very top of the list. Trade completed. From Wang Defa. Received, wood X121, stone X235, scrap iron X44, black bread X8, clean water 500 ml X10 Pioneer Kit X1. Shen Ye's brow instantly knotted into a deadly tangle. He had never initiated any trade. Wang Defa had never sent him a single word. This trade was a one-sided gift. And the quantity, it was almost a total ruin of a household. Shen Ye immediately clicked open Wang Defa's private chat window. Shen Ye, old Wang? What's going on? Why did you give me all your belongings? The message sent, sinking like a stone into the sea. No reply at all. Just then, another private message popped up abruptly. It was Cheng He. Cheng He, in case you didn't see the channel. The Crimson Blood Alliance has publicly wanted you on the channel. Be careful. Wang Defa's resource transfer. Cheng He's warning. The two events suddenly collided in Shen Ye's mind. They couldn't find him, so they went after Wang Defa. Shen Ye took a deep breath, the eyes that had been slightly relaxed from gain slowly sank, finally turning into a dead stillness like a bottomless abyss. He never thought he was a good person, much less some saint saving all living beings. He didn't care how many people in this world died. But if he ignored it, wouldn't everyone think any scum could crap and piss on him, Shen Ye? Anyone who moved his people, was moving him, Shen Ye. Shen Ye expressionlessly opened the chaotic regional channel. Fingers swiping up, the information on the screen quickly scrolled backward. Soon, two messages came into his eyes. Chen Badeo, whoever can provide Shen Ye's coordinates or corresponding information, reward food 50 units, clean water 5 liters. Shen Badeo, whoever can bring Shen Ye alive in front of me, reward doubled. Directly take the Crimson Blood Alliance vice leader's position, women, food, whatever you want. The chat below was also full of greed and frenzy. Vice leader. Damn. Brother Dao is really spending blood money this time. Damn, who has clues about Shen Ye? I don't want to work hard anymore. Southeast. I think I saw the main force of the Crimson Blood Alliance moving southeast. They must have caught someone. Ha ha ha. Waiting for a top-ranked big shot to be paraded for all to see. Looking at Chen Badeo's wanted notice, Shen Ye expressionless. Crimson Blood Alliance, huh? Hope your bones are harder than those mutant monsters. Shen Ye stood up, changed into that brand new bone armor, cold plates pressing against skin, giving off a faint friction sound. Then, he stretched out his hand, slowly pushing open the heavy stone door. The eternal night's cold wind howled in, carrying the stench of darkness. Shen Ye actually knew Wang Defa's location, he had known it from the first trade. Chapter 34 Wang Defa. Wang Defa was in a very good mood. He hummed a loftune song, hands polishing a thick round log, the fireplace next to him crackling. One end of the log had been sharpened to extreme point by him, the other end repeatedly roasted with fire, turning charred and hard. This was the surprise he wanted to give Brother Yi, a row of reinforced anti-horse spikes for the camp. He could even imagine, when Brother Yi saw this thing, though he might not say anything, he would surely praise him inside. Brother Yi gave him the blueprints, gave him food, gave him in this damn world, a little thing called hope. He, Wang Defa, though a rough man with little culture, was definitely not ungrateful. Though his combat talent was weak, he had plenty of strength and patience. Every day, besides completing the agreed trade with Brother Yi, he secretly chopped extra wood, dug extra stone. As Brother Ye's reserve supplies. While Brother Yi fought for life outside, he worked on the infrastructure behind. It felt just like when he used to work as logistics in a factory. Although unremarkable, it is also an indispensable link in the whole assembly line. He opened the survivor panel, looking at his small but incredibly warm level 2 wooden house, and a real sense of accomplishment filled his chest. Shelter, level 2, sturdy wooden house. Upgrade requirements, wood 50 stone 200 scrap iron 50. Currently owned, wood 121 stone 235 scrap iron 44. Just a little short of scrap iron. Wang Defa scratched his head, scrap iron is hard to get, can only rely on opening boxes and luck. He was thinking whether to walk around the shelter again, see if he could pick up some junk. Bang! A huge sound exploded outside the house without warning. The whole wooden house shook violently, dust falling from the beams. Wang Defa shivered and stood up, grabbed the stone axe beside him, and rushed to the window in 3 steps, peeking outside through the narrow gap. Just one glance, and his blood ran cold halfway. A dozen torches, like a ring of deadly ghost fire, surrounded his shelter tightly. In the firelight, a group of people waved hammers and axes, chopping madly at the defense he was proud of. Open the door. Red Blood Alliance is here. People inside, hand over all supplies, and you will be spared. Wang Defa's face went pale. Red Blood Alliance. That infamous guild killing and looting in the area channel. How could they find him? He had always kept low profile, never showing wealth in the channel. Eagle Eye, this bastard's turtle shell is pretty hard. A man with a scar on his face spat on the ground, his hammer again smashing heavily on the fence, sending wood chips flying. In the back of the crowd, a thin man carrying a compound bow watched coldly, not making a sound. He raised his hand, a simple gesture, and the surrounding noise immediately stopped. Eagle Eye's voice was not loud, but had a cold sharpness that could pierce wood. Wang Defa, right? We are not looking for you, we are looking for Shen Ye. Now, send a message to Shen Ye, let him come save you. Or, give me his coordinates. As long as you cooperate, I promise you a Red Blood Alliance captain's life of luxury every day. Wang Defa's hand holding the stone axe began to tremble. He understood. These people are coming for Yi Gu. They can't find Yi Gu, so they trace to him. Wulong. Wang Defa realized, only he knew about his trade with Shen Ye. The silence outside made Eagle Eye lose patience. His narrow eyes squinted, waving his hand behind him. Break the door. Boom. A makeshift battering ram made of a few logs hit the fence of Wang Defa's carefully reinforced courtyard hard. It seemed it wouldn't take long for them to break in. Judging by their style in the channel, anything they said was lies, he was in serious danger. Wang Defa trembled all over, but he bit his tongue hard, the taste of iron spreading in his mouth, forcing himself to calm down. He would rather die than let these beasts get his supplies. Wang Defa shakily opened the survivor panel. Trade. A familiar interface unfolded in his trembling mind. He selected the top avatar. Trade target, Shen Ye. Trade type, voluntary gift. Without hesitation, he put all his inventory supplies up. Wood X121. Stone X235. Scrap iron X44. And the black bread and clean water he had always been reluctant to consume. All of it. Seeing the numbers instantly empty, a sense of revenge filled Wang Defa's heart. You want to rob me? Even if I die, I leave you only an empty shell. He used his mind to press the confirm trade button. Trade successful. After a while, the shelter door shattered, and several strong men rushed in. The torchlight instantly filled the entire cramped wooden house. Damn you, bloody alliance. I'm going all out with you. Wang Defa's eyes turned bloodshot as he roared, swinging his stone axe violently at the muscular man in front of him. The muscular man merely sneered dismissively, casually blocking with his iron rod, sending Wang Defa's stone axe flying. Then, with a heavy kick, he struck Wang Defa's chest. Before Wang Defa could react, he was kicked to the ground, the back of his head slamming hard into the floor, his vision filled with stars. A filthy boot pressed against his chest, making it hard for him to breathe. Eagle Eye slowly walked in, crouching down and tapping Wang Defa's face with his dagger. The cold sensation made Wang Defa shiver involuntarily. I heard you're very familiar with Shen Ye? Wang Defa gritted his teeth tightly, spitting a mouthful of blood and dirt directly onto Eagle Eye's boot, remaining silent. You're quite stubborn. Eagle Eye glared in disgust at the bloodstain on his boot, standing up and tilting his head toward the muscular man behind him. Loosen his bones a bit. The muscular man grinned viciously, raising his foot and stomping heavily on Wang Defa's arm. Crack! The sharp sound of breaking bone echoed throughout the wooden house. Excruciating pain. The searing, heart-wrenching agony overwhelmed Wang Defa in an instant, cold sweat soaking his clothes. But he still clenched his teeth, letting out a low, beast-like whimper, unwilling to speak a single word. Damn it, you can take a beating. The muscular man cursed and raised his foot again. Wait. Eagle Eye stopped him. Don't kill him, Brother Dao wants him alive. He walked in front of Wang Defa, looking down at him from above. I'll ask again, the coordinates of Shen Ye. Wang Defa spat out another mouthful of blood mixed with dirt, his bloodshot eyes filled with hatred. He grinned, his mouth covered in blood, and laughed bitterly. I fuck your mother. Eagle Eye's gaze turned icy cold. Take off one of his arms. And while you're at it, tear apart his shelter core. Eagle Eye's tone was as calm as if he were talking about squashing an ant. Before his words were even finished, someone beside him swung an axe, and the sound of it cutting through the air was followed by ah! Wang Defa let out a scream that didn't even sound human, blood splattering like a fountain against the broken wooden walls, as a thick arm, mixed with shattered bone, flew out. His arm had been chopped off alive. At the same time, several of his men immediately began to destroy the wooden house. The pain was so intense that Wang Defa almost lost consciousness. Lying in a pool of blood, he helplessly watched as the home he had painstakingly built was destroyed inch by inch. The pain and despair in his heart almost consumed him completely. Sorry, Yi Ge. One of the men retrieved a faintly glowing orb from the wreckage of the house, respectfully handing it to Eagle Eye. Level 2 Shelter Core. Eagle Eye took the core, weighed it in his hand, and tossed it casually to the person behind him. He ordered them to drag the unconscious Wang Defa, who had fainted from blood loss, like a dead dog outside. Then he pulled up the system panel and took a photo. In the photo, Wang Defa was covered in blood, lying in the mud, with the sight of his severed arm and the destroyed shelter ruins behind him. As soon as this message went out, the entire region channel fell silent. Everyone felt the suffocating scent of blood through the screen. Bloody Alliance, Qin Phone, at Shen Ye, I've tied up your dog. If you want him alive, come get him yourself. Location, -780, 1110. Image. Chapter 35, I heard you're looking for me? After Eagle Eye sent the message, he began issuing orders methodically. Hang him up. Light the fire, make sure to illuminate everything around, no blind spots. Archers, get into position, prepare to welcome guests. Remember, as soon as that Shen Ye shows up, no need for talking, just shoot. Shoot him like a sieve. Members of the Crimson Blood Alliance immediately sprang into action. They were already very familiar with this kind of brutal killing and baiting. Piles of bonfires were quickly ignited, the bright orange flames rising and illuminating the twisted outlines of this ruin. Wang Defa was bound hand and foot with rough hemp ropes, hanging high from a broken beam. Blood dripped from his amputated arm, gathering below into a shocking dark red puddle on the muddy ground. Eagle Eye leaped onto a tall rock nearby, a high point in the area, giving him an excellent view. He slowly drew his black composite bow, knocking an arrow that glinted coldly. He could sense the danger within a certain radius around him. Outwardly, he claimed this was his special ability. But in reality, it was just his incredible luck from opening a rare item dark compass from a copper chest. As long as a living creature stepped into this range, there was no way it could escape his senses. Time passed second by second. The scene was terrifyingly quiet, only the occasional crackle of wood in the bonfire breaking the silence. Eagle Eye, is that grandson Shen Ye too scared to come? A bald, muscular man, becoming impatient, spat harshly on the ground, then turned to complain to his companion. Damn it, what a waste of our effort, I've been stuck here drinking in the cold wind. I see that Shen Ye is a coward, all show and no substance. He's probably looking for a crack to crawl into right now. Beside him, a tall, skinny guy chuckled and poked the bonfire with his spear, sending a dazzling spark flying. Of course. Our Crimson Blood Alliance's reputation alone makes anyone in this area shiver. With someone like him, he's probably curled up in his doghouse, hugging his knees and trembling in fear. Maybe he peed his pants when he saw the photos, and now he's running away in the opposite direction. The surrounding thugs joined in with suppressed laughter, the atmosphere lightening considerably. Some were even starting to plan how to torment the newly captured female slaves when they returned to the camp. In their eyes, this so-called hunt was already over before it began. Shen Ye absolutely wouldn't dare to come. All that was left was to take away the worthless bait above and then go back to drink and divide the spoils, nothing more. The bald man grew more and more pleased with himself, looking up at Wang Defa swaying in the cold wind, he grinned a cruel smile. If that Shen Ye hasn't reacted in another quarter hour, we'll chop off the other hand of the guy up there. I want to see how long he can be a turtle hiding his head. Just as the words fell, Eagle Eye's pupils suddenly constricted, instantly becoming the most dangerous needle-like shape. What had been a calm dark compass suddenly sent a deadly warning, like an alarm ringing wildly in his mind. Danger. Extreme danger. In his perception, about 150 meters away in the depths of darkness, something seemed to be there. Who's there? Eagle Eye wasted no time, his bowstring was pulled back to the max, and without hesitation, he shot an arrow in that direction. Whoosh! The arrow, like a bolt of black lightning, plunged into the boundless darkness. No scream, no echo. Like a stone sinking into the sea. Putting on a show. Eagle Eye snorted coldly, pulling another arrow from his quiver. However, at that moment, a nauseating creak sound clearly came from that direction. The sound was heavy and slow, as if some giant mechanical winch was struggling to turn. What noise is that? What the hell is that? Is there a distorted creature coming? Members of the Crimson Blood Alliance tightened their grips on their weapons. One by one, they stretched their necks and looked uncertainly in the direction of the sound. In the darkness. Bang! A huge, thunderous sound, like a bolt of lightning on dry ground, exploded without warning. Then, a massive shadow, darker than the night itself, tore through the 100-meter distance between them at a speed beyond the limits of vision. The shadow scraped through the air, emitting a sharp, screeching howl. The speed was too fast. Thud. A chilling dull sound. Standing below the Eagle Eye, a fat man was holding up a torch. The next moment, the fat man's upper body was gone. It simply disappeared into thin air. Not cut by a sharp weapon, but shattered into a cloud of blood and flesh by an irresistible, terrifying force. Warm, strongly pungent liquid, mixed with indistinguishable bits of flesh, splattered all over the surrounding people. The specially made crossbow bolt, thicker than an adult's thigh, passed through the fat man, continuing its force and piercing deeply into the hard rock behind him. Boom! The rock cracked with a loud sound, and countless shards flew in all directions, striking the surrounding thugs, making them scream in pain. But it wasn't over yet. Golden enhancement. Unstable compound. Boom! A more violent orange-red fireball erupted from the body that was left with only 2 legs. A furious shockwave, mixed with sharp bone fragments, swept violently in all directions. The 5 or 6 closest people didn't even have time to think of dodging before being sent flying by the shockwave. Some had their arms and legs blown off mid-air, becoming crippled. At this moment, time seemed to stop. Dead silence engulfed the entire ruins. An extreme fear from the depths of their souls instantly swept away all their greed and ferocity. What the hell, is that freakish monster? A scarred man's voice was trembling uncontrollably, his teeth clattering, making a chattering sound. Thud. 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 Heavy, rhythmic footsteps slowly came from the darkness. Under the terrified gaze of everyone, Shen Ye pushed a giant crossbow turret that gleamed with cold metallic luster, slowly stepping into the edge illuminated by the bonfire. He wore the hideous distorted bone armor, the pale bone armor glowing with a cold, eerie light under the flickering flames. He didn't even glance at the thugs who were already paralyzed with fear. His head slightly tilted upwards, looking over the chaotic crowd below, landing on Wang Defa, who was hanging high. His chest was still rising and falling, still alive. Shen Ye lowered his gaze, slowly drawing a long knife with his other hand. The blade was long and narrow, exuding a chilling killing intent in the flickering firelight. I heard, you were looking for me? His voice was calm but clearly reached everyone's ears. Now, I'm here. Chapter 36, Can't Break Through the Defense? Dead silence. A kind of dead silence that could make the blood freeze. The remaining 49 members of the Crimson Blood Alliance stood as if they had been nailed through their skulls by invisible nails, frozen in place. The huge crossbow turret that cast the shadow of death had shattered all their remaining hope with its visual impact. At a time when most people were still fighting with spears and axes, the enemy had brought out a cannon. How the hell are we supposed to fight now? Should we block that crossbow bolt, thicker than a thigh, with our heads? Eagle Eye was the first to snap out of the extreme horror. His throat was dry as he let out a hoarse, shrill shout. Spread out. Everyone, spread out, goddammit. That's a heavy crossbow. It reloads slowly. There's only one person. Charge. Get close. Cut him down. Eagle Eye's roar was like a bucket of cold water, waking up the frozen desperados. That's right. No matter how powerful that thing is, look at that complicated winch structure. It can't reload quickly. A 1 against 49. Winning for sure. Even if it takes time, we can exhaust this kid to death. Kill him. The bald man was the first to react, letting out a violent shot from his throat, both to pump himself up and to give his companions, whose legs had started to weaken, a bit of confidence. His equipment. That cannon. Whoever grabs it, it's theirs. Greed once again overwhelmed the fear of death. Roar. Dozens of beast-like roars exploded from the crowd, the light of the torches swaying in the rage and greed, with everyone waving all sorts of iron tools, closing in on Shen Ye. The crowd was closing in tighter and tighter. Shen Ye stood still in place, unmoving. His eyes swept over the dark, surging mass of people, slowly gliding over the faces twisted by greed and anger. He didn't see these people as opponents to evaluate. He was counting. Dominoes, before the first one falls, you have to confirm if the lineup is close enough. 49 people. The density was quite satisfying. The curve at the corner of his mouth slowly lifted by a fraction at that moment. Too many people? Shen Ye lowered his gaze, looking at the bald man who was charging in front, his tone as calm as if he were describing something unrelated to himself. The more people, the better. The next second. Boom! The ground exploded. It was the ground under Shen Ye's feet. A terrifying physique that surpassed human physical limits by 25 points erupted without any reservation at this moment. The hard mud ground was kicked out into a fist-deep pit, and his body transformed into a blurry black shadow too fast for the eye to track, crashing into the oncoming encircling crowd in a completely physically impossible fury. Fast. Extremely fast. The bald man, who was at the front, hadn't even finished the motion of raising his iron rod when the air in front of him suddenly changed. A face he had never seen so close before was almost pressed against his own. In those eyes, there was no anger, no killing intent, not even contempt. Only a calm and thorough indifference, the kind seen when looking at dead things. You. The only word squeezed out of his throat. Put. The long blade let out a scream close to tearing cloth as it pierced through the bald man's jaw, running through the brainstem, the white tip of the knife quietly poking out from the back of his neck, carrying warm liquid with it. Kill, survivor, Feng Ji. Trigger, unstable compound. Shen Ye's movements never stopped. He kicked the still warm chest of the bald man, using the recoil to float backward like a ghost, instantly creating several meters of distance. The next moment. Boom! The bald man's corpse exploded. A dark red energy storm exploded at his corpse's center, instantly sweeping a 2-meter radius around it. The 3 companions surrounding him didn't even have time to scream before they were violently torn apart, half of their bodies shredded by the explosive energy. Blood and flesh flew everywhere. Shen Ye's figure turned back in the explosion's shockwave, the long blade tracing a cold and perfect arc through the air. 3 heads, with their incomplete expressions, flew up into the sky one by one. Then, he slid like a low baseball slide, his body nearly scraping the ground, like a ghost gliding across the earth, withdrawing from the center before the explosion occurred. Boom! 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 The 3 decapitated bodies exploded one after another. The deaths of these 3 triggered another explosion like sparks falling into an oil pan, re-triggering the unstable compound. The chain reaction of explosions began. Dark red energy ripples swept outward like a falling domino chain, devouring fresh life in wave after wave. Countless people were thrown into the air by the shockwave, like paper figures crushed in a careless hand, their bones cracking against rocks with a sound that resembled the breaking of human forms. Falling into the mud, his body covered in blood. Before they could even let out their first scream, the bodies of their fallen comrades next to them exploded in the next moment, splintered bones and raging flames engulfing them. Just one glance. Of the 49 people in the team, fewer than 10 were still standing. Among them, most had completely collapsed at the soul level, their legs just not yet reacting to which way to run. This was not a battle. This was killing chickens. At that moment. Whoosh! A cold arrow shot out from behind a high rock, aiming precisely at Shen Ye's heart. Shen Ye didn't even turn his head to look. The arrow violently hit his deformed bone armor with a crisp ding, then weakly bounced off. Not a single white mark remained on the pale bone armor. The eagle-eyed shooter's pupils suddenly went unfocused, and his hand holding the bow trembled violently. Couldn't break the defense. How the hell is this possible? A demon, he's a demon. From the crowd, the first mental line broke completely, the scream tearing through the silence like a stone falling into a snow-covered mountain, instantly triggering an avalanche. A minion screamed, dropping the iron rod in his hands, tumbling and crawling as he ran, his legs frantically clawing the ground, wishing his parents had given him 2 more. Run? Amid the smoke raised by the explosion, Shen Ye's voice came calmly. He did not chase. He just slowly turned around and walked back to the huge crossbow tower. He placed one hand on the heavy winch, unleashing 25 points of terrifying force effortlessly. Bang! The crossbow bolt screamed out, carrying a deathly whistle, instantly crossing 100 meters. The fleeing person, in the darkness, couldn't even scream, the thick bolt piercing straight through his body. The massive momentum lifted his body into the air, pinning him hard to a thick dead tree. His body, like a nailed hanging picture, blood flowing down the tree trunk in streams. The composite bow in the eagle-eyed shooter's hands clanged to the ground. It's over. All over. This was not a fat sheep that could be hunted. This was a monster in human skin. The next moment. The eagle-eyed shooter only felt a blur, the bone-armored demon had silently appeared in front of him, blocking all light. Wait a. The plea barely reached his throat, the eagle-eyed shooter hadn't even squeezed out the next word. The cold blade tore through the air. Splat! Something warm drenched the eagle-eyed shooter's face. He instinctively looked down. Then, he saw 2 arms flying detached from the body. Chapter 37, Killing and Burning, the Golden Waist Belt. The eagle-eyed shooter instinctively looked down. Then, he saw 2 arms flying detached from the body. Those 2 arms still tightly gripped his longbow. Ah! A half-second delayed pain, like lava pouring into his nerves, made the eagle-eyed shooter scream a sound not like a human. Shen Ye did not look at him. The moment the eagle-eyed shooter fell, his gaze had already left, landing back on the edge of the small light circle from the campfire. A few were still alive. These people clung to rocks, their legs too scared to stand, some seemingly already peed themselves. Shen Ye sheathed his long knife with a crisp sound. He walked slowly to the eagle-eyed shooter, bent down, grabbed his collar with one hand, lifting the half-dismembered body off the ground. The eagle-eyed shooter's empty shoulders swayed in midair, blood at the broken ends cooling rapidly, forming dark purple bruises. Go back and tell Chen Ba Dao. Shen Ye's voice was quiet but clearly penetrated the ears of everyone still alive. Since he wants to die, I will grant it. Silence, everyone was already terrified dumb. Shen Ye did not kill the eagle-eyed shooter again. He casually tossed the armless cripple aside. He let it fall back into the mud. Sometimes, a person crushed completely by fear is far more useful than a corpse. Because fear is contagious. He stood up, walked across the blood-soaked ruins, his shadow stretching long in the flickering firelight. A thought moved slightly. Those soft specks of light scattered among the wreckage began to drift away from each corpse, like fireflies, rushing into his body one after another. All the supplies, weapons, and each shelter core had been looted clean. Moments later, the battlefield was left in complete chaos. Shen Ye lowered his head, called up the system panel, and took a photo. The fire was almost out, casting the ruins' outline in sharp relief. Broken beams, scattered debris, those chunks of flesh that could never be pieced together, a few terrified survivors, an eagle-eye wailing in pain in the mud, his severed arms still clutching a longbow. Send. Shen Ye, at Chen Ba Dao I killed your dog. Next is you. Picture. One picture, one line. The moment the message sent, the entire area channel seemed to be strangled, silent for 3 seconds, then erupted violently. Fuck, is this the elite team of the Crimson Blood Alliance? All wiped out? One person took down a full 50-man team? Is this even human? Dad. Night bro. From today, you are my only dad. Ha ha ha. Chen Ba Dao? Speechless? Your dog is slaughtered, why aren't you yelling? So good, so damn good. Wait to see Chen Ba Dao's head on Night Bro's wall. Opening bets. How many days can Chen Ba Dao survive? The gloating words, like steel needles, pierced the silent second-place figure precisely. Shen Ye swiped his finger, and the noisy world fell silent. In the ruins, only the last pops of charcoal from the dying fire remained. He walked across the blood-slicked mud, step by step, to the broken beam. Wang Defa was still hanging there. Shen Ye stopped in front of him, silently looking up for a few seconds. This rough man was strong, talkative, always calling Night Bro. In this cannibalistic apocalypse, he was the dumbest, yet most real person Shen Ye had ever seen. Shen Ye raised the knife, severed the rope in one strike. 1 to 10 ended. New cycle day 1 to 11 started. Interest compounding triggered. The system beeped at midnight. After returning to the shelter, Shen Ye treated Wang Defa's wounds, then placed him in a temporary tent in the yard. Then he turned into the villa, sinking his thoughts into the backpack. Shack gains. Currently have wood 2966, stone 1747, scrap iron 288, iron block 114, steel ingot 35. The golden belt for killing and burning, the ancients never lied to me. Scanning through the dazzling equipment, Shen Ye finally focused on the softly glowing spheres. 1, 2, 3. Counting the ones he opened himself, a total of 43 shelter cores. Shen Ye kept one for Wang Defa and opened the hut's upgrade panel. Shelter, level 3, stone hut. Upgrade requirements, stone 400, iron block 100, steel ingot 100. Detected shelter cores, level 2x42. Converted requirements, stone 232, iron block 58, steel ingot 58. Still missing 23 steel ingots. Shen Ye scanned the inventory, finally stopping at the heavy blast-proof steel shield in the backpack corner. He hesitated for about 2 seconds. When you can't have both fish and bear paw, always pick the basics first. Disassemble, blast-proof steel shield X1 to get steel ingot X25. Disassemble. Gained, steel ingot X25. Next moment, the alert sounded. Detected enough shelter cores, proceed with shelter fusion upgrade? Upgrade. The instant the words fell, the 42 glowing spheres shot upward, turning into streaks of light that violently slammed into the ground beneath Shen Ye. Rumble. The ground shook, stones cracked, and every wall of the shelter began to emit a groan of unbearable strain. This is not a gentle breakdown and reconstruction, but a violent, unreasonable expansion. The wall suddenly soared with the sound of tearing, the ground barbarically crushed and extended outward, and the ceiling thunderously lifted upwards, finally revealing a wide dome supported horizontally by massive black steel beams. The stone-built small house, originally less than 50 square meters, doubled in size, then doubled again, at a visible speed. The once solid stone walls, pulled by forces from both inside and outside, were refilled with molten iron in every crack, solidified, and became twice as thick as before. The entire building trembled violently with the roar and light, finally falling into utter silence. In the end, a sturdy steel villa replaced the original stone house. Shen Ye stood in the center of the yard, looking up and inspecting the brand new building in front of him. Hint: the shelter's level has been upgraded to level 4, steel villa. Hint: the building workshop is unlocked, capable of housing and upgrading all production buildings. Hint: the building automated watchtower X3 is unlocked, capable of automatically attacking enemy units within a 200-meter range. Hint: you have gained territorial authority. A 500-meter radius around the villa is now marked as your exclusive territory. Hint: within your territory, all attributes receive a slight boost, and you have absolute control over vision in the area. Hint: any building within your territory is under your control. You can recruit members for your territory. Members who sign pacts with you cannot resist the Lord. Shen Ye finished reading this series of hints and hadn't even had time to think when the next prompt sound exploded. Detection: shelter's level has been upgraded, exclusive enhancement has been drawn. Chapter 38, Prism Light. As the system's prompt sound faded, 3 glowing cards slowly appeared before Shen Ye. The moment he saw the cards, his breath stopped abruptly. 2 of the cards were flashing with light he had never seen before. It was a flowing, faint rainbow halo, dazzling enough to almost pierce his retina. Option 1, Starry Blessing, Gold. Effect: 30% of the damage you deal will be converted into health recovery, and the speed of SAN value recovery will increase by 200% for 1 hour after the battle ends. Description: when you strike towards the abyss, the stars pray for you. This enhancement was powerful. For any survivor living in the dark world, stamina was life. But Shen Ye only glanced at it faintly. He had the greed flesh parasitizing inside him. As long as there was high-energy monster flesh for him to gorge on, his stamina was nearly infinite. This card was an added bonus to him, but it was not irreplaceable. His gaze was fixed firmly on the second card. Option 2, Unexpected Vault, Prism Light. Effect: based on your current shelter level, you will randomly receive 3 ancient relics. Description: you heard the sound of dice landing. Prism Light. An unseen prism light quality. Shen Ye's eyes reddened slightly. 3 ancient relics. He rolled the 6 words in his mind 3 times, feeling the terrifying weight that could drive any survivor to madness. The abyss gazer's eye on him was an ancient relic, costing him a permanent reduction of 20 CN value limit, but granting him nearly an unfair advantage in vision in the dark. If he could obtain 2 more relics of the same or even higher caliber in one go, the value of this card was beyond measure. Shen Ye took a deep breath, suppressing the urge to click it immediately, and painfully moved his gaze to the third card. Option 3, Radiant Ticket, Prism Light. Effect: whenever you consume resources, there is a 50% chance to refund the consumed amount. Description: welcome to the VIP section. Here, it also pays for you. Shen Ye stared at this line of text for a full 30 seconds. All the consumption, all the manufacturing, all the building upgrades, equipment enhancements, every time, there's a 50% chance of a full refund. He felt his heart pounding with an almost uncontrollable rhythm, striking against the walls of his chest. The treasure chest of surprises was a one-time deal, giving 3 ancient relics was indeed invincible, but randomness was just that random, what it opened depended entirely on luck. The side effects of the ancient relics were also extremely terrifying. And the dazzling ticket, the further it developed, the more resources it consumed, the more terrifying its value became as the ultimate godly skill. As long as the base number was large enough, probability theory would teach everyone how to behave. This was not a ticket, it was clearly the true king of getting things for free. Shen Ye's lips slowly curled upwards. I choose the dazzling ticket. The moment the words fell, the colorful card turned into an extremely brilliant streak of light and directly entered Shen Ye's chest. Exclusive enhanced dazzling ticket has been activated. Now, let's test the quality. Shen Ye immediately walked towards the ancient black forge, took off the monster bloodstained grotesque bone leg armor, and slammed it onto the forge. Forging option 1, quality enhancement. Requirements, Iron X10. Effect, greatly improves defense, material evolution. Enhance. As soon as the words were spoken. Ding. Detected consumption of materials Iron X10. Dazzling ticket triggered. Judgment successful. This consumption has been refunded. You have received Iron X10. Shen Ye's eyebrows slightly raised. He then looked down at his backpack, and the 10 pieces of iron had indeed been returned completely intact. Ha 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 ha. He laughed, his smile carrying a bit of relaxation he didn't even realize. The black flames erupted from the top of the forge, devouring the leg armor and iron. Shen Ye no longer paid attention, turning around to take out a bag of chips, sitting on a stone chair in the corner, waiting for the black flames to complete the forging. He was calculating in his mind, when he caught Shen by knife, whether to start with the leg or the hand. Soon, the flames in the forge extinguished, and a brand new leg armor was left there. Grotesque bone-locked leg armor. Quality, excellent. Description, corrosion resistance, greatly increased physical defense. Shen Ye stood up and donned the leg armor. Helmet, chest armor, leg armor, now the entire grotesque bone battle armor, only 1 pair of battle boots still needed 1 more forging opportunity. He stretched his limbs, and the bone armor plates clashed, emitting a low friction sound, carrying an unshakable heaviness and savagery. He glanced at Wang Defa, whose breathing was gradually calming. Turning around, he pushed open the heavy steel villa door and walked towards the all-terrain off-road vehicle. The night wind howled. Shen Ye leaped into the off-road vehicle's driver's seat, slamming the gas pedal to the floor. V-Room. The black steel beast roared, tearing through the darkness, heading straight for the coordinates of the Red Blood Alliance. Chen Ba Knife's camp coordinates were no longer a secret in the regional channel. The high-speed running engine forcibly split the darkness with 2 white light beams, the off-road vehicle crashing through the withered forest and crossing the edge of the swamp. About 2 hours later, Shen Ye stopped the car. The off-road vehicle stopped at the edge of a mountain ridge. Shen Ye got out of the car, standing on the ridge, overlooking below. There was the Red Blood Alliance camp. A settlement made up of hundreds of crude grass huts and giant wooden rafts. At this moment, the settlement was lifeless. The huge bonfire that should have soared into the sky had already extinguished, leaving only black ash on the ground. Most of the surrounding wooden rafts had collapsed, with grotesque limbs hanging from them, and several more wind-dried human corpses lying nearby. But on those corpses, there were only friction bloodstains left on the ground where they had been dragged. There was no one in the camp. Shen Ye's brow furrowed slightly. What's going on? Did they run away? He leaped down from the ridge, silently landing in the camp. On the ground, there were traces left from hurried escape. The air was thick with the strong smell of blood and decay. Shen Ye followed the smell past several rows of falling apart grass huts, his eyes cutting through the darkness, finally landing in a corner deep in the camp. A huge cage made of wood, crookedly standing in the mud. Inside the cage, dozens of bodies were stacked tightly together. Men and women. Each body was nothing but skin and bones, looking like everyone had suffered a long hunger before death. Shen Ye looked around, then finally walked into the only stone house in the center of the camp. The door was wide open, inside it was turned upside down and messy. But inside, no one was there. Chapter 39, Guaranteed Win. A few hours earlier. Chen Ba felt his teeth chattering. He held the beast's leg tightly, his knuckles white from force, but the chill creeping up his spine could not be stopped. On the virtual panel, that photo was like worms and bones, refusing to leave his sight. The fire rising to the sky. Blurred, piled up limbs. His elite team. The 50 best fighters he was most proud of. Almost all dead. Brother Dao. The charming woman beside him trembled, her makeup crying away, clinging tightly to his arm. What do we do now? Shut up! Chen Ba shouted violently, slapping the woman to the ground with a backhand. His chest heaved violently, his heavy breathing like an injured beast. What to do? Damn it, how the hell would he know? That Shen Ye was not human. Cheating. This guy was definitely cheating. How could a normal person kill 50 fully armed elites in such a short time? Report, Brother Dao. A guard henchman rolled and crawled in, face full of terror, collapsing to his knees with a thud. Eagle Eye is back. Chen Ba jumped up, his huge movement overturning the stone table in front, and ran out of the stone house in a few steps. At the camp entrance, it was already a mess. The crowd parted automatically, faces showing a mix of horror and pity. Eagle Eye was helped along, his leather armor now torn into rags, blood covering his body. The most terrifying was his arms. From the shoulders down, completely cut off. The wounds were roughly wrapped with torn cloth, dark red blood soaking his chest and dripping down. His face was pale as paper, eyes unfocused, mumbling something incomprehensible. Devil is a devil. Don't kill me. The surrounding members watched the once respected Eagle Eye in this miserable state, silent like cold corpses. Fear spread through the crowd like plague. Chen Ba looked at Eagle Eye, feeling a chill from his feet to the top of his head. Shen Ye let him come back on purpose. It was a show of power. He was telling him that he could easily crush the elite of the Red Blood Alliance, and also take his life. When going for Wang Defa, Chen Ba had deliberately not gone. He shouted loudly on the channel, but when facing an unknown enemy, he always let his subordinates test first. His targeting of Shen Ye was just because of Shen Ye's S-level supplies. A newcomer, lucky as hell, no real force, why have that wealth? 50 versus 1, how could he lose? Guaranteed win. He thought it would be an easy hunt, but he kicked onto a hot iron plate instead. Brother Dao. Let's fight him. Yes. He is only one, we still have hundreds of brothers. Kill him and split the loot. In the crowd, a few greedy members kept shouting. Chen Ba looked at them, feeling like he was looking at a bunch of complete idiots. Fight? Fight with what? Use your balls to fill it? Even the elite team with Hawkeye was cut down like vegetables, and you trash who can't even gather proper gear, going up there is nothing but suicide. But he couldn't say that. He needed the anger and greed of these idiots to buy himself time. Yes. Chen Ba suddenly drew the warblade at his waist, raised it high, and let out a hysterical roar. Fight that Shen Ye. He pointed the tip of the blade toward the distant darkness, looking mad. As long as we kill him, all the S-level supplies are ours. All members. Pick up weapons. We will make him know the consequence of angering the Red Blood Alliance. The crowd was instantly ignited. Kill. Flatten his shelter. The deafening battle cries echoed in the camp, temporarily drowning out the invisible fear. Chen Ba looked at everything with satisfaction, then turned to a few trusted men and whispered orders. Take out all the weapons and distribute them. Tell the brothers, don't be stingy. Tonight, chop that bastard into pieces. Yes. Brother Dao. His trusted men obeyed immediately, turning to carry out the orders. The camp boiled over, everyone preparing for the coming final battle, sharpening knives, filled with murderous intent. Chen Ba turned back to his stone house. The woman he had knocked to the ground had already gotten up, looking at him with fearful eyes. Brother Dao. Pack things, Chen Ba said in a very low, emotionless voice. Pack, what? The woman was stunned. Quickly dig out the core of the shelter. The woman immediately understood. She covered her mouth, full of disbelief. Brother Dao, you are not going to. Bullshit. Chen Ba interrupted her roughly, fight that monster with my life? I haven't lived enough yet. Those outside are just cannon fodder to buy us time. Now go dig in your shelter. We'll meet on the small mountain path behind. Remember, don't let anyone find out. The woman's body trembled, but soon the desire to survive overcame everything. She nodded heavily and ran stumbling toward her secondary small house. Chen Ba ignored her, sneaking out quietly through a hidden exit behind the stone house. He didn't even dare to light a fire, groping his way along the dark mountain path. The camp was still brightly lit, with battle cries unending. Those he had incited were still excited, preparing for revenge. Time passed little by little. A member distributing weapons wiped sweat and asked the nearby Ahu in confusion. "Brother Hu, where's Brother Dao?" Ahu was puzzled too, scratching his head. "I don't know, just saw him go inside. Maybe preparing some big weapon." After another 10 minutes, the noisy camp gradually quieted. Everyone was ready, just waiting for the leader's order. But Chen Badeo's figure did not appear. Finally, someone noticed something was wrong. "Where's Brother Dao?" "Brother Lynx is gone too." A terrifying thought rose in everyone's heart. One member ran madly toward the core area of the shelters in the territory. Moments later, his cry of desperate sobbing spread throughout the camp. "Empty. The shelter core has been dug out." The crowd instantly erupted. They were not fools. The Brother Dao who said he would lead them to charge, just ran. "Damn Badeo. We were tricked. Run. Run fast." The crowd began to scatter. The camp was completely chaotic. Chapter 40 Departure. Shen Ye walked out of Chen Badeo's shelter. Now he guessed, these people were all scared out of their wits and ran away. Misjudged, Shen Ye clicked his tongue, feeling speechless. He didn't expect Shen Badeo to be so arrogant in the channel, but in reality, he ran faster than a dog, a pure doomsday keyboard warrior. Shen Ye did not rush to chase. These people ran through the night, not even bringing a shelter. The lightest end would be starving to death. More likely, they would become a midnight snack for the twisted monsters in some dark corner with dozens of legs. A mob that could no longer make any waves. He scanned the grass huts and wooden huts scattered at the edge of the camp. Many had fled in panic, not even taking the core of the crucial shelter. Even a fly is meat. Shen Ye walked past one by one, violently dismantling the remaining first-level shelters, directly feeling the corpses to take the cores. Just as he finished scavenging and was about to turn and leave, a strange wave of energy brushed the edge of his perception. Shen Ye frowned, pressed on the knife handle, and felt his way in the direction of the perception. At the back of the camp, in a hidden corner against the mountain wall, there was actually a cave entrance. The outside was nailed shut with rough wood, made into a prison door. Weak light leaked through the door crack, making it impossible to see inside. Shen Ye squinted, his vision piercing through the darkness. Someone. Not one, but a large group. He said nothing, drew his long knife, and raised his hand for a sharp horizontal slash. A crisp crack was heard, the thick wooden bolt of the door was cut through at the root. The heavy round wooden door collapsed inward with a crash, stirring a pungent smell of mold and dust, wood chips flying in the air. Shen Ye held the knife and stepped inside. The cave was not deep. After walking a dozen steps, the view suddenly opened up. But after seeing the scene clearly, Shen Ye stopped. The floor was casually covered with damp straw that stank of blood, worse than a pigsty. And those barely still called people alive. 10, 20, 30. Shen Ye roughly scanned, nearly 50 people. They huddled in twos and threes, clinging to each other's remaining warmth, enduring in the cold muddy ground. In the center of the cave, only a small dying lamp provided a pitiful light. The rags on their bodies were not clothes, just torn pieces barely covering the essentials. Those eyes, from long hunger and extreme exhaustion, had completely lost the glow of the living, numb like walking corpses. Light poured in with Shen Ye's broken door. They shrank instinctively into the deeper corners like frightened quails, breathing rapidly in suppressed panic. Some even used filthy hands to tightly cover their heads and faces. "Don't hit me. Please spare me. We have really cut enough wood today." Shen Ye coldly watched them, saying nothing. These people, before crossing, might have been ivory tower students, or white-collar workers. But in the man-eating endless night, without shelters, they had to sleep in the mud, living worse than dogs. Shen Ye sheathed his knife, his tone calm. "Chen Ba Dao ran away. He stated a fact. From now on, you are free." As the words landed, the whole cave fell into silence deeper than before. These enslaved people were completely stunned. In their numb eyes appeared an absurd bewilderment. Freedom? In this damn apocalypse, what is freedom worth? Without shelters, it meant a death sentence. Where is the next meal? How to survive tonight? Always at risk of being chewed by the monsters in the dark. Silence spread among the people like a plague. Shen Ye had no interest in giving them psychological guidance, turning to leave. At that moment, a frail man suddenly stood up. His clothes were tattered, his face covered in black mud, even his original features were unrecognizable. "Sir." His throat, extremely dry, hoarse like sawing wood. "Please, take me in." Shen Ye stopped, turned his head, those eyes glowing faintly from the relic modification. Staring at him coldly. The man shivered all over under this extremely oppressive gaze. But he gritted his teeth hard and forced himself to continue speaking. Sir. My name is Shen Ye. He took a deep breath, his cracked and bleeding lips struggling to open, before traveling through. I was a senior mechanical engineer. He urgently pointed to those pale and thin companions behind him. He is a senior construction worker. And that tall guy, he used to do geological exploration. We are all useful. As long as you can give us a meal, we will work like oxen and horses, we will do anything. Shen Ye looked at this man full of desire to survive, without responding immediately. Professional talent. These 4 words spun rapidly in his mind. He could indeed fight alone, relying on his increasingly abnormal physique and heavy firepower, killing everything in the dark. But after all, he did not have 3 heads and 6 arms. The shelter reached level 4, unlocking workshop and territory permissions. Next, he needed to build a self-operating apocalypse industrial system, with agriculture, assembly lines, territory defense. If all this work relied only on him, the efficiency would be too low. This moment was like sleep coming and someone handing him a pillow, top-level talent arriving at his door. I can provide you shelter. Shen Ye's voice was cold, breaking the dead silence. But I do not feed idlers. If you want to live, use your labor and value to earn the right to survive and a full meal. I accept. I can do anything. Shen Ye did not hesitate at all, bowing his head directly to the ground. Behind him, the eyes that were once like dead ashes instantly ignited with a fire of fanaticism. A full meal. This word, in this cannibal world, was more shocking than a trump card. Someone froze for 2 seconds, then suddenly lifted their head, eyes instantly red with emotion. In the Chishui Alliance, they were driven like livestock every day for 18 hours, doing the heaviest work, cutting trees and digging stones crazily. In return, only black sludge with a sour smell and muddy water with sand. Sleeping in rotten mud, getting beaten, getting sick and thrown out to feed monsters. Now, the man in front of them, like a killing god, actually said, as long as they worked, they could eat their fill? A young girl in tattered clothes could no longer hold it, covering her face and crying aloud. Her cries were like a switch of emotion, instantly igniting the whole place. The despairing fear suppressed for too long poured out like a flood breaking the dam. Cries and shouts echoed through the cold cave. I am willing. I am tough, I can endure any hardship. Sir, choose me. I used to be the head chef of a 5-star hotel. I am from the Academy of Agricultural Sciences. Soil improvement, resistant plant cultivation, I led key projects. I really have value. I swung big hammers in the steel mill. Watching fire, forging iron, I can do anything. I have strength. Choose me, sir. I am young, healthy, can stay up late for overtime. I can repair machinery. As long as I have the blueprints, I can even assemble armored vehicles for you. The rest completely went crazy, like grabbing the last straw, rushing to sell themselves. Afraid that if they spoke a second slower, they would be forever abandoned in this dark hell. Shen Ye watched everything expressionlessly, valuing only their worth. Quiet. Shen Ye spat out the 2 words coldly, and the cave instantly fell silent. His gaze was like a knife, scanning over each of their faces. Finally, he precisely picked 20 senior talents with 1 skill from this group. You 20, come with me. Those whose names were called instantly erupted with joy, shaking all over with excitement. And those not chosen, their faces instantly turned ashen, collapsing like mud on the ground. The light in their eyes was completely extinguished again. Shen Ye did not look at them again and turned to leave. The 20 chosen people. Afraid he would go back on his word, he scrambled up from the ground, crawling, and clung tightly behind Shen Ye. When Shen Ye led this group of 20 refugees close to his territory, a huge building outline, bigger than they could imagine, slowly emerged in the darkness. It was a villa made of poured steel, like a fortress. The defensive fence around it was formed by thick wooden stakes and cold iron pieces biting together. The outer area was full of trap pits, and the automatic watchtower's cold arrows glinted in the night. And in the villa's yard, a mushroom at least 2 meters tall, like a huge umbrella, stood quietly in the center. It gave off a steady, soft green cold light, making the whole yard clear and bright. These 20 survivors, just out of suffering, tilted their heads, opened their mouths wide, staring blankly at this almost hallucinatory scene. Shen Ye's legs went weak, and with a thud he knelt on the ground. Am I dreaming? Chapter 41, The Beginning of Territory. No one answered. Because no one knew the answer. These 20 survivors, just crawling out of the muddy pigpen of the Red Blood Alliance, had their brains shut down as a group. They looked up, like wild people who had just come from the primitive society, staring hard at the huge villa made entirely of cold steel. Were they crazy, or was this world crazy? Others were still struggling over a leaky wooden board, while someone had already moved into this kind of steel fortress that only appears in sci-fi movies? Go to the spring and get some water, wash yourselves clean. Shen Ye's voice came from the direction of the yard gate, breaking everyone's daze. He pointed at the round pool in the yard, where clear bubbles were rising, and threw a pile of wooden buckets. Wait here after washing. Shen Ye added, then turned and walked into the temporary tent he had set up before. The yard was silent for a moment. The 20 people looked at each other, their faces full of disbelief. Spring? Could they take a bath? The biggest man was the first to come back to his senses. He scrambled to the spring, trembling, cupped a handful of water, and tilted his head to drink. Clear, sweet, without any sand or stench. It's clean water. Living water. He paused, then as if gone mad, drank deeply, gulp after gulp. Seeing this, the others could not hold back, and pounced like starving wolves. They were so thirsty. At the Red Blood Alliance camp, they got only a small cup of muddy water each day. Now not only could they drink, they could even use it to wash. Invincible, truly invincible. After drinking their fill, they drew water with buckets, scrubbing desperately to clean the dirt from their bodies. The water quickly turned murky, but the dead gray light in their eyes became brighter and brighter. After washing, the 20 people stood obediently, even a bit shy, back in the yard. With the mud washed away, they looked many years younger than before. Soon, Shen Ye came out, followed by Wang Defa, pale and with only one arm left. Shen Ye scanned the group in the yard. Follow me. He led them to an open area about 300 meters outside the villa, then tapped a few times on the survivor panel. The next second, a cold system prompt window popped up in front of all 21 people simultaneously. Do you agree to sign the territory covenant? After signing, you will be bound by the system and cannot resist the Lord until you are expelled from the territory. A contract of servitude. But not a single person hesitated, fearing they would be kicked out if they clicked too slow. They frantically clicked agree. In a world where life was cheap, who would not want to sell themselves to a strong provider? After confirming everyone signed, Shen Ye pulled out a shelter core and pressed it into the ground at his feet. Build subordinate building, sturdy wooden house? Agreed. A white light flashed. A spacious 2-story wooden house rose from the ground. Old Wang, this house is yours. Shen Ye turned his head, looking at the man with the severed arm. From now on, you are their chief manager. Wang De stood there, staring blankly at the wooden house he had thought lost, his lips trembling violently. Thud. This burly man, over 6 feet tall, dropped to one knee in front of Shen Ye, tears mixed with blood splattering on the ground, unable to say a word. Shen Ye pulled him up. Then, he turned back around, facing the 20 new employees, slowly raising his right hand. In his palm, a glowing, level 1 shelter core, quietly rested. It was a trophy he had seized from the Crimson Blood Alliance. The 20 people's breaths stopped all at once, their eyes fixed on the glowing sphere. Then, they witnessed an unforgettable scene. Like tossing pebbles, Shen Ye casually threw 10 cores onto the open ground ahead. Buzz. A blinding white light formed into a continuous blur. 10 small level 1 grass huts neatly lined up before everyone. The whole scene was frozen in shock. From now on, this will be your living area. Shen Ye's voice thundered, as if a lightning strike in everyone's ears, 2 people per hut. As long as you work hard, no one here will treat you like dogs. Thud. A young girl's legs gave way, and she collapsed to the ground, clutching her face and crying uncontrollably. Her crying was like flipping a switch for everyone's emotions. Thud. Thud. The 20 people simultaneously dropped to their knees, wailing loudly. In this hellish place where even capitalists got slapped, Shen Ye not only gave them clean water but also a home to shield them from the wind and rain. Lord. Li Jianguo from the Agricultural Institute knocked his head loudly. My life is yours from now on. You tell me to go east, I will never go west. I, Zheng Tai, also swear. Anyone who dares to touch Lord's things, I'll smash their head with a hammer. Swearing to serve Lord till death. Shen Ye watched quietly, his eyes as calm as ever. He didn't need false gratitude, what he wanted was a team that could create value, a team loyal to the end of the world. And loyalty is always built on irreplaceable benefits. Old Wang. Shen Ye looked at Wang De, these people are yours to manage. Don't worry, Yi Gu. Leave it to me. Wang De wiped his face, turned around. Though still weak, he raised his voice and shouted, stop crying. The Lord gave us homes so we can work. From today, we are the Lord's knife. Get your spirits up. Now, go pick a house. Get a good sleep, and tomorrow morning, we start working. The 20 people quickly wiped away their tears, crawling and scrambling to their new homes, feeling both joy and sorrow as they touched the rough walls. Shen Ye turned around and walked back to the steel villa. The foundation of the territory had been laid. Next, it was time to make it work. The next morning, the entire territory was already bustling with activity. Wang De, holding the simple roster Shen Ye had given him, stood in front of the dormitory area, shouting out names. Li Jianguo. Here. Zhang Tai. Here. All 20 people, none missing, stood tall in the yard. Wang De cleared his throat. Though he was just a small fry before, now he couldn't let Yi go down and had to project some authority. The Lord says, our territory needs to be formalized. Starting today, we will establish departments. He paused, picked up the list, and began announcing the appointments. Now, we are establishing the first department, agriculture and logistics. Wang De's gaze fell on Li Jianguo. Agriculture and logistics. Li Jianguo, you're the minister. All mutated plants and glowing mushrooms in the territory, you're in charge. The monster corpses we've collected, you're responsible for cleaning and collecting. Whether everyone gets to eat meat depends on your skills. Can you do it? Yes. I will ensure the task is completed. Wang De nodded in satisfaction. The gaze shifted to another lean man. Second department, military industry and construction. Shen Ye. Here. You are the head of the military industry and construction department. From now on, all the ore refining, weapon crafting, and the building and maintenance of defensive structures in the territory will be under your control. The Lord has said that we will have our own arms factory. We must be self-sufficient and capable of self-replication. Don't worry, Chief. My strength is all reserved for the Lord. I'll make sure the task is completed. Good. Wang Defa laughed, slapping his shoulder. The last department, city defense and exploration. He grinned, showing a fierce smile. For now, I'm the only one in charge of this department. But remember, anyone who dares to act sneaky in the territory. The axe in my hand doesn't care who you are. A new major plot is coming, revealing the veil of eternal night _ Chapter 42, The Inside of the World. Then, Wang Defa assigned the remaining 17 people to different departments according to their skills. Alright, the departments are set, now let's get moving. With Wang Defa's command, the entire territory began to operate like a well-oiled machine, instantly starting to run at full speed. Li Jianguo, with a few experienced planters, ran to the newly cleared land, starting to study the strange seeds with a mysterious aura. Shen Ye led Zhang Tai and several burly men straight to the workshop furnace area, rolling up their sleeves and getting to work. The rest of the people, under Wang Defa's command, carried logs, dug holes, and worked tirelessly to reinforce the defenses of the territory. These people worked with such intensity, their eyes glowing green, even more frenzied than the donkeys in a production team. Meanwhile, Shen Ye sat in the dining room of his steel villa, leisurely enjoying his breakfast. On the table in front of him was a plate of golden, crispy pan-fried insect yellow, with a bowl of fragrant mushroom soup on the side. He ate slowly, feeling the continuous surge of power within him. Outside, the bustling scene, he could see clearly through the window. Shen Ye pulled at the corner of his mouth, satisfied. A person's power is ultimately limited. If you want to build a real force of your own in this crazy world, you must have enough talent and a self-sustaining industrial system. Now, the prototype of this system is already in place. For the next 2 days, the entire territory was immersed in a feverish construction frenzy. Under Wang Defa's supervision, the efficiency of each department's output was shockingly high. In the agriculture and logistics department, Li Jianguo truly had some skills. Those seeds of the whispering shadow vine and watching flower not only survived but grew extremely lush. At the same time, they selected more locations to plant giant mushrooms. In the corner of the yard, several purple-black vines coiled around wooden frames like venomous snakes, with whispers like lovers' murmurs slipping through the gaps of the vines, sending chills down one's spine. Meanwhile, a few giant, strange flowers swayed gently in the breeze, their wet, glistening eyeballs all staring intently into the darkness outside the territory, like the most loyal sentinels. Now, their department could reliably produce a batch of infant-crying black ferns every day, providing a continuous supply of raw materials for Shen Ye's Molotov cocktail production line. The military industry and construction department was even fiercer. Shen Ye, with a few strong men, managed to craft 3 blast furnaces by hand. Compared to the single-threaded furnace in the shelter, these 3 blast furnaces opened a 24-hour, 3-shift production line. The broken copper and iron seized from the Blood Alliance were constantly being refined into standard iron blocks and steel ingots. In the territory's warehouse, the quantity of iron blocks and steel ingots was growing at a visible rate. With the materials ready, Shen Ye immediately forged a batch of sharp iron spears and iron shields. A few strong men were armed into a simple patrol team. This team was specially responsible for handling low-level mutants attracted by glowing mushrooms. Not only could they reliably deliver copper chests, but also throw monster corpses onto the alchemy platform, turning them into biomass urgently needed by the agriculture department. A perfect closed loop. Meanwhile, Wang Defa was not idle. With the remaining people outside the outer fence, they dug a 3-meter-wide moat, at the bottom densely filled with sharpened wooden stakes pointing at the sky. Now, the entire territory at this time could be said to be as solid as golden soup. Every night, when these workers dragged their nearly falling apart bodies back to the dormitory, they were greeted with canned meat, black bread, and as much clean water as they could drink. Under Shen Ye's instructions, they also began to eat small amounts of mutant meat, and their bodies became stronger day by day. This life, luxurious in the apocalypse, made their worship and loyalty to Shen Ye reach an unprecedented height. As the hands-off manager, Shen Ye spent these days extremely comfortably. He did not leave the main door or second door, staying in the villa every day studying various mutant recipes, forcibly improving his physical condition by eating before heading out to explore ruins. Name, Shen Ye. Race, human. Status, healthy. Physique, 30. Sanity, San 82 of 82. Mutant sequence, Old Ruler, Kes Greedy Flesh LV1. 30 points of physique. Shen Ye clenched his fist, that feeling of explosive power, as if a punch could break steel, filled every muscle. But at the same time, a new problem arose. He became hungry faster and faster. This hunger was different from the hunger felt when the greedy flesh repaired injuries before. This was a pure craving. Ordinary mutant meat no longer tasted that delicious. The greedy flesh inside him stirred and shouted, craving higher-level prey. Shen Ye sighed, suppressing the evil fire in his stomach. He would take one step at a time, at least now this power belonged to him. He opened the panel and clicked on Cheng He's avatar. Shen Ye, how prepared are you? A dozen minutes later, a crisp reply popped up. Cheng He, ready to go anytime. Shen Ye, I'll pick you up tomorrow morning. Send me your coordinates. Cheng He, okay. Cheng He sent you a team invitation, do you accept? Accept. The team success notification sounded, and a string of coordinates was sent over. Shen Ye closed the chat box and walked to the floor-to-ceiling window. Looking at the orderly, brightly lit territory outside, he felt reassured. This time, exploring unknown ruins, he might not return soon, but with this team, the home would most likely be safe. Before leaving, Shen Ye casually opened the shelter upgrade panel, glancing at the conditions for upgrading to level 5. Shelter, level 4, Steel Villa. Upgrade requirements, 2,000 stones, 1,000 iron blocks, 500 steel ingots, 100 living steel, 20 titan alloy, 1 mutant core. Seeing that long string of astronomical numbers, Shen Ye's eyelid twitched sharply. Good grief, this jump went straight from the Stone Age to what era? Basic materials like stones and steel, relying on the Palu outside working hard, could eventually be gathered. But what the hell were living steel, titan alloy, and mutant cores? He had never even heard of them. It seemed these advanced materials could only be found in special areas. Just as Shen Ye closed the panel and stared out the window, calculating. Suddenly, a sharp pain came to his eyeballs with no warning. Hiss. Shen Ye gasped, covering his eyes suddenly. When he opened them again, the world in his sight had completely changed. The originally thick, inky darkness was forcibly stripped away, countless semi-transparent, twisted, blood vessel-like dark red energy streams writhed and intertwined wildly in the air. His vision pierced directly through the territory's walls. Pierced into the endless abyss far away. There, it seemed a suffocating terrifying shape was slowly and twistedly appearing in that dark red sea of energy. A pressure strong enough to crush reason shot along his optic nerves straight to his brain, making every hair on his body instantly stand on end. This is what? Chapter 43, The Chips of Trade. A strange scene forcibly pushed into Shen Ye's vision. The world inside the eye of the Abyss Watcher was undergoing violent changes. The originally twisted streams of dark red energy instantly drained of color, the whole world fading into lifeless gray-white. In the endless darkness beyond the territory, a twisted shadow as tall as 3 floors was crushing its way toward him. It did not walk on the ground but floated in midair, its lower body a mass of constantly boiling and rolling pure darkness. Through the true vision provided by the eye of the Abyss Watcher, Shen Ye finally saw the shadow's real form. It was a hunched giant, carrying a huge cargo box on its back. The material of the cargo box was extremely strange, seemingly made from countless grim white bones and rotted black wooden boards pieced together. All around the box hung dense, huge iron hooks. On each iron hook, different things were hanging. There were hearts still slightly beating, dripping dark red blood, ancient scrolls emitting faint light with unknown material, and sheets of human skin removed whole with twisted expressions. Shen Ye even saw several living humans inside transparent glass bottles. They screamed silently inside the bottles, desperately hitting the glass walls, their faces full of despair. A line of system text appeared. Wandering shadows of old days. Description: they walk in the cracks between the outside and inside, forcing anyone who can see them to trade. They are greedy, but follow a kind of twisted fairness. As long as you can pay enough, you can get everything you want from them. Or lose everything you have. Forced trade? Shen Ye's heart tightened. As the terrifying existence approached, the surrounding air seemed drained, becoming thick and solid. A chill from his bones seeped out, making even his 30-point strong physique feel an irresistible cold. The huge black-robed giant stopped in front of his villa. It slowly lowered the head hidden in the hood's shadow. Trade. Or death. This voice was not heard by ears but exploded in his mind as countless overlapping mad whispers. Boom. Shen Ye's brain buzzed as if struck head-on by an invisible giant hammer. Warning. Sanity drops by 30 points. The next moment, the giant stretched out a withered hand like an old tree root, flat before Shen Ye. On that huge palm, there were no fingerprints, replaced by countless human heads of different sizes. The eyes on those heads all rotated together, focusing entirely on Shen Ye, making blood in the body nearly freeze. Shen Ye's face showed no extra movement, but his brain was working at its maximum. Fight? Don't be ridiculous. The aura this thing gave off was 10,000 times more terrifying than any deformed creature he had seen. This was absolutely not an existence he could confront at this stage. The opponent didn't even need to move, just this mental pressure could crush him alive. Only trade was possible. But, what to trade with? He thought of the dazzling goods in the cargo box on the giant's back. Organs, souls, knowledge, life. Such a terrifying creature, how high could its vision be? What could he offer that would catch its eye? If the things offered did not satisfy it, the next scene is likely to make him just another collectible hanging on an iron hook. Shen Ye's mind raced swiftly. Sometimes, rather than passively waiting for the other party to make a price, it's better to broaden the vision and place a bet first. A crazy idea took shape in his mind. Shen Ye's eyes hardened, and he swiftly drew his knife. Puff! With a swift movement, he actually chopped off his entire left arm at the root. Blood gushed forth. But the greedy flesh within him instantly erupted, and countless scarlet flesh buds surged out from the severed end, crazily intertwining and reorganizing. At the same time, a terrifying hunger that seemed to devour the world nearly burned away his sanity. Shen Ye gritted his teeth, forcefully suppressing the perverse urge to eat that severed arm. He bent down to pick up his twitching left arm, now covered with flesh buds, and hurled it into the giant's palm, which was full of eyes. The giant fell silent. The deep darkness beneath its hood seemed to quiver, almost as if Shen Ye's actions had confounded it. Moments later, that large hand full of eyes slowly closed, accepting the wriggling severed arm. Next, the giant extended its other hand. At its fingertips rested a small coin of dark gold. Fair. The giant's voice rang out again, this time with less dead silence and a hint of mockery. It relaxed its fingers. That dark gold coin sliced through a glimmer and fell straight down. Shen Ye grabbed it, feeling the cold, heavy weight in his hand. Item, coin of the necromancer gambler. Quality, cursed item. Effect, when you toss this coin and wait for it to fall freely. If it lands heads up, your next attack will deal 2000% true critical damage, and grant the lucky state. All action assessments will receive a massive probability of success modification, lasting 1 hour. If it lands tails up, your life will be forcibly halved, and you will enter the cursed state. All action assessments will receive a massive probability of failure modification, lasting 1 hour. Description: every gift from fate has already been marked with a price in the dark. Do you dare to gamble? Shen Ye looked down at the coin in his hand, where the head side featured a delicate skull relief. A 50% chance to deal nuclear explosion level damage. A 50% chance to lose half his life on the spot. This thing is simply a perfect cheat designed for a madman like him. Deal. Shen Ye suddenly looked up, revealing a terrifyingly twisted smile from suppressing his hunger towards the enormous shadow. The deep darkness beneath the giants had seemed to quiver once more. It had seen countless creatures shivering, weeping, and even breaking down emotionally in front of it. Yet it rarely witnessed a creature so happily smiling after a transaction. Interesting, bug. The giant's figure began to fade rapidly, merging back into the dead silence of darkness. Good luck. The oppressive feeling instantly dissipated, gray fading away, and the territory outside the window returned to normal. It was as if everything that had just happened was merely a nightmare. But the cold touch of the coin in his hand, along with the wild, screaming hunger within him, reminded Shen Ye that everything had truly happened. A strong sense of crisis clenched his heart. Even this terrifying merchant walking between reality and illusion had appeared. This world was far more dangerous than he imagined. He had to become stronger quickly. Shen Ye directly opened his backpack, dragging out all the mutated creature flesh stored inside. To hell with cooking. He lunged at the blood, wildly tearing and biting with abandon like a completely insane beast. Chapter 44, Shen Ye. 1-13 End. New cycle day 1-14 has started. Dark Tide Eruption Countdown, 26 days. Compound interest has been triggered. Today was the day he and Shen Ye would gather to explore the ruins. Shen Ye started getting up to check his equipment. Mutated bone mail set, a complete set. Nightstalker longsword, X1. This was a fine steel longsword that had gone through a portable forge's second round of forging, now at excellent quality. Portable crossbow turret, X7. Toxic swamp gas snake skin bombs, X13. Molotov cocktails, X80. As the saying goes, fear comes from insufficient firepower, and this stockpile of ammunition was already fully loaded. Meanwhile, the distorted giant burrowing worms had been born, 3 little creatures that were not large yet, having not consumed any living creatures, so their surfaces were bare without bone armor. However, they were particularly close to Shen Ye. Too weak, taking them out would just be sending them to die. Shen Ye shook his head, dismissing the idea of taking them outside, deciding to store the remaining eggs for now. When he later got some higher-grade flesh materials, he would induce their hatching. For now, he let the little ones stay at home to guard the place. After finishing all this, he walked to the balcony on the second floor of the villa and looked down at the territory still being built vigorously. He found Wang Defa, who was commanding the workers. "Old Wang, come here for a second." Upon hearing the call, Wang Defa immediately ran over energetically. "Night brother, what's up?" "I'm going out for a while. I may not be back for a bit." Shen Ye said straightforwardly, "While I'm gone, you'll be in charge of the territory. The authority for the 3 automatic watchtowers, I'll temporarily give to you. Remember, no matter what happens outside, don't go out. Protect our home." Wang Defa didn't know what Shen Ye was about to do, but seeing his serious expression, he knew it was definitely something big. "Night brother, don't worry. As long as I, Wang Defa, am here, the home will be safe." He pounded his chest and made a loud promise. Shen Ye nodded and left Wang Defa with some weapons and enough food to distribute. These would be sufficient for handling small-scale conflicts. Once everything was arranged, Shen Ye didn't waste any time. He turned and walked into the garage, climbed into the dark steel beast, stepped on the gas, and silently plunged into the vast darkness. The off-road vehicle drove steadily across the dark wilderness. Shen Ye rested one hand on the steering wheel, his gaze sharp. With the help of the Ye Abyss Gazer's eye, the thick darkness was forcibly peeled back, and the twisted dead trees and the undulating eerie terrain came into view. After more than 4 hours of speeding, a sparse grove of dead trees appeared in the distance. The black fallen leaves on the ground had accumulated into a thick layer, and a single step would likely sink halfway up the foot. The coordinates were reached. Shen Ye pressed the brake. The cold white beam of the car light swept across and precisely fixed on a figure ahead. It was Cheng He. She was leaning against a dead tree trunk, and when she heard the sound, she looked up. Shen Ye opened the door and got out of the car. This was his first time seeing this mysterious trading partner in real life. Her tight-fitting black combat suit clung to her like a second skin, perfectly outlining her breathtaking curves. Her legs were long and straight, her waist slender, and the curve of her chest had an overwhelming visual impact. Her jet-black hair was simply tied behind her head, with a few strands hanging by her cheeks, accentuating her already fair face like a piece of fine jade. Her pure yet wild-cold demeanor, paired with the pure black eye patch on her left eye, raised the danger level to the max. Cheng Yi stood up, her gaze passing over Shen Ye, landing on the rugged off-road vehicle behind him. A rare look of surprise flickered across her usually expressionless face. "This car? You drove here?" Shen Ye spoke, her voice pleasant to the ears. "What else? Walk here? Am I that bored?" Shen Ye walked over. Shen Ye circled the off-road vehicle, reaching out to touch the matte black armored shell, her eyes filled with a complicated look. All-terrain off-road vehicle. Something that couldn't possibly be made at this stage. Did you pull it out of a crate? Just got lucky. Shen Ye walked to the passenger side and opened the door. "Get in, we'll talk on the way." Cheng He didn't hesitate either. With a long-legged stride, she directly sat in. Shen Ye returned to the driver's seat and closed the car door. Cheng He turned her head, staring at Shen Ye's side face for a while. Her gaze was very direct, without any shyness. "What are you looking at? Never seen a handsome guy?" Shen Ye started the car. "Looking at what the top-ranked big shot actually looks like." Cheng He withdrew her gaze and looked at the windshield ahead, younger than I imagined. "But feels a bit crazy." Shen Ye laughed out loud, gripping the steering wheel. "Never did good deeds in life, only loves killing and burning. In this ghost place, if you don't go a bit crazy, your ashes would have been blown away long ago." "Where to drive?" "Straight north, I'll tell you when we're close." Cheng He gave a direction. The SUV smoothly drove out of the dead forest, merging again into endless darkness. "How did you find this place?" Shen Ye asked casually. "While tracking a survivor squad, I stumbled upon it." Cheng He's answer was brief, as if it was something trivial. "Tracking a squad?" Judging by her tone, that squad's ashes were probably already scattered. This woman was no saint either. "That area is very strange." Cheng Ye continued, her eyes on the rapidly retreating darkness outside, with a hint of seriousness. I only scouted the outermost edge, the buildings there don't resemble any style we know. How strange. The walls are black, like metal, but when you step on them, they feel soft. Shen Ye seemed to struggle to find the right word. Soft? Shen Ye frowned. That description was indeed weird. You better prepare yourself mentally. Shen Ye turned her head, her cold eyes on Shen Ye. I have a feeling there's good stuff inside, but also. Perfect, I love high-end challenges. Shen Ye's lips curled in an excited arc. The bigger the storm, the more valuable the fish. The car fell silent again. After a while, Shen Ye glanced sideways at the passenger seat. Shen Ye rested her right hand on her cheek, staring at the darkness outside, silent like a statue. Suddenly, Shen Ye withdrew her gaze and pointed at the end of the darkness ahead. Up ahead, almost there. Shen Ye followed her direction. There, a huge slanted black silhouette lay quietly between heaven and earth. Chapter 45, The Living Wall. The SUV stopped a few meters from the huge black silhouette. Shen Ye and Shen Ye pushed the doors and got out. A strong smell of metallic rust hit their noses with the night wind. This is it. Shen Ye's cold voice carried rare seriousness. Shen Ye looked up. Before him was an evil black, absurdly huge slanted high wall. It was like a black mountain split by a knife, slanted into the earth, the other end stabbing deep into the thick night. The wall surface was uneven, covered with layers of black polygonal unknown material. Let's go, check it out. Shen Ye put the SUV into his backpack and strode forward. Shen Ye followed closely. The closer they got, the heavier the indescribable pressure became. The wall slant was extremely tricky, as if it could crush a person into paste in the next second. Shen Ye reached out and tapped the black metal surface. It felt very hard, almost like steel. But when he pressed down hard, his fingertips bounced. Somewhat like pressing on old rubber. This soft feeling you mentioned, is this it? Shen Ye tilted his head toward Shen Ye. Shen Ye nodded. Interesting. Shen Ye explored along the base of the wall toward the side. The wall seemed endless, stretching into the darkness. Thick black powder piled at its base, soft underfoot, like stepping on rotting flesh. After a few hundred meters, Shen Ye stopped and raised her hand, signaling Shen Ye to halt. There's a living thing ahead. She lowered her voice. Shen Ye followed her gaze. At the foot of the wall ahead, several dark red shells the size of basins were lying. Their surfaces were covered with grotesque lumps and wrinkles that made people panic. At first glance, it looked like huge dried blood scabs growing on the wall. What is this thing? Shen Ye asked. Never seen it before. Shen Ye gripped the axe handle tightly. They exchanged a glance, silently entering combat mode. They pressed their steps down, creeping forward bit by bit. As the distance closed, Shen Ye saw the full appearance of the thing. Sanity decreased by 3 points. It was not a shell at all, but huge, terrifying-looking bugs. Their bodies were fat and bloated, dark red shells covered with dense pus-filled bumps. 8 spider-like long legs clung tightly to the wall. The most absurd part was their drill-like mouthparts, deeply piercing into the black wall. The bodies pulsed, sucking madly at whatever was inside the wall. Abyssal parasitic corpse tick. Description: a distorted parasitic creature. Its shell is extremely hard, mouthparts can pierce steel plates easily. When encountering them, pray your blood is enough to feed. Don't be fooled by their slow movement. When they sense warm living bodies, they get extremely excited. At this moment, one corpse tick seemed to sense the living humans. Its fat body shivered, slowly pulling its mouthpart from the wall. SCZ. A stream of yellow-green sticky liquid spurted from the wall hole. Then the corpse tick turned, its cloudy compound eyes locking tightly onto Shen Ye and Shen Ye. Scree! A piercing shriek erupted from its drill-like mouthpart. In an instant, all the corpse ticks were activated. They fell from the wall like a pack of blood-scented hounds. 8 long legs flailed wildly on the ground, charging straight at the two. Move! Shen Ye shouted, stepping forward instead of back. The Nightwalker's long sword swung, a cold arc flashing, striking down at the leading corpse tick. Shen Ye moved with extreme speed, flashing to cut into the monster's flank. Her iron axe became a merciless leg-cutting machine, hitting directly at the corpse tick's joints. Clang! The long sword struck hard on the corpse tick's hard shell, sparks flying. The shell was insanely hard, the sharp sword left only a white mark. The corpse tick staggered but suffered no real damage. It let out an angry roar, its fat body arched like a spring, lunging at Shen Ye's face. Like to jump, huh? Shen Ye laughed angrily. He sidestepped smoothly, wrist twisting, long sword slashing from below to strike at the soft belly of the corpse tick. This time, the blade cut through without resistance. Squeak! The corpse tick screamed, yellow-green body fluids exploding out. But it had extreme vitality, even with guts spilling out, it flailed wildly on the ground. Die! Shen Ye lifted his leg for a heavy stomp. 30 points of raw strength smashed the ugly head in, denting it. Killed, abyssal parasitic corpse tick X1. Trigger, unstable compound. Shen Ye withdrew a step. Boom! The corpse exploded on the spot. The violent shockwave, mixed with sharp shell fragments, instantly smashed the nearby corpse ticks. Weak spot is the belly. Shen Ye shouted to Qing He not far away. Shen Ye! Be careful! Qing He's cold voice carried urgency. The remaining corpse ticks, seeing their companion destroyed, went completely berserk. They abandoned Qing He, turning to crush Shen Ye. Perfect timing. Let me tidy up your whole family. Shen Ye was calm, eyes gleaming with insane excitement, all 30 points of strength unleashed. SSSHK. SSSHK. The sword flashed, yellow-green juice splattering everywhere, killing wildly. Qing Ye quickly entered the battlefield too, her fighting style completely different from Shen Ye's. She was extremely calm, not aiming for instant kills, precisely severing the corpse tick's limbs with her iron axe, cutting them into wriggling insect sticks all over the ground. Kill, abyss parasitic corpse tick X1. Kill, abyss parasitic corpse tick X1. The two of them worked in perfect sync, and in less than a few minutes, all the remaining corpse ticks were cleared, leaving the ground full of broken limbs and shattered legs. The battle ended, and silence returned to the surroundings. Shen Ye wiped the slime off his blade and walked to the wall hole where the corpse tick had just pulled out its mouthparts, crouching down to look. When he saw it, his whole body froze. What was exposed in the hole was not steel or concrete at all. It was a thick, greasy yellow layer, like solidified lard. This wall. No, this entire massive ruin that stretched beyond sight. Could it really be alive? The yellow fat was still oozing out drop by drop. Shen Ye suppressed his horror and carefully scraped a bit with the tip of his knife, bringing it close to his nose to smell. There was no rotten stench as imagined, but a strong, rich scent of animal fat. The hunger inside him, controlled by the greedy flesh, surged to his brain. A crazy thought instantly took over his mind. Could this be eaten? He turned his head to stare at the oil-dripping hole in the wall, then glanced at the exploded corpse ticks on the ground. Wasn't this just a natural deep fryer? Shen Ye's Adam's apple moved as he swallowed hard. What are you trying to do? Qing He stepped forward, sensing something wrong. Seeing his eyes glowing faint green in the dim light, she felt a chill. Hungry. Shen Ye grinned, showing a mouth of white teeth. Don't you think these ingredients are pretty fresh? Chapter 46 Civilization? Qing Ye followed Shen Ye's unervingly green gaze. The yellow fatty wall dripping oil, and the ground full of smashed bug corpses. On Qing Ye's usually icy face, a rare crack appeared, and her stomach churned violently. How does this man's brain work? Facing such a sanity-crushing scene, his first reaction was hunger? Shen Ye didn't care what Qing Ye thought, or rather, the greedy flesh inside him was in full control. He approached a mostly intact corpse tick, raised his knife, and cut it open precisely. The blade avoided the hard shell and sliced along the abdomen. He rummaged through the innards, pulling out a fist-sized gray-green meat sack. Corpse tick's venom bland. A system prompt flashed by. Shen Ye casually tossed it aside. Then he used the knife to process the rest. The muscles under the shell were snow-white, firm, and elastic. He scooped out all the white bug meat into a large basin. Then he took a bottle of clean water to rinse off the fluids. Ready, Shen Ye immediately built a fire on the spot. He used the beetle's hard shell as a pan, placing it steadily under the wall hole. Adjusting the angle so the dripping fat would all fall into the shell. Soon, a shallow layer of golden fat collected in the shell. Shen Ye moved the shell over the fire and placed an empty glass bottle under the hole to catch extra oil. No way, this oil was precious for cooking top-quality ingredients, not a drop could be wasted. Under the blazing fire, the fat began to bubble, sending up thin wisps of smoke. Qing He stood not far, arms crossed, looking at Shen Ye with a complex, almost perverse expression. Though she had eaten mutant monster meat to survive, eating bugs? Using wall-dripped fat to fry bugs? Just watching this scene made anyone's sanity plummet. Estimating the oil temperature was right, Shen Ye picked up a big chunk of bug meat and dumped it all into the pan. Sizzle. The moment the bug meat hit the scorching heat, it made a tempting sound. The surface shrank quickly, turning golden and crispy, and a strange aroma spread through the air. It was a unique fragrance that mixed grilled meat and fried food. Qing He's nose twitched uncontrollably twice. Rationality told her, this is a bug. This is a disgusting bug that grows on the wall's pus. But the body's instinct was exceedingly honest, and she even heard the sound of her swallowing deep in her throat. Shen Ye focused intently, using a shovel to stir-fry in the pot. His movements were very skilled, each piece of meat evenly coated with that golden grease. Soon, the meat was cooked. Want to try? Shen Ye forked a piece of golden bug meat that was crispy on the outside and tender on the inside with the tip of his knife, directly bringing it to Qinghe's lips. That piece of meat was still steaming, and the fat on the surface sizzled. Qinghe's body froze, and instinctively, she opened her mouth. Crunch! Her teeth broke through the crispy shell, and the scalding juice exploded in her mouth. The shell was so crispy it crumbled, but the meat inside was so tender and juicy it almost melted on her tongue. A rich and powerful fragrance, enough to make a soul shiver, instantly swept over her taste buds. Qinghe's eyes almost rolled back on the spot. Seeing Qinghe's expression, Shen Ye couldn't hold back anymore and quickly put a piece in his own mouth. Awesome! The texture and taste were simply better than any wagyu he had eaten before he traveled here. The most important thing was that the moment the juice slid down his throat, a warm current exploded, quickly spreading throughout his limbs. Every cell was cheering. You have consumed deep-fried bug meat, physique +1. The mutation sequence Greedy Flesh LV1 absorbed high-level energy, current evolution progress, 55%. Wow! It's incredibly nourishing. Shen Ye's eyes instantly lit up. Shen Ye's eyes shone so brightly it was frightening, the madness in his gaze couldn't be suppressed anymore. This stuff not only tasted explosively good, but it could also directly boost attributes and push sequence progress. He completely lost control, not even caring about the heat, picking up the bug shell pot and using the shovel as a spoon, entering a frenzied eating mode. Qinghe also gave up resisting entirely, silently drawing out her dagger and joining the battlefield without reservation. The two of them finished their meal in a whirlwind. Shen Ye satisfiedly burped, feeling a surge of strength in his body, even fully recovering from the energy he had spent in the previous battle, and feeling even stronger. Let's go, continue exploring. Shen Ye wiped the grease from the corner of his mouth and casually stuffed the bug shell pot into his backpack. Let's see what good things are on this wall. He walked up to the damaged wall, focusing on the black scales embedded in the surface. He reached out and firmly grabbed the edge of a scale the size of a basin. The power of 31 points of physique exploded fully, and he pulled outward with force. Crunch! A crisp sound. That hard black scale was forcefully pulled out from the flesh wall. The connection point revealed some broken dark red fascia. Acquired, Dark Absorbing Scale X1. Quality, excellent. Effect, special biological tissue that can slowly absorb darkness energy from the surrounding environment and convert it into usable energy. Excellent level material, 1 tier above good. Shen Ye was overjoyed. This thing was a treasure. His all-terrain off-road vehicle was powered by dark energy. With these scales, the energy problem in his territory might be solved by a large margin in the future. Striking it rich. He transformed into a relentless iron hand, crazily prying scales along the wall. Seeing this, Qinghe said nothing and quietly stepped forward, drawing out her iron axe as a crowbar, diligently assuming the role of a dedicated demolition worker. The two pried away for over an hour, forcefully stripping a large section of the wall, collecting hundreds of dark-absorbing scales of various sizes. Just as Shen Ye gritted his teeth and pried off an extra-large scale, about half the size of a door, something fell out with a clank from the gap in the wall, which was slightly wriggling under pressure. It was a metal cylinder. The cylinder was rusty and marked with age. Strange symbols were carved on it that couldn't be understood. Shen Ye picked up the cylinder and found it wasn't rusted shut. With a strong twist, the lid popped open. He turned the cylinder upside down and shook out a roll of paper made of unknown material. The paper was full of twisted characters. But the moment Shen Ye's eyes landed on them, the survival system automatically activated, giving a translation directly on his retinas. Peripheral Maintainer's Notes. The dark-absorbing scales grow well, efficiently absorbing black tide radiation for power. Those damned slaves on the lower levels keep complaining, saying the walls move, saying we live in the belly of monsters every day. A bunch of fools, they don't understand, this is called a bioactive building. Just a few lines, but the information exploded in volume. Shen Ye finished reading the notes and even his breath froze for a moment. He said nothing, handing the paper to Qinghe beside him. Qinghe scanned it quickly, and even her usually cold voice carried a touch of dryness. Bioactive building black tide. What is this? The history of some city? Shen Ye didn't answer. He caressed the cold dark-absorbing scales in his hand, looking up at this ridiculously massive building. Could it be that this dark world under their feet once had a highly advanced native civilization? What's wrong? Qinghe asked softly, noticing Shen Ye suddenly stop and stare at the wall, frozen. Shen Ye looked at Qinghe and spoke his wild guess. When the conclusion came out, Qinghe was silent. She lifted her head, staring at the towering black wall, trying to imagine how magnificent and despairing a grotesque wonder it must have been when intact. So what do we do next? Keep exploring? Qinghe tightened her iron axe, voice still calm, but her muscles had already instinctively tensed. Find the entrance. The madness in Shen Ye's eyes didn't retreat, it burned even hotter. Since it's a city, there must be an entrance. Inside the city, there are surely more secrets hidden. Without hesitation, the two became ruthless demolition machines, frantically prying off the precious, dark-absorbing scales into their backpacks while moving deeper along the edge of the massive building. After walking for more than half an hour, they finally found a huge gap at the lower side of the black wall. The edges of the gap curled strangely and had turned black with carbonization. Warm wind carrying a strong sour and rotting smell blew constantly from deep inside the hole. This should be the entrance. Shen Ye stood at the opening, feeling the warm wind. Why does it look like Qing? He widened her eyes at Shen Ye. Shen Ye. We'll know when we go in. Shen Ye casually took out a worm lamp emitting a soft yellow light from his backpack. The pale yellow glow instantly tore through the darkness of the entrance. Inside was a long tunnel. The tunnel walls were full of circular folds. Let's go. Shen Ye didn't hesitate, stepping first into the tunnel. Qing He took a deep breath and followed closely. As soon as they entered, the sour and rotting smell grew stronger. The tunnel walls were sticky, sloping downward steeply. They could only hold onto the folds on both sides and move cautiously. What do you think happened to this city? Qing He suddenly asked, breaking the oppressive silence. Who knows? Shen Ye shook his head. Maybe it met some enemy and was destroyed? But now, it's our adventure playground. After walking for an unknown time, the view ahead finally opened up. They emerged from the end of the tunnel into a massive space, like an underground cavern. The air was filled with a pungent green acidic gas, burning their eyes. On the ground, huge pools resembling volcanic craters were scattered everywhere. Inside, thick, green, strong acidic liquid rolled and bubbled up, with bubbles the size of washbasins continuously popping, making a gurgling boiling sound. Next to these acid pools, giant furnaces stood tall. Countless thick pipes connected these furnaces and acid pools, seemingly forming an automated casting system. As the two of them observed the surroundings, suddenly, a series of huge bubbles popped up in one of the acid pools not far away. Then, a creature, completely white and resembling a huge meatball, slowly floated up from the acidic liquid. This meatball was about the size of a small car. It had 7 or 8 deformed, thick pseudopods underneath, covered in thick white fat and sharp bone spines. A huge, 2-meter-long gap appeared in the front of its body, revealing several rows of saw-like teeth, packed tightly like a crusher. Sanity decreased by 5 points. Giant phagomorph. Description: they will devour all incoming invaders. They have no sight or hearing, relying entirely on sensing biological pheromones and heat to move. Beware, being devoured by them means your body and soul will become nourishment here. Shen Ye's expression instantly turned serious. The giant phagomorph seemed to have not noticed the presence of the two living beings. It dragged its heavy body out of the acid pool, seemingly searching for something. Soon, it stopped by a wall where several abyssal parasite corpse ticks were crouched. It suddenly opened its massive abyssal mouth, like a high-powered vacuum cleaner, and a terrifying suction burst out in an instant, whoosh, sucking those ticks, along with the wall plaster, into its mouth. The meatball squirmed violently for a few moments, as if chewing. After a while, with a puff, several hard insect shell fragments, too difficult to digest, were accurately ejected from the exhaust holes on its side, while the flesh and blood had been fully absorbed. Wow, it even sorts its trash while eating? Shen Ye watched this scene, silently clicking his tongue. Its digestive power is terrifying. What should we do? Qing He lowered his voice. Sneak past it, or take it down. Do you think we can sneak past it? Shen Ye countered. There was no telling how many of these meatballs were still hiding in the massive acid pool. They were like a group of tireless patrols, wandering around. If they wanted to explore here safely, they had to clear out these troubles first. This damn place offers no cover. To figure out what's going on here, we must dismantle it. Shen Ye drew out the Nightwalker long knife, its blade flashing coldly in the dim light. I'll take the front, you handle the side. This thing's outer layer is all acid-resistant fat, so its weak spot is definitely inside. Find a way to break through its skin. Qing He nodded indifferently, without a word. The two exchanged a glance, no longer hiding their figures, and simultaneously shot out from behind cover. Almost the moment they rushed out, the giant phagomorph reacted. Its enormous meatball body suddenly shuddered and stopped wriggling. It sensed them. The giant meatball quickly turned towards Shen Ye and charged at him with a speed completely inconsistent with its clumsy size. Bring it on! Shen Ye was already prepared. He didn't take it head-on but instead rolled sideways, dodging the meatball's deadly blow. Boom! After the missed hit, the meatball quickly twisted its pseudopods, trying to lock onto Shen Ye again. At this moment, whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Several sounds of something breaking through the air echoed. Qing He had somehow leaped onto the high platform on the side and repeatedly pulled the trigger on the crossbow in his hand. The steel-crafted crossbow bolts accurately shot toward the meatball's body. However, the arrow, just as it pierced the layer of snow-white flesh, was firmly trapped by that half-meter thick abnormal fat, not even a drop of blood spilling out. Physical penetration is very poor. The skin is too thick. Shen Ye shouted coldly, decisively throwing away the crossbow, and drew a sharp iron axe with her other hand. Can't cut it? Then let's give it something hot. Shen Ye sneered, using the momentum from rolling up to stand, with one hand swiping. 2 burning bottles filled with black fern juice were already ignited. He swung his arm in a circle, smashing directly at the face of the meatball. Boom! Flames erupted instantly, engulfing most of the meatball in a sea of fire. But the white fat layer was not only acid-resistant and tough, it also seemed to have strong heat insulation. The meatball, still ablaze, opened its huge mouth and lunged at Shen Ye again. The skin is damn hard. Shen Ye shouted. The next second, Shen Ye moved. Her figure was like a ghost, the black tight combat suit leaving a shadow in the firelight. She did not slash at the heavy torso, but slid straight under the meatball to its base. A cold sharpness flashed in her eyes, and the iron axe in her hand became a furious whirlwind of chopping, mercilessly striking the pseudo-limb joints that supported the meatball's body. Poochie! Crack! The pseudo-limb's defense was clearly much weaker than the fat layer of the main body. Under Shen Ye's storm of precise attacks, several thick pseudo-limbs were cut off at the roots. Without the support of the base, the several-ton meat projectile instantly lost balance, crashing to the ground like a heavy ball, twisting and wriggling madly, its saw-filled huge mouth painfully wide open. Good chance! Shen Ye's eyes shone like 2 searchlights. He looked at the gaping abyss-like mouth, and a single thought instantly took over his mind. He reached into his backpack and pulled out a heavy, deadly swamp gas snakeskin bomb. Like to eat, huh? Today I'll give you a big one. Shen Ye laughed wildly, stomping his legs hard, launching himself like a cannonball toward the fallen giant mutant predator. Then he shoved the human head-sized snakeskin bomb roughly deep into its throat. Sensing the deadly threat, the giant mutant predator convulsed violently, spraying high-pressure strong acid from deep in its throat, trying to dissolve and spit out the foreign object. But it was too naive. The moment the scalding acid touched the bomb's shell, the high-pressure compressed swamp gas and poison inside the bomb reached the critical point. Shen Ye had already retreated violently the moment he inserted the bomb. Boom! Chapter 48, White Jade Tofu. The terrifying explosion tore the huge meatball completely into pieces. Shen Ye and Shen Ye had already retreated to a safe distance, quietly watching the center of the explosion. The flames gradually died down, and the thick smoke slowly dispersed. At the center of the explosion, a huge crater over a meter wide appeared. And the giant mutant predator was gone. It had been blown into countless pieces of white flesh, still twitching slightly, scattered everywhere. The air was filled with the burnt smell of protein and the sharp stench of burning swamp gas. Kill, Giant Mutant Predator X1. Obtained, Exquisite Silver Treasure Chest X1. Done. Shen Ye patted the ash on his hands and strode forward. He squatted by the crater, ignoring the disgusting slime around, and picked up a piece of white core from the pile of meat fragments. The core was crystal clear, warm to the touch, like a piece of fine white jade, still radiating a faint heat. Giant Mutant Predator's Brain. Description: the essence of the giant mutant predator's energy. Can be eaten directly. Good stuff. Shen Ye put the brain core into his backpack. He continued crouching on the ground, flipping through the slimy remnants with his hands. What are you looking for? Shen Ye stood nearby, watching the man dig his hands through the remains of the distorted monsters, a cold expression of helplessness on his face. Just checking if there's anything left. Shen Ye didn't even look up. This is a top-quality ingredient. I feel bad if I lost even a single piece. As expected, he dug out several smaller brain cores from the larger chunks of meat. Once he was done, he stood up and patted the scraps off his hands. He packed everything into his backpack. After finishing, Shen Ye stood up. I'm hungry. Let's eat. Shen Ye. She had begun to feel numb. Shen Ye didn't care about the environment at all. He walked over to a nearby furnace. The furnace was built strangely, like a giant beehive, with dark red, eerie flames still burning inside. He took out the largest brain core, then pulled out the carapace of the corpse tick from earlier to use as a pot. He added some clean water to the shell and then took out a bottle of oil he had just collected under the black wall, pouring a shallow layer into the pot. Without hesitation, he placed the white jade-like brain into the pot and set it over the furnace's fire outlet to begin cooking. A miraculous scene occurred. The solid brain did not melt under the high heat, but instead began slowly absorbing the water and oil, becoming semi-transparent. The originally tough gel-like texture rapidly softened, turning into something as tender and bouncy as tofu, visibly shaking slightly with the boiling water. A fragrant aroma, indescribably fresh, instantly covered the sour, rotten smell around them, drilling straight into their noses. Moments later, the entire brain turned into a bowl of translucent, slightly wobbly white jade tofu. Shen Ye took it down, scooped a spoonful with a wooden ladle, and handed it to Shen Ye. Want to try? I promise it's better than the roasted bugs from earlier. Shen Ye unconsciously opened her mouth. The moment it entered her mouth, her eyes widened. Her teeth didn't even need to exert force. The tofu melted on her tongue the instant she touched it, flowing into her mouth like water. A warm, soothing current slid down her throat. Shen Ye's eyes opened wide, her whole body stiffening for a second. How is it? Shen Ye asked with a smile. My constitution has increased by 2 points. Shen Ye turned her head slightly, her voice still cold, but her words came faster than usual. Shen Ye chuckled, scooped a spoonful for himself, and put it in his mouth. This was no ordinary food, it was a high-concentration energy bomb. The scorching power erupted from his stomach, rushing through his veins, blood vessels, and bones, wildly sweeping through every part of his body. The greedy flesh within him, upon contacting this energy, began writhing, multiplying, and evolving as if on steroids. A tearing, yet intensely pleasurable pain radiated from every part of his body. Your distorted sequence Old One's greedy flesh has absorbed high-level life energy and started to evolve. Evolution successful. Greedy flesh level increased to LV2. Effect, your cell activity has greatly increased. When injured, wounds will heal faster. When you consume other beings' flesh and blood, there is a small chance you will gain some of their traits. Cost, eternal hunger. Your body will constantly crave high-level flesh and blood. If this desire is not satisfied for too long, it will begin to backlash, driving you to insanity. Description, now, you and them are only a hair's breadth apart. The cold system prompt still lingered on his retina, and an overwhelming hunger burst within him. Shen Ye's eyes instantly filled with blood, his pupils flashing with a layer of crimson. He picked up the bowl of white jade giant devouring tofu, not even bothering to look at the boiling temperature, and directly tilted his head, swallowing the remaining white jade giant devouring tofu with its broth. Bottoms up. The boiling liquid burned his mouth and throat, sending waves of sharp pain through him, but his body's insatiable flesh almost immediately began to heal every burn. The last gulp swallowed down, the hunger was finally suppressed. Shen Ye breathed heavily, feeling his body like a barrel of gunpowder ready to explode, filled with explosive strength, yet ready to slip out of control at any moment. Eternal hunger. This meant that from now on, he would have to continually hunt higher-level mutated creatures, using their flesh and blood to fill this endless pit of desire. Otherwise, he would be the first sacrifice to this power. Shen Ye slowly exhaled a breath of foul air, the crimson in his eyes slowly faded, and clarity returned. He clenched his fist, his joints cracking sharply. Physique, 40. This was already double the human limit. Are you, okay? Shen Ye's voice came from beside him, and in her cool eyes, there seemed to be a hint of concern. I'm fine. Shen Ye turned and grinned at her. It's just that the food bill will have to go up a few times. He wiped the grease from his hands and stood up. He needed to find more advanced ingredients as soon as possible, to feed the beast inside that was growling for more. The two of them explored this vast area for another hour. During this time, a few more giant mutant creatures appeared, but they were easily dealt with in the same manner as before. Shen Ye collected all their cores, using them as backup rations. At the same time, they discovered that the giant furnaces seemed to be refining and casting some material. Under one of the furnaces, which had already gone cold, a batch of metal ingots was piled up at the outlet. Pure black, with strange patterns on the surface, as if something was slowly flowing inside the metal. Living steel. Effect, a special metal with life characteristics, possessing high toughness and self-repairing abilities. It is the core material for building advanced biological structures. Shen Ye's eyes lit up. Isn't this the material needed for upgrading the shelter to level 5? Without a second thought, he crouched down and stuffed every piece of living steel from the outlet into his backpack. Then, he extended his knife into the furnace's inner wall and scraped off a layer of gray-white residue. Advanced biomat residue. A flash of insight struck Shen Ye's mind, and he instantly understood the operational logic of this production line. By smelting advanced biological matter with steel ingots, they could probably get living steel. Shen Ye. Shen Ye's voice came from not far away, her tone sounding slightly different than usual. Shen Ye looked up. Shen Ye was standing in front of a furnace control panel, her hand resting on the surface, her body completely still. Her voice was soft, but each word was tightly pressed. Come see this. Shen Ye quickly walked over. On a console filled with complex biological patterns, there was something embedded that looked like a log terminal. The terminal's screen was still glowing faintly. On the screen, a few lines of text not belonging to human civilization were displayed. The next moment, the meaning of the text was automatically translated and directly projected into Shen Ye's mind. Production Zone Chat Log. The outer layer got scratched a few days ago, and the upper level actually told us to use Titan alloy to fix it. Mixing low-level creature bone powder with living steel to create cheap trash and calling it an alloy? That stuff can't even block the black tide at level 3 strength. It's just mud we use to patch up walls and leaks down here. Forget it, I can't be bothered to argue with them. In 3 more cycle days, we'll reach the next supply point. As long as we kill a lord monster and get a mutant core, my shelter can reach level 5. Chapter 49, Overlapping Spaces. The content of the log. It stopped abruptly here. Shen Ye stared intensely at the distorted lines of translation on the screen. Loop day. Shelter. These 2 words were like 2 bullets, piercing through the understanding he had built up about this world. Were all his previous guesses wrong? Could it be that they were not the first group of survivors thrown into this world? Was this terrifying ruin, like a giant beast, possibly just a shelter for some survivor in the distant past? Shen Ye's breathing grew heavier, his gaze locked on the words titanium alloy. That, in his eyes, was a super material used to upgrade a level 5 shelter. However, in the eyes of those who left behind this log, it was only cheap mud used to patch walls and leaks? The log mentions the formula for titanium alloy. Shen Ye's voice sounded. Bone powder of low-level creatures, mixed with living steel. Shen Ye snapped back to reality. Living steel, he had just scavenged some from the furnace outlet. As for that low-level creature bone powder. Shen Ye's mouth twitched. The deformed creatures crawling all over the place outside, killing them and grinding them into powder would be the ready-made material. This world was full of monsters. A complete production chain for titanium alloy presented itself to him in such an ironic way. At the same time, Shen Ye finally discerned the way to obtain the distortion core from the log, kill deformed monsters of lord level or above. We need to find stronger monsters, preferably hunt a lord right here and get the distortion core. Shen Ye's voice was low but carried an unyielding determination. Shen Ye had recovered. It didn't matter what level of big shots those predecessors were. No matter how great those predecessors were, now they were nothing more than a log and a pile of remains. But Shen Ye was still alive. Shen Ye glanced at him, said nothing, and silently nodded, gripping her weapon tightly. She could feel the mysteries of this world growing bigger, like a snowball rolling down the hill. And the man in front of her was speeding towards some mad direction. The 2 of them no longer stayed, beginning to search for a way out in this enormous smelting area. Soon, they discovered a huge pipe, hidden on the other side of the space, similar to the one at the entrance. This pipe was several times thicker than the one at the entrance, and the inner walls had an unsettling dark purple hue. With the warm light, they could clearly see countless translucent tissues slowly wriggling beneath the pipe walls, as if transporting some viscous liquid. This should be the passage to the next area. The 2 exchanged a glance, said no more, and without hesitation, stepped into the new passage. The moment they stepped in, an irresistible, enormous pulling force suddenly came from deep below their feet. Hold on! Shen Ye barely had time to shout, and his body was being dragged deeper down. This pipe was like a natural slide, and its inner walls secreted a lot of mucus. The 2 slid down along the smooth, fleshy walls, their speed increasing. The only sounds in their ears were the howling wind and the sticky friction. The surroundings began to distort because of the speed, as if they were traveling through a time and space tunnel made of flesh and blood. They didn't know how long they had been sliding. The terrifying pulling force suddenly disappeared without warning. Bang! Bang! The 2 bodies were shot out of the pipe's exit like cannonballs, soaring through the air, and crashing heavily onto a resilient ground. Shen Ye almost immediately flipped and sprang up as soon as he hit the ground. However, the sight before him made Shen Ye gasp again. They had arrived in a completely illogical and eerie space. Here, it looks like a corridor made of countless twisted walls of flesh. The walls, ceiling, and floor of the corridor are all made of living tissue. The ground beneath their feet is soft and spongy, and when they step on it, they can even clearly feel a powerful pulsing, as if they are standing on the surface of an enormous heart. This space seems folded. Shen Ye stood up, patting the slime off her body, a hint of surprise in her cold voice. She raised her hand and pointed to a wall of flesh not far away. On that wall, multiple reflections of them from different angles appeared at the same time. Shen Ye frowned and stepped forward, stretching out his hand to press lightly as a test. The wall, which looked solid, rippled like water hit by a stone, waves of semi-transparent space visible to the naked eye spreading outward. Be careful, don't touch it recklessly. Shen Ye warned with a serious expression. In a place where physical laws completely fail, any reckless action could lead to irreparable consequences. The 2 of them leaned back to back, cautiously feeling their way through the twisted corridor. There were no monster roars, and no obvious traps. But the constant feeling of being tightly surrounded from all directions was more suffocating and oppressive than facing a horde of mutants. They were like ants lost inside a giant's palace. As they walked, Shen Ye stopped. He looked down at his feet. Very familiar. There was a mark on the ground he had carved with his knife tip 5 minutes ago. Back again. His voice carried a hint of irritation. This was the 13th time. Even though they kept walking straight, after passing through a layer of flesh membrane, looking back, they were at the starting point again. We can't go on like this. Qing He's judgment was always precise and calm. Most likely we are looping in the same area. This space itself is in a cycle, there is no exit in the traditional sense. If we keep wasting time, our strength and Saiyan will not hold. Shen Ye was silent for 2 seconds. She was right. This place couldn't be solved by brute force or sense of direction. That left only one path. Wait for me, I might have a way. Shen Ye said to Qing He, then closed his eyes. He began to recall that night in the villa, the feeling when the Eye of the Abyss stare was forcibly activated. The feeling of vision piercing the surface, directly stabbing into the world's skeleton. 1 second. 2 seconds. 3 seconds. A sharp pain suddenly shot from deep in his eye sockets. Shen Ye gritted his teeth and opened his eyes abruptly. At this moment, the world in his eyes had lost all the disguise of flesh, changed its appearance. Chapter 50, The Crack. Those twisted and chaotic walls of flesh, from the perspective of the inner world, all changed appearance. The disguise of flesh was peeled away layer by layer, revealing the true skeleton beneath, a huge network woven from countless faintly blue lines of energy. At a certain node of this huge network, there was an extremely bright area, like a glowing door, flickering on and off. There. Shen Ye raised his hand, pointing without hesitation to a direction that seemed impossible to the naked eye, a wall of dead end thick to absurdity. Qing He frowned, looking at the wall of flesh still slightly rising and falling as if breathing. That side is a solid wall. Trust me. Shen Ye gave no more explanation. He took a deep breath, raised his hand, and slowly reached toward the wall. The next second, his fingers passed through. No obstruction, no resistance, just like putting a hand into a curtain of cold water. Shen Ye gritted his teeth, and without hesitation, strode in. Qing He froze for half a second. She stared fixedly at the thick wall of flesh that seemed unmoved, her mouth twitching slightly. Then she gritted her teeth and rushed in after him. The moment they passed through the flesh wall, the disorienting space that had tormented them for hours vanished completely. They arrived at a relatively spacious, structurally normal corner. The space was not large, but it was finally, damn it, normal. On the wall at the corner, another control terminal was embedded. This terminal was much smaller than the previous one, and severely damaged, already broken in half. The screen was full of spiderweb-like cracks, yet it stubbornly emitted a faint glow. Shen Ye walked quickly forward, his eyes scanning the incomplete content on the screen. Space Technology Log. Experiment 271, from the retina peeled off a captured dimensional demon eye, successfully developed biological spacefolding technology. Now, the internal space of the Leviathan has been expanded hundreds of times. This technology is still extremely unstable. The high-ups in the control room keep pushing us to speed up. They have no idea how much energy is needed to maintain this high-intensity spacefolding. If the flesh wall is damaged and space collapses, we will all be crushed into meat paste. Cycle day 4-21, storage chamber number 7 experienced a small-scale space collapse. Repaired, 2 casualties. The log ended here. Shen Ye stared at those few lines, unmoving. Dimensional demon eye spacefolding Leviathan. Another string of unheard-of terms. So the space loop that trapped them in circles 13 times just now was not some supernatural force at work. It was a spacefolding technology implemented with biological tissue. Shen Ye and Shang He forcibly suppressed the storm of shock in their hearts and slowly stepped forward along the corner. Just as they turned the corner, his steps suddenly stopped. On the right wall, there was a split. The space at the edges of the crack twisted like knotted transparent glass, refracting multiple overlapping scenes. Deep within the crack, vague piles of shapes could be seen. Let's go see, Shen Ye whispered. The two approached the crack carefully. Shen Ye raised the worm lamp, casting its pale light into the depths of the crack. His whole body froze for a moment. Behind the crack was a storage chamber crushed flat by the spacefolding force. Inside, countless twisted metal supply boxes were piled up. In the gaps between the boxes, some human remains had been pressed thinner than paper. Blood and meat paste were smeared on the walls by the Space Force, forming an abstract horror mural. Shen Ye's gaze jumped past the corpses. Although most boxes had been crushed into scrap metal, at the edges of the debris, a few boxes miraculously kept their original shape. Perfectly intact. Shen Ye's Adam's apple moved. He carefully examined the structure of the crack. The width was just enough for an adult to fit through. But the deadly problem was that both sides of the crack were shaking extremely irregularly, seeming on the verge of collapse at any moment. If space collapsed while inside, the outcome would be no better than the murals. Qing He sharply noticed the greed igniting in Shen Ye's eyes. No. Qing He grabbed Shen Ye's forearm, her grip so strong her knuckles turned white. Her voice was cold, but she spoke half a beat faster than usual. The space fluctuation is completely irregular, it could collapse any time. Going in is a death sentence. Shen Ye looked at the mountains of high-level supplies inside. Fortune favors the brave, hunger kills the timid. I'll just grab a few boxes at the edge, in and out fast. If it's dangerous, I'll retreat immediately. He turned to Ching He, his tone as calm as saying, I'm going to the bathroom. Ching He stared into his eyes, looking for a full 3 seconds. She knew she couldn't persuade this madman. From the first time she dealt with this man, she knew. Ching He didn't say another word. She loosened her grip, pulling out a high-strength rope from her backpack. She wrapped the rope around Shen Ye's waist twice, pulling it tightly and tying a dead knot. The end of the rope was wrapped around her forearm, then around her wrist, pulled tight. If you die in there. Ching He raised her eyes, her tone calm. I'll try to drag your body out. Shen Ye smirked slightly. This woman's way of comforting someone was really damn unique. He nodded to Ching He, no longer hesitating. He turned sideways and stepped into the trembling crack. The moment he squeezed into the storage chamber, a suffocating pressure came from all directions, crushing him. The space here was completely twisted, with the surrounding walls displaying a strange spiral pattern, as if bearing an incredibly terrifying external pressure. What should have been a huge warehouse was now compressed into a cramped space of only a few square meters. The supply boxes were squeezed tightly together like sardine cans, most of them already near the edge of the space's distortion, showing a semi-transparent, illusory state. Shen Ye quickly walked over to the nearest intact box, placing both hands on the edge and prying open the heavy metal lid. Click! Inside the box, a row of ruby-like crystals were stacked neatly, their sharp edges reflecting a mysterious dark red light under the glow of the worm lights. High-purity flesh crystals. Quality, excellent. Effect, contains a high concentration of pure life energy, can be used to power advanced biological buildings, or melted into liquid to be diluted and absorbed, enhancing physical strength. An amazing thing. Shen Ye's eyes reddened, and with a thought, he immediately collected all these crystals into his backpack through the system. Acquired, high-purity flesh crystals X20. Not even catching his breath, he lunged at the second box. Lid off. Titanium alloy ingots, with a deep metallic luster, were neatly arranged, each surface lined with intricate, blood vessel-like patterns. Titanium alloy. Quality, good. Effect, a special alloy made by melting low-level biological bone powder and living steel, with high strength and toughness. Titanium alloy. Core material for upgrading a level 5 shelter. Shen Ye's blood rushed to his head. Collect. All of it. Acquired, titanium alloy X50. Shen Ye moved so fast it left after images, heading for the third box. Acquired, living steel X50. Fourth box. Acquired, spiritual ember potion X20. 4 boxes, all cleared. He was rich. Totally rich. This trip, he'd made a fortune, way more than expected. Breathing hard, he looked around. The intact boxes had already been stripped clean by him. But his gaze, inexplicably, was glued to a box in the corner. That box was different. Half of it had already sunk into the semi-transparent, distorted space's edge, and the surrounding space was severely twisted, as if being scorched by high heat. Shen Ye swallowed, his strong intuition wildly warning him that the space in that position was on the brink of collapse. Shen Ye glanced at his hand. His hand was shaking. It wasn't because of fear. It was because of itchiness. That's how gamblers are, knowing that the next bet could cost them everything, but as long as there's one last card to be revealed, they can never stand up and walk away. Damn. Shen Ye turned his head, peering through the narrow gap at Ching He outside. His voice was tight. Wait, when I open that box, don't worry about anything. Pull me out with all your strength, immediately. Ching He's gaze turned colder. She didn't say a word but tightened the rope around her arm another round. That was enough. Shen Ye withdrew his gaze, taking a deep breath before slowly approaching the box half sunk into the void. Then he stretched out his hands and lifted the box lid. Chapter 51, Fragments of Rules. Bang! At the moment the box lid opened, it was as if a string pulled to its limit had snapped. The walls of the storage chamber twisted and stirred, starting to violently fluctuate and collapse like waves in a hurricane. Shen Ye didn't have time to see what was inside the box. In those fleeting milliseconds, his brain did only one thing, frantically sending storage commands to the system. Get everything in. At the same time, he pushed off the ground with his legs, unleashing the explosive power of his 40-point physique in an instant. His body shot back like a bullet fired from a cannon towards the opening of the crack. At the same moment, Ching He's long legs suddenly pushed against the ground, her entire body leaning back recklessly, pressing all her strength onto the rope. The tremendous pulling force gripped Shen Ye's waist like an iron clamp. Just as his feet left the ground, the edge of the crack, which was barely holding, slammed shut at a speed that defied the laws of physics. Shen Ye was like a nail that had been forcibly pulled out, jerked from the rapidly closing mouth of death at the last moment. In the very next second after he escaped from the crack, there was no explosion. No shockwave. Just a chilling, absolute silence. Shen Ye collapsed to the ground, gasping for breath. The space inside the wall behind him, along with the light, matter, and that supply box he hadn't even had the chance to glance at, was like being tightly squeezed by an invisible dimensional giant hand. In an instant, everything collapsed toward the center, brutally smashed into a light point smaller than a fist. Then, pop. A sound so faint it was almost non-existent. The light point silently extinguished. That space, in this world, was entirely erased. The wall was left with a smooth, dark red flesh wall as flat as a mirror, as if the crack had never existed at all. Cold sweat instantly soaked Shen Ye's back. But in his bloodshot eyes, there flickered a pathological joy, like a gambler who had just hit the jackpot and survived death. His Shen Ye inhaled sharply, looking down at his left hand. A large piece of flesh on the back of his left hand had vanished without a trace, the cut smoothed to an impossible degree. It wasn't until a second later that crimson blood slowly seeped from the smooth surface. That was flesh and blood, cruelly severed by the edge of the space's closure at the last moment. If he had been even a second slower, he would have been compressed into nothingness. Shen Ye released her grip. On her forearm, deep red marks from the rope were clearly visible. She stepped forward, her cold gaze landing on Shen Ye's injured hand, saying nothing, only squatting down to pull out bandages and hemostatic medicine from her backpack. But in the next second, her movement stopped. She saw the wound on Shen Ye's hand, where dense, bright red flesh granules erupted from the smooth cutting edge. They greedily intertwined, forcefully completing the missing skin. In just a few seconds, the wound vanished. Shen Ye squatted in front of Shen Ye, her pupils slightly constricting. But she didn't back away or show any sign of fear. She reached out her finger and gently stroked the newly regenerated skin, feeling the strange and vigorous vitality beneath the surface. Her brow furrowed slightly. "Your life belongs to you." Her voice was soft, very cold. "But right now, you're my teammate. If you act so recklessly again, I won't pull the rope." Shen Ye nodded, stood up, moved his left hand that was as good as new, and spoke sincerely, "I did get a bit carried away this time." With a thought, he immediately opened the survivor's backpack. In that last second, he sent a storage command to the system. "What did I just collect?" The backpack interface popped open. A line of prompt jumped out. Acquired, Dimensional Demon I Rule Fragment X6. Quality, Epic. Effect, contains the rule of spacefolding. Can be used as core material to craft space-type extraordinary relics. Description, it once gazed into the abyss. Now, it is packed into your pocket. Damn. Shen Ye couldn't help but curse, his eyes shining frighteningly. Rule fragments. Isn't this exactly the rule fragment that the portable forge mentioned? And it's an extremely rare space-type material. Shen Ye looked up at the line of text on the backpack interface, glowing with epic purple light, and couldn't help but laugh. This gamble with life, he had completely won. The two didn't linger too long here, the space was extremely unstable, and no one knew if it would collapse again the next second. They followed the dark red twisted passage, continuing forward cautiously. After walking for about 10 minutes, a half-open metal door appeared on the side of the passage. Shen Ye gripped his weapon tightly and nudged the door open with his toes. Inside was an abandoned storage room. The four walls were made of hard alloy, with none of that disgusting flesh tissue, nor any monster's aura. Safe. Shen Ye walked in and checked around, finally letting his tense nerves relax slightly. The structure here is stable. Let's eat and take a short rest. Shen Ye had no objection, walked to a corner, sat cross-legged, leaned against the wall, and closed her eyes. As expected, Shen Ye pulled the insect shell pot from his backpack, then took out several top-grade ingredients. A piece of textured, mutant toad queen's leg meat, a small jar emitting soft glow of worm gonads, and a few stalks of faintly green glowing ghost candle mushrooms. Shen Ye rolled up his sleeves, and the long knife in his hand became a chef's knife. Swish swish swish. The blade danced, slicing the snow-white toad meat into even thin slices. The pot heated, Shen Ye dropped a few drops of corpse oil first, then threw in a large piece of amber-colored insect fat. Sizzle. The moment the insect fat touched high heat, it melted quickly into a golden, thick, slightly stringy paste, with fine bubbles rolling in the pot. Then the toad leg slices went in, and a smell mixing the richest insect aroma with thick meat fragrance instantly exploded in the cramped storage room. Shen Ye sprinkled the sliced ghost candle mushrooms into the pot, then crushed a small pinch of baby cry black fern, as spice to remove fishy taste and enhance flavor, adding a bit of salt. The originally white tender meat was now coated in golden insect fat, adorned with green mushroom slices. The colors were tempting, the aroma deadly. In the corner, Shen Ye, who had been resting with closed eyes, twitched her eyelashes violently twice. Shen Ye glimpsed with his peripheral vision that her originally straight and delicate nose tip twitched in a very small but extremely honest way. Eat while it's hot. Shen Ye scooped a full bowl of golden glowing insect fat braised toad meat slices and handed it to Shen Ye. Shen Ye opened her eyes, looked at the bowl, then at Shen Ye. She hesitated for a second. But in that second, her stomach betrayed her with a soft gurgle. In the silent room, the sound was exceptionally clear. A faint blush flashed across Shen Ye's face. She didn't speak, silently took the bowl and chopsticks, picked up a piece of meat coated in golden insect fat, and put it in her mouth. The next second, her movement paused slightly, her beautiful eyes rolling upward a bit. Immediately after, Shen Ye saw this usually cold female war god suddenly eating faster. Although her movements remained polite, without smacking her lips, her posture was still good. But her chopsticks were moving almost too fast to follow. Her cheeks slightly puffed with food, like a hamster crazily storing food. Didn't expect this, Shen Ye said while eating his own portion. She laughed, you're still a foodie. Shen Ye swallowed the meat in her mouth and glared at him coldly. Just replenishing the energy needed for battle. Professional. If she hadn't licked the last drop of soup from the bottom of the bowl, Shen Ye almost would have believed it. Full and satisfied, the mental exhaustion from dancing on the line between life and death finally surged like the tide. The two leaned against the cold metal wall, with about half a meter between them. The worm lamp emitted a faint, ghostly yellow light, stretching their shadows long and long. You sleep first, I'll guard the first half of the night, Shen Ye said softly. Okay. Wake me in 3 hours. Shen Ye did not refuse, she knew that in this environment, keeping strength was the greatest responsibility to a teammate. She curled her body slightly and closed her eyes. The storage room fell silent, leaving only the soft sound of their breathing. Shen Ye leaned against the wall, his gaze unconsciously landing on Shen Ye's profile in the dim light. Without the sharpness of battle, she looked much softer asleep, and her tightly furrowed brows relaxed. Shen Ye withdrew his eyes and looked back toward the darkness of the door. In this world full of twisted monsters and madness, to have someone you can give your back to and share dark food with, it didn't seem so bad. 3 hours later, Shen Ye woke Shen Ye on time, and they switched positions. Shen Ye closed his eyes and almost fell asleep the moment he leaned against the wall. When he opened his eyes again, 3 hours had passed. His body, long beyond human limits, had enough rest from just 3 hours of sleep to fully restore his energy. He stood up and stretched his neck. No words were needed, they walked side by side out of this brief safe haven, continuing into the unknown darkness. Chapter 52, Tomb. The two continued deeper along the twisted corridor. Ahead, the space became even stranger, the walls were covered with pulsating flesh, huge folds pressing layer upon layer. Shen Ye activated the grieving seer's eye. A purple red light shone in the dark, but the next second, her face fell. Same as before, her voice was very low, everywhere the heat flows are chaotic, mixed together, impossible to tell direction. Shen Ye said nothing, closed his eyes, and took a deep breath. When he opened them again, he had forcibly cut into the inside of the world. In an instant, the false passages created by folded space became all transparent shadows in his eyes. The paths that could be stepped on showed a breathing-like glow in the complex spatial network. Follow me closely, don't miss a step. Shen Ye lowered his voice and took the first step. Shen Ye decisively put away the seer's eye, sticking closely behind him. Their distance was less than half a meter. Step by step, stopping and going, they spent more than an hour before escaping the deadly folded chamber. This time, the corridor's slope sharply went down. The feel underfoot changed. The pulsating flesh walls gradually receded, replaced by cold, hard black metal. The smell of blood in the air faded, replaced by a dense, unyielding smell of old rust. Another half hour passed. Suddenly, the view ahead tore open. Shen Ye's feet stopped at the corridor exit. Before them appeared a city. A steel city stretching as far as the eye could see. Countless towering metal buildings like rows of gravestones stood under a huge arched dome. At the highest part of the dome, fragments of some glowing object remained, emitting an extremely faint cold light. The streets, sky bridges, even floating track debris, all told of a civilization that once had glory. But now, there is only deathly silence. No, not just silence. Shen Ye, look at those walls. Shen Ye's cold voice echoed. Shen Ye followed her gaze, and the moment he saw it clearly, a chill shot up his spine and straight to the back of his head. On those towering metal walls, there were faces. Thick and packed, layer upon layer, from the base of the wall to the top. Men, women, the elderly, children. Their expressions frozen in extreme terror and pain. It was as if, in the second the disaster struck, all the living people in the city had been violently cast into the steel walls by some unseen force. They became eternal sculptures. Sanity drops by 5 points. The two of them forced themselves forward, cautiously feeling their way along the edge of the street, their steps as light as possible. The entire city was as quiet as a giant tomb. But not even 200 meters later. Creak, creak. A sound of bones grinding echoed from the deep shadows of the city. Shen Ye and Shen Ye stopped at the same time. Then, all the frozen faces on the walls suddenly opened their eyes in unison. There were no pupils, only the stark whiteness of their eyes. Hundreds, thousands of mouths opened simultaneously, emitting broken, hoarse screams from deep in their throats. Help! It hurts. Why? Sanity drops by 10 points. Amid the shrill screams, the metallic surface of the buildings began to melt like wax burning in a flame. Half-melted corpses peeled off the walls and fell. Flesh and bone, mixed with liquefied steel, gathered, rolled, and swelled in the center of the street, forming a massive tide of blood and flesh, 2 stories high. Wailing flesh tide, disaster. Description: an unspeakable entity formed from the flesh and blood of millions of lives. It has no fixed form, and everything in its path is devoured. Run! Shen Ye didn't hesitate for a second. He grabbed Shen Ye's wrist and turned, running wildly toward another wide street. This was not some monster that could be hunted. It was a natural disaster. Trying to fight this thing head-on would be madness. Boom! Boom! The wailing flesh tide surged across the street like a tsunami. Whenever it touched a metal building, a sizzling sound of corrosion could be heard as it merged into the tide. The two of them dashed through the chaotic steel ruins. Left turn. Right turn. Over a collapsed bridge. Crawling through the debris of a toppled building. But soon, Shen Ye's face turned grim. From all directions, at the ends of every street, huge and small waves of the wailing flesh tide emerged. The city, dead for who knows how long, had awakened. It wanted to melt these two living souls into this tomb forever. There's no way out. Shen Ye stopped, leaning against a towering metal wall, facing 3 waves of the flesh tide coming toward them. Shen Ye stopped and slowly turned around. Roar! The front wave of the wailing flesh tide was less than 500 meters away. The surface of the flesh tide suddenly wriggled violently, and countless twisted human faces emerged. In the next second, those faces all opened their mouths wide, and the sound of popping came incessantly. Hundreds, thousands of sharp white bone spikes, corroded by strong acid, shot toward them like a Gatling gun. Watch out! Shen Ye growled low, his muscles instantly tensed to their limit. The Night Stalker long sword in his hand swirled into a dense black light curtain. Clang! 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 The sharp sound of metal clashing erupted, sparks flying. The bone spikes, carrying immense force, shook Shen Ye's arms numb, and a few of the ones that slipped through his defense grazed his chainmail, leaving deep white marks and a corrosive green smoke on the hard bone armor. Shen Ye's movements were just as swift. Her body darted through the narrow space like a cat, her iron axe chopping those unavoidable bone spikes with precision. Too many. Shen Ye shouted coldly, fighting them head-on is a dead end. I know. Shen Ye flipped his left hand, and several bottles of firebombs appeared in his palm. He struck the lighter, swung his arm, and slammed the Molotov cocktail fiercely into the core area of the flesh tide where it was thickest. Boom! 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 The orange-red flames shot up into the sky, instantly covering an area of more than 10 meters. However, as soon as the flames touched the pile of meat, a large amount of translucent, viscous liquid seeped out from the surface. The slime wrapped and pressed the flames layer by layer, and within 3 seconds, all the fire was extinguished. Damn! Shen Ye cursed through clenched teeth. Can't chop, can't burn. How the hell do we fight this? The flesh tide continued to push forward, less than 200 meters from them. The foul odor even began to corrode their respiratory tracts, bringing a stinging pain. Shen Ye, give me 5 seconds. Shen Ye said nothing. She stepped forward forcefully, directly blocking in front of Shen Ye. She took a deep breath and tore off the pure black eye mask. The purple-red cross pupils gleamed in the darkness like sinister stars. The skill of the Mourner's Glimpse ILV2. Buzz. An invisible mental wave swept out from Shen Ye as the center. Wherever her gaze landed, the bone spikes that shot towards them by the thousands suddenly showed an extremely strange momentary pause in midair. As if they were running at 0.5x speed. The iron axe in Shen Ye's hand turned into a blur, holding up an umbrella for Shen Ye amidst the storm of bone spikes. But the price was terrible. The corner of Shen Ye's eye instantly burst, and blood trickled down her cheek. Shen Ye sheathed his long knife, activating the Eye of the Abyss to its limits. He wasn't looking at the monsters, he was examining the city's terrain. Under the perspective of true sight, the city's metal foundation looked like a rotten wooden board that had been eaten by termites for thousands of years, riddled with holes and structural breaks everywhere. Countless years of erosion, coupled with the immense pressure from the flesh tide just moments ago, had weakened the foundation beneath to its breaking point. No way? Then I'll blow one open. Shen Ye pulled out 5 toxic swamp snake skin bombs from his backpack and smashed them right onto the metal floor 3 meters away. Ching He, retreat. Before the words fell, he quickly wrapped his arm around Ching He's slender waist, bursting his legs with terrifying strength, using the metal wall behind him to propel upward, leaping high with Ching He. In midair, he pulled out a Molotov cocktail, lit it, and smashed it down at the pile of bombs below. Instantly, it exploded. Boom, 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 boom. The blinding white light instantly engulfed the entire square. The shockwave swept with a scorching gale, wildly spreading out in all directions, sending debris from the remaining buildings flying everywhere. The already battered metal foundation could finally bear no more. With a tear that shattered the heavens and the earth, the ground within a radius of 10 meters collapsed like an ice surface crushed by a giant's fist. A bottomless black giant hole formed right beneath their feet. The wailing flesh tide that had already surged close lost its ground support, cascading into the pit like a mudslide. Hold on to me. Shen Ye held Ching He tightly. In the next second, a feeling of weightlessness engulfed them. The two of them fell into the bottomless abyss alongside countless broken metal debris. Chapter 53, The Upside-Down Forest. A strong sense of weightlessness hit them. Not knowing how long they had fallen, the howling wind in their ears was suddenly replaced by a strange and sticky sound. Bang! Bang! 2 muffled thuds. The two felt as if they had landed on a giant biological membrane. Shen Ye spun to dissipate the inertia, flipping up with his long knife already at the ready in front of him. Above them, the metal hole that had been blown open was slowly closing. The mass of meat that followed them down was instantly shredded into blood rain midair by some kind of rule-like power, never able to land. And where they were now? It was no longer a cold steel city. What met their eyes was a strange forest, hanging upside down in midair, glowing a ghostly blue. Countless crystal-clear synapses, with ghostly blue glowing liquid flowing inside, like blue blood vessels breathing, hanging down from the dark ceiling. Thousands upon thousands of synapses intertwined, forming a dazzling yet eerie blue jungle. What kind of place is this? Who cares what it is? Shen Ye shook his head, swollen from overusing the inner world vision, and gripped the Nightwalker long knife in his hand. As long as it blocks the way, cut it all down. Swish! At the exact moment Shen Ye spoke, a few thick blue synapses hanging quietly above them seemed to suddenly activate some stress mechanism. The blue liquid inside them flared, then like bolts of blue lightning, with a piercing sound, they lashed down from midair. Watch out! Shen Ye shouted, the long knife instantly unsheathing, precisely cutting the first striking synapse. Splat! The broken synapse fell to the ground, the cut spurting a large amount of ghostly blue sticky liquid. Ching He's movement was equally fast, she crouched, dodging the sweep of a synapse. Then, her iron axe swung fiercely from below to above, shredding another synapse into pieces. But this strike seemed to stir a hornet's nest. On the ceiling, hundreds of upside-down synapses lit up with blinding blue light simultaneously. Like a horde of enraged poisonous snakes, they swarmed toward the two, almost cutting off all escape routes. Rush deeper. Don't stop. Shen Ye shouted, his 40-point physique fully unleashed, his whole body turning into a merciless meat grinder. Splat! Splat! Blue juice splashed in midair like rain. Amid the fierce battle, a drop of ghostly blue synapse juice accidentally splashed onto Shen Ye's lips. Then, in Ching He's horrified eyes, Shen Ye instinctively stuck out his tongue and licked it. The next second, Shen Ye's wild, storm-like slashing paused slightly without warning. The juice, once tasted, was not the imagined fishy or rotten smell, but sweet, even carrying a faint electric tingle. Boom! The greedy flesh inside Shen Ye, always starved, went completely berserk the moment it touched the juice, like dry fire catching flames. A desire to devour from the depths of his soul shot straight to the crown of his head. He suddenly looked down at the blue synapses still twitching on the ground, his Adam's apple rolling violently out of control. This crystal color, this elastic touch, this electrified taste. Shen Ye! What are you dazing for? Are you crazy? Ching Ye chopped a sneaking synapse with her axe, then turned to see Shen Ye had stopped, staring at a cut synapse with eyes shining. Her cold voice finally broke, carrying a hint of panic. Ching Ye! Shen Ye turned his head, his eyes no longer filled with killing intent against monsters, but a wild hunger. He pointed the long knife, covered in blue juice, at the swarming blue synapses, the corner of his mouth stretching to an unbelievable degree. Do you think this thing tastes better boiled or grilled? Ching Ye! Her arm swinging the iron axe froze suddenly, almost losing her breath. This madman! This complete lunatic! At a life-or-death moment, he is thinking about recipes? No, grilling wastes it too much. I think raw marinated is the most original. Add some corpse oil and ghost candle mushrooms, absolutely killer. Shen Ye didn't even need Ching He's answer. He was completely excited now. He no longer rushed forward blindly like before, but actively went toward the thickest, brightest, and most meaty-looking synapses. Swish! Swish! The blade flashed, and Shen Ye specifically chose the brightest, thickest synapses to strike. Each time he cut one off, he caught it precisely in midair and flipped it into the survivor's backpack. This one is firm, good for stir-frying. This one is juicy, keep it for soup. Hey, don't chop that one, that's the tenderest tip. Perfect for sashimi. In this forest hanging upside down, full of danger, the scene suddenly became extremely strange. Shen Ye kept a cold face, gritted her teeth, and desperately cut monsters to clear the path, her combat suit soaked with water. Shen Ye, however, was like a hungry wolf in a free seafood buffet, stocking up while commenting on the ingredients, even showing a pained expression when Shen Ye accidentally broke a perfect synapse. Seeing Shen Ye like this, fighting to grab a supreme synapse, taking hits, but still holding it and enjoying himself like a pervert. Shen Ye took a deep breath, closed her eyes in despair, and let out a sigh of utter hopelessness. What kind of lunatic had she teamed up with? After fighting all the way, Shen Ye's backpack was filled with hundreds of crystal-clear blue synapses, and this seemingly endless forest was finally cut through by them. The view suddenly opened up. A huge circular plaza appeared in front of them. The ground was no longer the soft, creepy biological membrane, but a hard, cold black alloy, finally giving a solid feeling underfoot. In the center of the plaza stood a silver-white storage chamber. The surface of the chamber was full of complex circuits and indicator lights, most of which were off, but a few flickered faintly. Shen Ye hurried forward to the control panel of the chamber. He casually wiped the thick dust from the screen, and a few lines of blue glowing text appeared. The system automatically translated. Rationality Anchor. Function description, special rule item Rationality Anchor. This item can forcibly lock the rational defense when the survivor's rationality drops to 0, immune to assimilation. Chapter 54 Truth. Rationality Anchor. Function description, special rule item Rationality Anchor. This item can forcibly lock the mental defense when the survivor's rationality drops to 0, immune to assimilation. Shen Ye's fingers froze on the screen. Rationality Anchor? Immune to assimilation? The fifth rule of the Eternal Night Survival Law was clear: only light is the anchor of rationality. And the thing that was once stored in this chamber could forcibly nail rationality down? In this godforsaken place where sanity drops just by looking at a monster, having it was like having an extra life. No, it was like getting countless extra lives for free. Shen Ye couldn't wait to press the activation button. Shoo! With a dull hiss of pressure release, the heavy alloy door of the storage chamber slowly slid open. A wave of stale, rotten air hit him. However, when he saw what was inside, the frenzy on Shen Ye's face instantly froze. It was empty, not even a hair left. Damn! Shen Ye cursed quietly. He forcibly suppressed his disappointment, his eyes scanning the empty chamber sharply. Suddenly, he noticed a hidden compartment at the bottom that had been opened. Inside, two crystals glowed softly with white light, and next to them lay a small cubical metal box. The box's surface was stained with long-dried black blood, with several deep finger scratches, as if clawed into grooves with nails. Shen Ye didn't rush to touch the box. He first locked his gaze on the two crystals. Leviathan's Crystal of Spirit. Quality, excellent. Description: extracted from the pure spiritual crystal at the core of Leviathan, this is an essential item for creating rational anchor points. Crushing it instantly dispels all mental pollution and forces a full recovery of sanity, san value. Current quality level: common, rare, excellent, fine, epic. Shen Ye stared at the line of purple excellent on the panel, frozen for 2 seconds. Damn! This is an absolute top-tier item. Even better than fine quality. Although it's not a complete rational anchor, but this thing, crushing it will instantly max out the san value? This is just like 2 big blue potions. Shen Ye turned to glance at Shen Ye behind him, grabbed one, and tossed it over. Catch! Shen Ye caught it steadily. She lowered her head to look at the soft glowing crystal in her palm, and a brief, unexpected flicker passed through her cool eyes. So generous? She raised her eyes to look at Shen Ye, said nothing, and put the crystal into her backpack. Shen Ye had already turned his attention to the blood-stained metal box. He flipped the box over, inspecting it from all angles. The surface of the box had a small screen covered in scratches, with some buttons mostly smeared by bloodstains. Shen Ye wiped it with his sleeve and, using the system's built-in translation function, tentatively pressed one of the buttons. In the next moment, the metal box miraculously emitted a sharp buzzing sound. After a burst of teeth-grinding electrical noise, a voice came through. I am the owner of Leviathan. Bai Yi. The system could even translate the voice. Shen Ye was startled and continued listening. We failed. Completely failed. Those idiots thought we were hit head-on by a super-large black tide. It's laughable. Leviathan is a level 12 shelter. It carries 2 Titan-class fusion engines. A superfortress with 1 million citizens. How could a mere black tide ever break us? The truth was not like that at all. The voice was hoarse. Heavy. Every breath sounded like a death rattle. The voice in the recording started to tremble violently, as if recalling a great terror capable of crushing the soul. In the background, faint, chilling sounds of flesh tearing and inhuman growls could still be heard. It was it. It just glanced at us, from the endless void. Our level 12 shelter, our proud energy shield, was as fragile as a piece of worthless paper. A million citizens, all mutated in less than a second. I watched with my own eyes as my wife melted into a pile of rotten flesh covered in eyes, and my most loyal subordinate turned into a monster devouring others. Why? The recording cut off suddenly. When it resumed, the background noise had changed. There were no more screams. Only a wet, chewing sound, and the sticky friction of flesh dragging across the metal floor. I turned them into Leviathan's flesh fuel. I won't give up. There must still be hope. The chewing sound grew louder. Baye's voice began to pitch, as though his vocal cords were being gnawed from the inside. I've been tainted too. I may not live much longer. I need more shelter cores. Restart Leviathan. I need to eat. I'm so hungry. The last few words no longer carried any human tone. It sounded like an inhuman echo squeezed out from a human throat. Snap. The recording ended. The screen of the box flickered twice, then darkened. Sand value decreased by 10 points. The blood-red system prompt flashed in Shen Ye and Ching He's pupils. Silence. The entire circular plaza fell into a deathly silence, only the faint buzzing sound of the cuboid box could still be heard. Shen Ye stood motionless. Ching He stood beside him, her usually cold and emotionless eyes. At this moment, the air was filled with an uncontainable shock. Her long body trembled slightly, her fingertips icy cold. She had always been an extremely rational person, firmly believing that as long as she moved carefully step by step, constantly upgrading the shelter, one day she could build an absolutely safe zone in this terrifying world, and maybe even find a way out. But, a level 12 shelter, a fortress with 1 million people, was wiped out entirely just because some unknown existence glanced at it? What does that even mean? What do they, desperate survivors struggling for a few pieces of wood and iron, even count as? Despair, like icy, piercing seawater, instantly drowned Xinghe's mental defenses. She felt like a speck of dust standing at the edge of an abyss. Before such absolute power, any struggle or effort seemed so pitiful and laughable. Yet, in this near-mad silence. Ha! A very low, very deep laugh suddenly rolled out of Shen Ye's throat. Xinghe turned her head sharply to look at Shen Ye. She saw him with his head down, shoulders beginning to move slightly, the laughter growing louder, wilder, and more reckless. Ha 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 ha. Shen Ye suddenly lifted his head and laughed wildly. The laughter echoed across the empty square, carrying a madness and sick excitement that tore everything apart. Just a glance? Only a glance? Ha 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 ha, goddamn. In Shen Ye's eyes, glowing faintly, seemed to burn a madness completely beyond understanding. If the final dealer is this kind of existence, then this gamble is just pure thrill. Win, and you take everything. Lose, at worst, you are smashed to pieces. Xinghe stared blankly at the man laughing like a demon before her. In front of this truth, enough to destroy anyone's reason, he is laughing? Xinghe's breath hitched slightly. She looked at Shen Ye's side face, twisted slightly from extreme excitement. Miraculously, the shock and fear in Xinghe's eyes, almost devouring her, slowly faded in Shen Ye's laughter. Her heart began to beat faster, her blood warming again. Yes. In this rotten world where even a level 12 shelter could be wiped out in a glance. What use is reason? What use is fear? Only by being crazier than this world, more arrogant than those indescribable things. Can one survive? Chapter 55, Stir-Frying Neural Synapses. Shen Ye's laughter echoed across the circular square for a long time before slowly fading into the boundless silence. He raised a hand to wipe his face, turned to look at Xinghe standing beside him, his eyes, glowing faintly from overexcitement, with dark red veins drifting subtly. What? Scared silly? Xinghe did not answer immediately. She took a deep breath, turned her face sideways, and looked at the outer wall of the tech warehouse cast from black alloy, silent for 2 seconds. Just feel her voice was calm, our previous struggles are a little laughable. I thought this world had rules, the strong are rewarded, accumulation had meaning, as long as you are strong enough, careful enough, you can always find a way out. But now, that recording told me, the ultimate rule of this world is, it is happy, that is enough. Laughable what? Shen Ye came over, his tone surprisingly calm, as if discussing something trivial. As long as you are still at the table, holding chips, there is a chance to turn the game. He looked down at the square's ground, then raised his head, eyes meeting Xinghe's directly. Doesn't matter what it is. His voice was not loud, yet carried a chilling seriousness. As long as it dares to show its health bar, I dare to make it sashimi and swallow it. Qing has said nothing. She just watched Shen Ye turn to look around the square from the side. In her heart, she thought, he might really have already gone mad. The kind that's beyond saving. She didn't know if this was courage that surpassed human limits, or madness more complete than despair. But she suddenly realized one thing. Teaming up with someone who doesn't know where death ends seemed better than following those who were sane enough. Because a sane person, when faced with that recording, would completely collapse. And Shen Ye was already thinking about what to eat tonight. Shen Ye looked around. This is not a good place to rest. Let's find a corner to catch our breath. I'm hungry enough to swallow a whole cow. The two of them found a row of sleep pods built into the back wall of the storage room. Most of the pod doors were damaged, some had fallen off and leaned against the rusty metal walls. Inside, it wasn't comfortable. The floor still had some sticky stains with unnameable substances, but the metal frames were intact, giving a relatively enclosed sense of safety. Shen Ye picked the most complete pod, plopped down, and immediately pulled the mess kit out of his backpack with practiced hands. Then, with a clatter, he dumped a big pile of blue tentacles next to the pot. I was too busy running earlier to really look at this thing. Shen Ye picked up the thickest one, snapped it between two fingers, the crisp elastic sound echoing slightly inside the metal pod. These synapses, cut from the upside-down forest, still had deep blue fluid slowly flowing inside the transparent tubular structure after being removed from their mother body, quiet like a severed stretch of Star River. He squinted to examine it for a second, then licked his lips thoughtfully. Qing Yi rested her chin on one hand, leaning against the metal wall opposite, her beautiful heterochromatic eyes staring silently at Shen Ye without blinking. What are you planning to do? After she said it, she froze for a moment. Since when did she start asking about his recipes first? Let's stir-fry it. Shen Ye pulled out the bottle of corpse oil he had collected at the wall breach, poured a bit into the pot. The oil slowly spread across the bottom and started to smoke as it heated. When the oil was hot enough, he grabbed a few of the thickest tentacles, rolled them firmly in his palm, and the Nightwalker's long knife fell in a blur, cutting them neatly into even pieces about 3 centimeters long. Sizzle! The tentacles hit the hot oil and released a fragrant aroma instantly. Qing Yi instinctively took a deep breath. She expected the stinking rotten smell of a monster's body, but what came was a strange fresh fragrance, mixed with a hint of ozone, like before a sudden rain. Miraculously, the scent entering her nose seemed to pluck a key string in her nerves that had been tense all day, quietly relaxing them. The blue tentacles rolled in the hot oil. As they cooked, they curled quickly, edges browning, color shifting from deep blue to pink, the oil crackling on the surface, looking surprisingly appetizing. Shen Ye added a handful of thinly sliced phosphorescent mushrooms, sprinkled a pinch of salt, stirred a few times to cook evenly, and gave the pot a casual toss. Done. He took out 2 bowls and skillfully filled each to the top. Eat while it's hot, it might get fishy if it cools. Qing He took the bowl, looking down at the contents. Pink translucent tentacle pieces mixed with faintly glowing green mushrooms, the broth an alluring amber gold, arranged in a surprisingly beautiful way. She hesitated for only a second. Then she picked up a piece with her chopsticks and put it in her mouth. It was insanely good. The moment her teeth sank in, it was a crisp yet supremely chewy sensation. As she chewed, the abundant juice burst in her mouth, with no trace of monster stench. Instead, it was an incredibly intense, soul-piercing freshness. The freshness carried the unique sweet scent of the candle fungus, mixed with a hint of subtle oily, charred aroma, surging into the throat like a storm. Then, a massive burst of energy, accompanied by a jolting, electric-like numbness, exploded suddenly. Qing He only felt as if even the tips of her nerves were electrocuted, completely relaxing her. On her usually ice-cold face, a blush uncontrollably appeared on her cheeks. Mentally superb. You have consumed stir-fried Leviathan neural synapse, your SAN value recovery speed has increased by 50%, lasting for 2 hours. You triggered the hidden recipe effect, unlocking mental attributes, +2 to mental. Qing He suddenly came to her senses, her beautiful eyes filled with shock, and she quickly looked up. Added attributes? Shen Ye, holding the pot, took large bites, guessing her reaction almost immediately when he saw her expression. Unlocked mental, directly added 2 points. Qing Ye lowered her head, glanced at the remaining pink tentacles in the bowl, and quickly shifted her gaze away, her tone unchanged. The taste is not bad. Then, she picked up the second piece. The third piece, the fourth piece, until the end, she even wielded the chopsticks with afterimages. Shen Ye simply lowered his head, buried his face in the pot, focusing on scraping the most flavorful charred mushroom slices from the bottom of the pot with a spade, not saying a word, but the corner of his mouth lifted slightly. His own attribute prompt was also flashing in the corner of his vision. Whether it was because the greedy flesh was better digested, he had added more than Qing He. Name, Shen Ye. Race, human. Status, healthy. Physique, 40. Mental, 14, 10 is the starting level. The higher the mental attribute, the stronger the resistance to sand value pollution. Sanity, sand value 82-80 seconds. Distortion sequence, Old One's Dominator? Greedy Flesh LV2. The effect was surprisingly good. The neural synapse contained extremely high mental energy, far surpassing anything he had eaten before, even calming the hunger beast inside him that had been growling nonstop due to the greedy flesh. After the almost frantic hunger subsided, Shen Ye felt as if he had truly returned to this human body. Full and satisfied, even the soup at the bottom of the bowl was licked clean. Shen Ye pulled out a piece of titanium alloy from his backpack. It was heavy, and the metallic sheen in the wormlight's dim yellow glow appeared cold. He turned it over in his palm, suddenly letting out a sigh. Low-level creature bone powder combined with live steel smelting. He threw the alloy up, catching it again. These ancestors, damn, they are true geniuses. The technology of the Leviathan is far beyond our imagination. Shen Ye turned her face, looking at the alloy in his hand. They could peel off the retina of the dimensional magic eye, achieving spatial folding. This means they really hunted extremely powerful old creatures. But still got killed instantly. Shen Ye said softly. Yes. This time, Shen Ye spoke first. She thought for a moment, adding with an unintentional certainty in her voice, so, we must become stronger. Shen Ye was a little surprised, looking at her with a low chuckle. Rest now. I'll sleep first tonight? He put away the alloy and leaned against the cold metal wall. You sleep, I'll keep watch. Shen Ye sat less than half a meter away from him, quietly watching Shen Ye. Something big is coming. Chapter 56, 3 words. A night with no words. In the cold metallic chamber, the two of them took turns keeping watch, briefly rested, then entered the circular plaza again. The plaza was large, and after walking deeper for a while, suddenly, a cold mechanical voice suddenly exploded in their minds at the same time. District-wide system announcement. Dark tidal wave fluctuation detected in this area. In 48 hours, the first wave of mutant monster attack will arrive in this area. Countdown, 48 hours. Prepare your defenses. Survival is your only task. 48 hours. Shen Ye's steps paused slightly, his face darkened instantly. The steel villa just built in the territory, with those outer traps and a few auto-sentries, could not stop the raging monster tide at all. We have to hurry. Shen Ye's voice was hoarse. They quickened their steps and went further in, finally reaching the end of the square. Blocking them was a giant door made of thick flesh membranes. On the door, thick purple-black veins intertwined, pulsing violently with a terrifying rhythm. Shen Ye thought briefly, without any hesitation, stepped forward, and suddenly drew the Nightwalker longsword at his waist. With the crack of bone, 40 points of terrifying physique fully erupted, the longsword wrapped in black light, fiercely cutting into the extremely tough thick flesh membrane. Poochie. The blade carved a 2-meter-long gap. Shen Ye held the edges of the gap with both hands, violently tearing it apart. Extremely dense energy mixed with an intoxicating strange scent, like a flood breaking through a dam, surged out from behind the door. The two of them braved this violent energy torrent, forcefully stepping inside. The space behind the door was vast, bathed in a sickly dark red. In the center, there was a huge pool over 10 meters in diameter. The pool was filled with viscous liquid emitting white light, huge bubbles constantly rolling and bursting on the surface, each burst releasing even higher concentration of pure energy. Shen Ye stood at the edge of the pool, the white light reflecting his face pale. The liquid emitted extremely terrifying energy and strange fragrance, which Shen Ye inhaled. In the next moment, a sudden mutation occurred. The greedy flesh inside Shen Ye, temporarily calm after eating stir-fried synapses, suddenly went out of control when it smelled this pool of liquid. Without any warning, the skin on Shen Ye's left arm was violently torn from inside, exploding into countless small wounds with a bang. Hundreds, even thousands, of crimson flesh buds crazily burst out. They twisted violently in midair, swelling, greedily grasping the energy floating in the air, making a scalp-tingling sucking sound. The intense pain made Shen Ye let out a muffled groan. He tried to use reason to suppress it, but it was useless. The LV2 evolved greedy flesh seemed to have an extremely strong eating instinct, crimson buds spreading from the forearm to the shoulder and neck, trying to take over the body, forcibly dragging him into that deadly pool to feast. Shen Ye! Shen Ye saw the horrifying mutation on Shen Ye, the flesh buds almost covering the left half of his face. The usually cold Shen Ye's eyes flickered with rare panic. She rushed forward, extending her hands to grab Shen Ye's arm covered in flesh buds, struggling violently. The moment she touched it, she felt it burning hot like a red-hot iron. Stay awake! Shen Ye gritted her teeth, desperately pulling back. I can't control it. Don't come over. Shen Ye suddenly shook off Shen Ye, gasping heavily. At this moment, his eyes were filled with crimson bloodshot veins. He looked down at the pool of extremely tempting liquid, the corners of his mouth gradually curling into a mad arc. Suppress? Why suppress it? If it wants, then damn it, eat your fill. Shen Ye completely gave up resisting, stepping forward heavily, thrusting his left arm, completely wrapped by flesh buds, into the rolling glowing liquid. Boom! High-purity energy rushed into his brain through the greedily sucking flesh buds, violently and destructively. The reality before his eyes instantly collapsed and shattered. Shen Ye suddenly found himself standing atop a steel tower piercing the sky. Looking down below. It was an incredibly magnificent, massive city, with a huge energy shield tightly enveloping it. Countless crowds moved through the city. This was the most glorious time of the Leviathan. The next second, the sky suddenly split open. A giant crack, too vast to describe, stretched across the sky, and a giant eye that covered the entire sky slowly opened. The giant eye only glanced down below. Crack! The indestructible energy shield instantly covered with spiderweb-like cracks and shattered with a loud crash. The true terror had arrived, and a million citizens couldn't even scream before their bodies underwent violent distortion in an instant. Shen Ye watched helplessly as the pedestrians on the street, babies in swaddling clothes, had their bones twist and snap at strange angles, their flesh quickly melting into pools of rotten meat full of eyes and tentacles. In just 1 second, the bustling city turned into a silent hell. Shen Ye's mind was violently shaken, and the indescribable pressure came crushing down, as though it would tear his soul apart and assimilate it in the next moment. But at this moment, he felt an extremely cold chill spread through his brain from deep within his eyes. It was the Eye of the Abyss Gazer. This ancient relic had forcibly locked his sanity at this moment, granting him the right to look directly at the giant eye. The next moment, the huge eye seemed to move slightly. It seemed to transcend the barriers of space-time, penetrating the river of time, and saw Shen Ye, who was reading this memory. It seemed confused, wondering why such a tiny insect not only hadn't been assimilated but dared to stand here, unharmed, staring at it. Under this soul-crushing pressure, a mad smile bloomed on Shen Ye's pale face. He faced the giant eye stretching across the sky, slowly raised his right hand, and arrogantly raised his middle finger. Then he slowly spoke 3 words. The next moment, the ground shook, and the illusion shattered. Shen Ye was forcefully pulled back into reality. He saw the flesh buds on his left arm seem to have had their fill, burping contentedly before quickly retracting into Shen Ye's body, and the torn skin healed instantly. The system prompt sound went crazy in his mind. You have absorbed Leviathan brain fluid. Body +3. Spirit +6. The greedy flesh LV2 of the mutation sequence has absorbed high-level energy, current evolution progress, 85%. Shen Ye clenched his right fist tightly, feeling the terrifying power surging within him once again. Meanwhile, the pool in front of him began to boil violently, as Shen Ye had forcefully drained some of its energy. White, sticky liquid surged outward, and a suffocating shadow slowly rose from the depths of the pool. It was a giant brain, forcibly squeezed together from countless thick nerves. Dozens, even hundreds, of long nerve tentacles, each over 10 meters long with sharp bone spurs at their ends, wildly whipped through the air, tearing the air with ear-piercing blasts. Sanity dropped by 15 points. Leviathan mutant main brain metamorphosis. Status, weak, backlash. Description, it has digested countless flesh and blood, slumbering through the ages. It shouldn't be like this, but it had no choice. Note, the metamorphosis stage is the state of falling back from the monarch level to the lord level after a failed breakthrough. The mutant main brain was awakened. It had no eyes, but its enormous mental power immediately locked onto the 2 intruders who dared to steal its brain fluid. Hum. A translucent ripple spread out from the main brain, like a tsunami made of solid matter, exploding outwards. It was going to completely erase the consciousness of these 2 ants, turning them into new nourishment for the brain fluid pool. Chapter 57, Great Battle. Hum. A translucent ripple, visible to the naked eye, exploded outward like a solidified tsunami, spreading from the mutant main brain. Shen Ye only felt a severe headache as his brain seemed to spin wildly. Ah! Shen Ye gritted his teeth, letting out a beastly roar from his throat. Luckily, his 20-point mental attribute worked at this moment. The shock that could make ordinary people lose consciousness instantly, he endured with sheer will. He did not retreat even a step, holding back the pain. His right hand suddenly swung in the empty air. Boom! 2 heavy, portable crossbow turrets fell onto the steel ground as if 2 steel beasts had descended from the sky. Shoot them for me. Shen Ye swung both hands, smashing the firing mechanisms of the 2 turrets hard. Bang! Bang! 2 sounds shattered the eardrums. 2 specially made crossbow bolts, thicker than an adult thigh, shot fiercely at the deformed brain's body. SSSHH. The bolts pierced the brain's surface defense layer with unstoppable force, stabbing into the writhing nerves, bursting out 2 small clumps of stinking, green pus. Scree! The brain let out a miserable scream. The sound pierced the eardrums, stabbing sharp like steel needles into Shen Ye and Shen Ye's minds. San value decreased by 5 points. This tiny creature had completely enraged it. Rumble. Three enormous tentacles, tens of meters long, struck down from midair with the force of thunder. The air was crushed, erupting into deafening sonic booms. Bang! The two solid crossbow turrets could not even last a second, instantly shattered into twisted scrap under the tentacles' monstrous force. The tentacles' aftershock slammed into the ground, making the earth wail violently, forming three terrifying trenches several meters deep, with shattered ground flying everywhere. Amidst the flying debris, a slender black figure rose silently, like a ghost swimming against the current. It was Shen Ye. Her whole body was like a weightless black blade, leaping high, her waist snapping with force, drawing a dangerously impossible curve in midair, the iron axe in her hand slicing with sharp wind, striking precisely at a tentacle joint. Slash! With a crisp breaking sound, the thick tentacle was cut off, its juices spraying wildly. Using the recoil, she rolled lightly in midair, landing steadily like a black cat. The next moment, between her fair, long fingers, appeared a strangely shaped composite bow. Draw, full draw, release. The movement flowed like water, so fast it left afterimages, without a hint of hesitation. A special arrow tied with a strange crystal turned into a streak of light, entering precisely through the wound the crossbow bolts made, then exploded deep in the flesh. The violent shockwave rampaged inside the brain, making the mutated monster scream in pain again. Switch! No communication was needed. Shen Ye slid close along the perfect opening chain he created. In his hands, there were already several swamp gas snakeskin bombs. Take this hard hit. He used his waist and abdomen, swung his arm, throwing the bombs precisely into the brain's bloody wound. Boom! 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 A chain of heavy explosions erupted inside the brain wound. Orange fireballs shot up, and the poisonous green mist covered the wound. Then, like a crazy arsonist, Shen Ye threw dozens of Molotov cocktails as if they were free, all hitting the giant brain with a crackling fury. Fire used poison, poison used fire. The burnt fat stench spread, turning this place into a huge furnace of flesh and blood. At the same time, taking advantage of the brain being controlled by the chain explosions, Shen Ye immediately brought out the remaining 5 crossbow turrets, lined them up, and rained a ruthless, insane bombardment on the giant brain. The brain's screams echoed endlessly, almost piercing the dome. However, the system panel was still dead silent, with no kill prompt appearing. The massive brain rolled violently in the sea of fire, its surface nerves wriggling like frightened worms, secreting vast amounts of grayish-white slime. The slime had an incredibly strong fire-resistant property, forcefully suppressing the flames clinging to it. The intense pain drove the mutated brain completely mad. It began to siphon the brain pulp pool beneath it, countless tentacles whipping the surrounding flesh walls like crazed giant snakes. With each strike, the dark red flesh walls began to writhe violently. The ground, the walls, the ceiling, chunks of flesh bulged suddenly, then burst violently like pustules. Thick, pale sticky mist gushed out from the ruptured flesh. The sticky mist seemed to be brain fluid vapor forming a dense, bloody rain, extremely polluting. The wreckage of crossbows shattered by the tentacles, broken weapons, even stones and bone fragments on the ground, all began to sprout dense, wriggling flesh buds. On a broken steel beam, it forcibly pushed aside the metal, opening a bloodshot, murky eyeball. At the edge of a metal shard, 2 uneven rows of sharp teeth grew, gnawing at the air frantically. The ground beneath them, like giant long lobes, began to rise and fall, breathing with deep, dull gasps. All dead things were being polluted. Assimilated. Given twisted life. Shen Ye was about to pull back. Puff. 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 Hundreds of blood-white barbed flesh thorns, like thousands of ghost claws from hell, shot out simultaneously from the ground, walls, and ceiling. Chapter 58 Assimilation and Pollution. No corner was safe, a net of heaven and earth. Shen Ye's pupils shrank, the Nightwalker's long knife fiercely drew out, black blade light exploding wildly in the pale mist, like a black storm of shredded meat. The dozens of flesh thorns charging straight at him were all cut down in one breath, broken limbs falling chaotically. Behind him, Shen Ye swung her axe, the blade like cutting through a curtain, ruthlessly shredding the thorns attacking from the flank. But true despair only began in the next second. The chunks of flesh that fell after being cut were not dead at all. Once on the ground, they twitched wildly and then puff puff puff, sprouting countless smaller, denser flesh buds. 1 became 2, 2 became 4, 4 became 8. Like cancer cells gone mad, splitting, spreading, crawling. In an instant, the floor was filled with breathing, wriggling scraps of flesh. Tentacles cut just now split into dozens of thinner crimson strands the next second, crawling at the 2 like festering parasites. The more they cut, the more they grew, the more they destroyed, the madder they became. This was an endless war of attrition, the brain trying to wear them down with this living field. Shen Ye smashed a chunk of flesh trying to climb her boot, her cold voice carrying a hint of gravity. We can't fight like this, we'll be worn to death. No sooner had she spoken than the mutated bone chainmail on Shen Ye's chest made a faint wriggling sound. He suddenly looked down, his face instantly dark as water. Through the torn gap in his chest armor, a streak of grayish-white slime had crawled in unnoticed. The slime, as if alive, spread frantically along the crack. Dark blue veins bulged rapidly along the edges, more crimson flesh buds emerged from the armor gap, like newly hatched maggots, pushing out desperately to pierce his skin. Shen Ye's eyes hardened, he swung his knife backward, cutting away an entire piece of the transforming chest armor, taking a layer of flesh with it. It was useless. When one piece was cut off, 3 more immediately swelled up beside the wound. That thing wasn't just eroding the armor, it was using his armor and flesh as soil, breeding like crazy. Before he could even deal with the second wave of invasion. Buzz. The distorted main brain's bloated body suddenly swelled up dramatically, and a more low, more violent psychic subsonic wave swept across the entire core chamber. The fleshy buds that had been wildly growing on the ground all stopped. It was as if the pause button had been pressed. The next moment, darkness suddenly engulfed Shen Ye's sight. A sharp, piercing roar that could tear through his eardrums echoed in his ears. Then, all sound was stripped away. Absolute silence. In this maddening silence, Shen Ye regained his sight, but what he saw next made his blood run cold. Shen Ye, standing not far in front of him, was beginning to twist. Below her originally white and slender neck, clusters of dense and disgusting flesh lumps swelled up like those on a toad's back. The iron axe handle in her hand was covered with bluish-black veins, already fused with her palm. The most terrifying part was the eerie purple color in her left eye, which had spread like shattered glass, occupying the entire eyeball. The next second, half of her face cracked with a snapping sound, revealing the frantically wriggling crimson flesh inside and a row of fine, interlaced shark-like fangs. That was no longer Shen Ye. That was an indescribable creature wearing her human skin. A murderous light flashed in Shen Ye's eyes in an instant, his hands gripping the long knife tightly, his waist surging with force as he swung the blade towards the monstrous face. Clang! Sparks flew, deafening. The powerful and forceful long knife was firmly blocked by an iron axe sweeping horizontally. The monster across from him had eyes as cold as ice, devoid of any warmth, flipping its wrist, raising the axe, and slashing fiercely at Shen Ye's neck. Shen Ye tilted his head back and retreated violently, the edge of the axe grazing his Adam's apple, stirring a gust of wind that sliced his skin. At the same time, in Shen Ye's eyes, Shen Ye, standing in front of her, was no longer human. The flesh on his back was violently stretched open, cracking inch by inch, and 2 thick, dark purple blood tendril limbs burst out from the sides of his spine, wildly writhing like venomous snakes in the white mist. The skin on his face melted like candle wax, dripping down, revealing a disgusting monster face full of fleshy growths. His mouth stretched down to his ear, and his eyes held no trace of humanity, only an insatiable hunger that sought to devour everything. False. Shen Ye's gaze dropped to absolute zero, and without hesitation, she raised her axe to strike. Neither of them held back, every move aimed for the other's vital point. Shen Ye cleaved Shen Ye's shoulder with one strike, causing a spray of warm blood. Shen Ye swung the axe back, slicing through Shen Ye's ribs, tearing a longer and deeper gap in his mutated chainmail. Blood, green goo, flying armor fragments, and spreading fleshy buds merged into a tragic picture in the white mist. They were like 2 frantic, cornered beasts, step by step, approaching the abyss of death in their mad slaughter. Until a long, slippery tendril of flesh, taking advantage of the moment Shen Ye swung his knife, shot through the gap in his torn armor and stabbed deeply into his chest. Boom! Excruciating pain. Then, an indescribable extreme hunger erupted from Shen Ye's innards. The hunger was so intense that the scene in front of him seemed to shake violently. At the same moment, Shen Ye let out a muffled groan. When she had struck Shen Ye with her axe, the blade had also severed a mass of fleshy buds attempting to burrow into his shoulder and neck, and green goo had splattered onto the back of her hand. In just an instant, dozens of tiny blood vessels bulged up on her snow-white hand, like something was about to break out from beneath her skin. Pain stabbed into his nerves like a burning steel needle. The two of them froze for half a beat because of this sudden, sharp pain. It was this half-beat that decided life and death. In front of Shen Ye's eyes, a brief afterimage appeared, the eye of the Abyss Watcher. He saw that in the terrible slit on Shen Ye's neck, there were no fangs at all, only a thin hidden flesh tendril, tightly coiled from behind her neck, creating an illusion. And Shen Ye's seductive purple eyes also, in that half-beat of clarity, saw that the 2 writhing tentacles behind Shen Ye were not growing from his body at all, but were nerve whips stuck on the back of his head. It wasn't that the other had changed. It was their brains, messed up by that damn mutant central brain. Don't ****************** ing look at it. Shen Ye shouted violently. The moment he shouted, he didn't retreat but advanced. With his head almost about to explode from the buzzing and tearing pain, he slashed violently at Shen Ye's face. Shen Ye's eyes sharpened, she didn't dodge, and the iron axe in her hand swung down sharply toward Shen Ye's head. Chapter 59, Death Tide. SSSHK. SSSHK. The sword and axe brushed past each other's cheeks and fell. But neither hit the other's body. Shen Ye's slash, close to Shen Ye's ear, forcibly cut the crimson flesh tendril coiled around her neck that was about to pierce her spine. Shen Ye's axe, close to Shen Ye's scalp, shattered the nerve whip on the back of his head. At the same time, both were splashed with green goo from the monsters they had just struck. The burning, sharp pain made them groan, but this pain also shattered the last illusions in their minds. Just now you really wanted to kill me? Shen Ye panted heavily, blood streaked his lips, forcing a crooked smile. What do you think? Shen Ye's voice was cold, but in the depths of her strange eyes, there was for the first time a ripple of helplessness. The mutant's central brain did not give them time to reminisce. The ground beneath them suddenly exploded. Hundreds, thousands of tiny flesh tendrils sprang up from all around, rushing toward them like a rising tide. They didn't aim to kill, only to crawl into their wounds, under armor, under clothes, trying to make them part of this living field. Shen Ye stomped on a flesh tumor trying to approach, and as it shattered, more sprouts split out, climbing up his combat boots. Shen Ye swung her iron axe, clearing a brief circle around her, but at the edges, the tendrils twisted and multiplied like mad, closing in again in seconds. They couldn't delay any longer. If they did, not even bones would be left. I can't see a clue, these mutants are all real. Shen Ye shouted to Shen Ye. Hearing this, Shen Ye suddenly lifted her head, her left eye pushed to its limit without holding back. In that brief thermal vision, she finally saw the logic of this terrifying field. These endless flesh sprouts, tendrils, and environmental mutations did not appear from nowhere. In the world, they formed red lines of heat, all connected to the thick, twisted neural circuits on the surface of the central brain. As long as its central nerves worked, this living field would never stop. Crossbow. Fire at the largest neural knot on its left side. Shen Ye shouted at Shen Ye. Shen Ye did not hesitate, summoning 5 crossbows in an instant, moving in a blur. 5 heavy bolts tore through the air with unstoppable force, hitting the nerve bundle on the central brain's left side. SSSHK. Flesh and blood burst like rotten mud. The huge body of the central brain jerked violently, and the living field's transmission broke down. Now was the moment. But Shen Ye's voice hadn't even left his throat. Shen Ye has already rushed out from his right side like an arrow released from a bow. She poured all her strength into her arms, and the iron axe drew a cold and fierce crescent arc, precisely cutting into the nerve bundle gap torn open by the heavy crossbow. Screech! A large section of the main nerve was forcibly severed by her axe. In the next second, the rapidly growing flesh buds, tendrils, and distorted environment in the core chamber seemed to lose their signal tower, and instantly stagnated. Shen Ye instantly raised his knife and charged forward, stepping on the wriggling flesh and blood all around, fiercely reaching the enormous main brain's body. Die for me! The long knife stabbed into the crack on the surface of the main brain, forcefully plunging in. Poof! The blade sank deep into the flesh, cutting down to create a huge gash. But in the next moment, dozens of huge eyes, filled with bloodshot veins, opened on both sides of the crack in the flesh. Dozens of cold gazes all fixed on Shen Ye, who was just inches away. The main brain let out a sharp and frantic scream, more piercing than any time before. Boom! A huge tentacle, which had been hidden deep within, shot out at an almost uncatchable speed, with a sonic boom tearing through the air, sweeping toward Shen Ye. Sonic boom. The speed of the tentacle was so fast that even its shadow could not be seen. Shen Ye could only instinctively block with the Nightstalker's long knife in front of him. Clang! The deafening sound of metal exploding seemed like it would shatter his eardrums. The terrifying monster strength surged into his arms instantly. Shen Ye felt his arm bones let out a mournful creak, instantly losing feeling, his palms tearing open, blood pouring out. Crack! The chest piece, which had already been deformed beyond recognition into a mutant bone mail, let out a desperate crisp sound, and under the immense force, a terrifying crack was torn from his left shoulder to his right rib. Shen Ye's whole body was sent flying backward as if struck by a high-speed heavy train, crashing dozens of meters away into the flesh wall behind. Put! A large mouthful of blood, mixed with fragments of internal organs, uncontrollably surged out. Before he could slide down the meat wall and stabilize himself, the surrounding flesh buds swarmed toward him like a group of maggots attracted to blood. They burrowed in through the cracked armor pieces. They crawled in through the torn wounds. They jabbed in along the boiling hot blood. In his chest, it felt like a hungry monster was desperately devouring his flesh, or perhaps it was his own flesh desperately craving to consume the foreign contamination. Hungry. Pain. Madness. 3 extreme sensory stimulations rushed to his head at once. The body's limits caused him to stiffen with fatal rigidity. In these brief seconds, during the life-or-death struggle with the metamorphosed monster, it was enough to declare a death sentence. The mutated main brain precisely seized this moment. Its massive body suddenly contracted inward, all the nerve bundles swelling violently. The next second, a circle of dense purple-black light waves, almost tangible, suddenly surged toward Shen Ye. This was not a simple physical impact. It was the tidal wave of death formed by the complete fusion of mental pollution, flesh distortion, and assimilation rules. Where the tidal wave passed, the ground erupted into disgusting flesh mountains, steel buildings grew large blood vessels, and all the flesh tendrils, like maddened creatures, transformed into deadly spikes, charging forward madly. At this moment, Shen Ye, because of the violent rampage of his greedy flesh and the intense pain, was almost on the verge of losing his sanity. Warning. Current SAN value, 19. I can't escape. The death tide was already approaching. That power, which could crush everything, was sweeping toward him, and he could even see the blood-spike-covered front edge of the tidal wave, with countless mouths opening and closing. Then, a slender figure blocked in front of him. It was Shen Ye. Facing the death tide that could crush everything, her left eye, still glowing with a cold purple light. At this moment, was suddenly turned into an extremely eerie, purplish red, as if it could bleed. Boom! A solid-seeming column of purplish-red light burst violently from her left eye. The light column destroyed nothing, yet at absolute speed, it struck the massive twisted body of the core with perfect precision, instantly radiating throughout the area. Then, everything stopped. The terrifying annihilation storm capable of destroying all. The tentacles wildly dancing across the sky. All were completely frozen in place. Chapter 60. This blade. Shen Ye grabbed Shen Ye, her long legs exploding with incredible power, swiftly moving dozens of meters sideways, avoiding the direct center of the shockwave. But the cost of forcibly freezing a metamorphic-level monster was extremely cruel. PFF. Shen Ye's left eye began to spout a fountain of black-red blood, her body trembling violently as if being cut by 1,000 knives, every pore on her pale, jade-like skin oozing fine droplets of blood, like a porcelain figure breaking from the inside. Shen Ye. Its core dead center 3 meters down. Shen Ye gritted her teeth, blood dripping from her chin, using her last strength to speak this fatal weak point. Then, the next moment, her left eye exploded into countless fragments of flesh. Roar! The frozen core let out an earth-shattering roar, feeling fear. Never had a tiny insect pinned it in place, even for a few seconds. The humiliation and panic of being countered by prey made its immense psychic power burn without restraint. Purple-black psychic flames erupted violently from its bloated body, instantly shattering Shen Ye's already wavering chain of rules. The moment the binding broke, countless tentacles twisted into one, forming a blood and flesh drill covered in barbs. Sonic boom. The drill tore through the air, covering dozens of meters instantly. Too fast. Shen Ye could only half raise his blade. Slick. The horrifying sound of flesh being pierced exploded clearly in the empty core room. Shen Ye froze completely. Time seemed to stretch infinitely at that moment, as he watched the terrifying tentacle pierce straight through Shen Ye's soft abdomen, carrying warm blood and shattered organs, cruelly emerging from her thin back. The immense momentum lifted her fragile body, pinning her onto the dark red flesh wall 10 meters high. Blood poured down the tentacle like a bitter red rain, splashing onto Shen Ye's pale face. Shen Ye's head drooped, strands of blood-stained black hair sticking to her pale cheeks. Her lips moved silently once, as if speaking, yet nothing came out. Her fingertips curled slightly in the last moment, a crystal emitting soft blue light slipping from her loosened fingers. Then, her only remaining pupil slowly lost its luster, no longer alive. Clang! The crystal hit the ground by Shen Ye's feet, shattering into powder. The scattered blue light drifted like fireflies. Leviathan's psychic crystal? Sanity, plus 63. Shen Ye felt a buzzing in his mind. Time seemed to completely stop at this moment. All noise vanished. The whispers constantly screaming in his ears, the psychic noise from the deformed core, the hungry screams from the greedy flesh all disappeared. He felt his heart gripped by an invisible giant hand, the cold, insane killing intent instantly overwhelming reason. You seek death. Shen Ye let out a terrifying low roar, his legs slammed the ground, the metal floor beneath collapsing into a deep pit. He shot forward like a cannonball. He charged at the tentacle that had impaled Shen Ye. With both hands tightly gripping the Nightwalker long knife, he squeezed every bit of his 43 points of physical strength and swung it with all his might toward the tentacle. Screech! The tough blood and flesh drill was sliced through in response. Shen Ye's broken body fell from the air, and Shen Ye caught her in his arms. Her body was cold to the touch, her breath faint, as though even a breeze could scatter her. But the main brain did not give him any time to rest or mourn. Creak! More than 10 thick tentacles twisted in the air, weaving into an impenetrable death net, their sharp tips all aimed directly at the furious Shen Ye. It was going to crush these two insects into pieces. Shen Ye gently placed Shen Ye on the ground, then slowly stood up. His eyes were so bloodshot that they cracked open, with blood running down his cheeks in rivers. In his rage, Shen Ye's mind entered a state of pathological calm. Conventional methods? Couldn't cut it. Couldn't blast it. Couldn't burn through it. Then, I'll do it unconventionally. His right hand slowly opened. In his palm, a dark golden metal coin appeared. Cold, heavy, The intricate skull engraving on the coin's face gleamed with a strange cold light in the dim core room, as if mocking him. Coin of the Necromancer Gambler. A 50% chance to deal 2000% true critical damage, with the bonus of luck. A 50% chance to self-harm for half of his life, cursed with misfortune. Gambling with his life? A twisted smile slowly spread across Shen Ye's blood-stained lips. Shen Ye looked up, his blood-red eyes fixed on the massive brain. Ding! The dark golden coin, engraved with a skull, spun high in the air under Shen Ye's bloody thumb. The coin flipped rapidly, as if fate was mocking him with laughter. Clink! The coin landed back in his palm, and Shen Ye gripped it tightly. No need to look at the result, the system's prompt had already sounded coldly in his mind. Determination result, back. You are now cursed with misfortune. Cost, 50% of your health will be forcibly taken. Shen Ye's hand gripping the coin trembled slightly. A loud explosion. Without any external force, the left side of Shen Ye's body, from his shoulder to his chest and down to his thigh, instantly exploded into a cloud of blood mist. It was as if an invisible scythe of death had taken away half of his flesh and blood. A vast cloud of blood mist filled the air, instantly absorbed greedily by the strange skull pattern on the coin. Shen Ye's white ribs were exposed to the cold air, and through his shattered chest, it was clear to see that the half-beating heart was still desperately pumping, with each beat spraying a small burst of fresh blood. Ugh! Shen Ye's remaining right leg buckled, and he kneeled heavily on the blood-soaked muddy ground. He pressed the Nightwalker long knife into the ground with his right hand, the blade bending into a dangerous arc, barely holding his shattered body up, keeping him from collapsing completely. His vision began to blur. Across from him, the massive, distorted main brain seemed stunned for a moment, then exploded into an excited tremor. Creak! With a deafening shriek, 10 thick tentacles, tearing through the air with a horrifying sonic boom, slammed down toward Shen Ye's broken body. Though it didn't know what had happened, it was going to crush the suicidal fool into a pulp. Shen Ye, kneeling on one knee, blood pouring from his body's broken sections. He had no ability to dodge left. The 10 tentacles grew larger and larger in his vision, the air compressed to the extreme, and the sonic boom was about to shatter his eardrums. Then. Ding! A very faint, almost imperceptible prompt sound echoed in the depths of his almost fading consciousness. On the half-destroyed face of Shen Ye, which was left with only half of its flesh, an incredibly strange look of astonishment appeared. It turned out. It could still be played like this? Detected resource consumption, 50% life, 50% luck. Rainbow ticket, 50% probability judgment in progress. Host is currently affected by the cursed negative status. Effect of this status, all action judgments will have a high probability of failure correction. Detected cursed interference with this judgment. The system has forcibly corrected the probability for you. Rainbow ticket triggered. Judgment successful. This consumption has been refunded. Buzz. A dazzling rainbow-colored light suddenly erupted on Shen Ye's broken body. The dark red blood mist that had been sucked away by the skeletal relief, as if drawn by some irresistible law of time and space, instantly reversed in a strange manner. Countless droplets of blood forced their way back into Shen Ye's body. Those broken blood vessels, missing bone fragments, and shattered internal organs, under the cover of the rainbow-colored light, quickly reconnected, grew, and healed like pressing the fast rewind button. In less than a second. The half-destroyed body of Shen Ye was forcibly reconstructed, not even leaving a single scar. Boom! The 10 tentacles that had smashed down were immediately repelled by the brief invincibility frame formed by the rainbow light. The tremendous recoil caused the main brain to let out a painful cry. Shen Ye's bloodshot eyes fixed firmly on the enormous main brain in front, which had begun to shrink its tentacles in unease, slowly rising to his feet. Didn't expect that, huh? I've got a VIP card BUG. Unlimited refills. Come again. Shen Ye snapped his thumb sharply. That dark golden coin, with all his boundless malice for this damned world, was thrown high into the air for the second time. Ding! The coin traced a perfect arc in the air, steadily landing into Shen Ye's palm. Judgment result, heads. Your next attack is enhanced with 2000% real critical damage. You have entered the lucky possessions state. Lasts for 1 hour. Boom! The skull relief on the front of the coin seemed to come alive, letting out a silent roar. A layer of dark red airflow surged from the skull's mouth, transforming into tangible karma fire, climbing up Shen Ye's arm and crazily wrapping around his entire body. A power so violent that even the air trembled exploded from every single cell deep within his body. 43 points of physique. All the strength of greedy flesh and blood. 2000% real critical hit. Triple buffs stacked up. Shen Ye's pupils turned pure blood red, leaving 2 long scarlet trails in the dim core room, like 2 fallen dead stars. He gently exhaled a breath of burning blood-colored turbid air. Then, he reached out and pulled out the Nightstalker long knife that was stuck into the ground. In front of him, that once arrogant and invincible mutated main brain seemed to sense the aura of a superior being. Its massive and bloated body actually began to tremble uncontrollably, all of its tentacles frantically weaving in front of it. Then it desperately squeezed the remaining energy within, and in an instant, stacked more than a dozen layers of purple-black mental defense fields in front of it. Shen Ye slowly raised his head. His blood-red pupils met the trembling giant brain in front. Sorry. His voice was very soft. As if bidding farewell to someone about to die. This knife is going to hurt. Chapter 61, Devour. The next moment, Shen Ye suddenly took a step forward. Buzz. A terrifying blood-colored blade aura, several dozen meters long, erupted from the blade of the Nightstalker long knife. This blade aura carried the destructive aura of crushing everything, fiercely slashing at the main brain's stacked purple-black defense layers. Accompanied by a series of dense explosions. Those invincible defense fields, in the face of 2000% real critical hit, shattered like thin window paper, turning into a shower of light in the sky. The blood-colored blade aura didn't lose its momentum, with an unstoppable sharpness. Like chopping tofu, it hacked through all the thick tentacles trying to block it, then directly sliced into the massive, bloated body of the main brain. Put! The chilling sound of flesh tearing echoed through the entire core chamber. A deep, gaping crack, nearly splitting it in two, exploded on the body of the main brain. Thick green liquid poured down like a dam breaking, starting an extremely spectacular rain of blood. Gee! The main brain let out the most sorrowful and desperate wail since its arrival in this world. This sound mixed with a high-frequency psychic piercing power shattered Shen Ye's eardrums, causing blood to flow down his ears. The entire core chamber trembled violently at this wail, as if it could collapse at any moment. And the miraculous Nightwalker blade in Shen Ye's hand could not withstand such terrifying rule energy, shattering into countless dull iron shavings that fell from the air the moment it struck. The main brain did suffer a devastating blow, the huge crack almost split it in half, and one could even see the frantically writhing neurons and brain matter inside. But its dying fear instead plunged it into a complete rampage. It wanted to perish together. Buzz. At that moment, the main brain completely abandoned its defense, one tentacle sprouted thick black veins, like a python, as if infusing the energy of all the other tentacles into it. Then, like lightning, it lunged toward Shen Ye, who was momentarily weakened from swinging that blade. Puff! Without giving any space to evade, that spear-like tentacle pierced through Shen Ye instantly, its massive momentum lifting him up into the air. Warm blood surged from the tentacle, dripping onto the ground, rising in puffs of white smoke. At the same time, a sudden change occurred. A chilling, massive psychic control power, like a venomous snake, crazily slithered into Shen Ye's brain through the two tentacles piercing his body. The main brain did not want to die. It attempted to completely erase Shen Ye's consciousness before dying. It wanted to possess this vibrant shell as its container for a resurgence in this world. Countless twisted illusions exploded in Shen Ye's mind. They were the wails of the millions aboard the Leviathan during their distortion, the despair of flesh melting, a psychic storm capable of crushing any normal human sanity. It roared in Shen Ye's mind, commanding him to submit, commanding him to relinquish control of his body. You want to take over my body? Suspended in midair, Shen Ye violently coughed up a mouthful of blood mixed with internal organs, but in his bloodshot eyes, there was no hint of fear, instead, a fury even more insane than a monster ignited within. On my territory, what do you think you are? Get out! Shen Ye let out a terrifying roar that didn't sound human. At that moment, he completely abandoned his suppression of that terrifying hunger. Who wants to be more of a monster? Come. Tear. The chilling sound of flesh tearing came from Shen Ye's body. Countless thick, dark purple, crimson flesh buds, like mad sharks smelling blood, erupted from his orifices, pores, and even the wounds that had been pierced. His eyes were instantly filled with writhing flesh buds, and his mouth spat out only sticky tendrils. In just 1 second, Shen Ye's appearance had completely shattered. He no longer looked like a human, but an absolute embodiment of abyssal evil. He completely ignored the tentacles piercing his body, even thrusting his chest forward, allowing the rough barbs to tear his wounds larger, forcefully pushing forward along the tentacle little by little. Hungry, so hungry. Shen Ye, with the terrifying pulling force of countless flesh buds wrapped around his tentacles, forcefully dragged his body like a cannonball towards the giant crack in the main brain. He pounced forward. Like a mad wolf starving for 10 days and nights, he plunged into the core marrow of the main brain, which was churning with green slime. He opened his mouth, which had already been stretched to an extreme by the flesh buds, and bit down hard on a large chunk of the main brain's core brain marrow. Without chewing, he swallowed it whole. Boom! A pure, intense burst of high-level life energy exploded in Shen Ye's stomach, so rich it almost made him explode. Your mutation sequence Greedy Flesh has absorbed high-level life energy. Greedy Flesh level has increased to LV3. Power. Unstoppable power surged through his limbs and bones, repairing his broken organs and reshaping his skeleton. Shen Ye's movements became even more violent. He used both hands, his 10 fingers like steel claws, deeply digging into the soft tissue of the main brain, shoving large amounts of the glowing marrow into his mouth. The flesh buds on his body joined in this feast, transforming into countless greedy straws that pierced deep into the main brain's tissue, frantically absorbing nutrients. Chirp, chirp, chirp. This time, the main brain didn't let out an angry roar but a desperate scream, full of extreme shock. The main brain's massive body began to convulse violently, its tentacles thrashing wildly in the air. Its proud mental control completely failed in front of Shen Ye, who had lost all reason, driven only by the most primitive hunger instincts. The wolf had entered the house. This insect was literally eating it alive. Greedy flesh level has increased to LV4. The system's prompt rang in his mind once again. Shen Ye felt the power inside him swell to a point on the verge of losing control. He had eaten too much, and the energy was overflowing. His body desperately needed a way to release it. The next moment, his spine emitted a terrifying cracking sound. Puff! The flesh on his back suddenly ripped open, blood splattering in all directions. 2 giant tentacles, formed from countless scarlet flesh buds tightly packed together, burst out from his body like 2 furious dragons breaking free from their cocoons. These 2 tentacles were extremely thick, their surfaces covered with sharp, knife-like bone spurs, radiating a chilling aura of pressure. Shen Ye suddenly lifted his head, and a cruel, sinister smile twisted on his face, which was covered in flesh buds and green slime. With a thought, he controlled the 2 giant tentacles on his back and plunged them brutally into the edges of the main brain's crack. Shen Ye let out a muffled roar, the muscles on his arms bulging, working in sync with the 2 giant tentacles behind him. To the center. 3 meters down. Rip. The sound of tearing muscles echoed through the space. The main brain's broken body was forcefully torn apart by Shen Ye, creating a huge gash on either side. Deep within that gash, a multifaceted crystal core, glowing with a brilliant blue light, throbbed like a heartbeat. Shen Ye reached out his right hand, covered in green slime, and grabbed the crystal core tightly. It was cold to the touch but as heavy as 1,000 pounds. It's over. The next second, Shen Ye's eyes hardened, and with all his strength, he yanked. Puff! Countless thick neural fibers connected to the crystal core were forcefully torn apart, and green fluid splashed onto Shen Ye's face. Obtained, Leviathan Mutation Core X1. Quality, Legendary. Description: it once powered a steel city carrying 1,000,000 lives, crossing the endless eternal night. Now, only this heart stubbornly beats, as if still waiting for someone who will never return, to give the command to set sail. Chapter 62, Something's Wrong. The final puzzle piece to upgrade the shelter to level 5, obtained. The main brain, having lost its core, instantly went rigid and stiff, its massive body falling into absolute stillness. The frantically moving tentacles fell weakly. Then, like a pile of mud that had lost its skeletal support, it collapsed with a loud crash into the dried-up brain fluid pool. In the next moment, a system prompt rang in Shen Ye's ears. Kill, Leviathan Mutation Main Brain X1. Obtained, Gorgeous Gold Chest X1. Who? Shen Ye, exhausted, knelt on the main brain's corpse, gasping heavily. As the enemy died, the flesh buds on his body seemed to have had their fill, slowly retracting back into his body. The 2 terrifying giant tentacles on his back also shrank back into his body, leaving only 2 horrific scars on his back. The blood flowing from his 7 orifices and the greenish fluid covering his body made him look utterly disheveled. But he had one. He casually stuffed the blue-glowing mutation core into his backpack. Then, he suddenly turned his head, his eyes, still not fully faded from crimson, fixed on Shen Ye, who lay motionless on the ground. The person who had always been cold but saved him at the most critical moment now lay quietly in a pool of blood, her breath so weak it seemed like it could extinguish in the next second. Shen Ye's chest, which had been violently heaving, paused for a moment. The madness in his eyes slowly settled into an unshakable determination, as deep as an abyss. In this cannibalistic eternal night, he was a madman who would stop at nothing to survive. But he would never accept seeing his teammate die in front of him in such a way. I haven't agreed to let you die, even the king of hell can't take you. Shen Ye wiped the blood from his face with his hand, dragging his reformed and still aching body, step by step, towards Shen Ye in the blood pool. Shen Ye's condition had already worsened to the extreme. That thick tentacle had violently opened a horrific blood hole in her abdomen, with pieces of internal organs mixed with dark red blood, spilling all around. Her breath had become so faint it was almost undetectable, her once clear eyes now completely lost focus. Ordinary hemostatic medicine and bandages were a joke for such a penetrating fatal injury. Any normal person would have already been a stiff corpse by now. Shen Ye half knelt in the pungent blood pool, his hands stained with her warm blood. He looked at Shen Ye, his gaze shifting unpredictably in the dim light. In the next moment, he took a deep breath, his eyes sharply focusing on his left arm. There, the dark purple flesh bud of greedy flesh was still squirming restlessly beneath his skin. The greedy flesh upgraded to LV4 had granted him an extremely bizarre new trait. Now, there was only this one path left. Without any hesitation, Shen Ye took out an ordinary dagger from his backpack, gripped the handle with the reverse hand, and sharply cut down at the most muscular part of his left arm. Poochie! Shen Ye forcibly carved out a large piece of living flesh from his arm, along with skin and meat, about the size of a fist. The moment that piece of flesh left his body, it exploded with countless crimson flesh buds on its surface, wildly wriggling in the air like an evil creature with its own consciousness. The excruciating pain caused the veins on his forehead to bulge, and a beast-like growl escaped from his throat. But his hands did not pause for even half a second. He grabbed the still struggling piece of flesh and shoved it directly into the large blood hole in Cheng He's abdomen. As soon as the living flesh from Shen Ye touched Cheng He's near-death wound, it acted like a leech that had smelled the most delicious taste, instantly going wild. Countless tiny and thick flesh buds rapidly extended in all directions, forcefully drilling into Cheng He's severed blood vessels, broken organs, and muscle tissues. They began replacing the damaged organs, forcibly stitching and connecting the torn wounds. Aga! Cheng He, who had already fallen into a deep coma, suddenly arched her body up. A breath mixed with extreme pain escaped from her throat. But a miracle happened right before Shen Ye's eyes. That horrifying blood-pierced hole, too terrible to look at, was rapidly healing as the flesh granules intertwined and merged. The newborn pink tissue surged like a tide from the edges of the wound toward the center, shrinking the deadly hole every second. The left eye that had exploded in battle, the shredded flesh in the eye socket, also began to regrow. The strange purple color shone again in her eye. Her pale, paper-like face began to regain color little by little. A few minutes later, Cheng He's scattered pupils finally focused again. Her vision was blurry for 2 seconds, then gradually cleared. The first thing she saw was Shen Ye, right in front of her. Shen Ye's face was covered in blood, looking even more miserable than hers. Cheng He's wounds had completely healed. So clean that not a single scar remained, the skin on her abdomen glowed pink like a newborn. But the moment Shen Ye met her gaze, all the hair on his body stood on end. Something was wrong. Very wrong. Cheng He's eyes had changed. Before, when she looked at people, it was like looking through ice. But now, something swirling deep in her pupils sent a chill down Shen Ye's neck. It was a kind of sick hunger that seemed ready to swallow him whole, skin and bones. And an ownership more terrifying than a twisted monster. Parasitism. A new LV4 feature of Shen Ye's greedy flesh. He could use his own flesh to heal someone's fatal wound, at the cost of giving them permanent gluttony. Now it seemed there might be some things not written in the skill description. Her fingertips slowly brushed against Shen Ye's skin, her gaze stretching as if it could drip water. Then Cheng He slightly raised her upper body, leaning toward Shen Ye. She slightly opened her mouth, extended her pink tongue, and licked the dangling drop of blood on Shen Ye's chin. As the blood entered her mouth, a satisfied sigh escaped her throat, and the scarlet in her eyes deepened. The next second, she suddenly opened her mouth and bit hard into Shen Ye's intact right arm. Hiss! Sharp teeth pierced the skin instantly, blood gushed out, and she greedily sucked it into her mouth. Shen Ye froze. The skill description didn't mention this side effect. How did a normal icy female warrior suddenly feel like a psychotic predator? But the next second, the string in his mind that had been tense for who knows how long suddenly loosened. Fine. In this messed up world, normal people had long been dead. Being crazy didn't seem so bad. Perhaps Shen Ye's blood was too nourishing. After drinking a few greedy sips, the sickness in Cheng He's eyes began to fade rapidly. She slowly released her mouth, licking the leftover blood at the corner of her lips with lingering satisfaction. The next second, her beautiful face had all the frenzy and sickness vanish, returning to its usual coldness. It was as if the blood-sucking psychotic holding Shen Ye's arm just now had never been her. Yet before Shen Ye could comment on her flawless switch. Rumble. The whole core chamber shook violently. No, the entire massive leviathan shook violently. Without the main brain's operation and energy support, the fortress that had lasted for countless years was finally approaching its end. Tomato really gives nothing at all, Storm cries, please everyone don't keep up the book, or it will really be killed by nurturing. Chapter 63, The Desecrator's Spine. Rumble. The violent shaking was like a level 12 earthquake, making Shen Ye and Cheng He almost lose their balance. The once unbreakable dark red flesh walls around them now melted like cheap candles in a fierce fire, beginning to collapse on a large scale. The enormous space emitted a horrifying, wailing cry, as if an ancient giant beast, drained of life, was struggling in its final desperate moments. This place is collapsing, we have to go. Cheng Ye steadied herself, her cold gaze scanning around, dead ends were being blocked one by one. Shen Ye did not answer immediately, his bloodshot eyes swept across the area quickly, finally locking onto the bottom of the dried-up pool. Through the true vision of the eye of the Abyss Watcher, he clearly saw that beneath the massive corpse of the main brain, a strange dark gray energy was slowly pulsing. Give me 10 seconds. Without hesitation, Shen Ye leapt, plunging down several meters to the pool's bottom. The bottom was covered with a thick layer of unknown biological bone debris. He walked quickly to the dark gray light. It was a spine, slanted and stuck in the pile of bones. About 1.5 meters long, the spine was a ghastly death white, with twisted black runes densely carved across its surface. These runes seemed alive, crawling like tiny black centipedes across the bone, giving off a deeply evil, terrifying aura. Even just approaching, Shen Ye felt his breath turn into a white frost. Without hesitation, Shen Ye reached out his right hand and gripped the spine tightly. Hum! The instant he held the spine, an icy, bone-chilling deathly cold shot up his arm like a venomous snake toward his heart. In his mind, countless horrifying visions of corpses and rivers of blood exploded, as if countless withered ghost hands were pulling at his soul, trying to drag him into a bottomless abyss. Want to swallow me? I even devoured the main brain alive. What is a single broken bone to me? Shut up! The LV4 greedy flesh burst out violently, forcibly suppressing the deathly chill with even more ferocious killing intent. Acquired, Desecrator's Spine. Quality, Relic, Replica. Trigger effect, it can only activate once. As long as you see the target, this spear made from the spine will ignore distance, dodge, and any obstacle, directly piercing the enemy's chest. Cost, after throwing, it will permanently devour part of you. Description, the moment it is thrown, the enemy's fate is already sealed. Of course, that includes you. Shen Ye stared at the information jumping on his retina, eyes wide in disbelief. A causal law weapon? Just seeing it means it will hit and pierce. This was a super weapon beyond the rules of physics. But the cost was equally severe. Permanently devouring part of oneself. If it took a finger, he wouldn't even frown. But if it took his self-existence, what was the difference from dying instantly? This was a true double-edged sword. It could not be used unless in a life-or-death situation with no way out. Shen Ye took a deep breath, forcing down the trembling in his heart, and placed the spine, radiating an ominous aura, into his backpack. Boom! A deafening crash came from above as a tens of tons dome of flesh smashed into the pool edge, splashing a rain of stinking blood everywhere. Shen Ye walked to the broken main brain corpse and directly put it into his backpack. This thing was a huge boost. Then Shen Ye pushed with his legs, and 2 ferocious wounds on his back tore open instantly. 2 thick flesh tendrils shot out with a PFF sound, tightly gripping the edge of the pool wall. He was like a wild giant spider, using force to leap up in an instant, landing steadily beside Qinghe. There's no way out. Qinghe looked around at the collapsing flesh walls. Like an avalanche, all the passages were completely blocked by the collapsed flesh and metal wreckage. A dead end had entirely surrounded them. A way out is something you crash through. Shen Ye wiped the blood off his face, revealing a hint of a smile. Right now, he felt lucky, so what was there to fear? He focused his mind. Buzz! A huge black shadow suddenly smashed down in front of the 2. All-terrain off-road vehicle. The armored steel beast lay quietly in the muddy pool of blood, giving off a cold metallic gleam. Get in! Shen Ye pulled open the driver's side door and jumped inside. Qinghe did not hesitate at all, swiftly sliding into the passenger seat with her long legs. Hold on tight. Shen Ye gripped the steering wheel tightly, his right foot decisively pressing the accelerator all the way down. V-room. The 4 massive, anti-slip tires of the off-road vehicle screeched against the flesh ground, raising a cloud of stinking smoke and the scent of blood. This runaway steel beast roared as it crashed into the thick, dissolving flesh wall ahead. Bang! The solid V-shaped alloy bumpers of the front crunched into the flesh wall like a hot knife through butter. The stench of flesh and yellow fat splattered onto the windshield like a torrential downpour, instantly blocking all visibility. Shen Ye activated the windshield wipers, and with the perspective of the eye of the abyss gazer, the weak points of the meat wall were revealed to him. Break through for me! The roar of the engine was deafening in the confined space as the off-road vehicle carved a bloody path through this biological fortress. Rumbling. The collapse speed inside the Leviathan increased geometrically. The massive spatial fold began to reverse collapse, and countless thick metal pipes and blue neural synapses fell from the sky like meteors. Shen Ye maneuvered the off-road vehicle amidst the deadly debris raining down. Crash! A huge pool of corrosive liquid exploded on their left, with green acid surging like a tsunami. Shen Ye slammed the steering wheel, yanking the handbrake as the off-road vehicle executed an extremely wild drift, narrowly avoiding the edge of the acid. The strong acid splattered on the rear armor, producing a piercing hiss of corrosion, rising thick clouds of smoke. On the right, something's falling. Qinghe warned coldly. A black piece of living metal, the size of a truck, plummeted from above, hurtling toward the front of the vehicle. Instead of slowing down, Shen Ye's eyes widened as he pressed the gas pedal all the way down again. Brace yourself! The off-road vehicle leaped off a huge mound of flesh on the ground, soaring into the air. The steel beast roared in mid-air, barely jumping over the metal block. Shen Ye disregarded direction, speeding wildly through this purgatory of darkness and flesh with the eye of the abyss gazer. Finally, from the perspective of the inner world, an exit seemed to appear ahead. Shen Ye slammed the gas, pushing the off-road vehicle to the absolute limit of its engine. Boom! The vehicle burst through the last layer of black outer wall like a heavy armor-piercing round, flying out with a shower of blood and flesh debris from the remains of the Leviathan. After tracing a long parabolic arc in the air, the off-road vehicle crashed heavily onto the soft ground of the outer wilderness. Shen Ye slammed the brake, the off-road vehicle skidding for dozens of meters in the wilderness, carving out deep ruts before finally coming to a complete stop. Both of them were panting, turning their heads to look behind. The black giant wall that once soared into the clouds, as if covering the entire sky, was now collapsing inward in an extremely twisted posture. A few minutes later, with the final heavy crash, the level 12 shelter that once held 1 million people completely turned into a bottomless, huge ruinous pit. Chapter 64 Yandere. Shen Ye slowly drove the off-road vehicle, the tires crushing through the mud soaked with flesh and blood, finally stopping steadily at the edge of the huge ruin like a meteor crater. Two piercing cold white headlights tore through the thick night like swords, shining straight down into the pit. But inside that enormous sinkhole, aside from the rolling black ruins, there was no shadow of the shelter core in any normal sense. Shen Ye rested one hand on the steering wheel, lowering his eyes, quietly staring into that dead abyss. His brain was racing. The most reasonable explanation for this situation was only one: the Leviathan of the level 12 shelter was not alive itself, but after being assimilated and warped by that unspeakable giant eye, it had changed from a dead fortress into a completely living abyss creature. That is to say, the Leviathan mutation core, quietly lying in his system backpack, was not some ordinary roadside loot dropped by a lord monster. It was an extremely special product. Ha! After confirming this, Shen Ye's tightly wound nerves finally relaxed a little. His whole body went limp, collapsing heavily against the backrest of the driver's seat. Narrowly escaping death? No, even narrowly escaping was not enough. At least it should be 99 deaths in one life. But the reward was equally horrifying to an outrageous degree. That glowing blue Leviathan mutation core in his backpack, along with massive Titan alloys and living steel, and the spine of causality. Just taking out any one of them could drive the entire area channel crazy. Not to mention, his greedy flesh inside had already skyrocketed to LV4. Shen Ye rested the back of his head on the headrest, staring at the car roof blankly for 2 seconds, then slowly curled his lips. Completely won. On the passenger seat, Shen Ye turned her face slightly, quietly looking outside at the Leviathan wreckage that had completely collapsed into a ruinous pit. So quiet, unlike someone who had just crawled out of a monster's stomach. Shen Ye looked at Shen Ye's side face and spoke. You. He wanted to ask why Shen Ye had become so cold again, where had that gaze that wanted to devour him alive just gone? But the words stuck at his lips. Looking at her icy, untouchable expression, Shen Ye swallowed them back. Hearing Shen Ye's voice, Shen Ye slowly turned her head. Her cold eyes stared at Shen Ye without blinking. We survived. She said softly, her tone as flat as reporting the weather. Yeah. Shen Ye hadn't had time to respond. Click. A crisp metal buckle snapped open, sounding suddenly in the narrow and quiet car cabin. Suddenly, Shen Ye unfastened her seatbelt. The next second, she leaned forward without warning. The distance between them instantly shrank to less than 5 centimeters. Shen Ye could even clearly feel her warm breath on his chin, carrying a faint lingering smell of blood. Deep in Shen Ye's pupils, a layer of crimson slowly appeared. Is it? Her voice suddenly changed, the ending sticky in a way that sent chills down the spine. Do you like me more like this? Shen Ye's eyes twitched slightly. Damn. After her being saved by his flesh and blood, this woman went straight into split personality. This extreme contrast between coldness and Yandere was even harder to bear than stabbing him directly. The next second, the crimson in Shen Ye's eyes instantly vanished. She suddenly sat up straight, then shrank back into the passenger seat like a little cat. She adjusted the loose strands of hair by her ear, and once again, a layer of cold indifference covered her face. What? She coldly glanced at Shen Ye. It was as if the person who almost pressed their face against hers just 3 seconds ago had nothing to do with her. Shen Ye's right hand remained stiff on the steering wheel. Shen Ye wordlessly rubbed his brow, gritting his teeth. Your ability to switch emotions seamlessly could easily win you an Oscar. Shen Ye ignored him. She slightly lowered her head, her long, fair fingers resting on her flat abdomen, gently rubbing with her fingertips. That place, not long ago, had just been filled with a piece of Shen Ye's living flesh. At this very moment, that piece of flesh was beating in sync with her heart, inside her body. The car was engulfed in a strange silence that lasted for 5 seconds. Suddenly, the corners of Shen Ye's beautiful lips twitched, and she finally spoke again. Her tone was serious, her expression so earnest it didn't seem like she was joking. Take me back too. Shen Ye, huh? Shen Ye tilted her head slightly and looked at him with deep eyes. Huh? What do you mean? Right now, my body is filled with a part of you. What, don't want to take responsibility? The veins on Shen Ye's forehead twitched 3 times. What the hell, filled with my part inside you? But the next moment, Shen Ye helplessly glanced at Cheng He and decided not to argue with the crazy woman. Then, his gaze turned to the vast, dark distance. The first wave of mutant creature attacks is less than 14 hours away. Shen Ye turned the steering wheel, a curve forming on his lips. Hold on. Let's go to your shelter first, tear down what needs to be torn down, and move everything we need to. Then, come home with me. He turned to glance at Cheng He. As long as I, Shen Ye, have a bit of meat to eat, you won't go hungry. The corner of Cheng He's mouth lifted ever so slightly. Then quickly flattened. Oh. One word. Cold, as if what he said wasn't come home with me, but we're having cabbage for dinner tonight. Shen Ye stared at her for 2 seconds. The veins on his forehead twitched again. All right. You want to act tough, huh? Once we get back to the territory, and I build that level 5 steel fortress, this woman will know who's in charge in Shen Ye's territory. He slammed the gas pedal all the way down. The tires of the off-road vehicle left deep tracks in the muddy wilderness, and the car's nose suddenly swerved. The black steel beast, carrying 2 blood-soaked madmen, became a shadow, diving into the endless darkness. Chapter 65, Small Scene. 1 to 19 End. News cycle day 1 to 20 has begun. Dark Tide Outbreak Countdown, 20 days. Compound interest has been triggered. The off-road vehicle sped across the endless dark wilderness for nearly 4 hours. After traveling for about another half hour, a faint greenish glow suddenly appeared on the windshield. The glow, tiny like a firefly in the thick dark, seemed as bright as a lighthouse in the end of days to the 2 people who had been driving through absolute darkness for hours, their nerves stretched tight. Shen Ye eased off the gas, and the corner of his tightly pursed mouth finally relaxed into a comfortable curve. We're here. The faint green glow grew closer and brighter, eventually spreading into a soft green halo across the windshield. It was a giant glowing mushroom, a huge bioluminescent fungus he had personally cultivated with biomass, now glowing gently at the center of the territory. Under its light, the outline of the entire territory became clear. The towering watchtower, the deep moat, and the sturdy steel villa. Everything was normal. Home was still there. Cheng He felt the change in speed and slowly opened her eyes. Her gaze passed over the windshield and landed on the territory ahead, bathed in the green glow. The body that had been lazily leaning on the seat, unconsciously straightened slightly, and a faint, hard-to-notice expression flashed in his heterochromatic eyes. Is this his territory? Shen Ye slowed down the car. Beep. The rough horn of the off-road vehicle sounded, carrying far in the dead darkness. Almost at the same second the horn sounded, a black shadow whoosh jumped up from the ground behind the territory fence. Then, a howl like someone seeing a father lost for years pierced the night sky. Yi Ge? Damn. That's Yi Ge's car. Yi Ge is back. It was Wang Defa. The fence gate opened with a flustered creak, and Wang Defa ran out holding a torch already half burned, like a wild boar gone mad. Behind him followed Sun Yi carrying an iron spear and 3 or 4 patrol team members. Everyone had been tense, but when they saw that black steel beast, their faces changed to expressions of wild joy, like finally seeing their backbone. Shen Ye opened the car door, stepped onto the solid ground of his territory, and exhaled a long breath of foul-smelling air mixed with blood. He was back. However, the moment he turned to face everyone, the torch Wang Defa held high shook violently. In the firelight, Shen Ye's appearance was terrifying beyond measure. The once flashy abnormal bone chainmail was now mostly broken, with a huge tear from left shoulder to right rib, its edges stained with dried black blood and greenish pus. The chest armor was shattered into pieces, a few remnants barely hanging on his flesh, wind blowing them down as bone fragments. His face was even worse, dried blood cracking into dark red flakes on his sharp features, paired with eyes still tinged with crazy ferocity, like a demon crawling out of hell. Yi Ge? Wang Defa's voice trembled, the torch nearly slipping from his hand. He swallowed hard, his eyes scanning from Shen Ye's broken armor to the blood crust on his face, finally stammering out a sentence. Bro, these past days did you go fight monsters or become one? Shen Ye looked down at his shabby clothes that even insulted beggar leaders, then casually patted his chest. Several broken armor pieces fell to the ground with crisp clinks. Just a small scene. Shen Ye tugged at his mouth corner, speaking lightly. Wang Defa's mouth twitched 3 times. Small scene? This damn small scene? Yi Ge's battle-damaged look, placed in some horror apocalypse movie, would at least be a final boss able to wipe out the main character team. But Wang Defa didn't say more. Following Shen Ye for so long, the first lesson he learned was, when Yi Ge says small scene, never ask for details. Because the truth would often make you pee your pants on the spot. However, just as Wang Defa forced himself not to think too much. Click. The passenger door opened. A figure that instantly crashed every male brain present stepped out of the off-road vehicle. A black tight combat suit clung like a second skin, showing the straight long legs below the waist and the breathtaking curves of the hips without hiding anything. Long black hair casually tied at the back, blood-stained strands hanging near the pale cheeks, added a dangerous wildness to an already stunningly beautiful face. Shen Ye stood by the vehicle, slightly raising her chin, her heterochromatic eyes slowly scanning everyone present. The air froze for 5 full seconds. The next moment, Wang Defa shivered violently. His brain, in extreme confusion, overloaded and completed an epic logical deduction. Night Brother goes out to fight monsters - Night Brother comes back covered in blood - a beauty gets out of Night Brother's car. So, there is only one truth. Night Brother. You brought the monster back? No, Night Brother, you went out to fight monsters and brought a sister-in-law back by the way? Shen Ye. Shen Ye silently rubbed his neck, sore from long driving, too lazy to pay attention to Wang Defa's fat face, grinning all the way to the back of his head. Stop standing there like a telephone pole, go boil some hot water. He paused, then added, her name is Shen Ye. Partner, she will live in the territory. I will arrange a separate place for her later. Partner? The moment Wang Defa heard these 4 words, he nodded repeatedly, saying good non-stop, but his body naturally moved to Sun Yi's side. Then, his elbows started poking Sun Yi's waist at a crazy frequency. Yo, partner, Wang Defa winked, voice very low. Sun Yi grimaced from the pokes, but didn't fight back, because he was also holding back laughter. However, just when Wang Defa smiled the brightest, he suddenly felt a chill on the back of his neck. He instinctively lifted his head and met Shen Ye's half-smiling eyes. Shen Ye's mouth twisted slightly. Seems like he gave this fat guy too few tasks, now he has time to scheme about the boss. Beside him, Shen Ye's lips twitched very slightly. Partner? Poof. Shen Ye ignored everyone's reaction, turned to Shen Ye, let's go, I'll show you around first. Okay. The main road of the territory was a dirt road hardened by countless footsteps, with simple pointed wooden stakes as fences on both sides. Shen Ye walked ahead, casually introducing as he went. First was the outer defense area. 3-meter-wide trenches, dense pointed stakes at the bottom, and 3 auto-watchtower crossbow ranges perfectly covered the outer territory. But Shen Ye raised an eyebrow slightly, noticing these guys had pushed the defenses forward quite a bit while he was gone. Outside the trenches, a low wall made of rubble and barbed wire was added, and the bases of several watchtowers were reinforced with soil and stones. Most noticeable, the whisper shadow vines originally planted by Li Jianguo in the yard corners had somehow been moved to the edge of the outer defense trenches. Thick purple-black vines climbed like poisonous snakes on the stakes and low walls, spreading into a living plant wall that blocked sun and sky. In the gaps hung several corpses of low-level mutants, drained of all fluids. Not bad, that old kid Li Jianguo thinks fast. Shen Ye raised an eyebrow in satisfaction. But the problem was, these shadow vines, once grown to a certain size, could not distinguish friend from foe. Sure enough, as Shen Ye approached, the thickest vines nearest him trembled slightly, leaf tips splitting into sawteeth, as if testing to attack. But the tremble lasted less than half a second. The LV4 greedy flesh inside Shen Ye unconsciously released a terrifying pressure. The vines, like snakes held at a critical point, instantly wilted. The restless leaves flattened, thick vines curled aside, giving Shen Ye a clear path as if paying respect to a king. Shen Ye, following behind, paused slightly. In the corners of the roadside planting area, a few flowers glowed with strange light, the peeping flowers. Those huge flowers were full of wet eyeballs, all staring neatly at the darkness outside the territory. But the moment Shen Ye walked past, every eye, almost reverently, slowly drooped down. The two continued walking inward, passing through the fully blazing production area. The 3 hand-stirred blast furnaces had now increased to 6, the furnaces spitting dark red tongues of fire day and night, the sound of iron hammers never ceasing. The basic standardized resource production had already taken shape on a large scale. Chapter 66, Everything Can Be Distorted. Shen Ye reached the end, stretched out his hand to push open the heavy alloy door of the steel villa, and turned to signal Shen Ye to go first. Then he added charcoal to the extinguished fireplace, the orange-red light casting dancing shadows on the stone floor. Choose any room on the 2nd floor, go take a shower first, the pipes are enough. Shen Ye turned to Shen Ye, taking out the large bucket of hot water that Lao Wang had prepared. Shen Ye stood in the center of the living room, calmly examining the interior structure of the villa. Hearing Shen Ye speak, she nodded and put the bucket into her backpack. Just as she was about to turn and walk upstairs, Shen Ye suddenly stopped, glancing at Shen Ye from the side. The firelight hit her side face, and she very rarely blinked her cold, clear eyes. Those spoils, you don't need to share with me. You saved my life, handle the things as you like. Then, without giving Shen Ye any chance to refuse or reply, Shen Ye stepped forward with long strides, quickly ascending the stairs and disappearing around the corner. Shen Ye widened his eyes, watching Shen Ye's decisive back, and let out a silent laugh. This woman clearly saw that he was about to make a big move and voluntarily transferred all resources to him. He shook his head and turned to the first-floor bathroom, deciding to quickly wash off the stench of blood and battle. The moment hot water poured over him, the remaining soreness and fatigue were mostly washed away. After showering, he glanced at the corner of the panel, where the bleeding countdown number was still pulsing. Distorted monster attack wave countdown, 6 hours 52 minutes. 7 hours. Not urgent. Shen Ye walked straight to the kitchen area, taking out a few of the thickest blue synapses and a snow-white macrophage brain core. Hand raised, knife fell. The crystal-clear nerve synapses were cut into even segments under the kitchen knife, each still faintly pulsing with a ghostly blue light. The brain core was carefully sliced into thin pieces with a dagger, soaked in clear water, the jade-white color emitting a soft glow. While skillfully preparing this extremely luxurious last meal, Shen Ye focused and carefully examined his current attribute panel. After devouring many transformation-level main brains, his physical and mental attributes had undergone a terrifying and thorough metamorphosis. Name, Shen Ye. Race, human. Status, healthy. Physique, 45. Spirit, 30, 10 is the initial level, higher spirit means stronger sand value corruption resistance. Sanity, sand value 85/85. Distortion sequence, Old God Ruler, S Greedy Flesh LV4. Below the distortion sequence, a long string of newly unlocked effect descriptions made one gasp in shock. Effect 1 Angry Thorn, can actively control greedy flesh to form tumor-like tentacles breaking out of the body, as additional attack, defense, or movement means. Tentacle strength is proportional to host physique. Effect 2 Devour, after devouring high-level distorted creatures, there is a chance to acquire some of their abilities or traits. Probability decreases as target rank increases. Effect 3 Parasitize, can implant own flesh into another body to perform fatal wound repair. Cost, the parasitized will gain permanent gluttony. Effect 4 Distortion Domain, centered on self, can distort non-living matter within the domain to temporarily have living characteristics and be used by self. Domain range expands with spirit attribute. Shen Ye's gaze was fixed firmly on the new effect of the distortion field, staring for several seconds. Distortion field. This was definitely a power swallowed from the main brain. In other words, theoretically, he could turn walls, weapons, and even the ground into living things during battle? A dangerous curve formed at the corner of Shen Ye's mouth. Gurgle, gurgle. The water in the pot boiled, interrupting Shen Ye's thoughts. A steaming pot of Leviathan Dual Hot Pot was placed on the table. Half was stir-fried pink, bouncy neural synapses, and the other half was simmered translucent brain core tofu. The broth was slowly boiled with extremely rare ghost candle fungus slices. Floating on the surface was a layer of golden worm oil flowers. Shen Ye scooped out 2 large bowls, leaving one on the table and taking the other upstairs. The door to the innermost room on the second floor was slightly ajar, and faint worm light leaked through the gap. Shen Ye walked to the door and gently kicked the door panel twice with his toes. Dinner's ready. The door opened a crack. Shen Ye stood behind the door. She had obviously used that bucket of hot water to wash away all the blood and fatigue. At that moment, she had taken off her iconic black tight combat suit and changed into a large black shirt jacket of Shen Ye's, which she had found from who knows where. The men's jacket covered just above her thighs, revealing 2 straight, strikingly white long legs. Her long dark hair hung wet over her shoulders, and her cool face, damp with moisture, lost some of the battlefield's sharpness, bringing a languid brokenness that made Shen Ye's breath pause for a second. Shen Ye's gaze immediately fell on the bowl of steaming food in Shen Ye's hand. Her finely pointed nose twitched imperceptibly, and a flash of primitive hunger for food crossed her eyes. Then she reached out and took the bowl. At the moment of passing, her cold fingertips accidentally brushed across Shen Ye's palm, gently hooking it. "Thank you." The 2 words were as faint as if no salt had been added to the soup. But her mismatched eyes fixed on the throbbing blood vessels in Shen Ye's neck for a full second before reluctantly moving away. Shen Ye's mouth twitched. This woman, she was beginning to act up again. He didn't say anything and turned to go downstairs. As he reached the corner of the stairs, he heard a very faint crunching sound behind him, along with a brief, nearly non-existent, satisfied sigh. The curve at the corner of Shen Ye's mouth widened once more. After a whirlwind of eating, Shen Ye licked the last bit of soup from the bottom of the bowl with his tongue. He strode to the empty space in front of the fireplace and sat cross-legged. The main event was coming. Taking a deep breath, he concentrated and brought out all his spoils. In an instant, treasures collected from a whole battle against the Leviathan gushed out like a flood breaking a dam. Bang! 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 The dull sound of items hitting the ground echoed repeatedly as the spoils were laid out one by one. The light from the fireplace reflected off these items, radiating with various ghostly glows, making the entire living room look like it was covered with a layer of bizarre and splendid rainbow. Shen Ye surveyed the mountain of gold before him, slowly curving his mouth into a smile. Over the past few days, even when he was battling outside, Wang Defo would send him all the copper chests and basic resources generated by killing monsters in the area defense facilities every day on the trading panel. Through the continuous compounding of interest on interest plus, the basic resources in his hands had reached an explosive level. Then, he opened the shelter upgrade panel to compare the materials he had with the requirements one by one. Shelter, Level 4, Steel Villa. Upgrade requirements: 2,000 stone, 1,000 iron, 500 steel ingots, 100 living steel, 20 titan alloys, 1 distortion core. Current holdings: 3026 wood, 2407 stone, 804 iron, 399 steel ingots, 91 living steel, 66 titan alloys. Distorted core X2. Still need 200 iron blocks, about 100 steel ingots, 9 living steel. Not worried. Completely not worried. Shen Ye's gaze shifted to the backpack interface, piled high with unopened blind boxes, 312 old copper chests, 7 exquisite silver chests, and 2 lavish golden chests. Old Wang and the others survive each day on mutant mushrooms, killing those low-level distorted fools who come like headless flies to die, producing dozens of copper chests daily. With compounded interest magic on top of that. This is the real primitive accumulation of capital. Simply put, compound interest is invincible. Shen Ye precisely left 91 copper chests to ensure tomorrow he could still get the highest interest for full 10 counts as one for single resource. The rest. He locked his gaze without hesitation on the remaining 221 copper chests, 6 silver chests, and that 1 golden chest dropped from the transmutation level core. System, open them all for me. Buzz. Hundreds of chests of different grades were forcibly opened in the same microsecond. The visual impact was utterly shocking. The whole hall looked like a brilliant supernova exploded indoors. Even the firelight in the fireplace was completely drowned. Click, 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 click. The sound of locks popping was so dense it felt like a heavy machine gun sweeping, deafening. A massive amount of resources became streaks of light, rushing crazily into Shen Ye's system space, numbers on the system panel jumping and soaring at a heart attack-inducing speed. Obtained, Iron Block X220. Obtained, Steel Ingot X180. Obtained, Living Steel X12. Obtained, Titan Alloy X5. Obtained. Resources flooded the screen, almost filling Shen Ye's retina. When the light faded, the 3 rare core materials were fully satisfied, even overflowing. Shen Ye took a deep breath, looking at the panel where the upgradable button now shone dazzling gold, a fierce flame of ambition burning in his eyes. In the corner of his vision, the crimson countdown mercilessly ticked on. Less than 5 hours remained until the first wave of dark monsters swept in. And his strongest card in this man-eating eternal night, the level 5 shelter. At this moment, it was within reach. Chapter 67 Level 5 Shelter. First update. The fireplace flames cast jumping warm shadows on the rough stone walls, crackling softly. Shen Ye's eyes were fixed on one thing. The Leviathan distorted core. This fist-sized polyhedral crystal core lay quietly in his palm, emitting a soft, eerie blue light. The light pulsed slowly, bright then dim, like a heart sleeping at the bottom of the abyss, stubbornly keeping its last beat. This was no ordinary Lord-level distorted core. It once powered an enormous level 12 shelter, a super-biological fortress supporting millions. Putting this thing into his current level 4 steel villa was like forcing high-concentration interstellar rocket fuel into a broken tractor engine. What would happen? Blow up? Backlash? Or complete distortion? Shen Ye didn't know. But just imagining the possible madness made his heart race uncontrollably, the gambler's frenzy boiling in his blood. He closed his eyes, taking a deep breath. On the retina panel, the upgrade button glowed dazzling gold, flashing violently. His finger hovered over the button, paused half a second. If the prism ticket triggered, it would be free. Over 2,000 stones, over 1,000 iron, more than 500 steel ingots, precious living steel and titan alloy, even this legendary distorted core, would all return intact to his pocket. If it doesn't trigger, then it's bankruptcy, falling back to square one overnight. But Shen Ye's finger only stopped for half a second. A wildly arrogant curve spread across his lips. In the dictionary of a gambler, there is no such thing as what if. If you lose, you work, get me the upgrade. Buzz. The moment his finger pressed down heavily, all the material numbers on the panel began to crazily jump and zero out at a dizzying speed. Stone, 2407407. Iron, 102424. Steel ingots, 57980. Living steel, 1033. Titanium alloy, 7151. Distortion core, 21. A massive amount of resources was consumed by the system's invisible abyss-like mouth in just a second, leaving not even a speck of dust. Then, the wheel of fate began to spin. Prism ticket determination. Determination failed. Materials for this upgrade will not be returned. Seeing this cold, merciless prompt, Shen Ye's eyelids twitched violently, and it felt like he had a lump of old blood stuck in his throat. Even with his tough mental fortitude, staring at the instantly emptied stockpile, he couldn't help but feel like he had just been hit in the chest with a massive hammer. Fine, system, you win. He gritted his teeth and shook his head. After all, no gambler can laugh every day. Sometimes they've got to leave something for the house. But the next second, before he even had time to mourn the resources, the floor beneath his feet began to violently shake. Everything was spiraling out of control. Boom! A terrifying, colossal white energy column, almost materializing, shot up from the center of the villa without warning. The entire territory trembled violently. No, the land for several kilometers around was crying out in pain. Shen Ye felt his feet leave the ground. The villa's floor cracked open. This wasn't a physical collapse, it was a terrifying, flesh-like growth. Underneath the floor, countless dark red living steel structures surged out, like thick blood vessels just waking up, wildly spreading and intertwining through the cracks, making a sickening, sticky friction sound. The originally orderly steel framework was forcibly restructured by an immense biological force from the inside out. On the walls, metal alloy skeletons broke through the iron plates, like ancient giant beast ribs emerging from the earth, piercing through the seams. Those dark golden alloy skeletons formed a precise geometric array, each one thick enough to bear the weight of hundreds or thousands of tons. The ceiling was violently expanding upward. What was originally a two-story steel villa now resembled a seed from the abyss, rapidly splitting and growing. The third floor shot up, then the fourth, fifth. Steel, titanium alloy, and living tissue perfectly intertwined into a terrifying half-mechanical, half-biological skeleton, leaping upward at a visible speed. Bang! The slightly ajar door at the end of the second floor was shattered by a tremendous force. Shen Ye stumbled out of the room, one hand gripping the metal handrail of the corridor, the other holding an iron axe. The floor beneath her feet was expanding upward at a terrifying speed, and the entire corridor's structure was violently deforming, like traveling inside the intestines of some enormous creature. Her eyes, one purple, one black, showed rare confusion. Is this the kind of movement an upgraded shelter could have? Shen Ye stood motionless at his spot. He closed his eyes, feeling the overwhelming, suffocating power beneath his feet. He could clearly sense that his mental consciousness had perfectly connected with the core of the shelter. That core wasn't obediently staying at the geometric center of the building as a dead energy source. It was pulsing. Like a real heart. Thump. 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 With each pulse, a wave of dark blue pulses visibly expanded outward from the core of the building. Where the pulse passed, the originally cold steel structures started to warm with a creepy sensation. The walls suddenly heaved, like lungs breathing. The floor pulsated rhythmically, conveying the rhythm of life. The Leviathan distortion core was forcibly infusing its tyrannical biological characteristics into every inch of the shelter's structure. On the outer wall of the building, a layer of pitch-black dark siphon scales began to grow wildly from the seams of living steel. They perfectly interlocked with the alloy framework, forming a solid biological armor that passively absorbed dark energy. Shen Ye raised his head, his body slowly lifted along with the transforming building. 3 meters. 5 meters. 10 meters. Just when Shen Ye thought the upgrade was over, something even more terrifying happened. Chapter 68, Amphibious Abyss Fortress, Second Update. It felt like an earthquake. It seemed that something extremely terrifying was forcefully pushing up from beneath the ground. Then, a perception that did not belong to him surged into his mental awareness. It was the distortion core. The heart of Leviathan, beating wildly, synced all its perceptions within its territory through the newly established mental connection into Shen Ye's mind. Shen Ye closed his eyes, but saw more clearly than when his eyes were open. At the bottom of the foundation, over 10 meters deep, something extremely massive was growing wildly. Boom! A living foot, over 10 meters in diameter, violently surged up from the eastern foundation of the territory. Boom! 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 The second, third, fourth. More abyssal feet erupted violently from all directions within the territory, dirt flying as if the apocalypse had arrived. 10. 20. Finally, 36 abyssal feet grew wildly from beneath the ground, and then all 36 feet exerted their power simultaneously. Creak! The entire massive fortress, along with the territory that had expanded to an unknown extent, was forcefully uprooted from the earth by these 36 giant feet, lifting into the air. At that moment, outside the villa, Wang Defa, along with over 20 people including Shen Ye, were reinforcing the low wall on the front line. In the next second, the ground beneath his feet suddenly sank, followed by an irresistible force pushing him up. No, it was the entire patch of earth beneath his feet that was rising. Damn! Is it an earthquake? No, wait. Is the sky collapsing? Wang Defa stumbled and fell to the ground, while Shen Ye reached out to pull him, but he couldn't steady himself either. They ended up rolling together like penguins huddling for warmth. The entire territory trembled violently and slowly rose. Everyone felt like they were standing on a giant elevator gone out of control, unable to do anything but hold on to anything they could grab. The existing infrastructure also underwent earth-shattering changes at the same time. 3 automatic watchtowers were instantly enveloped by living steel, growing thick and sturdy alloy armor, while mechanical arms with impressive barrels sprang from the tops, resembling 3 cold, merciless statues of death. The sharpened wooden stakes at the bottom of the trench transformed into cold, gleaming alloy spikes. The outer rubble wall directly expanded into a 3-meter-high black city wall. Even the shadow vines and spying flowers planted by Li Jianguo fell into a frenzy of growth, their size doubling while their coverage area tripled, turning into a monstrous forest of carnivorous plants. When everything finally came to a stop, Wang Defa lay on the ground, gasping for breath, before daring to release his fingers that were tightly gripping the soil. He staggered up, realizing that the ground beneath his feet was no longer at the original height. Above him, a towering semi-biological fortress over 10 meters high loomed nearby, standing proudly like an insurmountable tower. Wang Defa stumbled to the edge of the territory. He grabbed the new black battlement of the wall with both hands and leaned over to look down. The huge creature's foot, like the leg of an ancient beast, dug deep into the ground. Each one was thick like the root of the world tree, holding up the entire land beneath their feet. It could move. This massive fortress, damn it, had turned into a living, moving stronghold. Click. Wang Defa's jaw opened so wide it dislocated on the spot. Shen Ye's own legs were shaking uncontrollably, and he fell hard to the ground, mumbling unconsciously, "This is impossible, this damn thing breaks all scientific principles. Newton's coffin can't hold it." The rest of the staff were all frozen in fear, standing stupidly, some even collapsing to their knees, bowing toward the fortress. Wang Defa held his dislocated jaw, screaming unclearly, tears about to burst out. Following Yi, every day was a challenge to the limits of human reason. Meanwhile, the system alert sounded continuously in Shen Ye's mind. Shelter upgraded to level 5, amphibious abyss fortress. Lord Tower area, 800 square meters, including 3 main floors plus 2 underground floors. Total territory area, 1,500 square meters. Distortion core, Leviathan distortion core, legendary. Special attribute 1, abyss foot drive, elevated to 10 meters, a movable shelter area of 1,500 meters radius. Special attribute 2, dark scale shell, passively absorbs dark energy to recharge automatically. Special attribute 3, biological radar, centered on the distortion core, scanning all nearby life signals. The more spying flowers planted in the territory, the higher the accuracy and coverage. Special attribute 412 automatic turrets, range covering 500 meters around the turret, automatically locking onto hostile life signals. Special attribute 5, all basic buildings in the territory receive distortion core amplification, level automatically +2. Chapter 69 Prism Color. Third update. Shen Ye stood at the top of the fortress, in the newly unlocked command center. Panoramic glass windows surrounded him, taking in the dark, vast eternal night wilderness outside. The giant ghost candle fungus glowed green like a night navigation light, faintly covering the entire elevated territory. He looked down at his hands. Then slowly clenched them. His knuckles snapped crisply. Invincible. What he had was no longer just a house that could only take hits passively. It was a walking steel beast that could crush everything. Yet, before he could fully savor the thrill of controlling everything, 3 cards glowing with brilliant light slowly spun open before him again. Left, silver. Middle, gold. Right, prism color. Shen Ye's breath caught, pupils shrank, eyes quickly scanning the first 2 cards. Option 1, silver, territory aura. Effect, all members in the territory have combat power increased by 20%, and when receiving lethal damage, 30% chance to trigger hold fast state, locking 1 HP for 5 seconds. Description, a good lord lets his subordinates still give some heat before they die. Option 2, gold, farming master. Effect, all plant-like creatures in the territory grow 300% faster, output increased by 200%, with 10% chance to mutate into special varieties. Description, while others worry about a single grass, you are already planning your abyss farm. This was a super powerful logistics talent. Shadow vine, spying flower, ghost candle fungus output doubled, terrifying in long-term value. If it mutated further. But Shen Ye's gaze was inevitably fixed on the prism color card on the right, unable to move even slightly. Option 3, prism, do or die. Effect, the moment your HP drops to 0 for any reason, your HP and sanity will be forcibly locked, all negative states cleared immediately, lasting 15 seconds. You have obtained Last Glimmer. Physical strength plus 50%, sanity cap plus 50%, lasts 2 hours. This effect can only trigger once every 7 days. Summary, what doesn't kill you, only makes you stronger. Shen Ye stared at this card, staring hard for a full 5 seconds. At the moment life points dropped to 0, that is, whether stabbed through the heart, devoured into pieces by monsters, or corrupted to the extreme, as long as the system judges this hit will kill you, it triggers automatically. This card is simply tailor-made for him. As a perverse gambler, as long as he doesn't die twice by his own doing within 7 days, he won't have to worry about dying suddenly. The farming effect of the golden card is indeed tempting. Damn, why can't I just quickly select all? Shen Ye sighed. I choose, fight with no retreat. Exclusive enhancement, fight with no retreat activated. Shen Ye clenched his fists, feeling the newly added super fuse deep inside his body. With this thing, he would only become more reckless. Confidence, completely enough. At that moment, a dazzling golden text suddenly exploded into the retinas of every living survivor in the Eternal Night world. System announcement for the entire zone. First level 5 shelter detected in this zone. Lord, Shen Ye. The golden letters forcibly stayed in every survivor's pupils, impossible to close. Immediately, a second announcement hit like a bomb. Vassal system unlocked. Warning, survivors without a level 5 shelter cannot resist the dark tide alone. Find a Lord's shelter and move your shelter into the Lord's territory before the dark tide countdown ends. These two announcements were like two nuclear bombs, smashing into the minds of tens of millions of survivors, stirring a massive wave. The regional chat exploded instantly. Level 5 shelter? Brothers, I just reached level 3, what the hell kind of gap is this? Is he cheating? Wait, what does vassal system mean? It means people below level 5 must depend on a level 5 lord to survive. Are they forcing us to be dogs? Wait, how many level 5 are there in the zone now? Just one? Then everyone has to beg him? I scolded him before for selling materials too expensive, will he refuse me, Night Daddy? I was wrong. Please give coordinates. Please take me in. I can chop wood, mine, fix toilets, everything. Just one bite of leftovers a day. If not, I have a beautiful sister. How did Shen Ye do this? The zone has survived so many days, the highest was level 4, how did he jump straight to level 5? Among all the frantic, desperate, flattering messages, one person said nothing on the public chat. Zhang Haoyu stared hard at the golden announcement on his retina, sitting in the chair of his level 4 shelter, silent for a very long time. The half-burned cigarette in his hand had burned to his fingers, but he didn't notice at all. His shelter had reached level 4, ranking top 3 steadily in the whole zone. But he knew better than anyone how absurd the barrier from level 4 to level 5 was. Living Steel. Titan Alloy. Aberrant Core. Living Steel, he had searched 30 kilometers around with his elite team, lost many brothers, only collected a bit, but at least he knew the recipe. As for Titan Alloy and Aberrant Core, he hadn't even seen a shadow, not even knowing how to smelt them. But the Scavenger Guild had grown extremely large, and as its president, his pride would not let him serve anyone. If Shen Ye was willing to trade the materials intelligence needed for level 5 upgrade to him, then their Scavenger Guild could become the second level 5 shelter in the zone. Zhang Haoyu crushed the cigarette but took a deep breath and opened Shen Ye's private chat. Shen Ye had no time to care about the world chat's whales or the bombardment of private messages. He stood in front of the panoramic window, looking at the holographic control panel of the command center. A previously unseen interface suddenly lit up in midair. Territory Defense System. On the hologram, a 3D map of the territory centered around a fortress appeared. The coverage range of 12 alloy turrets was marked precisely by a pale golden cone of light, covering a 500-meter radius around the fortress with 360-degree precision. Shen Ye's finger slid over the turret parameters. Each turret was loaded with alloy projectiles, and although the firing rate wasn't fast, its terrifying penetration and destructive power were enough to tear apart any elite mutant over 200 meters away, turning them into a bloody shower. But if his backpack didn't have enough materials, the turrets would be empty. Luckily, he had plenty of regular scrap metal in stock. However, what truly caught his attention was another feature. Biological radar. The Leviathan's mutation core, as the heart of the fortress, passively scans for the thermal signals of all living beings within a 2,000-meter radius. And the larger and more advanced the area covered by the watching flowers on the territory's outskirts, the higher the radar's accuracy and range. The moment Shen Ye pressed the activation button. Buzz. The 3D hologram suddenly expanded, stretching directly to a vast range with a 2,000-meter radius centered on the fortress. On the map, light spots appeared. Many light spots. Dense and numerous, red light points covered the screen's edges, like countless stars, dyeing the edges blood red. They were spread out in all directions around the fortress. Some were in groups of 3 to 5, while others gathered in groups of 10 or more, advancing with a hopeless density. The vanguard of the monster wave was already on its way. Shen Ye looked at those red dots, his eyes showing no sign of panic. Instead, he licked his slightly dry lips. He wasn't in a hurry. He switched to his backpack interface on the panel. The treasure chests he had opened earlier were all opened at once in the system, and most of the rewards were advanced materials and consumables. At that time, he was busy upgrading the shelter and hadn't had time to look at them closely. In the 6 silver chests, 2 items stood out. Insatiable, long sword. Quality, excellent. Description: the sword lives up to its name, it thirsts for blood. Shen Ye's Nightwalker longsword had shattered completely when striking the main brain, and he was in need of a decent melee weapon. This sword was dark red all over, with what seemed like blood flowing along its blade. When held, a faint bloodthirsty aura emanated, just what he needed. The second item was what truly excited Shen Ye to the point where he almost laughed out loud. Basic activated fleshworm. Quality, excellent. Effect: when poured onto any non-living equipment, it activates that activation property of that equipment. Activated equipment gains biological traits, allowing it to be absorbed into the user's body like an organ, and when needed, can instantly expand and cover the entire body. Activated equipment can absorb the user's flesh and blood energy to automatically repair damage. Description: when the armor becomes part of your body, you no longer need to worry about being ambushed when you drop your pants. If he used this activation serum on the repaired chainmail, the armor would be able to absorb into his body directly. When needed, it could appear and cover his whole body with just a thought. This was the ultimate tool for showing off. Shen Ye didn't hesitate at all. He first took out the broken mutant bone chainmail from his backpack, placed it on the portable forge, and reinforced it using the remaining living steel and titan alloy. After the enhancement, the surface of the chainmail gained a layer of dark golden alloy patterns, making it look even more menacing and domineering. Then, he opened the bottle of faintly purple glowing basic activated fleshworm without hesitation and poured it onto the chainmail. Buzz. The moment it made contact with the armor, the heavy chainmail suddenly trembled violently as if it were alive. A beast-like low growl was emitted. Immediately, tiny flesh-like spines began to grow densely on the surface. A few seconds later, the originally cold metallic armor became warm, presenting a strange texture that was half metal, half biological. Shen Ye took a deep breath, undressed, and directly wore the repaired armor set onto his bare body. Hiss. The next moment, the entire armor suddenly contracted like a living thing. The countless small spines on the inner side of the plates instantly pierced his skin, greedily sucking his blood. Accompanied by a sharp, tingling pain, the heavy armor transformed into an extremely thin dark golden film, pressing against his skin and instantly drilling into his pores, completely merging into his flesh and blood. Shen Ye looked down at his bare chest, where only a faint circle of dark golden patterns remained. He focused his mind. Whoosh! The dark golden plates, as if enchanted, rapidly emerged from beneath his skin. Accompanied by the crisp sound of metal friction, in less than a second, they covered his entire body, assembling into a complete set of reinforced, monstrous chainmail. With another thought, the plates dissolved like the ebbing tide, instantly vanishing into his body without leaving a trace. Coming and going freely. Perfectly natural. Feels so good. Shen Ye grinned, his eyes filled with madness. And from that one gold treasure chest came something else that shook the eyes of all who saw it. Acquired, Basic Upgrade Scroll X1. Quality, exceptional. Effect: when used on facilities of fine or below quality, it can bypass material requirements and construction time, directly upgrading them by 1 tier. Restriction: each facility can only use 1 scroll of the same type. Description: some say it doesn't record knowledge, but the foretold future. This thing can just roll with compound interest in the bag. As long as I hold off on using it, I'll get 1 scroll of interest every day. Shen Ye really laughed out loud now. It was so good, he might even roll his eyes. All the gear was ready, the trump card fully loaded. He swiftly issued a series of commands on the control panel of the command center. 12 Titan turrets entered automatic firing mode, locking onto all hostile targets within range. The shadow vines on the perimeter of the territory fully activated their defensive state, preparing to strangle. Then, he opened the internal broadcast system of the territory. Everyone, listen up. His voice, amplified by the fortress's biological sound system, clearly reached the ears of everyone within the territory. The monster wave is less than an hour away. This is our first tough battle. The turrets and defense systems of the territory will block most of the cannon fodder coming to die. Your task is simple: don't make trouble, don't leave the defense circle, and if there are any bleeding enemies slipping through, finish them off hard. Anyone who gets scared and wets their pants, I'll personally throw them down to feed the monsters. After the broadcast ended, the brief noise within the territory quickly subsided, replaced by an oppressive, tense, yet passionate atmosphere of preparation for battle. With Night Lords around, what is there to fear? If the sky falls, this living fortress will shield it. Shen Ye leaned against the panoramic observation window of the command center. Outside, the eternal darkness was as thick as ever, as if it would devour everything. On the holographic map before him, those densely packed red dots were like a slowly tightening net, closing in on the fortress from all directions. More and more. Denser and denser. Shen Ye's finger gently tapped the windowsill, producing a rhythmic tap, tap sound. Then, his gaze suddenly sharpened as he noticed something extremely special. At the very edge of the radar, nearly 2,000 meters away, there was a red signal. That signal point was unlike all the other red dots. It was extremely large. It resembled a huge block of blood-red color, moving slowly. Its speed was slow. It can almost be said to move extremely slowly. But every time it takes a step forward, all the small red dots around it on the radar scatter like a startled school of fish, desperately trying to get away from it, as if approaching it itself was death. Shen Ye stared at the huge red signal slowly approaching, the corner of his mouth curling up bit by bit, revealing his pale white teeth. Not sure what it is. But the taste is probably not bad. The greedy flesh inside his body had already begun to uncontrollably secrete eager saliva. A very light sound of footsteps came from behind. Shen Ye silently stepped into the command center. She was still wearing that loose men's shirt, her long straight legs glaringly white under the dim light. She walked to Shen Ye's side, her gaze passing over his shoulder, landing on the holographic projection. In those heterochromatic eyes, one purple and one black, a sickly crimson quietly churned. That big guy. She extended her soft pink tongue, lightly licking her lower lip, her voice still calm, but the tale carried a hint of uncontrollable excitement. What do you plan to do? Shen Ye turned his head, looking at her expression, both aloof and hiding a perverse hunger, and shook his head helplessly. Let the turrets and little brothers warm up first. The big one, leave it for me. No. Shen Ye lifted her head, those eyes glimmering red staring at Shen Ye's eyes. I want it too. Shen Ye almost laughed out loud. Fine. At the moment his words fell, Shen Ye suddenly pressed the main control hub on the console. At the foot of the fortress, 36 abyssal feet slightly adjusted their stance under Shen Ye's control. The huge feet dragged along the ground slowly, crushing the hard rock into powder. The entire amphibious abyssal fortress, like an ancient beast lying dormant in eternal night, finally began to stretch its muscles slowly, showing its most ferocious fangs toward the endless darkness. Chapter 71, Peerless Grasscutting, 5th Update. The moment the countdown reached 0. The originally dead silent eternal night wilderness suddenly boiled like a pot of molten asphalt. Rumble. A dull sound like countless feet stomping in rotten mud, mixed with a nauseating stench of rotten blood, swept from the darkness in all directions. Under the ghostly green light of the giant ghost candle fungus in the center of the territory, on the distant horizon, a black tide rose, sending shivers down the spine. Countless low-level mutants, like a pack of starving hyenas, pushed and trampled each other. They took many forms, some dragging broken intestines, some with extra limbs, but without exception, all those eyes glowing blood-red stared fixedly at this rising amphibious abyssal fortress. On the biological radar holographic screen, Shen Ye's territory was wrapped in 3 layers of dense red dots. There was no gap between the dots, as if someone had poured a circle of thick red paint directly onto the screen. In the command center, Shen Ye rested one hand on the holographic console, tapping the surface with his fingers rhythmically. He looked at the dense red dots on the screen, his gaze lazy as if watching a cheap zombie movie, a trace of bored cold smile on his mouth. So many coming? Looks like the Eternal Night world really spares no effort in caring for his level 5 shelter. Next to him, Shen Ye held a bowl with just a bit of soup left, her long straight legs crossed, casually sitting at the edge of the console. She lifted her long neck, drank the last sip of fresh soup, then extended her soft pink tongue, very slowly licking the remaining juice at the corner of her lips. Come on. It begins. As her words fell, Shen Ye's index finger pressed down heavily on the red button of the main console. Boom. 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 Outside the fortress, 12 automatic turrets covered in thick living armor roared like the Grim Reaper. The deafening metallic explosions ripped through the night sky, and alloy bullets as thick as an adult's arm shot through the air, leaving dozens of blinding orange fire trails as they plunged into the surging tide of monstrosities. This was not a battle. This was a one-sided slaughter of uncivilized beasts by a high civilization. The frontline enemies didn't even have time to scream before the terrifying penetrating power of the alloy bullets tore them into a bloody rain. One shell could often pierce through 7 or 8 monsters' bodies, carving a bloody gash dozens of meters long through the mass of corpses, before embedding itself into the distant soil, its tail still emitting scorching white smoke. But there were too many monsters. The second and third rows of transformed creatures had no idea what fear was. They stomped over their companions' shattered flesh and organs, continuing to surge forward, flesh upon flesh, clawing up the abyss. Again, a ruthless volley was unleashed. Boom! 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 7 or 8 clouds of orange blood mist erupted along the entire front line. Broken limbs, shattered skeletons, and the screeching heads of monsters still howling in the air were tossed around like trash by the blast waves of the bullets. The rain of black blood poured onto the fortress's dark city walls like a deluge. Treasure chests exploded everywhere. Those who managed to slip past the hail of fire, trying to climb the black walls, were met head-on by the wildly grown shadow vines. Thick purple-black vines twisted like a dancing giant python, instantly wrapping around their necks and limbs. With a crunch, a sickening sound echoed as the monster's bones were easily crushed, while sharp barbs on the vines viciously stabbed into their flesh. In just a few seconds, one monster covered in sharp teeth was drained into a withered husk. Then, dismissively like trash, the vines tossed it off the city wall. With a dull thud, the lifeless body landed squarely on the head of the second monstrosity climbing up, knocking it over and rolling it into a heap. Ha ha ha. Die. Burn, you monsters. On the city wall, Wang Defo was so excited that his face turned red, and the veins on his neck bulged. He tossed Molotov cocktails down from the wall along with 20 others, including Shen Ye, frantically. Watching the hordes of monsters fall and wail in the sea of flames, the fear they initially felt towards the tide of twisted beasts had long since vanished into thin air. Bring it on! I've got 10 more bottles. Wang Defo pulled out another Molotov cocktail, ready to light it and toss it down, only to realize that the monsters below had already been cleared out by the turrets. He froze for a moment, smacked his lips, and quietly put it back. Save them for later, we still have plenty more. Shen Ye wiped the black blood that had splashed onto his face. Though he said this, his hand gripping the iron spear trembled with excitement, and the corners of his mouth couldn't stop lifting. With these 12 godlike turrets backing them, and the bizarre shadow vines guarding their home. Was this really called a doomsday survival game? This was simply a tower defense mowing down experience card at max level. Night Brother is awesome. Wang Defo couldn't help but shout to the command center at the highest point of the fortress. But all that responded to him was the thunderous roar of the turrets firing again. However, this overwhelming exhilaration didn't last long. Inside the command center, on the holographic radar, 3 huge signal sources, clearly 3 or 4 times larger than the ordinary red dots, suddenly shot out from the west side at high speed. Shen Ye narrowed his eyes slightly. They did not charge head-on to withstand the artillery fire. These 3 elite-level signals appeared on the radar in a triangle formation. It actually moved precisely into the blind spot between the crossfire of the 3 turrets, approaching the wall at high speed in a path completely unlike a low-level mutant should be capable of. The main course of the buffet has finally arrived. Shen Ye's fingers flew over the control panel, forcibly adjusting the firing angles of several turrets. But the elite monster was even faster than he had expected. Bang! A mutated stag beetle, elite, the size of a heavy truck and covered in layer upon layer of hard gray-white bone plates, like an out-of-control dump truck, smashed into the base of a turret on the left side of the fortress before all the turrets could fire together, taking 2 alloy bullets head-on. The bullets embedded in its bone plates, smoking with a sharp stench. But that absurdly thick bone armor swallowed the 2 deadly attacks, leaving only 2 shallow pits covered with cracks on the surface. Crackle! The harsh sound of metal twisting rang through the night. The alloy-reinforced turret base was tilted 15 degrees. The firing angle was forced off, and the shooting trajectory went straight into the empty wilderness, scattering lonely sparks. Immediately, the second elite monster acted. A pus-sac centipede, flesh cocoon, suddenly extended its disgusting upper body, 5 to 6 meters long, from the visual blind spot on the southwest side of the wall, slipping through the gap between the fortress' abyssal floors. Its fat mandibles split suddenly into 4 parts, revealing dense barbed teeth inside and a green poison sac in its throat swelling as if about to explode. PSHHH. A large blob of dark green, thick, acidic mucus sprayed precisely on the southwest section of the wall, like a high-pressure water gun. SSSS. Thick smoke rolled, stinking to the nose. The sturdy black wall emitted a horrifying dissolving sound, being corroded by the strong acid into a small gap over a meter wide, alloy and living steel bubbling pale in the acid. Once the gap opened, the defense line broke. Dozens of low-level crawling mutants, blocked by the wall before, surged in through the gap like sharks smelling blood, screaming. The monsters are in. Shit. Wang Defa's face of joy froze instantly, his voice changing in fear. Don't panic. Form up. Hold the gap with shields. Follow me. A blacksmith-sized man reacted quickly, roaring and drawing an iron spear, charging with 7 or 8 patrol members without hesitation. But though each low-level mutant was weak alone, in numbers they became a disastrous melee force. They feared nothing, crawling forward even when stabbed through the chest by a spear, biting the boots of the patrol if their legs were cut. Even if decapitated, their bodies still swiped claws twice through reflex. Each monster embodied the never die, never stop instinct to the bone. Shen Ye roared and turned, stabbing a mutant through the eye socket, but immediately 3 more surged into the now empty front gap. The defensive formation began to break violently. And at this critical moment, the third elite monster entered. A crack-spine crawler, elite, with skin like cracked gray stone and exaggeratedly thick limbs, used the chaos of the wall gap like a rampaging bulldozer, charging straight into the patrol's flank. Roar! It let out an ear-splitting roar, its thick front limbs sweeping with terrifying wind pressure. Bang! 2 shield-bearing members were slammed away with their shields, flying through the air. They spat blood midair, crashing heavily 10 meters away, their bones breaking audibly. Old Lou. Big head. Shen Ye's eyes widened, his voice cracking, not good. The gap can't hold. The shadow of despair instantly fell over the wall again. Inside the command center. Looking at the defense line about to collapse below, Shen Ye slowly jumped down from the control console. She casually threw the empty bowl aside, her long, pale fingers gently gripping the heavy iron axe behind her. I'll go. Chapter 72 Lord, first update. I'll go. The moment the words fell, Shen Ye's whole body became like a black lightning tearing through the night, directly breaking through the panoramic glass on the side of the command center, leaping down from the fortress top dozens of meters high. The wild wind blew her oversized black men's shirt wildly, revealing those long, dazzlingly white legs. Whoosh! In midair, she held the heavy iron axe tightly with both hands, her waist forming a stunning, powerful curve in the air, and the axe head, accelerated by gravity, aimed precisely at the back of the frenzied spine crawler. Dozens of meters of free fall, plus the terrifying strength bursting from her body, transformed by Shen Ye's blood and flesh. Crack! The bone-crushing sound rang sharply in the ears of everyone on the wall. The spine crawler's skull, hard as rock, split in half like a ripe watermelon under that axe. Thick brain matter mixed with black blood exploded outward in all directions. The huge, bulldozer-like body of the spine crawler stiffened for half a second, then collapsed like a building with its supporting wall removed, shaking the ground violently. Shen Ye kneeled on one knee to buffer, her foot pressing a half-meter-deep spiderweb crack into the mud. Rising. Raising the axe. The blade brought out a long string of sticky red and white matter. A drop of warm monster black blood splashed onto her pale cheek. From the side, 3 lower-level mutants, already in madness, roared and lunged, claws aiming straight at her throat. Shen Ye didn't even turn her head. She just slowly straightened, the heavy iron axe swinging with terrifying wind pressure, casually performing a crescent-shaped sweep. SSSHH. Like a hot knife through butter. The upper halves of the 3 mutants were thrown to the left, while the lower halves kept their attacking posture, sliding 2 steps forward before plop-plop falling into a pool of blood, spilling guts everywhere. Shen Ye stood among the shredded bodies, the hem of her oversized black shirt soaked with black blood, sticking tightly to her long legs. Shen Ye and the others on the wall, holding spears, stared in shock. This is the sister-in-law, the partner that Brother Yi brought back? Wang Defa swallowed hard, feeling a chill down his neck. This isn't a delicate girl, this is a female killing god crawled out of hell. Well done. Inside the command center, Shen Ye smiled lightly. He didn't delay, his hands creating a blur on the holographic console, controlling the remaining intact turrets, aiming at the pus-spitting centipede and the mutant longhorn beetle that had knocked the turret stand. Fire coverage, crush them into crumbs. As the crossfire command was issued, 6 alloy turrets simultaneously turned their barrels. Boom 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 boom. Dense like a metal rain, the alloy bullets instantly tore the centipede into exploding sausage-like pieces. Green acid spurted from hundreds of terrifying holes like fountains, corroding large pits in the ground. As for the mutant longhorn beetle, its thick exoskeleton couldn't withstand the 6 turrets' perfect crossfire. By the 3rd second, its hard armor began to crack massively. By the 5th second, its huge body was blown into a pile of smoking, burning flesh fragments. Not even a single bone was left. In just a few minutes, the 3 aggressive elite monsters were all taken down. At the gap in the wall, Shen Ye single-handedly cleaned up the incoming monsters like mowing grass. She even casually grabbed the collars of the 2 unconscious team members and dragged them to a safe area like sacks of potatoes. Everyone was shaking with excitement, ready to raise their Molotov cocktails and scream in wild celebration. However, at that very moment, on the holographic radar, the light dots that were originally surrounding the fortress like red paint suddenly displayed a strange anomaly. They did not continue charging but instead started to scatter wildly in all directions. The low-level mutated creatures, which had been so fearless just moments ago, now looked like mice thrown into a cat's den, letting out a terrifying, blood-curdling shriek. They were biting and trampling each other, desperately trying to get as far away as possible from the area directly in front of the fortress. Some of the slower low-level monsters even collapsed in the mud, their limbs giving out, burying their heads deep in the earth, emitting a whimpering sound like they were begging for mercy from an indescribable terror. What's happening? Shen Ye stared blankly at the monster horde, which had suddenly receded like a tide, cold sweat dripping from his palm gripping the spear. Are they retreating? No. Inside the command center, Shen Ye fixed his gaze on the massive blood-red signal slowly approaching at the edge of the radar screen, his eyes growing crazed. They're running for their lives. As soon as the words left his mouth, the ground began to tremble. Boom. Boom. Everyone on the wall froze at the same time, their hearts feeling like they had been struck by an invisible giant hammer. This wasn't the recoil from artillery fire, nor the rhythmic vibration from the fortress's abdomen moving. It was the terrifying resonance caused by an enormous mass, arrogantly and inexorably stepping across the earth, one step at a time. At the edge of the territory's eerie green light, the thick, unyielding darkness, like a torn rag curtain, was slowly being pulled apart. a nauseating wind, mingled with the stench of decay and some sickly sweet fermented odor, rushed at them. A colossal, suffocating silhouette slowly crawled into view. The first thing that came into view was a mass of giant softworms, tangled together in a thick, writhing mess. They looked like countless huge pythons that had been forcibly twisted into a distorted base by some unnatural force, with slimy yellow fluid constantly seeping out from the gaps between the worms. Each worm was as thick as an adult's waist, wildly writhing and squirming. And atop that revolting worm base was a strange, upside-down triangular torso resembling a human upper body. Its height was estimated to exceed 15 meters. It was even taller than the towering abyss fortress itself. Its chest was completely open, with several pale and thick ribs jutting outward like a deformed bone cage. In the center of the white bone cage, protecting a dark purple core larger than a human head, was beating at a frenzied pace. Thump! Thump! With each beat, the core emitted a visible purple pulse wave. Where the pulse passed, the air turned a sickly light purple, and the surrounding temperature instantly dropped to freezing point. But that wasn't the most terrifying part. On its neck, which had no skin, was not a head, but a massive flesh ball over 3 meters in diameter. The surface of the flesh ball was constantly squirming and changing, like boiling magma. As it moved, countless pale human faces would emerge from the surface of that fleshy ball, rolling and twisting. Old men, children, women, men, they appeared one after another, screaming as they were swallowed back into the depths of flesh and blood. On every face, the ultimate fear and pain of the moment they were devoured were frozen. Those were the echoes of countless lives it had swallowed in the past, trapped forever in this writhing prison of flesh, never to be reborn. Suddenly, one extremely young woman's face surfaced, facing straight toward the fortress wall. Her mouth opened and closed strangely, her eye sockets empty, only black holes, yet it seemed to send a silent scream piercing the soul to every person on the wall. Save me! San decreased by 10 points. The crimson warning box flashed on Shen Ye's retina like a death sentence. Ugh, whined Death. His legs went weak, he fell to the ground, covering his head and vomiting violently. Sun Yi's eyes rolled back, blood streaming directly from his nostrils. Just looking at it, this high-level monster's mental corruption could drive ordinary people insane. Void Crawler, Lord. Description: it has walked an eternal night too long, devoured too much. Each face is a digested memory, each silent scream the ember of a soul. Do not attempt to look it in the eyes, for you may see yourself in those faces. Lord level. In the command center, Shen Ye watched the monster info pop up on the holographic screen. He did not collapse in fear like the men on the wall. Instead, the dark purple, greedy flesh under his left arm seemed stimulated by energy of the same high level, writhing uncontrollably like countless hungry vampire vines roaring to break out from under his skin. Hungry? Shen Ye stuck out his tongue, licking his dry lips hard, his black and white eyes burning with greed and rage, purer and more perverse than the monster below the wall. He stared at the dark purple core beating inside the void crawler's chest, letting out a low, chilling laugh. Funny, I'm hungry too. Countless ally shells poured down on the huge body of the void crawler like a storm, leaving only shallow pits smoking on the disgusting flesh, unable to penetrate its layered defenses. The terrifying pressure, like cold water breaking a dam, mixed with despairing whispers stabbing the soul, instantly extinguished all fervor on the wall. Clang! 3 patrolmen's knees buckled, dropping heavily onto the rough bricks, hands pressing their ears, bodies shaking uncontrollably, tears and snot smearing their faces. What level of monster is this? After scavenging so long, they hadn't even seen in nightmares a horror that could make sand plummet just by looking. Despair hung on the wall, almost breaking people's spines. These employees, who had barely seen elite monsters before, were now utterly collapsed in fear of this 15-meter-high abyssal giant. However, in stark contrast to the outside despair, inside the command center was different. Shen Ye stood quietly before the panoramic window, letting the void crawler's mental pressure, capable of crushing an ordinary person's reason, wash over him. The violet energy ripples stirred the hair on his forehead, but his eyes did not flicker even a little. His judgment, not as good as a mutated main brain. Inside Shen Ye, the LV-4 evolved, greedy flesh, roamed wildly under his skin. It was hungry. It howled deep inside Shen Ye's mind. It was impatiently urging its host, go. Tear open its chest, and devour the core alive. Shen Ye stretched out his tongue, licking his slightly dry lips very slowly, a streak of undisguised madness and violence rising in his eyes. He pressed the internal broadcast communication button, his voice so calm it was terrifying. Everyone fall back. Don't get in the way. Before the words fell, he was already too lazy to waste another syllable. Shen Ye leapt down from the panoramic glass, his whole body like a heavy shell shot from a cannon, plummeting straight at the lord-level giant beast below, against the bone-chilling wind of the eternal night. The eternal night's fierce wind cut into his mouth and nose like knives, violently flipping the hem of his black coat upward, flapping loudly. Suspended in midair, a curve rose at the corner of Shen Ye's mouth. Having watched so many tokusatsu shows before crossing over, finally in this damn apocalypse, he could shout that ridiculously over the top line without any restraint. Armor, combine. In the raging wind, he suddenly spread his arms. Crack, pop. The first to activate was his spine. A dark golden metallic spine mixed with crimson flesh burst violently from under the skin of the back of his neck. It spread madly down his spine, section by section, each bone segment springing out with a crisp metallic bite. Next came the chest armor. Two heavy dark golden living plates shot out from under the skin on both sides of his collarbones, colliding violently at the center of his chest. Clang! The dull metal blast rang like a death knell, exploding in the falling wind. The mechanical locks and biological barbs on the plate edges meshed perfectly, dark golden alloy patterns like living veins spreading from the collision point like lightning, outlining a terrifying bony relief. Then came the arms. Countless tiny scale-like plates erupted from every pore of his shoulders, upper arms, and forearms, like a fast-forwarded flood of metal. They arranged, rotated, and locked together in midair at speeds almost impossible to follow with the naked eye. The plates on his calves grew upward from the edges of his battle boots, curling to connect violently and precisely with the greaves at the knee joint. Clang! With the last heavy metal strike, a living metal faceplate instantly clicked into place. Through the gaps of the faceplate, a pair of eyes glowed with a ghostly red light, slowly brightening in the endless darkness. The whole process took less than 2 seconds. A set of enhanced, bloodthirsty twisted bone armor wrapped his entire body tightly. The alloy patterns on each plate lit up like black dragon scales emerging from water, dark golden cold light flowing over the armor from top to bottom, finally converging on the thickest plate at the center of his chest, forming a living emblem that seemed to breathe. Boom! Shen Ye's feet slammed heavily on the ground between the fortress and the void crawler. The terrifying kinetic force erupted instantly, the hard ground collapsing into a spiderweb-shaped crater over 2 meters wide and half a meter deep. Rocks and sand were flung meters high by the shockwave, then fell like hail. Wang Defa on the city wall, whose heart had just nearly jumped into his throat, almost shouted as he saw Shen Ye's landing pose. Holy, when did you bro get such a set of armor? Shen Ye's gaze locked onto the 15-meter-high void crawler, his right hand slowly reaching his waist, pulling out the dark red, Wu Yan, long knife. Then, Shen Ye slowly lifted his head. Domain, deploy. Buzz. With Shen Ye's feet as the absolute center. A bizarre, dark purple halo, so dense that it seemed to drip ink, suddenly expanded from the ground in a circular shape with a deafening crash. The expansion of the halo was incredibly fast, covering a radius of 30 meters in less than a second. Then, within this absolute circular domain, the physical laws of the world of eternal night were forcibly altered. The wild rocks and frozen earth, once hard enough to shatter the tip of a spear, began to violently undulate and squirm, as if they had come to life like the walls of a stomach. Then, with a dull pft, a long, 2-meter-tall, spiny, and pale petrified bone fong suddenly shot up from a crack in the earth. Next came the second. The third. The 10th. The 50th. In just a few seconds, the entire 30-meter circular domain had turned into a living abyss, covered with bone spines. And Shen Ye stood at the very center of this terrifying domain. He held his long blade, and with each step forward, the deformed land beneath his feet would rise automatically, forming a staircase of intertwined white bones, firmly holding him in place. Wherever he passed, the fierce and terrifying bone spines would bow and bend like subjects afraid of their king, clearing a smooth path for him. Oh! Ahead, the once invincible void crawler actually stopped its huge worm-like steps with a forceful halt. The writhing human faces on its fleshy ball head began to squirm faster. It was hesitating. Because it sensed a more violent and more greedy force of a superior being. And at the center of that power was a tiny bipedal creature, wearing terrifying armor that looked more like a creation from the abyss than its own, stepping on bones and flesh, advancing step by step toward it. On the city wall, silence reigned. Sunny gripped the battlement with both hands, his nails nearly breaking but unaware of it. Before he crossed over, he was a seasoned fan of special effects and armored heroes, and now, seeing this cool, oppressive scene, he was so excited that his body shook, his mind roaring wildly, when can I play this? Meanwhile, Wang Defa stood dumbfounded, staring at the armored figure below, stepping on the living earth with white bones standing like a forest behind it. He then glanced at the leader-level giant beast across from him, even beginning to hesitate, and his mind was left with a single crazy thought spinning wildly. No, buddy. Who the hell is the real monster here? Chapter 74, You're Really Weak, third update. The Void Crawler finally made a decision. Even with bloodline suppression, it was just an ant-like bipedal creature. It chose to attack. Roar! A sharp, piercing roar that could shatter the eardrums of an ordinary person erupted from the fleshy ball above its head, packed with human faces. Countless twisted faces on the ball opened their mouths at the same time, emitting overlapping shrill screams. In the next moment, its lower body, dozens of giant softworms serving as its base, suddenly shot out. Like dozens of giant leather whips wildly swinging in the air, they created ear-piercing sonic booms as they rushed towards Shen Ye at the center of the domain. Each worm moved so fast that it left behind disgusting afterimages, the sharp barbed teeth at the end, like those of a 7-gill lamprey, flashing with a nauseating cold gleam in the chilly wind. Come on! Shen Ye's eyes blazed with red light, and the distorted land beneath his feet reacted first under his frantic mental urging. Put! 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 Dozens of 2-meter-long petrified bone fangs suddenly shot up from the ground, like rows of heavy spears breaking through the earth, bravely colliding with the incoming disgusting worms. The bone fangs pierced through 7 or 8 of the thinner worms, and thick, yellow-green body fluid splattered down like raindrops. They were nailed in midair, twisting in pain. But how immense was the power of the void crawler? Several of the thicker main worms used brute force to crush the blocking bone teeth into pieces, and with unstoppable momentum, continued to strike at Shen Ye's face. Shen Ye did not retreat, he advanced. Wu Yan, the dark red blade in his hand, gave a bloodthirsty whistle, turning into a deadly crimson arc. His body tilted slightly at an almost eerie angle, sliding past the edge of the thickest worm. The blade did not strike the thick hide, but instead cut precisely at the weakest connection between the worm's segments. Shoo! Like a hot knife through cloth, the worm, thicker than a waist, was split in two. The front half flew more than 10 meters, its spiked mouth wildly opening and closing in midair. The back half sprayed warm fluids onto Shen Ye, but the flesh buds hidden beneath the dark golden armor greedily absorbed every drop, leaving nothing wasted. But the second and third waves of worms followed like raging tides. Swing, dodge, counterslash. The distorted field perfectly matched his breathing. Shen Ye's steps on the ground felt like stepping on the heart of a living creature. Every landing point, every dodge direction, was lifted by bone steps controlled by his mind, so agile it seemed to defy physics. Yet there were just too many tentacles. Even with his nerves pushed to the limit, he could not handle the full crushing attack from all sides alone. At this critical moment. Whoosh! A special arrow with a blue afterimage shot from the darkness at the flank, piercing the head of a worm preparing to sneak up from behind Shen Ye. The explosive energy inside the arrow detonated instantly, blowing the ugly head into a mass of rotten flesh. It was Shen Ye. She had, at some unknown moment, cut into the battlefield from the city wall like a ghost. Her fair, long legs touched the ground lightly without a sound with each step. Draw, full moon, release. The strange composite bow in her hands left a lingering shadow. 3 consecutive arrows with deadly whistling suppressed the attack rhythm of 5 worms on the right side. Then, she swiftly switched from bow to axe. The wide black men's shirt fluttered in the wind. She moved like an unbelievably agile black cat, weaving through the tight gaps between worms. But her target was not these peripheral worms acting as muscle. Her heterochromatic eyes, one purple and one black, locked onto the huge chest cavity of the upper body of the void crawler, fully exposed. There were several pale, thick ribs, like a malformed bone cage, tightly guarding the crazily beating dark purple core deep inside. The void crawler seemed to sense the little black bug's intention. Over a dozen worms suddenly abandoned their siege of Shen Ye, quickly forming a tangled, writhing shield of thick flesh in front of the chest cavity. Shen Ye's cold face showed no sign of slowing down. From less than 3 meters away, at the extreme distance from the worm shield, she twisted her body in midair into an angle completely against human biomechanics. Then, with deadly precision, she pierced through the only small gap in the writhing worm's shield. Crack! A chilling sound of bone snapping rang out. The first pale, huge rib was split in two. With nothing to push off from in midair, Shen Ye stretched her long leg and forcefully stomped on the broken rib stump. Using the rebound, she adjusted her stance a second time, the axe body flipped, and she swung out a full moon with momentum. Crack! The second one. The moment it hit the ground, she didn't hesitate to push off and rise, her whole body turning into an unstoppable black arc, suddenly slashing upward. Crack! The third thick rib completely shattered, the broken bone flying far, hitting the ground with a dull bounce twice. The bone cage protecting the core, she tore it open with her own strength, creating a deadly 3-meter-long fracture. But the cost of forcibly breaking the defense was equally brutal. 2 extremely thick worms took advantage of her landing's aftershock, one from the left, one from the right, striking viciously from the sides. Bang! Shen Ye couldn't dodge, her left shoulder was hit hard by one worm. She flew several meters, rolling on the muddy wilderness for several turns before barely supporting herself with the iron axe on the ground. The clothes on her shoulder were torn, and a streak of blood appeared on her snow-white skin. She slowly lifted her head, and in the originally icy alien eyes, a sickly scarlet was spreading wildly. She stuck out her tongue and licked the monster's blood splashed on her lips. This little pain feels so good. And Shen Ye, of course, would not waste the opportunity she fought for. No extra words were needed. Switch! Shen Ye leapt up from the distorted field. A huge bone form under his feet compressed and bounced like a spring bed. Boom! The strong push threw him like a heavy cruise missile into the air, dozens of meters high. In midair, the huge chest cavity gap Shen Ye had split was very close. The dark purple core, losing the protection of the bone cage, was exposed in the cold air, beating wildly. You are weak. Shen Ye in midair looked at the Lord-class monster, a cold laugh coming from under his mask. He gripped the sword handle, and the 45 points of terrifying physique fully erupted at this moment. The dark red blade light drew a stunning afterimage in the eternal night, stabbing brutally into the deepest part of the Void Creeper's gap. SSSHHH. The blade sank fully. The dark purple stinking slurry burst out like a dam exploding. But Shen Ye had no plan to withdraw the blade. He held the sword handle with one hand to fix his body, hanging on the edge of the monster's huge chest. His eyes under the mask glowed red, completely filled with extreme greed. The next second, the living armor on his back suddenly expanded outward, tearing two bloody messy holes. Put. Put. Two dark purple flesh buds, thicker than adult thighs, like deep abyss dragons suppressed for 1,000 years, shot out violently from both sides of his back. Like hungry wolves with independent will, they recklessly plunged into the deepest part of the Void Creeper's chest through the huge wound split by the insatiable sword. A terrifying feeding began. The two giant tentacles, with horrifying efficiency, tore the top-level flesh around the core, and through the internal channels of the tentacles, directly swallowed it into Shen Ye's body. Roar! 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 The massive body of the Void Creeper began to convulse violently. Countless human faces on the flesh ball above its head screamed more tragically than ever. The Lord-class creature was being devoured alive by a human. And Shen Ye's other hand didn't stay idle. After the long sword mangled the chest wound further, he suddenly did an action that made everyone on the distant city walls' hearts break. His free left hand actually reached up to the mask, and with a click, that cold shining metal mask was roughly pushed upward. His lower face, stained with purple blood, was revealed. Shen Ye's mouth had split to an extremely exaggerated degree, even showing the bulging flesh on both cheeks. Then, he lowered his head and, facing the dark purple core tissue that thrashed wildly from intense pain, opened his mouth and bit down hard, mercilessly. Splat! The sharp teeth pierced the sticky high-level tissue. A large piece of steaming core flesh was bitten off alive. Shen Ye barely chewed, swallowing the glowing soft flesh with a gulp. Pure high-level life energy exploded violently inside his stomach. Fighting while eating raw. He could even hear the food's wailing as accompaniment. Shen Ye's mouth was full of purple blood. He tilted his head back, letting out a sigh of extreme pleasure. Fuck, this feels fucking amazing. Chapter 75 Just this? You absorbed the high-level flesh and blood of the Void Creeper. Body +3. Mind +1. Mutated sequence Greedy Flesh LV4 absorbs high-level energy, current evolution progress, 22%. A massive, nearly scalding energy surged violently down the esophagus, forcefully pouring into every limb and bone. But his mental strength, exhausted from maintaining the mutation field at full power for so long, sent waves of stabbing pain to his temples. Almost done. Let's finish this quickly. Ugh. The Void Creeper's dozen thick worms abandoned their outer defense, curling back wildly like mad, turning into deadly flesh ropes, all tightening toward Shen Ye deep in his chest. Outside, Shen Ye lifted her heavy iron axe and charged again. Her slender but powerfully explosive waist twisted suddenly as she hurled the axe at the thickest worm. The whistling iron axe spun through the air like a black deathtop. With a precise splat, it cut a third of the worm. Yellow-green goo sprayed wildly. But more worms bypassed her, covering Shen Ye like a flood. Seeing the flood of worms, Shen Ye, inside his blood-filled chest, let out a scornful sneer. He activated his final domain command. All remaining petrified bone spikes in the mutation field under his feet broke off instantly at the root under his frantic control. Like thousands of bloodthirsty marching ants, they found every torn wound and tiny gap on the Void Creeper, mercilessly drilling inside to its organs. Then, under Shen Ye's control. Inside the massive beast, their life was forcibly stripped away. Unstable compound. Boom. Boom 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 boom. Dull, dense chain explosions, like countless muffled thunderclaps, erupted crazily from the Void Creeper's body. Each blast might not be large, but the sheer number made it horrifying. Hundreds or thousands of mini self-explosions stacked at the same time, instantly turning the Void Creeper's internal organs and nervous center into a bloody pulp. Green goo and shattered bones even shot out like fountains from its skin pores. The worms that had almost reached Shen Ye, only half a meter away from crushing him, instantly lost control, flopping limply like machines suddenly unplugged. Ugh. The magma-like writhing flesh ball of the Void Creeper slowly stopped changing shape. The last human face that appeared on the surface finally stopped emitting that soul-piercing scream. The expression on that face turned peaceful. Then, the enormous body, as massive as a mountain, lost all its support, collapsing like a skyscraper blasted down, with a thunderous roar like the heavens and earth collapsing, crashing into Shen Ye's distortion domain. Shen Ye, agile, leapt out from the collapsed massive corpse, landing steadily on the ground. At that moment, the distortion domain finally reached its limit. The dark purple aura on the ground flickered violently a few times, then rapidly receded into his body like the retreating tide. Those hideous bone fangs, blood bubbles, and writhing living earth all faded away in seconds, returning to the most ordinary wilderness rocks and soil of the eternal night. As if everything that just happened, the world-shattering events, had never occurred. Shen Ye's temple was still throbbing violently, the mental strain from the distortion domain was immense. The first time using it at full power felt like his head was about to split open, making him want to tear his brain out. But the face hidden beneath his helmet still had a smug grin. This is supposed to be the Lord? Really makes me laugh. At this moment, not even the lowest-ranked distorted creatures were still growling. Because all the low-level distorted monsters within a 2-kilometer radius, still alive, were all running with their tails between their legs. The pitiful body of a Lord-level beast and its residual pressure became the most untouchable eviction order in this wilderness. Then, on the system panel, a dazzling golden prompt exploded like fireworks, blooming on the retinas of everyone in the entire region. District-wide wartime broadcast. Lord-level distorted creature Void Crawler has been successfully killed. Killer, Shen Ye. This golden banner sweeping across the entire region directly ignited a nuclear bomb on the world channel that had already been simmering with the level 5 shelter announcement. The regional chat channel instantly plunged into an unprecedented explosion of crazed messages. No, I'm still being chased by minions, and this guy has already killed the Lord? Lord level. How did he kill something that just seeing it could drain your sand value? With his mouth? You're right upstairs, maybe he really did use his mouth. It's been less than 12 hours since the level 5 shelter announcement, and now he's first killed the Lord. What am I even playing? Don't ask, it's clear he's not human. A real human wouldn't be this ridiculous. At this moment, Shen Ye didn't have time to care about the crazed worship and wailing in the world channel. He raised his armored hand and casually wiped the purple slime left on his chin under his faceplate, his gaze burning as he looked at the massive corpse of the Void Crawler at the center of the battlefield. At the very top of the corpse, 2 items were quietly floating, emitting their own dazzling glow in the darkness. One was a gorgeous golden treasure chest, glowing with dazzling and luxurious golden light. And the other was a multifaceted crystal core, quietly rotating. It was about the same size as the Leviathan core in Shen Ye's palm, but the color was completely different. It was a deep grayish purple, with faint dark golden intricate patterns moving on the surface, as if containing endless truths of the void. Void Crawler's distortion core. Quality, superb. Description, it once belonged to a giant creature long since extinct. Now, it can serve as a stepping stone for any shelter to cross the level 5 threshold. Only superb? Shen Ye raised an eyebrow, looks like the distortion brain core's value is increasing. With a whoosh, Shen Ye stretched out his hand, firmly grabbing the gray-purple core in his palm. He himself had already reached a level 5 shelter. This superb core was of no use to him for now. But, because he didn't need it, this core became the most valuable item in this eternal night world. The most valuable, priceless treasure at this stage that can drain the marrow from others. Because it is the ultimate resource that over 10 million survivors in the entire region, those so-called remarkable guild leaders, dream of obtaining. It is their only ticket to avoid becoming someone else's vassal and to survive independently through the dark tides. Shen Ye picked up the core and turned it in front of him, the green light from the ghostly candle fungus reflecting on the dark golden patterns on the core's surface, like flowing gold. Next, let's see how much blood you big guilds are willing to pay to buy this one and only ticket for your lives. Not far away, Shen Ye was sitting on a broken piece of the Black City wall. In her hand, she held a giant worm tentacle that she had chopped off from the boss monster, biting into it expressionlessly like a baguette. After chewing a couple of times, she wrinkled her brow. She slowly lifted her head, her gaze passing over the devastated battlefield and landing on Shen Ye. Tastes bad. Shen Ye casually threw the half-eaten tentacle on the ground. This boss's meat is not as sweet as your blood. The veins on Shen Ye's forehead throbbed twice. Can you please act normal? I am normal. Chapter 76, Human Physics. The third defense line has leaked monsters. Flame Squad, get up there. Burn that group of spider monsters with human faces back. The high-voltage electric grid is overloaded. Where's the backup battery? Where did the operator die? President. The outer trench has been filled, the bodies piled too high, even the barricades have collapsed. Zhang Haoyu stood at the highest steel command platform of the level 4 shelter, his eyes bloodshot, staring fiercely at the tragic battlefield below, where fire and blood mist intermingled. In his left hand, he gripped a handheld walkie-talkie soaked with sweat, while his right hand held a short spear sharpened to a point. The command platform was welded to the rooftop of the shelter with discarded building steel beams, open on all sides, shaking with every shockwave from explosions, making the steel plates beneath vibrate. His guild was following a path that was entirely different from Shen Ye's. Here, there were no supernatural powers, no indescribable aberrant abilities, only the most primitive human wisdom, engineering, and the laws of physics. The outer layer was an electric grid made of thousands of meters of copper wire, crackling with electric arcs when energized, the result of hundreds of engineers working day and night without rest for 3 days. The middle layer consisted of 12 automatic trebuchets made using the principles of leverage and pulley systems, crazily hurling bundles of homemade Molotov cocktails and improvised grenades into the massive monsters. The innermost layer was dense with heavy crossbows. The bows were crude products made by binding 3 iron pipes together, and the bowstrings were steel cables, launching arrows made from sharpened construction rebar. Rudimentary. Rough. Even ugly. But useful. With this purely technological defense line and more than 3,000 survivors on rotating duty, they had brutally slaughtered thousands of low-level aberrations, turning the roaring monsters charging in into heaps of crushed flesh and charred corpses in the trenches. Until it appeared. Boom! The ground suddenly sank, and everyone on the command platform staggered back a step. That was not an explosion. That was some extremely massive mass, stepping on the outer defense line. Zhang Haoyu looked up sharply. The spotlight's beam shook violently in the darkness and finally stabilized at a certain angle. At the end of the light beam, a terrifying creature over 20 meters long, resembling a giant salamander, was slowly crawling out from the depths of darkness, like an ancient calamity awakening. Its body was covered with a thick, rock-like layer of armor, and the gray-brown shell was embedded with crystal structures like quartz, reflecting a blinding cold light under the spotlight. With its 4 robust front limbs, as thick as ancient trees, it effortlessly crushed the outer high-voltage electric grid. The current struck its outer layer, only stirring up a faint spark that was almost laughable. The crisp sound of copper wires snapping rose and fell in succession. Deformed cracked rock salamander, Lord level. Hiss. The cracked rock salamander opened its abyss-like huge mouth. Inside the mouth, there were no teeth, only layers upon layers of dense, gray-white papillary structures. Its chest swelled high, and then a gray-white thick mist fanned out, spewing forth with a speed like that of a storm front. Gas masks. Put them on. Hurry, hurry, hurry. The squad leader in the front row screamed desperately, tearing at the homemade gas mask hanging from his neck. But it was too late. The gray mist swept through, much faster than human reactions. The first to be affected was a young man in the third defense line, desperately holding up an explosion-proof shield to maintain formation. Zhang Haoyu recognized him. Zhou Feng. Before the crossing, he was a junior civil engineering student, not very talkative, but skillful, having calibrated a third of the catapults in the guild himself. Last night, before his shift ended, he boasted to someone nearby that after surviving the monster tide, he would use the parts he collected to build himself a radio that could receive broadcasts. The moment the gray mist touched Zhou Feng's body, the edge of his explosion-proof shield changed color first. A layer of gray-white rock texture spread rapidly from the metal surface like frost, creeping up his fingers along the edge of the shield. Zhou Feng glanced down at his petrifying hand. He did not scream. He simply turned his head sharply, yelling to his teammates who had not yet reacted, "Fall back." He didn't finish the last word. The gray-white petrifying texture crawled over his Adam's apple, covering his face. His mouth formed the unfinished word retreat, his eyes still wide open. In just 3 seconds. On the front line of the third defense, 37 living people turned into 37 lifelike gray stone statues. The cracked rock salamander did not pause at all. Its thick front limbs carelessly trampled over. Creak, creak, creak. The sound of the stone sculptures shattering was more nauseating than any explosion on the battlefield. That wasn't the sound of stone breaking, it was the sound of bones and flesh frozen in rock, crushed along with the rock itself. Amidst the rubble, one could occasionally see a finger still retaining human form, or a petrified face still bearing a look of terror. The pure physical defense line seemed so laughable in the face of supernatural lord power. So pale. So powerless. On the command platform, Zhang Haoyu's Adam's apple rolled violently. Zhou Feng and the others wouldn't come back. But the living could not stop. Abandon the outer defenses. Zhang Haoyu's voice was as hoarse as sandpaper rubbing against metal. Everyone retreat into the inner city. The catapult team will cover the rear, fire the last round of ammunition and then immediately retreat. The crossbow team stands by at the second wall. He released the button on the intercom, his chest heaving violently twice. Then he turned around, shouting down to the shadow area covered by giant waterproof canvas below the command platform, issuing the heaviest order of the night. Engineering team. Bring me that thing. There was a silence for a second. Then, a heavy sound of gears meshing came from beneath the canvas. Creak. 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 A wildly shaped giant machine, filled with a rugged aesthetic of wasteland heavy industry, was forcefully pushed up onto the platform by dozens of muscular men with bare arms, sweat mixed with blood. This was a miracle that Zhang Haoyu had created, exhausting the entire guild's resources, forcibly modified using a blueprint opened from a silver box and the total wisdom of several survivors who had been top mechanical engineers in reality before the crossing. Multitrack compressed penetrating cannon. The main body was a 4-meter-long forged iron pipe. The wall thickness of the pipe exceeded 10 centimeters. On both sides of the pipe, 2 high-pressure compressed air chambers were welded, connected to the main pipe via copper valves. At the rear was a manual energy storage device consisting of a winch, ratchet, and lever. No gunpowder? No magic? No supernatural talents? Then use the purely physical caliber summed up by human technology. The thrust from 3 independent air chambers released in sequence was enough to accelerate a 200-kilogram shell to nearly the speed of sound. This was the only weapon in the entire guild capable of inflicting effective damage on a lord-level monster. It was also their last trump card. But they only had 1 shell. Chapter 77, Multitrack Compressed Penetrator Cannon. Because the special materials needed to make a second shell had already been consumed in earlier experiments, this was a gamble with no room for error. Winch, load the spring. Compressor at full capacity. Air chamber 1, ready. Air chamber 2, ready. Air chamber 3, ready. The bald engineer roared, wiping his face with a hand that couldn't tell whether it was sweat or blood from others splashing onto him. His voice trembled slightly. Dozens of bare-chested engineers began desperately pushing the heavy hydraulic rods. Their veins bulged as the heavy iron rods were forcefully pressed down, making the seams of the brass air chambers groan with a metallic sound, as if the whole machine would tear apart under the terrifying pressure at any moment. Not far away, on the ruins, the crackrock salamander stopped ravaging the remaining electric grids. Its flat, alien-like triangular head slowly turned toward the direction of the command platform. Those yellow-gray vertical pupils, embedded deep within thick layers of armor, locked directly onto the strange device on the high platform that was still making metallic squeaks. Then, it began charging. Its massive body, over 20 meters long, rushed forward at a terrifying speed that completely defied the laws of physics and its own body limits. For massive, pillar-like legs alternated with each step, leaving half-meter-deep craters in the hard ground with every stomp. It lowered its head, like a completely out-of-control armored bulldozer, charging through the rain of fire and heavy crossbow bolts like locusts, crushing the last 3 remaining trebuchets of the mid-layer defense without slowing down one bit. 150 meters. 100 meters. President. The chamber pressure is critical. If we don't fire now, it's going to blow the barrel. The bald engineer screamed with bloodshot eyes, both hands pressing desperately on the buzzing, burning hot main valve. The entire penetrator cannon was trembling violently, and in a few places, imperfect metal seams were hissing and spewing scorching high-pressure white mist, burning blisters onto the engineer's arms. Don't fire. Zhang Haoyu squinted his eyes. Wait for it to open its mouth. 70 meters. The vice captain, holding an explosion-proof shield, had twitching eyes and finally couldn't take it anymore. President, it might not spit mist. What if it crashes straight into us? We have no choice but to gamble. Zhang Haoyu stared at the giant beast, which was bringing a storm of death, closing in. His pupils contracted to the extreme. The attack pattern of these crawling mutation types usually doesn't exceed 3 types. 50 meters. 40 meters. 30 meters. Just as the distance shrank to less than 30 meters, the crackrock salamander suddenly stood upright, its massive shadow blocking out the light like a moving cliff. Its chest, covered in granite-like thick armor, bulged high, and its abyss-like giant mouth slowly opened for the second time. Between the gray-white mammillary structures, terrifyingly concentrated petrification mist began to rapidly accumulate. Zhang Haoyu raised his right hand high, as if it were a battle axe pronouncing a death sentence, and struck down fiercely. Now! Fire! Boom! Bang! Boom! Yet tightly connected sonic explosions erupted on the command platform almost within the same microsecond. It was the sound of 3 high-pressure chambers releasing terrifying kinetic energy in sequence, one deeper than the other, one more violent than the next, brutally tearing a visible white airflow shock cone in the air. The terrifying recoil pushed the entire multi-ton railgun backward a full 3.5 meters. For cast-iron anchor feet, welded tight, plowed 4 shrill grooves into the thick steel plate of the command platform, sparks flying like waterfalls in all directions. The 2 engineers responsible for manually triggering the main valves instantly endured a shock far beyond human skeletal limits in their arms. With the gruesome thuds of shoulder dislocations and shattered forearm only, they sprayed blood wildly and were thrown dozens of meters back, crashing heavily into the steel guardrail behind the command platform, life or death unknown. The bald engineer's forehead was cut deep to the bone by flying brass fragments, blood smearing his left eye. Yet he did not even blink. Because at this moment, the eyes of all who were still alive were fixed on that death spear leaving the barrel. It was a 2-meter-long heavy armor-piercing shell. The tail trailed a hot white smoke from violent air friction, screaming with the terror of breaking the sound barrier, accurately striking the gaping mouth of the rift salamander. It was so fast, the Lord-class giant beast could not even reflexively close its jaws. PSHHH. The sound of flesh being pierced was surprisingly light on the deafening battlefield. The soft interior of the mouth, unprotected by hard keratin, was instantly torn like fragile tofu by pure kinetic energy. The armor-piercing shell, with overwhelming destructive force, brutally smashed the first thick cervical vertebra at its throat, then the second, then the third. The scorching projectile tore through its esophagus, ripped its lungs, shredded half of its liver, carving a half-meter-wide terrifying channel through its massive chest cavity. Gray yellow chunks of internal organs and scalding, foul-smelling fluids sprayed wildly from the high-pressure wounds on both sides of the trajectory, forming a nauseating curtain of blood in midair. The blood-coated shell, still carrying immense momentum after piercing the flesh, flew across the night sky and finally fell far away, 300 meters into the wasteland, smashing into the ground and leaving a smoking crater. The massive body of the rift salamander stiffened in place. It seemed unable to understand what had happened to its body. Its great yellow vertical pupils still held the last glint of savagery, its jaws remained open in a spouting pose, but inside its body, a black hole ran completely from front to back, whistling with leaking air. Then, that more than 20-meter-long massive corpse, having lost all life, fell heavily onto the open ground just 15 meters from the defensive line. A distorted core glowing ghostly blue slowly rose from the ruined chest cavity of the corpse. All Zone Wartime Broadcast. Lord-class aberration distorted rift salamander, successfully killed. Killer, Scavenger Guild. Victory! After a brief silence, the entire shattered defensive line erupted with frenzied cheers, mixed with cries and hysteria. The survivors hugged each other, laughing and crying, like madmen. But standing on the high platform, Zhang Haoyu's fists were clenched, knuckles white. To kill this single junior lord, the world-famous Scavenger Guild lost 137 core elite warriors. The entire outer three proud engineering defense lines completely collapsed. The guild's reserve ammunition and Molotov cocktails were consumed by a full 70%. And the armor-piercing cannon, built with all their remaining resources, was completely destroyed when the third gas chamber overloaded and exploded, turning into a pile of worthless twisted scrap metal. The cost was unbearably painful. President. The vice captain, whose face was covered in blood, limped up to the command platform, his voice hoarse, "I'll take people to retrieve the Lord's core. With this, we can surpass the level 5 threshold. The blood of our brothers was not spilled in vain." Zhang Haoyu took a deep breath, forcibly suppressing the sorrow in his heart, and nodded. At least, this honor would give the survivors a strong shot of adrenaline. He opened the regional channel to check the status of the survivors. And when Zhang Haoyu's eyes moved downward and he saw the latest highlighted shout in the trade channel, he even felt his breath stop at that moment. Shen Ye, freshly baked Lord-level mutation core, excellent quality, only one, private message for price. Only trade for top-tier blueprints or high-level metals, iron blocks and above. Chapter 78, Attracting People Fiercely. After the monster tide receded, the eternal night wilderness was eerily quiet. The moment Shen Ye hung the great purple void crawler mutation core on the trade market, the entire regional channel felt like it had been doused with a bucket of cold water into hot oil. It exploded. It completely exploded. Private messages surged in at a terrifying rate of hundreds per second, flooding Shen Ye's message panel into a sea of crimson notifications. Boss Shen Ye. How much is the core? Our guild is willing to offer all our stock. Knight brother. Please give us a price. We can negotiate any terms. Brother Shen Ye, I'm the president of the Broken Bones Guild, let's talk privately. Shen Ye leaned against the panoramic window of the command center, bored, lazily scrolling through the message list. The vast majority were ignored. Bronze boxes, wood, stone, low-level blueprints, could these scraps even be put forward as offerings? He only paid attention to those buyers who could offer something truly valuable. Soon, from the hundreds of garbage messages, he filtered out 7 or 8 with some weight. The first one that caught his attention was a lone wolf player named Zhou Duanfeng. No guild tag. But his private message was extremely straightforward, only one line of text. Zhou Duanfeng, I have a fine-level weapon crafting blueprint, Bone Devourer blade, plus all my stock, 800 iron blocks, 200 steel ingots, 2 living steel. I'll trade for the core. Is it enough? Shen Ye raised an eyebrow. Zhou Duanfeng. He had seen this name in the wartime broadcast of the regional channel. During the monster tide, this person single-handedly defended his level 4 shelter, killing 3 elite-level monsters. Alone. A person like this was a true tough character in this world. But his biggest weakness was obvious: no faction, no manpower. It was impossible for him to hunt lord-level monsters in the wild alone to obtain a mutation core. So, he could only come to buy. The second was the female guild leader of a mid-sized guild, with the ID Sumu Wan. Her offer was even more insane. Sumu Wan, Mr. Shen Ye, our Twilight Alliance is willing to offer all the following materials: 1,500 iron blocks, 800 steel ingots, 2 excellent level armor blueprints, plus a permanent loyalty agreement for 32 technical survivors, including 2 doctors and 3 mechanical engineers. In addition, I personally can add one more condition. Any condition. The last four words stood alone, leaving much to be implied. Shen Ye's mouth curled slightly. He continued scrolling down. More offers flooded in, each more outrageous than the last. One guild offered a full 10,000 iron blocks. Someone claimed they knew the exact coordinates of an unexplored ruin and was willing to trade the information for the core, but the authenticity couldn't be verified. And there was a fool, who actually shouted openly in the channel. Willing to serve Shen Ye for free for 10 years in exchange for a core. When Shen Ye saw this message, he almost laughed out loud. 10 years? Who do you think you are? A nuclear bomb engineer before crossing over? With your weak combat skills, you'd even be in the way cleaning in my territory. He didn't rush to make a decision. Because besides the legendary core in his own hand, no one in the whole zone could currently offer any extra lord-level distorted cores. Moreover, he could actually get a Void Creeper distorted core every day, which allowed him to mass-produce level 5 shelters. And the Dark Tide countdown was getting closer, second by second. Waiting a few more days would only make the price higher. Shen Ye listed the core for trade, but it didn't sell immediately, so he turned to the second task. He opened the zone broadcast channel and sent a top-pinned broadcast for the whole zone, a weekly privilege for the top 10 rankings. Ding! Golden letters forcefully flashed on the retinas of all surviving players in the zone for a full 10 seconds, impossible to close. Shen Ye, zone broadcast. I am Shen Ye. Now, I officially open vassal applications to the entire zone. First batch quota, 10,000 people. The higher the shelter level, the priority for citizenship. There are 3 conditions. First, stepping into my territory equals accepting citizenship. You must sign the territory covenant, which is enforced by the system. Every vassal must obey territory laws. Violators will be punished according to territory law. Second, any new citizen must spend resources to buy living land in the territory, calculated by area. I don't feed useless people in my land. Third, all citizens must submit 30% of their total monthly earnings as territory tax. This includes, but is not limited to, resources, treasure chests, materials, and technology results. That's all. The moment the broadcast went out, the zone channel exploded like a nuclear bomb. 30% tax? This is even higher than the tax I paid before crossing over. Hi my ass. Before crossing, your tax bought public facilities in order. Now it buys you a life. If it's expensive, go complain to a lord monster outside. Buying land costs money too? I only have 20 steel left. Do you think houses in the apocalypse are free? Wake up, brother, house prices are in human genes, not even crossing over can escape. No, don't you think this guy is amazing enough? The only level 5 shelter in the zone, he charges whatever he wants, do you have a choice? Honestly, 30% isn't high. Think about that monster tide just now, I almost died in my level 2 broken wooden house. As long as I survive, 30%, even 50%, I accept. I'm already on the way. I saw the coordinates, takes about 12 hours from my side. Hope monsters on the road don't eat me before I get there. Wait, he said higher shelter levels have priority? So my level 2 still counts as some advantage? Brothers, first P yellow, who wakes him up? Level 2? I'm already level 4 and not sure to be in the first 10,000. Are you joking? Shen Ye swiped through 2 screens and closed the channel. Then, he quietly opened the system backpack and glanced at his current total treasure chest count. This monster tide had over 5,000 copper chests, plus 3 silver chests and 1 gold chest. Shen Ye decided not to open the silver chests for now, saving the number to open 10 each day later. Wasn't that better? At the same time, the excellent, beginner upgrade scroll, quietly lay in the backpack earning interest, 1 more scroll every day. Now the basic metal resources had been heavily consumed for upgrades. But when 10,000 people with their shelter cores and all belongings poured into the territory, just the land purchase fee would be astronomical. Plus the 30% monthly tax. Shen Ye let out a soft laugh. Back at the holographic console in the command center, Shen Ye casually brought up the regional survival statistics panel. Current survival population in this region, 9,017,832 people. Shen Ye stared at the number for 2 seconds. From the initial 20 million at the start of the crossover, to now just over 9 million. In less than a month, over 10 million people had vanished forever in this eternal night. And this was just a small-scale monster tide. The real dark tide had yet to arrive. But the more than 9 million survivors, each of them had gone through a brutal baptism during the monster tide. Treasure chests, materials, battle experience, survival skills. The weak were eliminated, the strong forged in blood and fire. The overall strength level of this world was being forcibly raised in a bloody and efficient way. Shen Ye could feel that the coming days would only get crazier. What Shen Ye didn't know was, deep in the endless darkness, a humanoid figure stood quietly in the wilderness. It simply stared at the level 5 abyss fortress from afar. For a long time. A whisper echoed out. Time, it's almost here. Chapter 79, you call this the same level? 1 to 23 end. New cycle day 1 to 24 has begun. Dark Tide Outbreak Countdown, 16 days. Compound interest has been triggered. After the monster tide retreated, the following 4 days. The entire regional channel was experiencing an unprecedented information explosion every day. The cause was the dazzling golden full region system announcements. Full region system announcement. Detected the birth of the second level 5 shelter in this region. Lord, Zheng Haoyu, Scavenger Guild. In the following days, the second and third announcements came in rapid succession like a barrage. Detected the birth of the third level 5 shelter in this region. Lord, Zhou Duanfeng. Detected the birth of the fourth level 5 shelter in this region. Lord, Su Muwen, Twilight Alliance. In just 4 days, 9 major guilds and 1 top-tier lone wolf in the entire region had drained their guild warehouses, crossing the threshold of the level 5 shelter like a chasm. And in this collective frenzy of level 5 shelters, an unexpected bizarre phenomenon directly ignited the entire regional channel. Every single level 5 shelter was completely different. The first one to be prominently exposed was Zhang Haoyu's Scavenger Guild. The distorted core they inserted into their shelter was the Split Rock Salamander Distortion Core. Of course, the reason Zhang Haoyu became the second lord to reach level 5 in the entire region was because he spent a fortune to buy the titanium alloy formula from Shen Ye. At the moment of upgrading, Zhang Haoyu's originally square steel villa didn't rise upwards like regular buildings, but instead, like a giant armored pangolin startled, it suddenly crashed into the ground with a rumbling sound, shaking the earth. 2/3 of the entire fortress was buried deep beneath the foundation, with only a squat, fat, and streamlined circular dome exposed on the surface. The dome's exterior was covered with a terrifying keratin layer half a meter thick, a mix of titanium alloy and granite. What was even more ridiculous was that it came with a petrification defense halo with an 80-meter radius. Any low-tier distorted creature entering the halo's range would have their movement speed forcibly reduced by 50%. If exposed to the halo for a long time, the creature's outer biological tissue would gradually petrify at a visible rate, eventually turning into a stiff, slow-moving living target. This was a fortress that completely abandoned agility, focusing entirely on defensive capabilities, a heavy armor shield for enduring damage. Pure expertise in taking hits. Can't hit it at all. Zhang Haoyu stood in the sturdy command room deep underground, looking at the comforting defensive data on the panel. Finally, a smile appeared on his face, the first one after the monster tide, on the face that had grown old from the exhaustion of the past days. His brother's blood had not been shed in vain. After the screenshot of the 5th level form of the Scavenger Guild's shelter was exposed in the regional channel, the channel immediately exploded. What the hell? The shelter can dig into the ground? Doesn't this mean it's an apocalyptic bunker? One that can survive bombs dropping right on top of it without even scratching the surface. The petrification aura. This thing is way too overpowered. The monsters haven't even reached the door and it's already hard? How are we supposed to play this? Wait, is this even right? Are we treating Patrick Star like this? Then, just like opening a bizarre cyberpunk car exhibition, more 5th level shelter forms were gradually exposed, each more jaw-dropping than the last. Zhou Duanfeng, the fiercest lone wolf player in the entire region, was using a core obtained from a lord-level mutated mosquito. He had emptied his entire savings but still couldn't compete with those big guilds, so he had no choice but to settle for second best and bought the Titan alloy formula from Shen Ye. In the end, no one knew what kind of luck he had, but he managed to grind down a lone lord-level mutated mosquito in the wild. Then, his shelter grew mosquito wings. That's right, wings. 2 pairs of enormous wings made of translucent, tough keratin membranes erupted from the sides of the steel fortress. The entire shelter looked like a giant mosquito lying in wait on the ground, ready to suddenly rise and suck blood. The cost was that his territory size decreased compared to the 4th level shelter, dropping from a 500-meter radius to just 150 meters. Although it couldn't fly freely like a real bird, it had great mobility and could perform short-range sonic glides. After a quick sprint and climb, it could glide hundreds of meters through the air, ignoring the terrain before landing. I can't believe my eyes. The shelter can fly? This isn't flying, it's a strategic retreat. If you can't win, just glide away. Only high-level players understand the ultimate pulling tactics. What's this? You should go check out those big shots who spent a fortune buying cores from Shen Ye. That's real freakiness. In fact, out of the 10 5th level shelters that were born in just a few days, 3 of the top forces used the Void Crawler core, bought at a high price from Shen Ye. Every day, Shen Ye sold one core like squeezing toothpaste, and these 3 guilds went all out to secure a spot, emptying their guild's treasury and even pawning their underwear. The entire region believed that Shen Ye had killed 3 different lord-level monsters in the wild. Because even though they inserted the same void crawler core, the shelter forms they displayed were all different. Su Muan's Twilight Alliance, after transforming into a 5th-level shelter, became a half-flesh, half-metal, worm fortress. The gray-purple fleshy structure merged perfectly with the steel walls, and the fortress was surrounded by a circle of extremely thick void crawler tentacles, which not only struck nearby mutated creatures but could also devour flesh to replenish the shelter's energy consumption. Another guild called Crazy Bones had a shelter with a huge, human face fleshball structure growing directly on it. It could release a large-scale mental screech around it, causing low-level monsters to go insane and kill each other on the spot. As for the 3rd guild that bought the core, the outer walls of their shelter acquired an extremely strange, partial phasing feature. It could phase into the void at the moment of impact from a giant monster, trapping the monster in the wall, then solidifying the structure to crush it in half. Although the cooldown time was extremely long and energy consumption was high, this disgusting counter-damage mechanism was enough to make people envious. Just when everyone was shocked by the different types of 5th-level shelters, another stunning screenshot was thrown out. Damn, look at that one from San Luo Court. It grew a tree. A whole giant tree. The shelter turned into a treehouse cluster hanging in the sky. Luo Chen's San Luo Court guild killed a lord-level mutated plant. His level 5 shelter transformed into a 10-meter-high biological tree, with layers of living quarters and defense crossbows embedded among the branches. Its roots stretched deep into the ground for dozens of meters, capable of extracting trace nutrients from the barren soil and automatically repairing damage to the territory. The regional channel exploded with activity. Shelter class change. This is a F******ing shelter class change. So the type of core directly determines the future development direction of the shelter? Flying type, defense type, void type, plant type, etc. So what type does God Shen Ye's belong to? Probably abyss type, I guess. No, I think it should be called You Must Be Joking type. This reply gained more than 1 million likes in just a few minutes, setting the highest record in the channel's history. At that moment, Shen Ye was leaning back in the luxurious chair of the command center, watching the regional chat channel with boredom. Shen Ye rested his chin on one hand, lightly tapping the table with his fingertips. He made a simple and crude horizontal comparison between the hidden parameters of his fortress and the screenshot data proudly displayed by the guild leaders in the channel. Then, the corners of his mouth slowly curved upward. These are not things of the same level. It seems that once a shelter reaches level 5, it gains the ability to move, just like that tree, which can also move through the slow wriggling of its roots. But the gap is still appallingly great. Total territory area? Among other level 5 shelters, the one with the largest area is Luo Chen's giant San Luo tree, estimated to be around 600 meters in diameter, which is already a remarkable asset in the entire region. Zhang Haoyu's heavily armored shelter has a ground area unchanged from level 4, only covering about 500 meters. Not to mention Zhou Zhuan's area of 150 meters. What about Shen Ye's amphibious abyss fortress? Covering an area of 1,500 meters. That's more than 2.5 times theirs. And this is just the initial area. Number of automated firepower nets? Among other level 5 shelters, the one with the most unlocked turrets is Zhang Haoyu, with 6. Most people have a pitiful 3. While Shen Ye has a total of 12 heavy main guns, each with a caliber and effective range far exceeding other level 5 shelters. Zhou Zhuan's glider hut can glide short distances but needs a long cooldown after each landing. There's a centipede-type shelter that can crawl slowly, but it moves so slowly you could describe it as a disabled snail, burning off half of the guild's stored energy for every kilometer it moves. As for Shen Ye's abyss fortress? 36 abyssal footpads, wrapped in dark absorbing scales that can passively absorb the dark energy of eternal night for 24 hours to recharge. In this sunless wasteland world, this means infinite energy. Infinite endurance. As long as he wants, the steel giant can march forward with earth-shaking steps, walking non-stop to the edge of the world's abyss, without needing to stop at a gas station. Also, the name, Amphibious Abyss Fortress, sounds like it can float on water, although there is no sea now, who knows in the future. The other 10 so-called top-level 5 shelters are at most just modified heavy tanks. What he has is an aircraft carrier that operates on land. It seems, before I reach level 6, I shouldn't worry too much about being caught up by anyone. He casually turned off the holographic projection, sinking deep into the swivel chair, raising his hand to rub his neck, which felt sore from days of constant fighting. Very faint footsteps came from the entrance of the command center. Shen Ye didn't even need to turn around to know who it was. Come to mooch food again? Chapter 80, 1 over many strong. Dark Tide Outbreak Countdown, 15 days. On the 25th day. The power structure of the entire region was completely solidified on this day. 10 level 5 shelters were like 10 nails, embedded into every corner of the 9 million survivors' survival map. Each one opened applications for vassals, each one was crazily absorbing nearby survivors, expanding its strength and territory. And Shen Ye's amphibious abyss fortress hung like a sun, quietly above all planets. One supreme, many strong. At the top of the pyramid, there was only one name. On the 4th day after Shen Ye sent the broadcast to recruit vassals across the district, he stood at the panoramic window of the command center on the highest floor of the fortress, looking down. Everything in sight made him squint his eyes in satisfaction. Dozens of huge tentacles acted like elevators, moving up and down, carrying people from the ground. On the ground outside the territory, a winding line of people stretched for several kilometers, moving slowly forward. The torchlight formed a chain of orange-red light, like a coiled fire snake, extending from the end of sight to the checkpoint at the territory entrance in the eternal night. These were survivors waiting to join. Some were solo travelers in pairs or trios, carrying simple backpacks, holding a candle, walking through the dark for more than 10 hours to reach here. Some were small guilds migrating together, the line stretching hundreds of meters, tied together with hemp ropes to avoid getting lost, looking like a long human train from afar. There were even several strong level 4 shelter lords, with their elite core teams, pushing simple carts full of supplies, wheels creaking heavily on the wild muddy ground. And when these long-traveled, exhausted survivors looked up at it for the first time, everyone was silent. A silence so shocking the brain seemed to shut down. A huge steel fortress, held 10 meters off the ground by 36 abyss tentacles, stood before them like an ancient beast. This is a shelter? At the front of the line, a man in his 30s carrying a homemade iron shield stopped, looking up at it, almost dropping the torch in his hand. Behind him, a small young woman's Adam's apple moved, her voice trembling. I thought a level 5 shelter was just a big house. No, did you just get online? A veteran with a wooden spear laughed bitterly. Sis, didn't you watch the channel? This is alive. Look at those legs. It can walk. Long silence. Then a very faint voice came from the crowd in line. Fuck, what were we afraid of before? This thing, forget the monster tides, even if the sky falls, it will hold it for you. 20 entrance checkpoints were set at different directions of the territory. Looking at those dark cannon mouths, no one dared to act rashly. On the side, Wang Defa was in charge. Next. Shelter level, number of people, total supplies, report everything. Make it clear. Wang Defa shouted in a loud voice, holding a notebook to record. The survivors in front of him lined up, their eyes showing relief after surviving disasters, worry about the future, and deep shock after seeing the fortress. Report. My name is Chen Ye, level 3 shelter, just me. At the front was a young man in his early 20s, thin as a bamboo pole, his voice trembling. Supplies: iron blocks 57, wood 620, stone just over 400, a few hand-forged iron spears, blueprints. Wang Defa didn't lift his head, scribbling a few marks on the iron sheet. You know the land fee, right? With your assets, buy a 20 square meter basic plot in the central city. Have a nest first, expand later. Have you read the Territory Alliance terms? Read it. Then click accept. Joined our territory. Pay 30% of taxes on time every day. The young man's fingers pressed heavily on the survivor panel. He raised his head, with a trace of anxiety and hope, and asked, may I ask Shen Ye, Lord Shen himself, does he usually live inside here? Of course. Wang De finally lifted his head, his face full of pride as if he shared in the honor. Brother Yi lives on the topmost floor. The highest one you look up at is the Lord Tower. The young man instinctively looked up, gazing at the top floor hidden in the dark green glow, dozens of meters above. Really, he murmured, then clenched his fists, as if he had finally found a lifeline to hold in this cannibal world. Go in, Zone 2, 300 meters to the right. Wang De gestured, next. In one day, more than 3,000 survivors passed the citizenship review. The most eye-catching were the 7 lords of the 4th level shelters. Each brought their elite core team and all their belongings, marching grandly into the territory. These people were all ruthless survivors of monster waves, each carrying scars and killing intent. But the moment they stepped into the territory, seeing the already running mature infrastructure, their eyes nearly popped out. 30 blast furnaces. Yes, 30. Before the monster wave, Shen Ye only had 6. But with the influx of the first vassals, many survivors with smelting experience were assigned to the production area. Plus the land purchase fees collected. The explosive growth of manpower and materials made the number of blast furnaces soar from 6 to 30 in just 4 days. More importantly, all the furnaces, because of the shelter's special property, all basic buildings in territory get distortion core boost, level +2 automatically, could now produce Titan alloy. This was a halo effect. 30 furnaces spit dark red flames 24 hours a day without rest, the hammering ringing from day to night, and from night to day. Though in the Eternal Night world day and night were indistinguishable, people in the territory voluntarily worked in shifts according to the clock. Iron ingots, steel ingots, living steel poured out from the furnace mouths like flowing water, carried by teams onto carts, sent to various construction sites. In the southeast corner of the territory, Li Jianguo squatted in a 200 square meter shadow vine planting area. Good child grown so big. This agronomy graduate before the crossing had found his destiny in this Eternal Night world. The shadow vines and spying flowers he planted had more than doubled their yield. The shadow vine coverage spread from the outer defensive line to both sides of the city wall, forming a living plant wall hundreds of meters long. He even bred 3 new varieties of spying flowers, one of which emitted faint light in extreme darkness, named Night Lamp Flower. Engineerly. Are the new batch of spying flower seeds ready? Brother Yi said to expand radar coverage in the north. A young assistant ran over shouting. Li Jianguo waved without looking back, mumbling indistinctly, "Why rush? Plants aren't machines, you can't speed them up. Go back and tell Brother Yi, at the latest tomorrow, no, the day after tomorrow. The day after tomorrow we'll have 20 mature plants of the new varieties ready." Meanwhile, in the northwest corner of the territory, another area was bustling with construction. It was a new weapon workshop. 3 engineers who had worked in machinery manufacturing before crossing were recruited by Shen Ye. They led apprentices, following the box drawings, mass-producing various gadgets on an assembly line. In the corner, there was a new crossbow being assembled, supposedly designed by a physics PhD from before the crossing over, who claimed it could increase the initial speed of the bolts by another 30%. Shen Ye also set up a resource exchange center, where basic materials other than tax could be exchanged for various daily necessities. On the 5th day of naturalization, the total number of residents exceeded 8,000. The atmosphere in the territory had transformed from initial anxiety to a subtle sense of security. Every day, new faces appeared. Some were lone wolves, some were small teams, and occasionally, remnants of a small guild could be seen. Everyone's reaction upon entering was about the same: brain overload dash grinning widely dash pumped up. Those first 20 people recruited by Shen Ye had begun to enjoy the dividends of first come, first served. They were on the closest plots to the main fortress, and the land price had skyrocketed. Under the unified planning of the territory, these various shelters were arranged in an orderly manner, forming several residential areas. Deep into the night. In the living room on the first floor of the fortress, the fireplace cast warm orange light against the stone floor. Shen Ye sat in front of the fireplace, his right hand flipping through the system backpack interface on the holographic panel, while his left hand held a bowl of steaming soup. Tonight's menu was steamed leviathan brain marrow with glow mushroom soup, and he had cooked a large pot for himself. In these peaceful days, profits had exploded dramatically. The tax paid daily by the vassals, the stable output from the 30 furnaces in the territory, the explosive growth of shadow vines and spying flowers, and the accumulation of treasure chests. All of these contributed to daily calculations, where profits compounded once again. Shen Ye opened his backpack and took a glance at the current core material reserves. Iron blocks, 12,847. Steel ingots, 4,233. Living steel, 487. Titan alloy, 89. Wood, the quantity was so large that he was too lazy to count, 6 figures. And what really made his lips curl into a wild smile was that thing. Beginner Upgrade Scroll. Chapter 81, The Monster Grows a Brain. Since the first exquisite beginner upgrade scroll was drawn, Shen Ye had not used it. Every night at midnight during the settlement, this scroll acted like a hen laying golden eggs, splitting into a new one without fail at the scheduled time in the system backpack. Now, looking at the 6 exquisite scrolls quietly lying in his backpack, glowing with brilliant purple light, a hugely arrogant grin spread across Shen Ye's face. 6 scrolls. 6 unconditional leap upgrade scrolls of exquisite quality. In the eyes of any guild leader outside, the value of this item was enough for them to trade everything they had in the guild. Yet Shen Ye had hoarded them like eggs for 6 whole days, unwilling to use even one. Not that he didn't want to use it. But he was waiting for the most opportune moment. It's time for something big. Shen Ye stood before the holographic operation console in the command center, his mind focused, extracting 3 scrolls directly from his backpack. The other 3 remained to keep laying eggs. 3 purple scrolls floated above his palm, slowly rotating. The tiny runes densely covered on the surface of the scrolls wriggled like living things, releasing a power that thickened the very air. Shen Ye's gaze passed over the 3 core facility panels of the fortress, ultimately locking onto the target. Upgrade the biological radar, main control hub, and dark scale shell, all forcibly raised by 1 level. Buzz. 3 dazzling purple lights exploded simultaneously from his palm, transforming into 3 torrents of overwhelming power, like lightning infused with tangible will, rapidly spreading down across the command center's floor. The purple light patterns seeped into the metal structure beneath them at a visible speed, like blood flowing into the veins of a sleeping giant beast. And then, the entire fortress trembled. Ding! consumed 3 basic upgrade scrolls. The first purple light rushed into the deepest biological radar core array of the fortress. The countless gazing flowers on the outskirts of the territory suddenly spasmed violently, as though struck by electricity. The once palm-sized buds rapidly expanded to the size of a basin, with each wet eyeball spinning wildly for several rounds before suddenly falling silent, its pupil color changing from a murky dark red to a deep indigo, as if their field of vision had been forcibly extended to a deeper dimension. The excellent level facility biological radar has bypassed material requirements and forcibly upgraded to superb level abyss radar. Effect: it can not only scan heat signals but also directly see through camouflage, capturing the target's soul wavelength and distortion pollution index. The coverage radius has expanded to 3,000 meters. The holographic projection in the command center instantly transformed. The rough flat map, which could only display red dots, became a clear 3-dimensional depth scan hologram. Each biological signal was no longer a simple red dot but was automatically marked with a halo of varying colors. The higher the pollution concentration, the darker and denser the halo. Even the shape of the signals changed. Human signals appeared as neat circles, while the signals of distorted bodies were irregular angular shapes. The higher the tier, the sharper the angles, like sea urchins covered in spines. The second purple light surged into the fortress's nerve center. Shen Ye could clearly feel that the bandwidth of the mental connection between him and the fortress suddenly skyrocketed several times. The once narrow information passage was instantly expanded into an 8-lane highway. He closed his eyes, and with a slight sweep of his mind, the real-time status of the 12 turrets, ammunition reserves, blind spots and firing range, all data flowed smoothly into his mind like water, without a second's delay. What pleased him even more was the newly added function description. The excellent level facility main control hub upgraded to superb level neuronal hub. Effect: the fortress's fire control system's response speed is increased by 300%, and it can simultaneously lock onto and calculate the trajectories of thousands of targets. It can plan the fortress's movement path and enable autopilot. Autopilot. That is to say, in the future, when the fortress moves, he wouldn't have to control it personally. With a single thought, the fortress could avoid obstacles and traverse terrain, allowing him to focus on other tasks. Shen Ye raised an eyebrow, satisfied. The third purple light struck the fortress's outer wall. Creak. A harsh metallic screech came from the fortress's shell, sounding as though the entire building was crying out in pain. Outside the panoramic glass of the command center, Shen Ye saw the chilling sight with his own eyes. Every pitch black, ink-like siphon dark scales on the fortress's outer wall stood up at once. They were like hedgehog spines startled into action, surging, overlapping, and reassembling on the outer wall. Each newly formed heavy scale was covered in a dark golden reflective pattern on the outer layer, while the inner layer was made of dense living steel buffer material. The excellent level facility siphon dark scales upgraded to superb level siphon dark anti-armor heavy scales. Effect: armor thickness is doubled. When receiving physical/kinetic attacks, there is a 20% chance to convert the attack's kinetic energy into shock force and reflect it back to the attacker. Passive siphon charging efficiency increased by 50%. As the last scale slowly lowered and refitted back into the outer wall, the entire amphibious abyss fortress let out a deep rumbling sound of satisfaction. It was as if a once ferocious abyssal beast, already at the peak of its brutality, had been forced into wearing a heavy armor studded with sharp spines. Even a sneeze could hurt someone. Shen Ye clenched his fist, feeling the renewed surge of power from the mental connection, energized and ready to go. A curve lifted at the corner of his mouth. Comfortable now. He casually swiped on the console, and the brand new Abyss radar interface spread across the projection. Coverage range of 3,000 meters. Soul wave detection. Distortion pollution perspective. Everything within 3 kilometers of this fortress was now transparent to him. Even if a rat farted 500 meters away, he could see with his mind whether the heat drifted left or right. What he had to do next was simple: maintain exponential growth, letting the snowball of population and resources grow. When the dark tide came, this fortress would be the ark for all survivors in the area, of course, only for those who could pay the fare. Then he leaned back in his chair and opened the regional chat channel. In the next second, the screen flooded with crimson help and SOS, like a pot of boiling blood, hitting him in the face. Help! Someone save us! There's a woman outside. She looks exactly like Xiaozhou, who died in our team 3 days ago. Her voice is the same. She's crying. She's shouting to open the door, but Xiaozhou is already dead. Don't open the door. Do not open the door. That's not human. I saw Oldly put his wife into the shelter. She held Oldly crying for a long time. Then that woman's back suddenly split open, and what came out? I swear I never want to recall it in my life. The monsters are thinking. They can cooperate in tactics. What the hell was happening? Shen Ye frowned slightly. His fingers lightly tapped the console, switching the channel's message flow from real-time refresh to sorted by urgency. Then, a notification appeared. Level 5 shelter Mad Bone Fortress in this area has been destroyed. Shen Ye was shocked, he had only missed a day of checking the regional channel, not a year. What kind of madness was this? Mad Bone Fortress. It was one of the 3 level 5 shelters where he had installed the cores of the void crawlers he sold. The giant human face flesh sphere on top could release mental screams over a wide area, making low-level intruding monsters go mad and kill each other on the spot. And it had been silently wiped out completely? Shen Ye continued reading the messages. Mad Bone Fortress has mental screams. Low-level monsters nearby go mad and kill each other. How could it be breached from outside? It wasn't breached from outside, replied a survivor who escaped by luck. It was the vice president. The vice president brought a team to collect supplies from outside. Everyone happily opened the inner city gates. The vice president even joked with the guards at the door. But that vice president is not human. When he entered the inner city central hall, from his spine to the back of his head, his whole body looked like a jacket ripped open. Countless jointed long arms crawled out from his shell one after another. I survived only because I happened to be in the outermost toilet taking a shit. In the command center. Shen Ye stared at the crimson flood of messages, scanning from top to bottom without blinking. He showed no panic on his face. They are thinking now? Using tactics? Knowing feints and deception? Very good. I was worried those brainless low-level trash would eat my intelligence. He turned, facing the fully upgraded Abyss radar holographic projection. On the screen, 3 signal sources at the fortress entrance slowly moved toward the territory gate. With the old version of the normal creature radar, these 3 signals would appear as neat green dots, standard human-friendly signals, no different from the other 8,000 survivors in the territory. But on the upgraded Abyss radar? All disguises, exposed. 3 thick, almost solid deep red heavy pollution signals. Like 3 poisonous pills wrapped in sugar coating, they were slowly but surely heading towards the gates of his territory. As they walked, they deliberately simulated the staggered gait that humans adopt when exhausted or afraid. One of the signals even feigned a limp, pretending to be injured. They could disguise themselves. They could act. Interesting, Shen Ye muttered softly. His fingertip gently slid across the control panel, pulling up detailed scan data of the 3 signals, enlarging them in a holographic display. 3. All at the Lord level. They really think highly of him. The corner of Shen Ye's mouth lifted, his smile growing wider. He tilted his head. Shen Ye had already appeared by his side at some point, her crimson-hued, otherworldly eyes fixed intently on the 3 thick red signals on the holographic display, her pupils almost igniting with flames. Her nose twitched ever so slightly. As if, through the holographic display, she could smell them. Shen Ye raised his hand and lightly tapped the control panel twice. Old Wang. On the internal communication channel, Wang Defa's voice immediately shot through, trembling with obvious nervousness. Yi Ge. You saw what happened on the regional channel, right? The whole area is being messed with by those shape-shifting monsters. No one outside trusts anyone anymore. Several squads waiting for citizenship have drawn their knives and started fighting each other. Shut up. Listen carefully. Shen Ye's voice was soft, but on the other end, Wang Defa instantly fell silent, not even a breath could be heard. 3 people are walking towards the entrance. Pull back all the guards at the front checkpoints. Close the gate. There was complete silence on the other end for 2 full seconds. Yi Ge, what are you? The delivery's here. Shen Ye interrupted him, his lips curling into an extremely dangerous smile. We can't let the turrets ruin the food, can we? He turned off the communication and looked towards Cheng He. Let's go. Come with me to open the door. Cheng He's crimson eyes narrowed slightly, the corners of her mouth curving into a faint, almost imperceptible smile. She extended her hand and grabbed the heavy iron axe from the edge of the control panel. All right. Chapter 82, you think you can fool me with sugar? The gates of the territory were sealed within 30 seconds. By the time Shen Ye jumped down from the command center, Wang Defa had already led the patrol team back to the inner defense line. Over 8,000 vassal survivors had no idea what was going on. All they saw was that all the checkpoints suddenly shut down, the patrol team retreated, and the territorial broadcast only said one thing. Everyone back to your rooms, lock the doors, don't come out. No one dared to ask another word. Shen Ye's iron armor was not revealed. He wore a casually thrown-on black coat, his hands in his pockets, walking slowly down the main road of the territory towards the gate. Cheng He followed half a step behind him on his right. 3 Lord level. Shen Ye spoke without turning his head. The frenzied bone fortress was taken down by things like this. They disguise themselves as humans and sneak in, then blow everything up from the inside. Isn't this a fake person? The 2 of them walked at a leisurely pace, arriving 20 meters behind the main gate. Shen Ye stopped. 12 turrets had already locked onto the direction outside the gate, but Shen Ye did not give the command to fire. His mental awareness sank into the abyss radar, pulling the data of the 3 signals outside the gate closer and enlarging them again. 3 thick, almost black, deep red pollution signals. One of them was still trembling, pretending to be deeply shaken after experiencing a terrifying attack. Another was desperately supporting the limp companion beside them, their righteous posture laced with a trace of hopelessness. The acting was too good. If this were the movie industry before his transmigration, they'd surely win an Oscar for Best Ensemble Cast. Shen Ye stretched his neck, the joints popping as he walked straight up to the heavy alloy gate. Opened the door. The heavy alloy gate slowly slid open a 2-meter-wide gap under the push of hydraulic devices. The bone-chilling cold wind of the eternal night instantly poured in. 3 people stood outside the door. 1 man and 2 women. The man seemed to be in his early 30s, wearing a tattered leather armor, his face covered in dried bloodstains, his expression one of a typical survivor's panic, even the bloodshot veins in his eyes were shockingly real. The woman on the left looked about 25 or 26, with short hair, her left arm wrapped in a dirty bandage soaked with fresh blood. She was weakly leaning on the man, her steps unsteady, as though she would faint the next moment. The woman on the right, slightly shorter, carried a bulging survival backpack. Both her hands tightly gripped the straps, her knuckles turning white from the force, her whole body trembling, curled up in the cold wind. The moment the door opened, the 3 of them simultaneously showed an expression of having been saved. Please help us. The man in front suddenly dropped to his knees with a thud, his voice breaking with a desperate sob. We came from the east, our shelter was breached. We ran for 3 days and nights, dozens of brothers died. Please, take us in. Yes. There are monsters everywhere outside, we really can't survive anymore. The woman with the backpack also cried out, her tears falling like rain, her voice trembling perfectly. We still have many supplies, iron blocks, steel ingots, we have them all. As long as you let us in, we'll agree to anything you ask. The short-haired woman said nothing, only leaning weakly on the man's shoulder, occasionally choking back a sob. Shen Ye kept his hands in his pockets and stepped outside. The 3 survivors' eyes almost simultaneously turned toward him, filled with a mixture of 3 parts hope, 3 parts anxiety, and 4 parts deep gratitude. Shen Ye observed them for a few seconds. Then, he slightly furrowed his brows. Something's wrong. Inside his body, the evolved LV-4 greedy flesh was writhing violently in an unprecedentedly frenzied manner. Shen Ye lowered his head and glanced at his left hand. The dark purple flesh patterns beneath his skin were now uncontrollably visible, surging violently through his veins at a maddening frequency. Shen Ye looked back at the 3 of them. Then he activated the perception of greedy flesh and delved deeper. He smelled it. Deep within these 3 perfect bodies, there was a faint yet undeniable trace of energy, an aura that was completely identical to the sequence of his greedy flesh. Shen Ye's mind raced quickly. These 3 Lord-level mutants could mimic human form so precisely, far beyond any intelligence of the monsters he had encountered before. They could imitate human emotions, body temperature, and even calibrate their breathing rate to normal levels. This level of intelligence could not have been naturally evolved from lower-level mutants. Do they also have greedy flesh inside them? Or did some kind of fragment from the same source of contamination grant them intelligence far surpassing their level? Then why do the bipedal beauties act like brainless bulls, charging blindly, while these 3 can form a group and act? What is it that gave them brains? Shen Ye slowly exhaled a warm cloud of white air. He didn't draw his knife, nor did he summon his armor. He simply slowly withdrew his left hand from his coat pocket, then opened his 5 fingers toward the air. Enough, stop pretending. Shen Ye's voice was flat, as calm as a stagnant pool of water. Do you think that by offering candy you can trick me? Unfortunately, I saw through it the moment you stepped in. You are not human. The 3 survivors, still crying and begging, simultaneously froze with an eerie stiffness. The act continued. The man forced an expression of confusion. B-boss? What? We are really just ordinary survivors. The man didn't finish his sentence. Boom! Shen Ye's mind moved. Under his left arm, the LV-4 greedy flesh of blood suddenly erupted in a silent tremor of earthquake. An invisible, pure wave of pressure, like a heavy hammer, spread out from the center of Shen Ye's left arm, roaring outward like a tangible tsunami. Get out! Shen Ye immediately launched an absolute violent, one-sided siphon attack at the low-level greedy flesh of blood hidden within these 3 disguised bodies. The woman with the backpack on the right collapsed instantly. Her movement first froze for a moment, then her entire body began to tremble in a terribly unnatural way. Something inside her was trying to break free from her control, wanting to escape. Ugh! The woman with the backpack bent down, letting out a sound of suppressed gagging. A fist-sized bulge suddenly swelled up on her back. Then the second and third ones. The short-haired woman couldn't hold on either. She broke free from the man's support, her hands tightly clutching her neck, making choking sounds of gurgle, gurgle. The man's face still held a look of panic, but his eyes had already started rolling uncontrollably upward. Put! The chest of the woman with the backpack suddenly caved in. Her skin turned ashen and withered at a visible speed, and though her human form was still barely maintained, she had already become a hollow shell. 2 seconds later, her entire body, like burnt paper ash, gently scattered on the ground, crumbling into dust as it was blown by the cold wind of eternal night. The fate of the other two was exactly the same. No battle. No bloodshed. But Shen Ye furrowed his brows. However, no core fell out. Shen Ye, standing behind him, stepped forward, looking down at the 3 piles of grey dust being blown away by the cold wind. Empty? Shen Ye's eyes flashed with a hint of realization, they're all empty shells. These 3 guys didn't have cores to begin with. He now understood, more or less. These disguised monsters that had stirred up a bloody storm in the world channel weren't independent evolved lifeforms at all. Normal lords have a distortion core, which is the source of their power. But these 3 were more like puppets of some sort. There was an invisible hand from the outside, using the sequence abilities of the ancient rulers like a spring, stuffing them into these low-level shells, giving them intelligence beyond the ordinary, and then sending them out on missions. Since they were pawns, they naturally didn't have cores, because they were born to be consumables. Pawns controlled by someone. Shen Ye murmured. Who's playing chess? Shen Ye didn't know. At the same time, a prompt appeared in the corner of the system panel. Greedy Flesh LV4 absorbed 3 low-level sequence fragments of the same origin. Current evolution progress, 22% 35%. Shen Ye's breath slightly paused. There was no increase in physical strength, nor a boost in mental power. But this evolution bar, which was previously as hard to push as scaling the heavens, had actually surged by a full 13 percentage points. He began to re-evaluate the terrifying return on investment of this matter. You have to know, when he ate that voidworm raw before, swallowing a large chunk of high-level flesh, the evolution bar had only moved a pitiful 22%. Yet now, with just a simple raise of his hand, these 3 empty shell pawns, who didn't even have cores, had pushed the bar by 13% in one go? There was only one reason. Things of the same origin had a far higher absorption efficiency than things from a different source. It was like how the human body rejects foreign organ transplants, but organ acceptance rates are almost 100% for identical twins. When the greedy flesh of blood devours fragments of the same origin, it absorbs them perfectly with almost zero loss. Shen Ye's brain immediately began to calculate. If there are more pawns like this out there, carrying fragments of the same origin, wouldn't that mean he could treat them as delivery packages of experience, rapidly grinding his evolution bar in bulk? Shen Ye smiled deeply. Since someone has gone through so much trouble to send pawns to me, I'll show some mercy and let the fishing line out a little longer. I want to see just what's at the other end of this line. Chapter 83, Taking Orders. The spread of the false human crisis was quick. Faster than anyone expected. Less than 12 hours had passed since the news of the destruction of the Mad Bone Fortress spread, and 7 cases of doppelganger infiltration had already broken out one after another in the regional channel. Moreover, these doppelgangers were not acting alone. They were accompanied by large-scale hordes of mutated monsters. No, listen to me. These monsters are organized. The doppelgangers first sneak into shelters to sabotage, and the mutated army outside attacks the city at the same time. Coordinated inside and outside. Who the hell can tell me, since when do monsters cooperate? Aren't they a bunch of idiots who only rush with brute force? Brothers, it's over. Our guild just opened the door to let people in, checked wounds, verified the passwords, but out of 12 people, 3 were fake. The brother replaced by a doppelganger just tore his face open from the middle. Dude, then how are you still alive? The message stopped abruptly. The sender's avatar turned gray, it looked like he was gone in an instant. The channel went silent for 2 seconds, then exploded into even crazier panic. Crazy. Totally crazy. Don't trust anyone. Even if your own mother is in front of you, don't open the door. But if we don't open the door, what about those survivors rushing to join us? We can't leave everyone outside to die, right? Then think carefully before opening it. Think carefully before opening it. When your grave's grass grows 2 meters high, I'll spit on it. Shen Ye sat in front of the panoramic window of the command center, holding a bowl of steaming brain broth in his left hand, slowly scrolling through the regional channel with his right. He read each of those bloody and desperate cries for help, his face showing no emotion at all from beginning to end. Instead, the greedy flesh inside him twitched slightly with extreme pleasure, like a lazy abyssal python sunning itself. Homologous fragments. Those 3 empty doppelganger shells he drained from the territory gate had given him 13% of the evolution bar. If there were more of these outside. Shen Ye's lips curved slightly. Because he saw that his private message panel had completely exploded. The unread message count in the bottom right corner was already 999 plus. Su Muan, Twilight Alliance, Mr. Shen Ye, our detection methods cannot accurately identify doppelgangers. I don't want to become the second Mad Bone Fortress. Do you have a method to identify them? Price is negotiable. Zhou Duanfeng, Brother Yi, a doppelganger used its ultimate skill in front of me. I cut it down, but it disgusted me. Brother Yi, do you have more efficient ways to identify and hunt them? Lu Chen, Sun Luo Court, Shen Ye, quota price. We need your support immediately. One after another. But Shen Ye did not reply to a single one. He kept scrolling down. More private messages poured in, some from medium guild leaders, some from independent survivor alliances seeking safety together, even a few from small factions he had never heard of. Shen Ye put down the bowl of soup and opened the regional broadcast. The weekly top 10 full region sticky privilege had just refreshed. Shen Ye's finger tapped. Ding. Golden text forcibly appeared on the retinas of all surviving players across the region. Shen Ye, regional broadcast. From today, this territory opens full region doppelganger hunting orders. Price, 1,000 iron blocks, or 500 steel ingots, or equivalent high-level rare materials. No credit, settled in one visit. Includes doppelganger identification and security check services for all shelter personnel. The moment the broadcast went out, the regional channel's information flow skyrocketed. WTF? On-site hunting doppelgangers? He has this ability? 1,000 iron blocks? Why don't you go steal it? That's more than my total output in half a month. Wait, how does he identify doppelgangers? How can he tell? If you think it's expensive, don't buy it. Have guts? Go play werewolf with doppelgangers yourselves. Brother Yi is awesome. Brother Yi, look at me, I've already gathered 500 steel ingots, coordinates, 114, minus 890, come quickly to save me. Shen Ye turned off the channel. He turned around, only then realizing that Xing He, at some unknown moment, had silently, like a ghost, sat on the edge of the control console. Today she wore a shirt, its hem just covering the top of her thighs. Her two long, blindingly white, slim and even legs lazily crossed, dangling half a foot above the ground, gently swaying. You going out? She asked. Yes. Running the whole map alone, going to harvest a wave of leaks. Shen Ye glanced at her, sharply catching the agitation in her eyes. Then Shen Ye turned back, entering the coordinates of the first client who had paid extremely quickly into the main console from the private message. Sumu 1. Neuron Central Autodrive Mode, activated. Target coordinates locked. Estimated travel time, 4 hours 17 minutes. Beneath his feet, the entire amphibious abyss fortress emitted a low, extreme roar. 36 abyssal legs slightly bent at the same time, then. Boom! The ground shook. But what made hair stand on end was that more than 8,000 vassals in the territory only felt a barely noticeable sway, not even spilling a drop from the cups on their tables. The ultimate shock absorption from the top-tier main control center, terrifying beyond belief. 36 abyssal legs landed alternately, each step leaving a huge pit 3 meters deep in the wilderness. Rocks and soil were thrown into the air, then fell like a violent rain. The fortress's black shell, covered in dark reflective heavy scales, reflected a chilling light in the green glow of the ghostly fungi, like an abyssal beast awakening from ancient slumber, finally leaving its lair. Wang Defa clutched the railing, feeling the wind coming from all directions, his face flattened by the gusts. Brother Yi is going to war? Scavenger Guild. Zhang Haoyu sat in his half-buried underground shelter fortress, staring at the full area broadcast projected before him. Golden letters lingered before his eyes for a full 10 seconds. 100 iron blocks or 500 steel ingots. Handled in one visit. Zhang Haoyu stared at these words, expression calm like a sculpture. Beside him, the vice captain rubbed his hands. President, should we also place an order? Brothers now even go to the bathroom in groups of 3 watching each other, almost having blood tests. No need. Zhang Haoyu's voice was light. It wasn't that he didn't want to buy safety, but to build another multi-track compressed armor-piercing cannon strong enough to kill a lord. The Scavenger Guild's wealth was almost gone. The destruction of the Wild Bone Fortress was not because the puppets were too strong, but because their identification system was too weak. His gaze was calm and firm. Puppets imitate appearance, voice, and some memories. But there is one thing they cannot imitate. What? Habits. Zhang Haoyu twirled the short spear in his palm, everyone's micro-expressions when extremely tense, the usual way they hold a knife, whether they step first with the left or right foot. These things carved into muscle memory cannot be copied by puppets in a short time. The vice captain was stunned. From now on, fully lock the inner city. Zhang Haoyu spoke slowly, but every word carried ruthless decision. All people returning from outside, regardless of rank, must undergo 24 hours of high-pressure behavior observation in the isolation zone. I will personally lead the review. Better to kill by mistake than let any escape. Zhang Haoyu clenched the broken spear, eyes turning to the endless darkness outside the shelter. Also, immediately form a 30-person elite anti-hunting team. Even without Shen Ye's abnormal abilities, we won't waste money buying life. Chapter 84, Abyss Fortress sets out, all things retreat. Boom, rumble. That was the sound of 36 giant abyssal legs landing alternately. This massive, suffocating amphibious abyss fortress, at this moment, is advancing at full speed in the darkness with an arrogance that ignores the terrain and crushes everything. Where it passes, everything truly retreats. Within 2,000 meters around the fortress, lower-level mutants don't even have the courage to look up. That terrifying pressure, belonging to the top of the food chain, combined with the high-level radiation from the abyss fortress itself, makes those usually bloodthirsty and crazy mutant monsters now, like mice seeing a cat, scream mournfully and flee into the deepest darkness, rolling and crawling. Some that ran slowly were directly stomped into meat paste by the abyss mollusk. With a splat, even the screams were spared. 4 hours later. Target coordinates have been reached. Outside Su Muwen's Twilight Alliance territory. This is a worm fortress made of metal mixed with grey purple flesh structures, originally already a huge object in a level 5 shelter. But now, standing on the top of the fortress, guild leader Su Muwen, with a group of guild executives, stared blankly upwards. Their necks were almost broken from looking up. The night sky above, already not very bright, was completely blocked by an even larger shadow. It was a steel floating island suspended on dozens of giant pillars. 12 heavy main cannons, with dark, hollow barrels, loomed over them, as if one bad mood could turn their proud fortress into rubble with a volley. This is Brother Shen Ye's shelter, one vice president next to Su Muwen swallowed hard, his legs trembling uncontrollably. Oh my god, this is just ridiculous. No wonder he dares to take orders for the whole map. Su Muwen stared at the black fortress, her beautiful eyes flashing an undeniable tremble and awe. Shoo! A mollusk descended to the ground like an elevator. Shen Ye, wearing a black coat, hands in pockets, lazily stepped down along the tentacle. Mr. Shen Ye! Su Muwen took a deep breath and immediately approached. Today, she had clearly dressed carefully, wearing a very tight dark red combat suit, the zipper stopping at a deep, tempting spot, outlining her proud in full curves perfectly, with a faint fragrance drifting in the cold wind as she moved. No need for pleasantries. Shen Ye's eyes swept the large number of survivors gathered inside the fortress. Call all your people out, line them up. To other survivors, identifying false humans is a task that requires peeling layers, using brains, and sometimes paying with blood. But to Shen Ye, who possessed Abyss Radar and LV4, greedy flesh, it was as simple and crude as picking sweet potatoes among white radishes. Thousands of people lined up trembling. Shen Ye didn't even step closer. He just stood in place, the dark purple flesh bud under his left arm flashing suddenly. The same source perception instantly locked onto 4 targets in the crowd. 3rd row, 7th from left. 5th row, far right. 8th row. Shen Ye pointed to 4 people calmly. And the one at the back pretending to be crippled. The 4 people's faces changed drastically. 2 even tried to argue. On what basis do you say I am? It's not fair. Boom. Shen Ye didn't give them a chance to act. He raised his left hand in the air, the absolute level suppression of greedy flesh instantly exploding. The 4 false humans' pupils shrank suddenly, and they terrifiedly realized that the power they depended on to survive had, as if facing an unyielding king, betrayed them in an instant, frantically drawn out through the void. PFF. 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 The 4 didn't even scream, their chests collapsed with a crash, and their flesh shells instantly withered and shriveled. Turned into 4 piles of powder drifting with the wind. The whole Twilight Alliance was silent as a grave. Everyone looked at Shen Ye like they were staring at an indescribable monster. What? Just like that? The pseudo-human crisis that their guild had been worried about for days was killed by him in less than a minute from a distance? Done. Shen Ye clapped his hands, turned to Su Muwen, 4 of them. By the rules, time to settle accounts. I'll take all the iron and steel you have. The admiration in Su Muwen's eyes nearly overflowed. In this cannibal apocalypse, such absolute strength, crushing and undeniable, had a deadly, intoxicating appeal to her. She couldn't help stepping forward, body leaning slightly, the proud curve almost brushing Shen Ye's arm, a faint fragrance drifting straight into her nose. Mr. Shen Ye, I've already prepared the supplies. But since you came all this way, why not come inside for a cup of hot tea? Su Muwen blinked, lightly tugging at the corner of Shen Ye's coat. Shen Ye glanced down at the hand, thinking, seduce me? Okay, but that's an extra 1,000 steel ingots, right? Shen Ye hadn't finished thinking. Who? A heavy black iron axe, like a black lightning, barely past Su Muwen's high nose. Bang! The heavy iron axe slammed into the extremely hard fortress metal floor at Su Muwen's feet. The charm on Su Muwen's face instantly stiffened, cold sweat soaking her back. Sorry, slipped. A clear, cold, yet menacing voice sounded from behind Shen Ye. Shen Ye's heterochromatic eyes fixed on Su Muwen, she reached behind her and expressionlessly drew out another identical black axe. As if saying, one more word, and the next axe will hit your head. Su Muwen froze, not daring to breathe. Enough, don't scare the client. What if no one pays? Shen Ye reached to press Shen Ye's head, rubbing it casually. Miraculously, the cruel red in Shen Ye's eyes ebbed like the tide, she snorted and stepped behind Shen Ye. Shen Ye efficiently swept all the huge supplies Su Muwen handed over into his system backpack, then found a small gift inside. Shaking his head helplessly, Shen Ye continued. In the next 12 hours. Shen Ye's Abyss Fortress became an unstoppable harvesting machine, rampaging across the region's territory. Killed Mimic Hunter, Pseudo-Human, X2. Greedy Flesh LV4 absorbed same source fragments, evolution progress plus 6%. Within a day, Shen Ye ran to 5 more guilds, casually killing 6 pseudo-humans trying to cause trouble. And when he killed the 6th pseudo-human, an unexpected surprise appeared. In that ash-like powder, unlike before, something did not completely vanish. Instead, with a ding, a nail-sized crystal fell, radiating a deep purple-black light. Shen Ye's eyes sharpened, he stepped forward in 2 strides and picked it up. Obtained, Abyss Origin Crystal Fragment X1. Quality, Epic. Description, a crystal fragment containing extremely pure origin energy, from the incomplete reflection of an ancient abyss. 10 fragments can form a complete Abyss Origin crystal. Epic material? Shen Ye's heart skipped a beat. A flash of lightning seemed to strike his mind, he seemed to realize something crucial, immediately summoning the upgrade panel for Amphibious Abyss Fortress with his mind. Shelter, Level 5, Amphibious Abyss Fortress. Upgrade requirements, Iron 2000, Steel 1000, Living Steel X500, Titan Alloy X50, Deformed Core X1, Abyss Origin Crystal X1. Shen Ye looked down, staring at the epic fragment glowing in his palm. Then he slowly lifted his head, looking at the chat interface filled with dozens of survivors' distress coordinates. Pseudo-Human. Abyss Origin Crystal Fragment. The final piece of the Level 6 shelter puzzle. Not every pseudo-human drops fragments. Just now, after killing 6, only 1 fell. That means, to gather a full origin crystal, 10 fragments, he would need to hunt dozens more pseudo-humans. Ha! A low, deep laugh escaped from Shen Ye's throat. In the eyes of over 9 million survivors in the zone, these pseudo-humans were terrifying disasters capable of wiping out an entire level 5 fortress overnight. But in Shen Ye's eyes? What disaster? Shen Ye grinned, showing his pale white teeth. This damn thing is obviously a legendary gold mine walking around the map on legs. Chapter 85, Level 6 Shelter. Shen Ye stood at the center of the circular workbench, 9 epic fragments evenly arranged in his hands. Each one emitted a deep purple-black faint glow, with strange patterns flowing inside like trapped nebulae. And in his palm, he held the last one. The 10th. These 10 days, he had almost become the living Grim Reaper for all pseudo-humans in the area. Wherever he went, only ashes and sky-high bills were left behind. Shen Ye lost count of how many he had killed. Yet the drop rate for origin fragments was even lower than he imagined. Out of the ashes of over 60 pseudo-humans, not a single fragment had fallen. He had to rely on compound interest luck just to collect these 10. The last one. The moment the 10 fragments touched, the purple-black glow suddenly surged. Obtained, Origin Crystal X1. Quality, Epic. Description, the condensation of the abyssal reflection, it is a key. Finally complete. At this moment, the system announcement sounded. 1 to 34 complete. New cycle day 1 to 35 has started. Dark Tide Outbreak countdown, 5 days. Compound interest activated. Shen Ye stuck out his tongue, lightly licking his slightly dry lips, eyes burning with uncontrollable fanaticism. He had intentionally delayed, so he could leave a seed behind. After that, origin crystals would no longer be a worry. He carefully took out the origin crystal, holding it in his palm. With a thought, Shen Ye summoned the panel he had long awaited. Shelter, Level 5, Amphibious Abyss Fortress. Upgrade requirements, Iron Blocks 2000, Steel Ingots 1000, Living Steel X500, Titan Alloy X50, Aberrant Core X1, Origin Crystal X1. Shen Ye glanced at his inventory. After crazily collecting materials these days, it had reached an unimaginable scale. Iron Blocks, 31,204. Steel Ingots, 11,877. Living Steel, 1,712. Titan Alloy, 423. Leviathan Aberrant Core, 15. Origin Crystal, 2. Just enough. Shen Ye's mouth twisted into an extremely arrogant curve. The Aberrant Core had been the rarest item, but now, no worries. It was as if he had infinite legendary Leviathan aberrant cores. He slowly raised his hand, fingertips hovering above the dazzling golden upgrade button on the retina display. Prismatic ticket, don't disappoint me. Upgrade. Shen Ye stared hard at the line of flashing text on the panel. Time seemed stretched into an endlessly extending steel wire. 1 second. 2 seconds. Judgment failed. Materials for this upgrade will not be returned. Iron blocks, 31-20429-204. Steel ingots, 11-87710-877. Living steel, 1-7121-212. Titan alloy, 423373. Leviathan aberrant core, 1514. Origin crystal, 21. Damn. Shen Ye swore it still hadn't triggered. Before the words fell, the out-of-control began. Rumble. At the center of the core chamber, the Leviathan aberrant core that had been steadily pulsating suddenly roared with a fury like an ancient thunderstorm. The dark blue light instantly exploded into a blinding deep purple. The terrifying energy pulses were no longer gentle ripples, but turned into visible purple shockwaves, surging along all energy lines like a flood breaking dams toward every structure of the fortress. The metal floor beneath Shen Ye's feet jolted, as if the entire fortress shivered. This time, the commotion was even more terrifying than when upgrading to level 5. The entire amphibious abyss fortress seemed to turn into a living giant heart, sending out deafening, violent beats. Thump! 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 Faster and faster, stronger and stronger. Inside the fortress. In the living quarters, tens of thousands of vassal survivors were violently shaken awake from their dreams. What's happening? An earthquake? No. It's the fortress. The fortress is moving. Did the Lord hit the brakes? Wang Defa, patrolling outside, was thrown flat on his back, baring his teeth as he scrambled up, completely stunned. Again? Why is Ye Gu doing this again? Halfway through his words, the floor beneath him suddenly sank half a meter and then bounced back. Wang Defa was thrown into the air and then slammed heavily back onto the floor. Ouch! F************************************** hell. Outside the territory. The 36 abyssal pedestals, deeply buried underground, suddenly tore upward with a bone-chilling ripping sound. Creak. The shrill sound of metal and rock tearing like the prelude to the apocalypse spread for kilometers in the endless night. The lifted pedestals did not just retract, they twisted and expanded wildly in the air like giant snakes. Originally thick enough to need 3 or 4 people to embrace, they now doubled in diameter under the forceful infusion of purple energy. Then they expanded outward frantically. Boom. 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 The 36 swollen abyssal pedestals plunged back into the ground, landing 30 meters further than before. Each impact created a terrifying crater over 10 meters wide, sending debris flying 100 meters high. The fortress territory was forcibly expanded in just a few seconds. Screech. The main body of the fortress let out a metal shriek, both painful and exhilarating. Shen Ye stood in the core room, clearly feeling the entire building violently expand outward in a crazy but rhythmic way. The dark gold Titan alloy skeletons, like the ribcage of an ancient beast, burst through gaps in the old structure, intertwining and locking with the new living steel in midair. Each newly grown skeleton was absurdly thick, covered with dense dark purple energy patterns, as if forcibly etched with the laws of the abyss by some indescribable force. Metal walls tore like paper, retreating to make room for new cannon bases and ammunition storage. Shen Ye's consciousness was flooded with data streams. 12 heavy main cannons became 24. Each one's caliber increased by 30%. The firing range expanded from 500 meters to 800 meters. The originally black abyssal scale armor became heavier under energy pulses. The layers of scales increased from 1 to 3, each filled with living soft tissue for buffering. But these changes were only the appetizer compared to what was about to happen. Chapter 86, Death Awaits. The most terrifying transformation happened at the very top of the fortress. Creak. A sound like the sky itself being torn apart. The steel dome atop the Lord's Tower, once unbreakable, seemed to be twisted open by an invisible giant hand. As the dome split, vast amounts of dark purple gas erupted from the gap, condensing into eerie purple mist in the cold night air. Then something slowly rose from the fissure. All the panicked vassal survivors in the territory froze at that moment. Every eye was fixed on the thing rising from the top of the fortress. Its shape was a single eye. A giant, truck-sized, half-closed vertical pupil. It displayed a deep, dark golden color, within which faint specks of light, like a miniature starry sky, slowly moved. The dark golden vertical pupils glowed like 2 solidified searchlight beams, instantly cutting through the thick, inescapable eternal night, sweeping over every inch of the wilderness, every rock, and every creature lurking in the darkness. Abyss radar has evolved into Eye of the Domain. Epic. Effect, radar coverage range expanded to a radius of 5,000 meters. All cloaked hostile targets within the territory will be forcibly revealed. Can detect enemies from the underworld. Shen Ye closed his eyes in the core chamber, but saw clearer than anyone else. The perception data from the eye of the domain poured into his brain like a vast torrent of information through the upgraded mental link. Within a 5-kilometer diameter, the position, body temperature, and heartbeat of every living being were vividly clear in his consciousness. But that wasn't the end. V-Room. Just as the eye of the domain fully formed, an incredibly massive amount of energy was extracted and compressed from the distortion core. The dark purple energy flowed along the outer walls of the fortress, then condensed into a semi-transparent, solidified shield on the outermost layer of the fortress. The shield appeared in a faint dark purple, with tiny light spots constantly sliding over the surface like flowing water. Centered on the fortress, it formed a perfect dome shape, enveloping the entire expanded and colossal stronghold. A thin fallen leaf was blown by the cold wind of the eternal night and touched the shield's surface in an instant. Sizzle! The leaf was reduced to powder. New facility, Abyss Energy Shield. Effect, can withstand large-scale kinetic and energy strikes. Shield health cap is determined by the distortion core level and dark energy storage. After the shield is broken, it requires 12 hours to cool down and restart. At the very second the shield formed, a system-wide announcement was heard again. System-wide announcement. Detected the birth of the first level 6 shelter in this area. Lord, Shen Ye. Regional channel. No one was speaking normally anymore, they were all sending question marks. Shen Ye didn't have time to look at the world channel's crazy spamming. Because in front of him, 3 cards glowing with dazzling light were slowly spinning and unfolding. On the left, silver. Option 1, silver ecological cycle. Effect, all vassals' sand value recovery speed in the territory increases by 20%, and food consumption is reduced by 30%. Description, a great empire needs more than just sharp swords. In the middle, gold. Option 2, gold abyss creation. Effect, unlocks the distortion weapon manufacturing station, where distortion core fragments and living steel can be used to mass-produce abyss puppets with autonomous combat abilities. Each abyss puppet has the combat strength of an elite-level distortion entity. Description, when you're tired of slaughtering with your own hands, let your creations do the dirty work for you. Shen Ye's gaze lingered on the golden card for 2 seconds. Abyss puppets? Mass production of elite-level combat power? In any normal lord's hands, this would be an ultimate trump card capable of changing the entire regional power balance. But his gaze was inevitably fixed on the card on the far right. The farthest right, it even had prismatic colors. Option 3, Prismatic Final Reserve? Effect, when your life is in danger, you can voluntarily embrace the curse of the crownless king. Your body will instantly increase by 300%, transforming into a distorted, beast-like humanoid. You will be immune to all pain and mental control for 1 hour. Cost, after each activation, your sand value upper limit will permanently decrease by 15 points. Description, you certainly won't die. You just become more like them. Shen Ye stared at that description. Transform into a distorted beast. He muttered softly, his voice so light that even he could barely hear it. Permanently reduce sand value. Permanent -15 sand value cap. Currently, his sand value was being rapidly consumed by devouring the main brain's brain tissue. The limit has reached 95. Use it once, and it becomes 80. Use it again, and it's 65. After 3 times, it's 50. 50 has already hit the abnormal warning line. It's hard to imagine living every day with only 50 points of sanity. I estimate I would go completely mad. But so what? Shen Ye's fingertip unhesitatingly tapped on that prism-colored card. This thing, any person with a sane mind would definitely choose it. Exclusive Strengthening Final Reserve has been activated. The prism-colored light transformed into a streak of flowing light, entering Shen Ye's body. After the golden light dissipated, Shen Ye slowly stepped back, heavily crashing into the large chair in the command center. The firelight in the fireplace flickered, casting warm shadows that danced on the cold metal walls. To be honest, it feels very strange. The exclusive strengthening system never randomly selects options. The content is based on his current situation to pull the selection. When he was at the level 5 shelter, the system gave a card called Desperate Fight. But now it has wildly risen to a level 6 shelter. The All-Seeing Eye, a 5,000-meter diameter full perspective. 24 heavy main cannons. 3 layers of shadow-draining heavy scales. Abyss Energy Shield. Now with this level of defense, even if several Lord-level monsters held hands and charged straight at him, they would be shattered into pieces. Yet the system this time provided the Prism talent, Final Reserve, which is still a life-saving trump card. The air in the command center has dropped to freezing point. The firewood in the fireplace let out a sudden crackle, bursting out a small spray of sparks. It seems the system thinks I will die. Shen Ye grinned. Even though I already have 60 points in physique, 55 points in spirit, level 5 greedy flesh, and I am in a level 6 fortress, the system still thinks I will die. Shen Ye suddenly slammed his fist on the floor-to-ceiling window, the tempered glass exploding with a network of fine cracks. What exactly is hiding in the dark tide? Chapter 87, End of the Abyss, Volume 3, 5,500 words. Dark Tide Eruption Countdown, 4 days. On the 36th day of Eternal Night, the entire regional channel's background turned a desperate crimson. I don't know when it started, but the outside's distortion monsters have changed. They no longer just charged recklessly like headless flies on instinct, instead, they displayed a creepy tactical skill. Feigning attacks, flanking maneuvers, pulling back, and even knew to cut off the supply lines between shelters. In just one night, 3 large fortresses that had just crossed the level 5 threshold were torn apart by this organized monster frenzy. The remnants of defeated guilds fled like lost dogs in the wilderness, desperately rushing to seek shelter in Shen Ye's Abyss Fortress and Zhang Haoyu's Shelter Fortress. Faced with this almost extermination tactic, Zhang Haoyu issued the highest level assembly order on the regional channel, calling all surviving level 5 guilds to gather in an open black stone plain, to hold the line and fight for their lives. Panic spread across the regional channel like a plague. It's over, it's over, it's over. The Iron Beehive was just wiped out. A guild of 20,000 people, gone. Cleared out in less than 15 minutes. Zhang Haoyu has issued the assembly order. All level 5s head to the Black Stone Plain. It's the last chance, brothers. Can we really survive if we go? We'll definitely die if we don't go. In the Abyss Fortress, top-level command center. Shen Ye leaned back in the wide leather chair, his fingers lightly tapping the tabletop, his deep gaze fixated on the flickering assembly coordinates on the holographic projection. He stared for a full 3 seconds. Should we go save them? Shen Ye had somehow leaned over. Today she wore an extremely fitted black combat suit that outlined her long and fiercely aggressive body curve like a cold blade unsheathed. Shen Ye let out a low, deep laugh. We'll go fishing. Since the monsters have brains and understand how to drive people together, it shows they want to catch everyone in one net. If that's the case, then the big fish hiding in the shadows will definitely appear there. When that big fish shows itself, I will personally pull it up. Shen Ye suddenly sat up straight, connecting his mind instantly to the fortress center. Set sail. Destination, Blackstone Plain. Boom. The entire Abyss Fortress let out a deep roar from the depths of the earth. The half-open eye of all regions at the top of the fortress swept over all the darkness along the way with a beam of eerie green light like a lighthouse. Wherever it passed, everything retreated. 6 hours later, at the Blackstone Plain assembly point, Zhang Haoyu stood atop his half-buried bunker fortress. Beside him, Lu Chen's towering Senluo tree looked like a biological lighthouse, with crossbows and living pods densely packed among its branches. Zhou Duanfeng's ugly mosquito fortress, with 2 pairs of giant mosquito wings, crouched carefully at the edge of the plain, cautiously gathering its wings. Su Muwen's worm fortress curled up at a position closer to the rear. In addition to several other upgraded level 5 guilds that arrived, there were a total of 20 uniquely styled level 5 shelters on Blackstone Plain, protecting nearly 1 million survivors. This was already the last elite force of human survivors in the entire region. However, just as Zhang Haoyu was preparing to give defense deployment orders to the guild leaders, the earth began to tremble. Thud. 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 Zhang Haoyu turned around sharply, looking in the direction of the tremor. Not just him but several other level 5 guild leaders who had responded to the call were all frozen in place like they had been hit by a paralysis spell, heads thrown back, mouths agape, eyes wide in shock. Less than 500 meters in front of them, the darkness was brutally torn apart. It was as if a heavy black curtain was violently ripped open in the middle by an invisible giant hand, and the thick, unbreakable eternal night recoiled like a living creature in the face of some indescribable horror. Then, that thing slowly emerged from the crack in the darkness. A gigantic iron beast, so massive it caused their brains to crash, was striding forward with 36 legs as thick as skyscrapers, rumbling towards them. With each step, the entire Blackstone Plain trembled violently. The hard black rock ground beneath their feet, capable of crushing iron spears, was crushed into terrifying giant pits several meters deep, with debris being hurled into the night sky by shockwaves 10 meters high. If Zhang Haoyu and their level 5 fortresses were a group of lizards baring their teeth on the ground, then Shen Ye's amphibious Abyss Fortress was a world-ending giant dragon adorned with black scales descended from ancient myths. The 3 layers of dark absorbing heavy scales were neatly arranged on its shell, with dark golden patterns flowing like blood vessels on dragon scales. 24 heavy main cannons with dark, hollow muzzles loomed above, each so thick that several adults could enter side by side. And around the fortress, a layer of faint purple abyss energy shield was flickering slightly, wrapping the entire iron beast in an almost sacred halo. Especially at the very top of the fortress, the eye of all regions radiating dark golden light. It was simply half open, slowly scanning, and wherever the dark golden beam passed, the dust in the air was illuminated down to the finest particle. That kind of pressure coming from the depths of the soul was like an invisible mountain, instantly making all the survivors present weak in the knees, nearly kneeling on the ground. Is this his shelter? The vice captain behind Zhang Haoyu had pale lips, even their voice trembling. Leader. Are we really playing the same survival game as him? Zhang Haoyu swallowed a bitter mouthful of saliva. He knew Shen Ye was the first in the entire zone to reach level 5, and he was the first to see the zone-wide announcement of him reaching level 6. But seeing an announcement is one thing, seeing the actual shelter in person is another. Those few cold lines on the announcement could never convey the suffocating despair that hit him when facing it with his own eyes. Is this the difference between level 6 and level 5? Zhang Haoyu clutched the pole tightly in his right hand, his voice bitter to the extreme. It's basically a dimensional strike. Next to him, Lu Chen muttered in confusion, "No, if I put my tree under its feet, it probably wouldn't even count as a toothpick." Zhou Duanfeng stood coldly on the side, silently glancing at his mosquito fort lying at the edge of the plain, shrinking its 2 pairs of wings. Then he closed his eyes, deciding not to speak today. The zone channel erupted again with nuclear-level spam. Fuck. What the hell is that thing that came out of the darkness? Who the hell told me that was just a shelter? The difference between level 6 and 5 is this big? I thought it would be at most a little bigger, but they just straight up built an aircraft carrier? Living dad. This is a real living dad. The system has no morals. This black tide came early. Brother Yi, help. The next moment, the eye of the entire domain, at the top of the Abyss Fortress suddenly burst with a dazzling purple light. The dark golden vertical pupil suddenly shrank, then shot out several purple scanning pulses in a nearly violent way. In Shen Ye's mental awareness, a flood of hostile data surged in like a crashing wave. On the holographic radar, dense red dots poured from all directions of the horizon like a blood sea breaking its banks. Not from one direction. Not 2 directions. From a full 360 degrees all around. On the horizon of the entire Blackstone plain, all the darkness was wriggling. The dense red signals, like boiling lava, surrounded from all sides, so many that the hologram was rendered into a solid blood red. The density was dozens of times higher than the previous monster wave. Just looking at the radar data sent shivers down the spine. But what really made Shen Ye sit up straight in the command chair was not this absurd number. It was the abnormal signal at the very front of the radar, serving as the vanguard commander. The signal was not large, but its movement was extremely strange. This was a tactical maneuver only a highly intelligent creature could perform. In Shen Ye's mind, the image was of a humanoid creature completely covered in black armor, running wildly across the wilderness in an extremely twisted posture. It retained the basic human outline, but its limb joints were forcibly broken and reassembled, knees bent in a disgusting and strange direction. On its back rose not a normal spine curve, but a row of sharp, sawtooth-like bone spikes, spewing gray corrosive poison as it ran. Shen Ye looked at the system prompt, his mouth twitching. Distorted Shin Bada, Elite. Description: congratulations to him, after relentless effort, he finally became the Abyss's most perfect slave. Shen Bada. The one who once ruled the zone, and was finally pushed out by Shen Ye, escaping with his remnants into the depths of eternal night like lost dogs. At that time, everyone thought he would die in the wilderness outside, becoming food for some distorted monster. Unexpectedly, he did die. But he died more ironically than anyone could imagine. In the zone channel, sharp-eyed survivors used telescopes to see that face clearly, and the channel exploded. Holy shit! That's Shen Bada? He turned into a distorted dog? Ha, even being a dog is too generous. Not even a dog, dogs at least have self-awareness. This thing doesn't even have a soul left, it's completely used up. In the command center, Shen Ye didn't even stand up, casually tapping the edge of the console. Cannon 2, clean up the trash. Boom! On the side of the Abyss Fortress, a massive heavy alloy cannon suddenly blazed with a blinding flash of light. The flame spewed from the cannon's muzzle exploded in midair, creating an orange-red light sphere over 10 meters in diameter. A shell carrying terrifying kinetic energy, a penetrating explosive round, ripped through the sound barrier, leaving a white line of death in the air. The air in front of the warhead was compressed into a visible white air cone due to the high temperature and supersonic shockwave. In the distance, Shin Badu seemed to sense the deadly danger. His compound eyes, no longer human, suddenly widened, and his armored body twisted violently in midair, attempting to dodge in an unnatural, bizarre posture that defied human mechanics. But what he faced was a shot locked and predicted by the excellent fire control system of a level 6 Abyss Fortress. Bang! Shen Badu's deformed body, covered in bone spurs, was instantly torn apart in the terrifying explosion, turning into a storm of bloody fragments, leaving not even a bone the size of a palm. He was killed on the spot, not even leaving ash behind. However, Chen Bado's death didn't cause the monster army behind him to scatter at all. On the contrary, it was as if some long-suppressed switch had been suddenly flipped. Roar! Thousands upon thousands of mutated creatures let out frenzied, synchronized, mournful roars. The roar even created a resonant effect on the soundwave level, causing smaller stones on the blackstone plains to crack and shatter. The black tide surged in from all directions, red dots wriggling on the horizon, as if the entire world was filled with boiling blood, pressing and shrinking toward this plane. The front line of the monster tide had already entered the effective range of the fortress's main cannon. Shen Ye stood by the panoramic floor-to-ceiling window, watching the approaching wave of flesh and blood that seemed to herald the apocalypse. He slowly stretched his neck, his joints making a crisp popping sound. Warm-up's over. He lifted his head, and his eyes, glowing with a faint red light, scanned the entire battlefield. Then, he turned on the wide-area public announcement system covering the whole plain. Everyone, you didn't seriously think I brought the fortress here to do free charity for you, right? Listen up. Immediately, through the trading hall, hand over 50% of all rare metals in your guild and personal accounts. This is the ticket for me to take action tonight. I'll be the main damage dealer and help you gain a slim chance of survival in this meat grinder. Those who refuse, I'll count down from 10. If you don't pay, I'll immediately have your guilds kicked out of the fortress's shooting cover range. My main cannon will wash the land at full power, and if I accidentally blast you too, that's not my problem. 10, 9. On the plain, the guild leaders who had just been filled with gratitude turned pale in a moment. Zhang Haoyu chuckled bitterly, then decisively pressed the trade button. He knew Shen Ye all too well. This guy was a maniac who would eat people without spitting out bones, but once he got paid, he really got things done. Su Muwen bit her red lips, her heart aching with blood, but she could only hurry to hand over the resources. In this dire situation, even if it were 100%, not 50%, they would have no choice but to hold their noses and accept it. Ding 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 ding. Listening to the frantic sound of resources being deposited, Shen Ye's smile grew wider, to the fullest extent. Good. For the sake of this money, I'll reluctantly make my move. On the top of the fortress, the eye of the entire domain, with its dark golden iris, rapidly contracted and then expanded, purple scanning pulses spreading outward in waves like the sonar of a giant whale in the deep sea. The weak points, energy cores, and movement trajectories of all hostile targets within a 5-kilometer radius were instantly identified. All of this was marked one by one in Shen Ye's mind. Ka 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 ka. 24 heavy cannons turned their barrels at the same time, making a terrifying metal scraping sound. The black cannon mouths were like 24 hungry abyssal jaws, all aiming straight at the surging sea of flesh from all directions. Shen Ye's voice rang in the internal comms, no longer lazy at all, but completely cold and fanatical. All gun teams, attention, full firepower. Maximum power, sweep the ground. Boom 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 boom. All 24 main cannons entered a state of mad explosion in the same second. Armor-piercing shells, demolition shells, high-explosive fragment shells, 3 types of top ammunition studied overnight by the military industry, poured out from the fortress cannons like a metal storm without restraint. The area 5 to 800 meters around the fortress instantly became a human hell. The dense explosions merged into one. It was impossible to tell each single blast, only a continuous, endless metal-ripping roar, like doomsday judgment. The first 2 waves of monsters at the front did not even get close before the dense barrage, like an iron curtain, cut them into pieces. Countless limbs of mutated bodies mixed with scalding black blood were thrown by the blast tens of meters into the air, then fell like a bloody rain. Full power fire of the level 6 fortress. For the remaining million survivors in the whole area, it was the first time in history they witnessed such an earth-shattering scene. On the black stone plain, atop the castles of level 5 guilds, everyone stopped what they were doing. Tens of thousands of eyes stared blankly at the steel giants spitting fire from all sides, shells raining down. No one spoke. Because no words could describe this overwhelming violent beauty. But just as Shen Ye prepared to sit down and continue enjoying this one-sided massacre bought with money, his heartbeat suddenly skipped a beat. No. It was his entire breath that was forcibly paused by an indescribable force in that instant. At the far edge of the 5-kilometer limit of the all-domain eye scan. When the all-domain eye scanning pulse reached that position, the purple light waves twisted in a strangely eerie way. It was as if some higher dimensional law interfered, forming a ripple-like distorted light circle on the surface. As if space itself had a bug at that point. At this moment, right behind the rampaging monster army, in the endless dark abyss, stood a humanoid. It did not roar like other monsters, nor emit any violent energy. It just stood there quietly, like an elegant spectator in a proper suit, watching a grand performance unrelated to it. The surrounding monster waves surged past it like a flood, but not a single mutated creature dared enter its 10-meter radius, like fish avoiding an unspeakable dark reef. Shen Ye stared fixedly in that direction. Since crossing into this cursed world, he had endured the darkest moments of the first night, fought lord-level battles with void crawlers, suffered the extreme torment of his mind corroded by unspeakable whispers in the dark. But it was the first time on the battlefield that he felt a group of cold poisonous insects crawling slowly on the back of his neck. It was the terrifying warning engraved in the deepest part of human soul genes, instinctively triggered when facing an absolute enemy. And what chilled Shen Ye even more was the reaction of the greedy flesh inside him. The LV5 greedy flesh, at this moment, wriggled like a frightened worm. It was shrinking deep into the bones in a crazed manner. It was filled with fear. A tremor that a lower being has for an absolute superior. Beside Shen Ye suddenly grabbed his wrist tightly. Shen Ye turned his head to look. Shen Ye's once cold face was now as pale as paper. Her eyes, one purple, one black, were uncontrollably shrinking and expanding violently, like two glass beads that could shatter at any moment. The greedy flesh and blood inside her, coming from Shen Ye, felt an even purer fear and despair than his own. Even from a distance of 5 kilometers. That figure, it seemed, felt Shen Ye's gaze. It slowly lifted its head. Across the endless surging tide of monsters, through thick smoke and blood rain. It locked eyes with Shen Ye precisely. Shen Ye couldn't make out its face. The face was lost in a darkness deeper than eternal night, only a vague outline visible. But he could truly feel it, that thing was smiling. Like an old friend, finally finding you in the endless crowd after a long time. And the next second. A voice, emotionless, directly ignored the distance and the energy shields, and exploded in Shen Ye's mind with a deafening roar. Such brilliant fireworks. A little too noisy for a greeting to me. At last, we meet, the first of District 27, Shen Ye. Shen Ye hadn't even had time to react. The blurred figure 5 kilometers away disappeared. In the previous frame, it was leisurely standing at the edge of the radar, and in the next frame, with a single step, it was directly above the black stone plane. The shells were still flying. The rounds from 24 heavy main cannons, piercing projectiles, poured out, their scorching rounds tearing through the air, trailing fiery orange tails as they roared toward the monster tide, absolute firepower capable of turning elite monsters into minced meat. Shen Ye stood before the panoramic window, watching those rounds, with terrifying momentum, as they approached the perimeter of that figure, about 10 meters away. They evaporated into thin air. Shen Ye's hands, pressing on the control panel, suddenly froze, his whole body stiffened for half a second. The 24 main cannons were still relentlessly firing at full power, and the number of rounds used jumped wildly on the screen like flowing water. But the torrential rain of shells striking that figure was no different from a child tossing stones into a black hole. That figure simply floated in the air, about 20 to 30 meters above the ground. It just stood there casually. A pure white crystal attached to its chest emitted a soft yet chilling glow in the endless darkness. Warning! A system prompt, blood red and almost dripping, violently covered Shen Ye's entire retina, the panel at the edge of his vision even twitching and shaking uncontrollably. Detected in existence beyond the Lord rank. Rank, King. Recommendation, evacuate immediately. Shen Ye did not evacuate. He fixed his gaze on the floating figure outside the window, his pupils burning with a mad, ferocious light. And inside him, that once violent and unstoppable greedy flesh and blood had now shrunk into a small mass, curled deep within his bones, trembling in fear. At this moment, the internal communication channel had completely exploded. Wang Defa's voice had changed pitch, filled with the sound of breaking down. Ye bro? What is that thing? The system just popped up a full-screen red warning. It says to evacuate. Should we? Shut up. Shen Ye mercilessly cut off the communication. He looked back at the window. Compared to the situation inside the Abyss Fortress, the reactions of the other guilds on the plain were even more unbearable. On the fortress walls of Zhang Haoyu's stronghold, the defense forces who were desperately fighting to the death had already begun to panic in large numbers. Many people were shaking so badly their legs wobbled like sifted chaff. With a clang, someone's weapon fell directly to the ground, as if they didn't even have the strength to pick it up. Behind Su Muwen's worm fortress, the sound of desperate, mental collapse-filled cries could already be heard. Zhou Duanfeng's giant mosquito fortress spread its massive wings in an instant, trying to take off and flee, but the wings trembled desperately twice before they sadly folded back. Because the radar showed that the space seemed to have been sealed off, and there was simply no way to escape. In the regional channel, desperate texts were flooding the screen like a waterfall. What the hell is that thing? Walking in the air, a Dozone level expert? The system is telling me to evacuate, where the hell can I go? All around are distorted armies. It's over this time, it's really over, they're going to kill us all. The humanoid floating in the air slightly lowered its head, its gaze cutting through the heavy darkness, looking at the all-seeing eye at the top of Shen Ye's fortress, its eyes filled with a look of detached observation, as if inspecting a slightly interesting, low-quality toy. Then, it spoke. Level 6 shelter. All-seeing eye. Abyssal energy shield. Shen Ye, you surprise me. The voice didn't travel through the air, instead, it erupted directly within Shen Ye's mind. The humanoid slowly tilted its head. But Shen Ye clearly felt that those emotionless eyes were piercing through layers of protection, directly staring at him. With a nauseating warmth, pity, and patience. It was like a caretaker looking at the fattest and strongest pig in a pigsty. The first place in Area 27, the chilling voice continued to echo inside Shen Ye's mind. That frantic thing inside you? It's just some scraps that fell off me. If you think about it, you should kneel down and call me father. When Shen Ye heard these words, there was not the slightest hint of fear on his face. But the 5 fingers gripping the edge of the control panel suddenly exerted force, leaving deep indentations on the Titan alloy surface, the joints creaking loudly. Shen Ye took a deep breath, slowly exhaling the foul air from his lungs. His mouth twisted into a vicious grin. Who the hell are you, going around claiming sons? The suit-wearing man hovering in midair wasn't angered by the insult. He even smiled politely for a moment. But as Shen Ye looked at that flawless face, his stomach churned with disgust. Because in those black and white eyes, there wasn't the slightest hint of human emotion. Let me introduce myself. My name is Bai Yi, the owner of the Leviathan. Shen Ye's pupils shrank sharply. You're really lucky. While I was out harvesting other areas, a blind cat accidentally found the Leviathan's ruins. Bai Yi took 2 slow steps in midair. You must be very curious about what that beeping survival system in your head is, right? It's a system unique to the human race, designed to protect those newly transported to the eternal night, just to slightly increase their survival rate in the early stages. Interesting, right? The protection mechanism left behind by the ancient humans, but in the end, it only helped me raise batch after batch of fat sheep. Bai Yi stretched out a slender finger, casually drawing a circle in the void. I've been stuck in this damned place for too long. It's been a while since I've spoken like this. After the Leviathan was wrecked and stranded, I've been haunting here like a ghost. After that, the new batch of humans that the system sent over, there were a few 100 million people in the nearby large districts. I patiently waited for them to slaughter each other, waited for them to level up, until I raised them to the point where 5 or 6 level 5 shelters appeared. I harvested their core in one go. For the second batch, I raised someone to touch the level 6 threshold, and then harvested. The third batch. He counted his return on investment with his fingers like a shrewd merchant. You are the 4th batch. To be honest, your growth speed is faster than those earlier useless ones. Mainly because of you, Shen Ye. Bai Ye's gaze was like a blade, locking tightly onto Shen Ye at the top of the fortress. You have forcibly accelerated the growth rate of others. So. He bowed slightly in Shen Ye's direction. Thank you for helping me fatten the pigs. In the command center, Shen Ye's fist had already drawn blood. This well-dressed scoundrel had been watching them like a spectator all along. He was raising pigs. When the pigs got fat, he would crush their bones and meat to extract an astronomical amount of shelter cores. A being like him wouldn't normally appear in the newbie zone of eternal night. As for that little greedy flesh in your body that you take pride in. Bai Ye's tone suddenly shifted, tinged with a hint of nostalgia. It's merely the discarded product of my split ability that fused and was thrown away. A little bit of scrap I casually stripped off, lucky enough to stick to some low-level aberration, and unlucky enough to be inherited by you from that monster. Ironically, you managed to feed this scrap up to level 5 bit by bit. Quite interesting. Normally, the fragments I leave behind can only support up to level 3 before collapsing on their own. You are a rare exception. He paused, his mocking gaze no longer concealed. However, a fat ant raised in an ant pile is still just an ant. Bai Yi stood with his hands behind his back in the air, overlooking the entire plain. He swept past Zhang Haoyu's tense face, past Su Muwen's trembling shoulders, and past those human survivors fighting against the relentless aberration army. Shen Ye. You don't need to be so scared. I'm not some irredeemably bad person. His tone was extremely gentle. I just want your shelter core. If you hand it over obediently, I can generously grant you a pain-free ending. After all, in this cruel universe, those ridiculous beliefs, courage, and unity that humans cling to. Bai Yi shook his head lightly, a face full of regret. They are worth nothing. Those indescribable existences sleeping in the deepest darkness can wipe out an entire race with just a glance. Do you think waving your knives wildly will do any good? Do you think leveling up to a level 6 shelter can resist those indescribables from the abyss? Don't dream. The only way to preserve the human flame is to run. Offer me all your cores, and I will forge the Leviathan, taking the last spark of humanity to escape this dead land. Everything I do is for the greater good. This is righteousness. After a long silence, Shen Ye laughed. The laughter grew louder, finally turning into reckless, wild laughter. That laughter, filled with extreme sarcasm and contempt, came through the fortress's top sound system. What great righteousness, what a purpose for the human flame. Shen Ye stopped laughing, his eyes glowing with a faint red light, staring fiercely at Bai Yi in the sky. Bai Yi, I thought you were something. How long have you practiced this self-hypnotizing MLM speech in the sewer while talking to rocks? Dare you to pull off that life-saving rational anchor on your chest and say these bullshit words to me? For the first time, a hint of darkness appeared on Bai Yi's face. Shen Ye suddenly kicked the Titan alloy window frame with a loud bang. You have abandoned everyone, like a rat squatting in this stinky sewer. Killing your own kind. Scared by monsters, only daring to show your slaughtering knife to rookies of your own kind, ha! Shen Ye raised a straight middle finger without hesitation. Trash, if you have guts, go fight someone of your own level. Just one hit, and Leviathan can be rebuilt. Looks like you're not only a traitor to humans, but also a coward. Even if you wrap yourself in 10,000 king's cloaks, you can't hide that stench of fear peeing in your pants from the abyss. Chapter 90, Forced Stripping. Bai Yi quietly watched Shen Ye's straight middle finger beyond the panoramic floor-to-ceiling window. The gentle and compassionate smile on his face froze inch by inch under the cold, disappearing completely. Interesting. Bai Yi's voice remained calm, but the monster horde boiling within several thousand meters instantly fell into dead silence at these 3 words. Among the 3 batches of trash I cleared earlier, not a single person dared to speak to me like this. Bai Yi slightly lowered his head, his deep, bottomless gaze examining Shen Ye's massive abyss fortress, scanning from the outermost layer of dark absorbing heavy scales slowly over the purple energy shield radiating fierce fluctuations. Since you have such backbone, guess how long you can survive in this iron box? 3 minutes? Or 1 minute? Bai Yi raised his right hand. The movement was extremely slow, casual, like brushing a speck of dust off the shoulder. No world-shattering energy charged beforehand, no dazzling light. But the moment this pale right hand lifted halfway. Buzz. Inside Shen Ye, those greedy flesh, already fused with his bones and blood, let out a sharp, piercing scream only the host could hear. Shen Ye's legs went weak uncontrollably, with a muffled bang his right knee smashed hard onto the hard Titan alloy console, the impact breaking his kneecap with a chilling crack. Shit, rebelling? He bit his own tongue sharply, the pain instantly awakened his nerves, blood mixing with the strong smell of rust filling his mouth. Beside him, Shen Ye, barely standing, fell heavily onto one knee under this cross-dimensional absolute bloodline suppression. Clang! Her proud black iron axe slipped powerless from her hands, rolling on the metal floor. Shen Ye clawed the floor with both hands, her nails even scratching harsh white marks on the Titan alloy. The greedy flesh Shen Ye gave her now tore at her nervous system like boiling acid, trying to break out and worship the king in midair. But this mad woman clenched her teeth and made no sound. Her heterochromatic eyes, one purple and one black, were completely filled with web-like blood vessels, corners even bursting 2 horrifying bloody tears. She stared at Bai Yi in midair, without any fear, only a savage rage like a food-guarding dog being robbed. Shen Ye endured the tearing pain, grabbed her thin trembling arm, trying to pull her up, but his own arm also twitched violently uncontrollably. LV5 greedy flesh. Bai Yi floated in midair, looking down at them with a supremely condescending gaze, shaking his head with pity. You have a deadly misunderstanding. You think the greedy flesh is your power? Your means to survive here and devour everything? You are wrong. It is my power. A trace of mockery flashed in Bai Yi's eyes, you only borrowed it temporarily. Now, things return to their owner. The moment these words fell, Bai Yi's right hand finally lifted completely, 5 pale fingers in the void. Suddenly a strike. Boom! A force of absolute law, centered on Bai's palm, surged out like an invisible world-ending tsunami, radiating in all directions. All of Shen Ye's warning systems went into a hysterical frenzy in that second. The Abyss radar emitted a piercing blind sound, nearly shattering eardrums, and the holographic projection instantly turned into a dead, snowy static. Outside the fortress, the energy shield, said to withstand massive energy and kinetic attacks, at the instant that invisible force touched it. Crack! The entire indestructible purple shield broke like fragile candy paper. From the point of contact, dense purple cracks frantically spread in 1 second, covering the huge dome. Then, with a deafening roar, it completely shattered into purple light fragments scattered in the air. Thousands of dark golden heavy scales were forcibly stripped from the outer wall, flying in all directions like broken scrap metal. Through Shen Ye's mental link came the fortress's wretched, extreme cries of despair. And all this destruction happened in less than a single breath. Then, Shen Ye clearly saw Bai, floating hundreds of meters away, gently closing 5 fingers in his direction. Shen Ye only had time to see the last scene, the panoramic floor-to-ceiling window, as thick as armor plates, suddenly cracked into a giant spiderweb pattern, then, bang, countless sharp glass shards exploded inward like a rainstorm. That invisible law-crushing force slammed hard into Shen Ye's chest. It was not a physical attack. That force struck directly at the core sequence of his greedy flesh. The dark purple flesh buds inside him, like bone maggots, were violently cut off from all life in an instant. The hollow emptiness and nerve-breaking pain made him feel like his entire spine had been ripped out alive. Put. Shen Ye spat out a large mouthful of black blood mixed with viscera. His whole body, like a ruined sack, was pushed backward by that irresistible force. His back smashed heavily into the metal inner wall of the command center, sinking deep into the steel structure. The surrounding walls twisted into a horrifying human-shaped dent. His vision was instantly blurred by thick blood. On the system panel, crimson warning boxes flashed like crazy, almost dripping blood. Physique, 6020, warning. Greedy flesh LV5 forcibly put to sleep by higher will. Fully stripped of abnormal sequence bonuses. Sanity decreased by 30 points. The real big one is coming. You definitely can't imagine. Chapter 91 Last Reserve. Third update. Just one strike. No flashy moves. This was a complete dimensional crushing beyond all current ranks. Shen Ye coughed up 2 mouthfuls of bloody foam in the wall's dent, then gritted his teeth, struggling to pull himself inch by inch from the twisted steel. With a thud, he hit the floor. Thick blood spilled uncontrollably from his forehead, mouth, even eyes and ears, dripping on the metal floor to form blood pools. He barely raised his neck and lifted his head. Outside the shattered window, cold wind mixed with smoke blew in. Bei remained floating, still holding that elegant fist pose. Shen Ye clutched his trembling knees, trying with all his strength to stand again. His legs felt like filled with millions of tons of lead, each bone, unsupported by greedy flesh, screamed in protest. Not far away, Qinghai had completely collapsed into the blood pool. The symbiotic greedy flesh inside her had been forcibly shut down at the same time. The power of stripping instantly drained all her strength. She curled up in a spasm, her complexion as pale as a piece of translucent paper. Yet, even so, her blood-stained lips still twitched slightly, her heterochromatic eyes fixed intently on Bai Yi in the air. Look, Bai Yi tilted his head slightly, as if admiring a ridiculous and pathetic farce. His peripheral vision swept over the guild leaders on the black stone plain, who were stunned into weakness by the king's might, their brains crashing like computers, and finally landed back on Shen Ye. Your level 6 sanctuary is built beautifully, the sound of 24 cannons is loud, and that radar system is quite impressive. However, in the face of the king-level power to modify rules, all of this is just a pile of laughable scrap iron. Bai Ye's expression was filled with an unmistakable, utter disdain. Now, without the borrowed power, do you agree with my thoughts? However, just when Bai Yi thought this ant had completely accepted its fate and was ready to deliver the final judgment. In the midst of the wreckage. Crack, crack, crack. Shen Ye swayed unsteadily and forced himself to stand up. His legs still trembled uncontrollably, bright red blood smeared across much of his face, looking horrifying. His physical strength plummeted from the monstrous peak of 60 points to the ordinary human limit of 20 points in an instant. But he still stood tall, and even the corner of his blood-soaked mouth couldn't help but curl up, forming an exceedingly strange smile. Are you done talking, yet? Shen Ye casually wiped the black blood from the corner of his mouth with the back of his hand, which was covered in dust and flesh, his laughter growing louder. Cough cough. Ha ha ha. If you're done with the show. Shen Ye's trembling right hand, slow yet resolute, reached into the pocket of his windbreaker and pulled out a cold coin. Necromancer's gambler coin. Don't worry, even if I die here, I'll still tear a piece of flesh from you. Bai Yi looked at the faint cursed coin peeking through Shen Ye's fingers, the surprise on his face turned into a trace of contemptuous mockery. Oh? Is this your ultimate trump card that you'll never surrender? He slightly raised his hand. Shen Ye's thumb had yet to press down on the edge of the coin, not yet having the chance to flick it high. In midair, Bai Yi simply pointed a light finger towards Shen Ye. Boom! This time, the invisible weight transformed into the purest physical crushing force. Before Shen Ye's nervous signals could even reach his brain, his whole body was slammed flat against the cold floor by an overwhelming gravity. Bang! Shen Ye's cheek hit the metal floor hard, creating a shallow dent. His mouth was filled with the bloody taste of his own ruptured organs, and every bone and inch of muscle screamed wildly in agony under the weight. The coin slipped from his powerless palm and began to spin on the floor. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The coin spun slower and slower. With a soft ding, it stopped less than half a meter in front of Shen Ye's line of sight, showing its front side. Shen Ye's eyelids twitched wildly, his vision piercing through the blurred blood, staring intensely at the coin. What incredible luck this was. It was the lucky crit side. You have gained the status of luck attached. Your next attack adds 2000% true crit damage. But sadly, under this king-level weight, he didn't even have the strength to lift a single finger to attack. Stop struggling in vain. The game is over. Bai Ye's voice came again, still in that kind of gentle tone that made one want to tear him into pieces. Cut out the core of the sanctuary and hand it over to me. I can show mercy and give you a dignified end. Admit it, Shen Ye, you cannot defeat me. Shen Ye's consciousness was dissolving irreversibly. Greedy flesh was locked tight in the black room, his body weak, his mind on the brink of utter madness. Darkness shrank inward like cold, retreating seawater at the edge of his vision, as if trying to swallow him forever into this endless night. The next moment. With a sharp system chime, a panel radiating dazzling prismatic light forced its way past all crimson warnings, pressing straight onto his face. Final reserve, prismatic talent host's life detected in critical danger. Activation conditions met. Warning, this operation is irreversible. After activation, maximum SAN will permanently decrease by 15 points. Current SAN max, 9580. Are you sure you want to embrace the curse of the uncrowned king? Shen Ye stared at those words. Under the terrible pressure, his blood-smeared face twitched, little by little. That smile grew larger, finally turning into a hoarse, mad laugh. Hee hee ha ha ha. Bai Yi in midair frowned slightly. Shen Ye's bloodshot eyes stared straight ahead, his right hand ignoring the tearing pain of his muscles, inching stubbornly forward. Bai Yi in midair noticed this tiny movement. But he did not stop him. Because he wanted to see what tricks this ant, whose hands and feet were all broken, could pull off before death. His fingers, covered in sticky black blood, finally lightly touched the cold, hard edge of the necromancer gambler's coin. The cold metal temperature transmitted through his fingertips instantly into Shen Ye's shattered nerves. Since you think you have a sure win, Shen Ye opened his blood-filled mouth. Then let me see if I can tear a piece of meat from you. Final reserve, activate for me. Asking for updates, 50 chapters of build-up, the next chapter will explode. Chapter 92, The King Descends from Heaven. Furious and Savage. Combined. Final reserve, activate for me. Final reserve, prismatic. Effect, when your life is in critical danger, you can actively embrace the curse of the uncrowned king. Your body instantly increases by 300%, transforming into a twisted humanoid beast, immune to all pain and mental control, lasting 1 hour. Cost, after each trigger ends, maximum SAN permanently decreases by 15 points. Description, you of course will not die. You are just becoming more like them. The system alert rang loudly in Shen Ye's mind. Final reserve activated. Maximum SAN permanently decreased by 15 points. Current max, 80. You actively embraced the curse of the uncrowned king. Body increased by 300%. Current body, 60. But this was just the appetizer of the ultimate gambler's last wild feast. Resource consumption detected, SAN max 15. Prismatic ticket 50% probability check. Host currently has luck possessed status. Effect, all action checks receive a high probability positive correction. Detected luck possessed enhancing this check, 50% probability enhanced to 75%. Ding. Trigger successful. This consumption is free. SAN max 15 points returned. Boom. Shen Ye, lying on the ground, let out an inhuman roar. His muscles felt like high-pressure magma forced in, inflating wildly in a violent, tearing way. The original human skin could no longer restrain this rage. Poochie. 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 A dozen thick, dark golden bone spikes, like long spears, pierced through his back skin and coat, spreading outward in a fan, with scorching black blood, fully grotesque. In less than half a breath, Shen Ye's height shot up to a terrifying 2.5 meters, his muscles knotting like black stone. He completely transformed from a severely injured, near-death human into a twisted beast clad in dark golden armor. Shen Ye slowly lifted his head. Those eyes had already lost the pupils of humans, replaced instead by a field of brutal crimson. Bang! Shen Ye kicked his legs violently. The Titan alloy floor beneath him, under a reaction force that could not be calculated by reason, exploded into a terrifying pit several meters deep. His whole body was like an intercontinental missile fired from a cannon, leaving a white fiery gas trail in midair, shooting straight into the sky. In midair, Bai Yi held his hands behind his back, still keeping that lofty posture, a trace of compassionate yet mocking cold smile on his lips, as if everything was under control. So this is your limit. Dong. Bai Yi hadn't finished speaking. A huge fist covered with dark gold bone armor and wrapped in a furious spiral airflow had already landed solidly on Bai Yi's flawless face. Above the black stone plain, it was as if a thunderclap splitting the sky had erupted from nowhere. A circle of visible white sonic boom clouds spread outward like a tsunami, centered at the point where the two touched. Bai Yi's face, always calm like a ruler, under this terrifying force, began from the right cheek, his flesh trembled and twisted violently like water waves blown by a storm, even the bridge of his nose cracked with a crisp breaking sound. King level? So what? 2000% real damage bonus. This punch contained the terrifying power of 1,200 points of extreme physique. Bai Yi's whole body was like a baseball struck by a home run, moving 10 times faster than Shen Ye when he rushed up, emitting a sharp scream, plunging straight into the dense army of mutated monsters below. Boom! The earth trembled. A terrifying trench hundreds of meters long and over 10 meters deep was plowed out by Baye's body on the black stone plain. Hundreds or thousands of low-level and even elite mutants along the way didn't even have time to scream, they were smashed into puddles of bloody mist and meat by this terrifying kinetic energy. The entire black stone plain, in this second, fell into dead silence. Neither the monsters fighting nor the survivors drenched in blood moved. On the distant fortified bunker, Zhang Haoyu, Su Muwen, Lu Chen, and others widened their bloodshot eyes, mouths open wide enough to fit a fist, unable to believe their sight. Millions of human survivor eyes all stared blankly at that trench of divine punishment. The king-level monster that had just been high above, destroying a level 6 fortress shield with a single strike, treating millions of lives as ants, was brought down from the sky by what, with a single punch? Ant. You are looking for death. From the deepest part of the ruins, a roar of shock and anger suddenly tore through the clouds. This voice no longer had the previous composure, only furious rage. Boom! Rocks flew through the air. Bai Yi soared into the sky again. His perfectly tailored elegant suit had exploded into flying shreds of cloth, his right cheek slowly healing under king-level recovery, but the veins on his neck bulged, revealing his rage and broken defense. Those eyes that had long shown no emotional fluctuation now blazed with a fire called fury. Bai Yi stared hard at Shen Ye, whose nose was spewing scorching blood. A near-death triggered rule artifact? To push me back half a step with such a tiny trick, your luck is indeed good. But if I kill you instantly, I want to see how your pitiful rule would trigger. Bai Yi suddenly raised one hand toward Shen Ye, the killing intent in his eyes almost turning into ice, his fingers clenched fiercely in the air. Die. Poochie. The king's annihilation rule was unbeatable. Shen Ye's body, which had just completed triple mutation with astonishing defense. In midair, it was as if an invisible millstone crushed him. There was no room to resist. The dark golden heavy armor shattered with a roar, and thick bones burst piece by piece. Shen Ye did not even let out a single scream. In an instant, he was torn into pieces, turning into a cloud of flying flesh and blinding rain of blood in midair. Is this your trump card? Pathetic to the extreme. Nothing more. Bai Ye's chest heaved violently, he straightened his torn collar, and finally said the words he had been holding back. However, the next second, the muscles at the corner of Bai Ye's eyes twitched sharply. Because he noticed that the flesh and blood exploding in midair were not falling under gravity, but were eerily suspended, as if time had stopped. At this moment, the system's voice exploded repeatedly in Shen Ye's consciousness, now only a cloud of blood mist. Host detected in life-threatening danger. Prism talent last reserve activated. Your SAN value maximum permanently reduced by 15 points. Current maximum, 80. You have once again embraced the curse of the uncrowned king. Physical strength increased by 300%. Current physical strength, 180, 60 by 3. Prism ticket judgment failed. This consumption, 15 points SAN maximum, will not be returned. Immediately, another Prism rule brutally inserted into the battlefield. Host death detected. Prism talent fight to the death activated. Effect, when you are about to die, your health and SAN value will be locked at maximum, and all negative statuses will be instantly cleared for 15 seconds. Afterwards, you gain Afterglow, physical strength plus 50%, SAN value maximum plus 50%, lasting 3 hours. This effect can only trigger once every 7 days. Health and SAN values locked at maximum, lasting 15 seconds. All negative statuses cleared. You gain Afterglow, temporary physical strength plus 50%, temporary SAN value maximum plus 50%. Current physical strength, 270. Current SAN maximum, 120. In just an instant, time seemed to be forcibly rewound and reset by invisible giant hands. The cloud of blood mist wildly surged and condensed within 0.1 seconds, and Shen Ye reappeared intact in midair. Not only that, his body size doubled again from before, reaching a suffocating 4 meters. The dark golden scales became even heavier, like a true ancient dragon armor. Every breath he exhaled was no longer white vapor, but scorching blood flames of extreme heat. The terrifying pressure radiating from 270 points of physical strength made the surrounding air twist like boiling water. But this was still not the craziest part. Shen Ye, who had just reformed his body and regained consciousness, his crimson eyes trembled violently. Because he heard the most heavenly system prompts in the world. Resource consumption detected, fight to the death chance X1. Prism ticket 75% probability judgment in progress. Judgment success. This consumption is free. Fight to the death 7-day cooldown has been reset. Shen Ye froze completely. After a brief moment of shock, a crazy, insane laugh erupted from his throat. Ha 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 ha. Ha 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 ha. This is fucking beyond acting. Gold fortune plus last reserve plus fight to the death plus prism ticket. Rule closed loop. Left foot on right foot, spiraling directly into the sky on the spot. Shen Ye laughed so hard he bent forward and back, tears almost bursting out. His insane blood-red eyes fixed tightly on Bai Yi below, as if looking at a supreme tragic fool. Seeing Shen Ye not only resurrected intact but with doubled aura, Bai Yi's breathing became rapid, his brows tightly furrowed into a river-shaped crease. He took a deep breath, suppressing a trace of unease from nowhere, and once again revealed a contemptuous cold smile. He thought this was merely Shen Ye using some extremely life-draining artifact to revive. Heh, forcibly using high-level artifacts' rule power to revive? A laughable death struggle. How long can you bear the cost of this artifact? 1 minute? Or 30 seconds? Your body will soon completely collapse from the rule backlash. And if I can kill you once, I can kill you 10,000 times. The words had barely fallen when Bai Yi swung his fist through empty space again. The king-level power of rules fully erupted. Ahead, the space rippled once more with deadly distortions, forcibly kneaded and crushed by invisible giant hands. But this time, Shen Ye had no intention to dodge, he even spread his arms and laughed wildly, moving to meet the destructive power head-on. Bang! No suspense. Shen Ye was blasted into the sky by a single punch. His bones shattered, his organs crushed into mush, and the sky filled with blood mist, exploding like brilliant fireworks. Shen Ye was killed instantly for the second time. Yet in the last second before his consciousness shattered, the wild laugh on his face had not faded one bit. Kill me? Come on. Kill me many times. I'd rather you kill me 10 times, 100 times. Host life detected in critical danger. Prism talent final reserve triggered. San max permanently reduced by 15 points. Current max, 105. Physique increased by 300%. Current physique, 810, 270 by 3. Prism ticket check successful. This consumption is free. 15 San max points restored. Host death detected. Prism talent do or die triggered. HP and San locked at maximum, lasting 15 seconds. All negative states cleared. You gained Afterglow, physique temporarily plus 50%, San max temporarily plus 50%. Current physique, 1215. Current San max, 180. Prism ticket check successful. This consumption is free. Do or die 7-day cooldown reset. Boom. Above the eternal night sky, a terrifying blood moon-like energy suddenly exploded. All the ancient, unchanging darkness over the Blackstone Plain was instantly lit by a horrifying deep red. The sky seemed to burn. This time, standing in midair was no longer just a Superman who could swing a single fist. 12-15 points of physique. Shen Ye, reshaped for the third time, had grown to a staggering 10 meters tall. Like an ancient mythic beast from old times, stepping through the void, a world-ending abyss monster. Just standing there, the pure physical pressure he radiated made the surrounding void tremble. His eyes, like two blood-red lanterns hanging high, burned with destructive rage. It seemed like he wanted to burn 2 holes through this endless night. The smile on Bai Yi's face disappeared instantly. Impossible, absolutely impossible. How could you infinitely trigger this rule that reverses causality? At this moment, Bai Yi's previous calm, scheming smile had completely transferred to Shen Ye. Shen Ye slowly lowered his head, looking down at Bai Yi from above. Don't you like blowing up fish? Shen Ye's voice exploded across the Blackstone Plain. Now. Blow up another one for me to see. Shen Ye did not use any weapons, nor bothered with flashy moves. He simply pulled back his right arm, as mighty as a mountain, then clenched a giant fist the size of a villa. The next moment, a wild wind roared. Shen Ye, like a world-ending meteor wrapped in endless fury, crushed through the void, falling from the sky. Now. The king descends from the sky. Angry and terrifying. These 2 chapters were revised many times. If you enjoyed it, give the author a 5-star review. A deeper worldview is about to unfold. Chapter 93, Physical Transcendence. Boom. The 10-meter-tall dark gold beast, like a heavy meteor carrying a supersonic sonic boom cloud, slammed onto the charred rock of the Blackstone Plain. The earth groaned in despair under this godlike force. As the ground collapsed, a terrifying circular meteor crater over 200 meters in diameter and dozens of meters deep instantly formed in the center of the plain. The terrifying circular shockwave turned into a solid milky white blade, sweeping the ground radially. Thousands of low-level mutants around, still screaming, didn't even have time to make a sound before they were directly shattered by the terrifying kinetic energy, crushed into blood-red wallpaper stuck on the charred rocks. At the deepest part of the meteor crater, Shen Ye's enormous, suffocating dark golden body was pressing down on Bai Yi with all its weight. No flashy rank skills, no stupid rule clashes. At this moment, in Shen Ye's eyes, there was only the most primitive physical annihilation. Bang! Shen Ye's dark golden fist, as huge as a heavy truck and carrying a piercing sonic boom, smashed hard into Bai Ye's face, which had always carried the arrogance of a superior. Crack! With the crisp sound of a shattered nose, Bai Ye's features were crushed and twisted like a tomato smashed by a jack. His entire head was violently pushed back by the terrifying force, embedding deeply into the black rock layer and cracking the crater floor into a dense spiderweb of fractures. Bang! Another punch. With a sickening, dull explosion, Bai Ye's proud chest collapsed, and the Black King's blood sprayed from his mouth like a fountain. Bang! 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 Shen Ye gave Bai Ye no chance to breathe, no time to even think about using that stupid rule power. The huge fists became countless dark golden afterimages in the air, moving so fast that they tore the air with a shrill scream. The friction of his fists generated terrifying heat, turning Shen Ye's dark red burning blood into near liquid flames. 1 second, over 100 punches poured down. Each punch carried the destructive power of 12-15 extreme physical strength. You damn bastard, weren't you screaming just now? Bai Ye's proud king-level body was hammered into a muddy mess mixed with dirt by this utterly unreasonable violence. Bones, organs, and blood were completely crushed, leaving not a trace of human shape. But this was not over. From that shocking mud, countless dark purple flesh buds surged like boiling lava. Even smashed into meat paste, the high-level greedy flesh in Bai Ye's body still forcibly pulled the shredded meat together at a perverse, unnatural speed. After the mad eruption, Shen Ye finally stopped punching. His chest rose and fell violently, white-hot blood steam spraying from his nose, and he shook off the meat and slime stuck to his fists. This bastard, pure physical damage doesn't seem to kill him? Lowly reptile. Boom! With a scream filled with extreme hatred, a violent abyssal aura exploded from the mud at the bottom of the crater. Bai Ye's shattered flesh began swelling uncontrollably. Countless thick tentacles, covered with barbs and dripping with acid, shot out from his body. Then, huge, hateful eyes opened densely on the tentacles, emitting dizzying, hallucinatory purple light. In less than 3 seconds, a 15-meter-tall, spiked, ugly flesh mountain slowly rose from the meteor crater. Bai Ye had reverted to his original form. Die for me! The flesh mountain roared, tearing the sky, as several thick, train-like tentacles smashed through space toward Shen Ye's head. Shen Ye, 10 meters tall, didn't retreat but charged forward. He stomped hard, crushing rock, and collided directly with the tentacles. The two monsters engaged in the most primitive, savage, close combat fight on the bloody, muddy black stone plain. Blood splashed, the ground trembled. Every full-force collision of bodies sent out a white shockwave strong enough to toss main battle tanks into the air. Nearby deformed monsters were crushed by the shockwaves, and treasure chests exploded everywhere like rain. The two of them fought each other wildly for a full 10 minutes, changing the entire black stone plain's landforms by sheer force. But Shen Ye's brow furrowed tightly. That old dog Bai Ye's recovery was absurdly unreasonable. Just as Shen Ye tore off one of his tentacles while bearing the damage, in the next second, 2 new tentacles would erupt from the pus-filled wound like bamboo shoots after rain. Boom! The two struck each other with a brutal punch again, the massive recoil sending them both flying back hundreds of meters, carving 2 deep, charred trenches into the ground. Meat Mountain steadied his body, hundreds of purple eyes locking onto Shen Ye, emitting deafening, viciously mocking laughter. Useless! Your state, forcibly enhanced by relics, can never last permanently. As Meat Mountain screamed madly, the terrifying wounds on his body, invisible to the eye, rapidly wove and stitched themselves together at a speed visible to anyone. And I am immortal. As long as I outlast your state, when the backlash comes, killing you will take only the effort of crushing an ant. The massive giant eyes on Bai Ye's huge body greedily turned toward the faraway, trembling level 5 fortified bunkers. Even if you stop me for a moment now, what does it matter? As long as my legions kill those useless ones, I can still devour all the cores. Only law can fight law. You beast with only muscles and body, what can you use to beat me? The wild wind, mixed with the stench of blood rain, swept across the ruined plain. Shen Ye slowly stood tall, his huge 10-meter body, his dark gold dragon armor now covered with deep, visible, twisting scratches, golden blood dripping slowly from the scales. He lowered his head, looking at his giant fists covered in king's black blood, the finger bones slightly deformed. Suddenly, he grinned, revealing a slightly manic smile. You did remind me. When it comes to law, I think I really do have something in my hand. Chapter 94, The Rule Never Possessed at Birth. Shen Ye's crimson giant eyes fixed on the Meat Mountain below, his will suddenly moving in the void. His right hand casually reached out into the air beside him. Crack! A dead gray-white light suddenly tore through the battlefield's blood-colored sky. A pale spine about 1.5 meters long, covered with countless twisted black runes, appeared abruptly and eerily in his palm. The moment he grasped the spine, visible gray death frost spread crazily along Shen Ye's arm, freezing even the boiling, hot air around into falling shards of ice. Desecrator's Spine. Quality, Relic, Fake. Trigger effect, it can only trigger once. As long as you see the target, this spear made from the spine ignores distance, evasion, and any obstacles, directly piercing the enemy's chest. Cost: after throwing, it permanently consumes a part of you. Description: the moment it is thrown, the enemy's fate is sealed. Of course, that includes you. Below, Baye's body, already mutated into a massive meat mountain, stiffened, and the hundreds of eyes on him shrank to needle-sized in terror the moment they saw the item. Desecrator's spine? After the shock, Baye laughed madly like a lunatic. Ha ha ha. You have no idea what this thing really means. Once this is shot, it will permanently consume a part of you. Even if you use it to hurt me, you will not survive. Come on. Let's see who dies first. Ha ha ha. Shen Ye completely ignored the old dog barking madly. Time is running out. As the king of gamblers, the thing he feared least in his life was cost. As long as the profits were huge, he could even break his life and throw it all on the table, still afraid of your tiny backlash? Shen Ye raised that pale spine, radiating the ultimate chill of death, high above his head, his gaze locking precisely on the wildly beating heart in the meat mountain's chest. In my life, I hate most when others tell me what to do. A flash of extreme madness and brutality appeared in Shen Ye's eyes, a terrifying grin spreading across his lips. The next moment, the desecrator's spine, tightly held in his hand, vanished into thin air, melting away like ice. A weapon of causal law, ignoring distance, ignoring the absolute defense of a king, ignoring all physical rules. As long as I see, your fate is already decided. Poochie. A dull, bone-piercing sound of flesh exploded across the black stone plain. The dozen or so king-level tentacles in front of Baye, weaving frantically in defense, remained intact, not even a scratch. But deep in the meat mountain behind those tentacles, at the heart, a pale spine was nailed firmly. Baye screamed in horror. His perverse, king-level greedy flesh became useless against the absolute erasure of causal law. The wound could not heal, and the grey death energy gnawed at his life source like boneworms, rotting it madly. The arrogant meat mountain rolled in pain across the plain, smashing countless black rocks, its shrill screams sending shivers down the spines of distant survivors. At the exact second the spine pierced Baye's heart, a cold system declaration rang in Shen Ye's mind. You were born without the sense of pain. The prism ticket did not trigger. This sentence itself was like a rule, immediately taking away his sense of pain. Born without it, how could one speak of losing it? Causal deprivation, irreversible. Shen Ye paused. He looked down at the deep, bone-revealing tear on his chest. Before, every second it sent nerve-shredding pain to his brain. But now. Shen Ye slowly extended a thick finger of his left hand, brutally shoved it into his gaping wound, and stirred it twice. No feeling. Truly no feeling at all. The physiological pain alarms that had restrained his mind and limited his muscles were completely erased in an instant. Damn, what is this thing? Shen Ye first spat out blood-tinged saliva in shock, then a low, deep laugh rolled from his throat. Loss of pain? What kind of curse is that? For a madman who always dances on the knife edge, jumping back and forth between near-death injuries, this is the perfect killing release buff. Without pain, not even the last bit of subconscious restraint in his brain remained, he became a pure attack-crazed madman. Below, though the meat mountain was severely injured by the spine, its king-level terrifying vitality stubbornly delayed its collapse. Half of its body had shriveled into gray, dry dead flesh, yet the other half thrashed wildly, bloodshot eyes bulging, fixated on the laughing Shen Ye above. Ha ha ha. Useless. You ignorant fool. It has already locked onto you. And you only have this one spine. You still cannot kill me. Listening to Baye's hysterical, ghostly laughter, Shen Ye's maniacal grin gradually faded. He looked down from above at the struggling, dying meat mountain. Just like watching a clown. Only one? Shen Ye raised an eyebrow, and with his left hand, soaked in blood, he slowly reached into the void beside him. Then, as if pulling out a forgotten sword, he slowly drew another bone from the air, radiating endless deathly energy. It was another spine, carved with black runes, the bone of the profaner. The white-haired man, who had been laughing wildly, suddenly stopped, as if his laughter was choked off by a hand around his neck, like a duck whose neck had been snapped. The hundreds of eyes left on the mountain of flesh all froze in a daze at the same time. But this was just the beginning. Swish. 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 A series of ear-piercing, space-tearing sounds rang out. Behind Shen Ye's towering figure, the spines, one after another, began to float up in perfect order. In the white-haired man's completely shattered worldview and his terror-stricken eyes, 18 pale long spears, radiating grey deathly energy, lined up behind Shen Ye in an extremely spectacular, terrifying fan-like shape, resembling wings. Yes. Through his exclusive enhancement Interest Plus, the insane hoarder Shen Ye had somehow stored up an entire batch of these causality-breaking weapons, a wholesale stockpile. Only one? Sorry, not only do I have one, I have 18. Shen Ye weighed the second spine in his hand, exuding a cold, deathly energy, and smiled a terribly wicked smile at the giant mountain of flesh ahead, now in complete and utter silence. Since you're not dead yet. How about another one? I'll make sure it's enough. How about another one? I'll make sure it's enough. Shen Ye grinned, and as his lips stretched into an exaggerated arc, the dry, black blood at the corners of his mouth cracked open, revealing 2 rows of gleaming white, sharp teeth. The 18 pale spines behind him spread out evenly in the void. The twisted black runes on each spine writhed wildly, emitting a grey deathly energy that seemed to freeze the soul. It seemed that even the wind on the black stone plains had frozen. On the giant writhing mountain of flesh below, the hundreds of bulging eyeballs, which had been engorged with blood, were now all uncontrollably trembling wildly. Some of the eyeballs, their pupils shrinking too severely, pop and burst, releasing thick, sticky fluid onto the ground. Bai Yi was terrified of death. He feared death more than any mutated monster or human survivor in this world. He had barely survived in this rookie zone for countless years, carefully accumulating his current kingly position through repeated harvesting, assimilation, and consumption. Just one spine had already cost him half his life, with that grey deathly energy irreversibly consuming his life force. But now, this madman had pulled out a whole set of 18? Damn it, could this Shen Ye freak be the father of the profaner? If all 18 of these spines hit, forget about him being a king, even those truly unnameable creatures from the abyss could be nailed to the ground like hedgehogs. In midair, Shen Ye's massive body leaned forward slightly. His enormous shadow cast down over the trembling mountain of flesh below. His grin grew even more savage, as if he were about to unleash all 18 of the causality spells down upon it at any moment. But inside, he was cursing silently. That last causality deprivation hadn't triggered any free ticket from the system. Because this thing didn't consume sand value, nor health points, it directly erased part of the existence on the conceptual level. Depriving pain, Shen Ye could still use it as a berserker buff, even feeling like it was a profitable deal. But what if he threw another one? What if the system suddenly says, you were never born with a head? Or even more terrifying, you were never meant to have Jill? Who could he even argue with? When facing that kind of conceptual annihilation, even a full-blood revival from a do-or-die fight might not be enough. He would die on the spot without a trace. Shen Ye is a madman. He is a gambler who likes to put his head on the waistband of his pants. But he is absolutely not a fool. Such a causal weapon that even talent cannot fully contain, he will never throw a second one unless he is at the extreme edge of despair. Pulling out 18 at once, setting up this kill or bury display. Purely to play psychological warfare, to completely crush the old dog beneath him mentally. And the results proved to be ridiculously effective. Why are you not barking? Shen Ye's massive body leaned slightly forward, his 10-meter shadow completely covering the meat mountain. Weren't you barking just now? Deep inside the meat mountain, suffocating silence fell. 2 seconds later. Shen Ye, let's die together. Bai Yi let out a piercing, broken scream. The moment the scream fell, the enormous meat mountain suddenly swelled violently, like a huge pus sack forcibly filled with too much high-pressure gas. All remaining eyeballs on its surface rolled white at the same second, purple-black veins bulging on the flesh, as if it would burst the next moment. Is it opening up? About to self-destruct? Shen Ye's crimson giant pupils narrowed slightly. He didn't want to endure the last strike of a king-level monster with his body. His huge frame immediately pulled back. He retreated. Then, boom! A deafening muffled explosion. The violet energy inside the meat mountain went completely out of control and exploded on the spot. A sky full of stinking purple-black blood rain and fragments of flesh blasted out radially, and the thick blood mist instantly blocked the battlefield vision. However, atop Shen Ye's amphibious fortress, the half-opened eye of the whole realm, its dark gold vertical pupil suddenly shrank sharply. The powerful perspective rays pierced through the blood mist. On Shen Ye's retina, a tiny faint, yet extremely fast red signal immediately appeared. In the deepest part of the blood mist, a thin streak of light was clinging to the scorched ground, fleeing at a speed completely defying physics, trying to escape into the depths of eternal night. So after all that, you actually want to run? A deafening, wild laugh rolled from Shen Ye's throat. With a thought, the 18 causal spines floating behind him instantly vanished, neatly returned to the system backpack. Then, his huge hands suddenly grabbed in the void. A coin flickering with an ancient dim light appeared like magic between his fingers. Necromancer Gambler coin. His thumb flicked sharply. Ding! The coin landed steadily in his wide palm, heads up this time. The skull's hollow eyes on the coin instantly shone with horrifying bloodlight. But this time, the skull's jawbone cracked under unbearable weight, as if the relic itself feared the terrifying causality it was about to bear. You have obtained the lucky possession status. Cannot stack. Your next attack adds 2000% true critical damage. Shen Ye's 10-meter-tall body suddenly squatted, his leg muscles tensed to the extreme, then exploded with force. Boom! The ground where Shen Ye had stood collapsed into a giant pit dozens of meters deep. His whole body became a dark gold lightning tearing through darkness, instantly covering thousands of meters. In the distant darkness, Bai Ye's last broken core desperately ran, wrapped in flowing light. But in the next second, a 10-meter giant shadow smashed down like a meteor from the sky, blocking all escape paths dead ahead. The rushing streak of white wild suddenly braked, a roar erupting from the halo. Shen Ye! I have abandoned flesh and blood, leaving only the origin of rules. You cannot kill me. Step back, everyone will be safe. I will not strike District 27 again. Cannot kill you? Shen Ye sneered coldly. He grasped the void with his right hand, and the dark red, Wu Yan, long knife appeared in his hand. With Bai Ye's self-explosion, the absolute suppression of greedy flesh receded. The dormant flesh buds inside Shen Ye, like untamed wolves-smelling blood, boiled and roared again. He frantically poured the flesh buds into the blade. The originally normal-sized long knife cried out a mingled sound of grief and pleasure, instantly swelling into a terrifying blood-and-flesh giant blade over 10 meters long. On the blade, thick blood-colored flames twisted like solid substance. You just said only rules can fight rules? Shen Ye held the hilt with both hands. 12-15 points of physique. Plus 2000% real critical damage. The skull on the coin gave a final piercing shriek, the blood-red force of rules forced to erupt outward wildly, as if it would be completely squeezed dry. The next moment, the coin actually shattered directly. But the coin had already completed its mission. The massive blade light turned into a solid blood-colored raging dragon, shooting straight into the sky. It forcefully split the endless dark sky in two. Today, let me teach you what it means if the power is strong enough. Power itself is already the rule. The next moment, the blood-colored giant blade descended with the might to destroy everything. This stroke pierced the stars. Chapter 96 Diamond Treasure Box. A black crack visible to the naked eye appeared in the air, a fault caused by space unable to bear this force. No! The streak of light was forced out of the void, condensing again into Bai Ye's human shape. The massive energy pressure was like a whole Mount Tai falling, the surrounding gravity seeming to increase 10,000 times, pressing the once supreme king so that even moving a finger was a luxury. He glared at the dark red giant blade descending overhead, feeling the terrifying despair that could crush even his soul, finally realizing he had completely lost, defeated by a thorough madman. On Bai Ye's twisted face, an extremely cruel and sharp laugh suddenly appeared. You think you won? He roared at Shen Ye, his voice full of bone-chilling despair and madness. Shen Ye! You frog in the well! You have no idea what lies at the end of the abyss. Humans are destined to be completely assimilated in despair. I will watch you be devoured at the deepest part of hell. The violent wind pressure had already pressed the black rock ground around Bai Ye into a huge pit. On Shen Ye's face, there was not a trace of mercy. Yes. You do not believe you can defeat those indescribable things. A mocking curve pulled at the corner of his mouth. Just like you do not believe I can defeat you. As the words fell, the blade cut all the way through without hindrance. No blood splashed. No flesh and bone separated. Bai Ye did not even have time to utter his last scream. Under this destructive force mixed with 2,000 times critical hit and blood-colored flames. His kingly rules, in 1,000th of a second of touching the blade, along with the soul inside the body, were completely evaporated into irrecoverable powder. Then, after shattering Bai Ye, the crimson blade light continued without losing force, like a roaring blood-colored dragon, carving a blood-colored canyon hundreds of meters wide and thousands of meters long through the darkness at the end of the black stone plain. This stroke seemed to pierce the eternal night. All District Wartime Broadcast. King-level Bai Ye has been successfully killed. Killer, Shen Ye. As these few lines of dazzling golden characters appeared, when forcibly stamped onto the retinas of all survivors in the zone. Those mutated monsters, once driven by Bai Ye's mental power, fearlessly charging over their comrades' corpses. At the exact moment the aura of the rank representing King completely vanished, they all froze in place. Then, they sensed the extreme brutal aura radiating from the 10-meter dark golden giant at the center of the battlefield. They let out cries of terror beyond measure, losing even the instinct to resist, like black water receding, trampling each other, crazily scattering into the darkness in all directions to escape. On the distant fortress, Zhang Haoyu's legs went weak, and with a thud, he collapsed onto the cold city wall. The spear in his hand clanged to the ground, he gasped heavily, his chest heaving violently. He stared fixedly at the dark golden giant that split the plain in two. He looked at the 10-meter-long blade still burning with blood flames, looked at the blood-red rift tearing the sky and earth. Zhang Haoyu swallowed hard, his voice trembling. Who the hell is really the king level? Not far away, on another level 5 shelter. Su Muwen covered her mouth and fell to her knees, big tears streaming down her face. mixed with the smoke and blood smeared on her face, dripping down with plops. It was the extreme relief of being violently pulled back to life from the deadly abyss. At the same time, the regional channel had already exploded into boiling magma, dense barrage of messages instantly covering everything. Holy shit! 1/kill? I saw with my own eyes him split the sky with one blade. Living dad. This is the real living dad. From today, anyone who dares speak badly of Ye, I'll trace the net and kill his whole family. We survived, we survived. Long live Brother Ye. Brother Ye, I want to have monkeys for you. I declare. From today, Ye is the king of our zone. No objections accepted. And in this boiling center, at the heart of the battlefield. Who? Shen Ye exhaled a long, hot breath, the air filled with sharp blood and burnt smells. He actively ended the size stacking states of Final Reserve and Fight to the Death. His huge body quickly shrank, dark golden bones and scales slowly dissipating into the wind. A few seconds later, Shen Ye returned to a normal human size. Though spared the cost and without pain, 3 consecutive death reorganizations plus high-intensity bursts left his mind extremely exhausted. At that moment, hurried footsteps came from behind. Shen Ye limped over. Her black combat suit was tattered, large patches of pale skin exposed to the cold wind, yet covered in blood. Shen Ye stopped in front of Shen Ye, saying nothing. Then, in the next second, she suddenly leapt, directly into Shen Ye's arms. Then Shen Ye opened her mouth, revealing white teeth, biting onto Shen Ye's arm. Shen Ye felt no pain, letting her do it. You didn't die. Shen Ye said unclearly. If you had died just now I would have eaten all your broken flesh. That way, you would always live with me. Faced with this extremely terrifying statement, Shen Ye let out a low laugh. My bones are hard. The meat is tough, hard to chew. Better pressure cook it before eating. In this fucked up eternal night, 2 crazies' exchange needed no normal logic. A moment later, Shen Ye swept past Shen Ye, hanging on him like an octopus, lifted his head, eyes on the place by Ye was just sliced apart. The space was still in extreme chaos, tiny cracks sizzling. And in the very center of the charred ruins, 2 things floated. A treasure chest, as if carved from diamond, floated quietly in the air, dazzlingly colorful. Next to that diamond treasure chest, a pure white crystal quietly floated. The space around that crystal twisted in a strange way, as if it did not belong to this dimension. This is Anchor of Sanity? What is happening? How could it not be shattered? Chapter 97, Salvaging Cognition. Shen Ye's gaze was fixed tightly on that pure white crystal. Its surface emitted an extremely soft, gentle light. The system panel projected cold letters on his retina. Anchor of Sanity, an anchor of sanity. When you stare into the abyss has already opened its doors for you. Do not fear the whispers of darkness, for this is the key to the back of the world. Shen Ye squinted his eyes. He knew best the power of that strike just now. 12-15 points of ultimate physique on the panel. With 2000% true critical from the Necromancer Gambler's Gold. That strike's energy shattered the physical structure of reality on the spot. A being of White Ye's king-level status did not last even a second. Yet this anchor of sanity remained intact amidst that world-ending energy explosion. Shen Ye spread his 5 fingers and directly grabbed at the softly glowing pure white crystal. The next moment, Shen Ye's brow instantly furrowed. His palm was empty. His fingers, stained with dried black blood, went straight through the pure white crystal. No physical contact at all. No temperature. No resistance. He only grasped a mass of cold air. Physical touch was useless. Shen Ye's eyes moved slightly. He immediately activated the just-awakened greedy flesh inside him. Shoo! More than 10 dark purple flesh buds sprouted from the blood flesh in his palm. The buds twisted and interwove midair, forming several tiny tentacles. The tips split open into fine mouths, fiercely lashing toward the pure white crystal. The flesh tentacles closed. They pierced again. The pure white crystal's soft light remained unaffected. Dark purple abyssal energy passed through the crystal, hitting nothing. Physical means were useless. Shen Ye stood still, keeping one hand extended forward. Shen Ye turned her head. Her mismatched purple and black pupils shrank sharply. In her view, above the abyssal rift there was only a diamond chest emitting a halo. Nothing next to it. But Shen Ye reached toward that empty air twice in a row. Shen Ye cautiously scanned around. What are you grabbing? Shen Ye asked. She could see nothing. Shen Ye retracted his right hand. The greedy flesh tentacles on the back of his hand quickly withdrew. The wound instantly healed. He glanced at Shen Ye's eyes. Shen Ye could not see. Several thoughts flashed through Shen Ye's mind. He immediately sorted out the logic chain. This pure white crystal was not in this world at all. It existed in another dimension, the world called the inner side. The reason he could see it was probably because of the level 6 amphibious abyss fortress behind him. The fortress's top, eye of the entire realm, had the passive ability to detect enemies in the inner world. At this moment, Shen Ye was in mental link synchronization with the eye of the entire realm. The eye of the entire realm captured the signal of items in the inner world and projected it onto Shen Ye's retina. What he saw now might only be a projection. This explained why this thing survived a world-ending strike. That strike shattered the physical space of reality but could not affect the inner world. Shen Ye's eyes turned slightly cold. He could see it, but could not touch it. Could a prize in hand still fly away? He cut off the visual sync with the eye of the entire realm. The pure white crystal projection on his retina vanished instantly. Shen Ye did not hesitate to activate the eye of the abyssal gazer, forcibly entering the perspective of the inner world. The view flipped suddenly. The scorched rocks of the real world, the drifting smoke, even the diamond chest emitting a halo. Everything lost its color. They turned into large, grayish-white, semi-transparent outlines, retreating into the background. The true appearance, hidden beneath the surface of the world, suddenly revealed itself. Space was no longer empty. Countless twisted energy veins, glowing with eerie blue and dark purple light, intertwined and pulsed in the void. This was a dimension full of chaos and madness. In the center of this dimension, the pure white crystal quietly floated. Through the perspective of the inner world, it was no longer a projection. It now possessed a tangible, real form. Shen Ye fell into deep thought. This was a world entirely made of consciousness, where the physical concept of hands was meaningless. What could touch it? Perhaps only other conceptual things, such as vision and sanity. Shen Ye slowly lifted his head. He made no unnecessary movements, only staring fixedly at the pure white crystal in the void. Perhaps, the intersection of gazes in the inner world was equivalent to creating a bridge. Boom! At the moment when all of Shen Ye's thoughts, or rather, all of his energy, were completely focused on the crystal, the spatial barrier was forcibly pierced by his gaze. An ancient aura, deeper and 100 times crazier than the darkness of eternal night, poured into his eyes like a flood breaking through a dam, rushing straight into his brain. Indescribable mumblings exploded inside his skull. The system's blood-red warning frames frantically refreshed on his retina. Warning! Mental contamination from the inner world detected. Sanity points decreased by 10. Sanity points decreased by 10. Current sanity, 170/180. Current sanity, 160/180. His sanity points evaporated at a terrifying rate of 10 points per second. 2 warm streams of black blood traced down the corners of Shen Ye's eyes. He felt no pain now. The intense pain that should have caused his nervous system to collapse was completely blocked at the physical level. At the same time, the nested time loop had not yet reached its limit, and his temporary sanity cap was still at 180 points. This gave him the capital to do this. This was the first time Shen Ye had tried this. Previously, he had only been an observer. Now, it seemed that his entire consciousness had entered the inner world. His bloodshot eyes widened to the limit, and deep within his pupils, it seemed as if a black hole was collapsing. In the abyss. Seeing, or the collision of consciousness, is the same as touching. A vicious laugh, mixed with blood foam, squeezed out from Shen Ye's throat. Then come, to me. Shen Ye focused all his thoughts. He began to imagine that a hand had formed within his mind. His gaze suddenly contracted. Crack. In the inner world, that still pure white crystal was tightly bitten by this crazed gaze. Then, in a violent distortion of space, it was forcefully dragged along the trajectory of his gaze and pulled out of the inner dimension. The moment it passed through the spatial barrier, the mumblings in his mind abruptly stopped. The ancient aura flooding in was instantly severed. Ding! Successfully retrieved via cognitive salvage, obtained relic, sanity anchor point. Forced into system backpack. Shen Ye gasped for breath. He raised the back of his hand and roughly wiped away the black blood from his chin. He closed the perspective of the abyss gazer's eye. The world returned to the colors of reality. Charred rocks. The sharp smell of gunpowder. Shen Ye immediately called up the system panel and opened the backpack grid. In the first slot of the backpack, the sanity anchor point lay quietly. But its icon was a strange, semi-transparent gray. Shen Ye used his mind to click on the item details. In addition to the basic description, there was a blood-red supplementary note at the bottom. Status hint: this item is still in the inner world dimension. The current backpack can only hold its projection. To physically touch, bind, or use it, the host must fully switch their state to the inner world. In the real dimension, it is always an untouchable illusion. Shen Ye pulled the corner of his mouth. How exactly did Bai Yi use this thing? He turned off the backpack panel. For now, he put aside the rational anchor point. This was not the time to study cross-dimensional operations. Shen Ye raised his head, directing his gaze at the only remaining loot above the abyss chasm. With a thought, the diamond treasure chest transformed into a streak of light and directly dove into the system backpack. After that, Shen Ye turned around. Shen Ye had already come down. She stood quietly in place, her gaze never leaving Shen Ye. The monster army had completely collapsed, fleeing into the endless depths of eternal night. On the vast plain, the ground was littered with the severed limbs and broken arms of distorted monsters. Large patches of charred rock were covered with densely packed treasure chests. Bronze chests. Silver chests. Gold chests. The number reached tens of thousands. They emitted various colors of light, like a sparkling river of stars laid out across the battlefield. In the distance, at the shelter fortress where Zhang Haoyu, Lu Chen, and others were located, the remaining survivors did not dare to step out of the fortress even a single step. Shen Ye raised his left hand and opened the internal communication channel of the territory. Wang Defa. The channel immediately transmitted Wang Defa's voice, trembling with extreme excitement and awe. Yi, brother Yi. I'm here. Shen Ye looked at the ocean of loot before him, enough to make any guild wealthy overnight. Bring everyone in the territory. Open the door. Clean up the battlefield. The black tide is coming. No one should have guessed what the black tide really looks like, hee hee. Chapter 98 Final Preparations. Rumble. The Titan alloy door of the Abyss Fortress, as heavy as a mountain, crashed open. Wang Defa tightly gripped the iron spear in his hand, took a deep breath, and stepped out of the position. Behind him, countless fully armed subordinates followed. These people held searchlights in their hands, and dozens of thick white beams of light instantly pierced through the darkness, illuminating the ravaged black stone plain. Before their eyes was a blood-red canyon, over 100 meters wide and extending to the horizon. The flat black rock layers looked as if they had been brutally torn apart. That was the battlefield crack that Shen Ye had sliced open 10 minutes ago. Even now, the edges of the crack were still emitting a pungent burnt smell, and the rock appeared like glass that had melted and then cooled. What made it hard to breathe were the tens of thousands of bronze, silver, and gold treasure chests. They lay scattered among the blood and mud, their colorful glows intermingling, turning this battlefield into a dazzling river of stars. All the survivors who had just stepped out the door, one moment feeling nauseated by the bloodshed outside, the next moment were blinded by the sight of treasure chests covering the ground, frozen in place and even forgetting to breathe. What the hell are you all staring at? Wang Defa suddenly shouted angrily, group into fives. Move forward according to the defense zone grid. First, classify the gold and silver chests. Move faster. If you miss even a single penny, I'll throw you into the furnace. The crowd seemed to awaken from a dream, erupting with howls like hungry wolves, surging into the plain, frantically counting this unimaginably vast sea of loot. At the same time, on the edge of the black stone plain, inside the shelter fortress, the atmosphere had dropped to an absolute freezing point. Zhang Haoyu sat forlornly at the broken command table. He tightly squeezed a freshly printed battle damage report in his hand. The main defense line has a damage rate of 95%. Backup energy is completely exhausted. All calibers of armor-piercing ammunition are 0. 320 heavily injured personnel, countless lightly injured. The vice president stood by the table, trembling as he read out this death toll data word by word. Zhang Haoyu painfully closed his eyes. His gaze swept over the corner where the completely useless, twisted multi-track compression armor-piercing cannon lay. The shelter fortress had survived the clearing beast tide triggered by a monarch-level monster. But the cost was that the entire guild was completely stripped of its foundations. How could this tattered mess resist the coming tide of darkness? Without a fight, a single gust of wind would wipe them out entirely. Several high-ranking guild members in the command room looked out through the observation window. On the far horizon, the 10-meter-high abyss fortress blazed with lights. Its 24 heavy main cannons still emitted pungent smoke, like an indescribable ancient stronghold. Everyone's mind kept replaying the blood-red blade flash when Shen Ye split heaven and earth just now. That was no longer human. That was a tyrant crushing all life. That kind of absolute, overwhelming power completely shattered the last shred of pride the elite players still clung to. Zhang Haoyu's hands trembled as he opened the private video communication on his desk. The screen flickered, connecting to the Twilight Alliance channel, another level 5 sanctuary. Su Muwen's half-image appeared. Her hair was messy, her usual delicate appearance long gone. Judging by the chaotic background, the Worm Fortress was no better off than their side. The two stared at each other across the screen. 10 long seconds passed without a word. President Su, Zhang Haoyu's voice was hoarse, I am ready to give up the independent status of the level 5 sanctuary. All will surrender to Shen Ye. Speaking those words seemed to drain all the strength from his body. On the screen, Su Muwen bit her red lips but without hesitation nodded decisively. I think the same. Su Muwen's voice was dry. Dignity is worthless in front of survival. If we hold on any longer, we won't even have the right to register. The communication ended. Zhang Haoyu turned and looked at the high-ranking members behind him. Disband the scavenger guild and merge everyone into the Abyss Fortress. Any objections? The high-ranking members first widened their eyes, then visibly relaxed. No one opposed. The vice president even exhaled heavily and slumped into his chair. As long as he could survive, even licking Shen Ye's shoes right now would bring him joy. Abyss Fortress Command Center. Shen Ye leaned in his wide chair, holding a bowl of steaming, mutated brain meat soup. He swallowed in large bites, high-energy matter sliding down his throat into his stomach, his greedy flesh and blood absorbing nutrients, repairing the aftermath of overused explosive power. Beep beep beep. The system communication panel flashed urgently. Shen Ye put down the porcelain bowl and opened the messages. Senders, Zhang Haoyu and Su Muwen. 2,000-word surrender letters, with a clear core message, voluntarily handing over all foundations of their 2 level 5 sanctuaries, seeking only partial authority to register under him. Shen Ye casually scanned the words, a smirk forming at the corner of his mouth. He pulled up the subordinate contract panel and began editing on the spot. Submit 100% of current resources at once. The Lord holds absolute authority and can conscript population at any time. Violators' souls will be obliterated on the spot. This was a celebration of capitalist tyranny mixed with despotism. Generate. Send. Half a second later, the system backend popped a notification. Contract signed. Zhang Haoyu and Su Muwen did not even haggle over a punctuation mark, directly pressing their handprints. Next second. The regional channel instantly showed a notification. The Scavenger Guild and Twilight Alliance are officially disbanded. Zhang Haoyu's level 5 sanctuary and Su Muwen's level 5 sanctuary are fully merged into Shen Ye's level 6 sanctuary. They become exclusive subordinate sanctuaries. The announcement floated at the center of the regional channel for a full 10 seconds. 2 top veteran guilds disbanded? Of course. Didn't you see how Night Lord cut down the king just now? If it were you, wouldn't you register too? The real king. From today, our region officially enters the era of unification. Night Lord is amazing. Now the remaining level 5 guild leaders couldn't sit still. Lu Chun of Sanluo Court, Lone Wolf Zhou Duanfeng, and others, who had tried to keep some pride, all frantically at Shen Ye in the regional channel, with no limits left. Knight, Ancestor. Please, the Sumerian court seeks refuge. All our foundation is yours. We can still till the land. Knight, give me a chance. I know my mosquito fort is ugly, but I want to sign that contract to become a special blood pack. Shen Ye looked at the rolling channels and casually closed the interface. Too many want to join, but unfortunately, the slots are limited now. It's definitely first come, first served. Shen Ye stared at the holographic projection map, stroked his chin, and suddenly a crazy thought popped into his head. No stationed position? How about calling Sun Yi to make dozens of Titan alloy chains, and tie the remaining level 5 shelters to the Abyss's abdomen as a trailer and drag them along? That way, the supplies are still all handed over, just can't come up. 10 minutes later, the Blackstone plane shook violently. 2 massive level 5 shelters rumbled toward the Abyss Fortress, obediently parking on both sides of the fortress body. The Abyss's abdomen directly acted as an elevator, lifting their level 5 shelters onto the platform. When they stepped close and entered the territory of the Abyss Amphibious Fortress, everyone gasped in awe. The towering Titan alloy framework, the breathing dark scales like a living creature, and the countless furnaces and military factories deep inside. Zhang Haoyu swallowed hard, feeling his legs go weak. If their previously proud fort was a broken jeep, then Shen Ye's here was a fully armed aircraft carrier. It was a leap across 2 civilizations. Wang Defa and his team received them below, quickly opening the system interface for material transfer, beaming with joy. With the forced infusion of the 2 guild foundations, the resource reserves of the Abyss Fortress experienced a terrifying expansion. Shen Ye opened the territory structure panel and began to divide the ranks with an iron-fisted approach. This was no longer a small shelter, but a massive war machine that had to be wielded like an arm. Top tier, the Lord, who holds absolute life and death control. Second tier, territory's direct official core zone. Logistics, agriculture, military industry, infrastructure, research departments. Each major minister. Third tier, district leaders. Each level 5 shelter manages their own regions. Equivalent to provincial governors. The structure set, forced orders were instantly sent to the system panels of every subordinate. After finishing this, Shen Ye stood alone in front of the massive floor-to-ceiling windows in the command center. He pulled up the total resources panel for the entire territory. Iron blocks, steel ingots, living steel, Titan alloy. The numbers of top-tier building materials all reached levels that were previously unimaginable overnight. The technical population roster had grown so long it couldn't be scrolled to the bottom. He pressed the intercom button on the desk and directly connected to the military industry department. Shen Ye. Shen Ye's voice was calm but carried a chilling madness. Lord. I'm here. Shen Ye's excited voice came from the intercom, with the background sound of furnaces roaring deafeningly. Shen Ye tapped his fingers on the control panel. From today, all high-level resource quotas for the territory will be given to your military industry department. Don't worry about anything else. I want you to build cannons in these last 3 days. Build the biggest caliber, most destructive cannons. Dark tides, huh? Unspeakable, huh? Now with enough resources and talent, it's time for the black technologies from pre-Dragon Kingdom to show their strength. Shen Ye believed that humanity's strongest technology could make the Abyss wail. Chapter 99, Is Dawn Near? Shen Ye suddenly opened his eyes from the bed. The blood-red system countdown throbbed like a deadly disease. Dark Tide's outbreak countdown, 8 hours, 12 minutes. He sat up, casually twisted his neck, and the bones cracked with a crisp sound. He walked to the giant floor-to-ceiling window, overlooking his territory. Behind the fortress, dozens of exaggeratedly thick Titan alloy chains stretched out. Dragged a dozen of affiliated level 5 shelters by force. Resources, when stored in a warehouse, are just piles of scrap metal. The real value is when they are burned, making a sound. Shen Ye opened the territory's main panel and checked the production log of the past 72 hours. In these 3 days, he had completely transformed into a madman, throwing caution to the wind, treating the entire territory as an overworked war machine. The top-level resources piled up like mountains in the warehouse were being stuffed into furnaces and military factories by the ton. When Shen Ye brought up the military output list submitted by Shen Ye, the corner of his mouth finally curled into a satisfied, grim smile. Shen Ye, this mechanical fanatic, after merging with the engineering team brought by Zhang Haoyu, had directly triggered a technical explosion. Live armor-piercing rounds times 2400, each round is encased in a Titan alloy shell, with a live steel self-sharpening layer embedded in the warhead. This thing doesn't stop once it enters a monster's body. Instead, it burrows deep into the bone marrow like a living creature, causing irreversible crushing damage. Multi-track compressed armor-piercing cannon 2.0x6, with unlimited resources, Zhang Haoyu's discarded secret weapon was completely renovated and enlarged. The barrel was completely replaced with Titan alloy, and live steel shock absorbers were added. Now, it can accelerate a 2-meter-long Titan alloy projectile to 7 times the speed of sound and won't explode the barrel. The charging method is even simpler and more violent, directly burning high-purity flesh and blood crystals in the furnace. Thermal pressure bomb times 36, using high-concentration compressed combustible liquid as the base, mixed with various mutated toxic gland extracts. Upon detonation, it first vacuums the oxygen in the area, then triggers secondary explosions, causing massive damage to dense groups of creatures. Distortion cluster bone tongue bomb launch nest times 24, industrially modified tongue of the meatball toad, filled with explosives. It covers a 300-meter area, perfect for treating the fear of dense crowds. Not only the military department, but also Li Jianguo from the logistics department was utterly insane. The remains of the hundreds of thousands of mutated monsters that died on the battlefield were all fed into the alchemy station in bulk, directly squeezed out into hundreds of thousands of Molotov cocktails. Fear of insufficient firepower? In Abyss Fortress, there is only a madness from overflowing firepower. Shutting the production log, Shen Ye opened his backpack. There, 3 items obtained from the diamond treasure boxes quietly lay. Now, they had all been put to use. Blueprint of the Dark Pulse Tower, already built at the 4 corners of the fortress. Quality, epic. Effect, dark energy charging, must have the brain of an elite level or higher mutated monster embedded. It doesn't fire lightning, but black neural pulses that ignore physical armor. The monster's exterior remains intact, but the flesh inside gets cooked. Cost, it has no enemy or ally recognition, it only hungers for rationality. If sufficient energy is not provided, it will indiscriminately absorb the sand value of all creatures within range to charge. Description, the highest-end ingredients often require the most violent cooking methods. Drown one's virtual umbilical cord. Quality, relic, fragment. Activation effect, can only be used once, confused with the host's body. After activation, it allows virtual submersion in any medium. Cost, during submersion, you will always hear the suffocating whispers of the old days. The longer you stay, the deeper the sense of suffocation, until your soul drowns. Description, everything is the amniotic fluid it once swam through. Boiling blood domain core. Quality, epic. Activation effect, when placed in the central hub of a shelter, it forcibly distorts the thermodynamic laws around the territory. By sacrificing biomass to the furnace, it can emit a highly destructive boiling blood domain. Any enemy units that enter the domain will have their exterior armor dissolved, and ultimately, their bodies will collapse into a puddle of high-temperature blood. Cost, the distortion of laws requires endless feeding. Once the flesh and blood run out, the uncontrolled heat will immediately backlash. Description: in ancient times, it was a torture device used to dissolve rebels. Shen Ye walked back to the floor-to-ceiling window, instinctively gazing into the surrounding darkness. At this look, his brows furrowed. Yesterday, the searchlight on the outer watchtower, when projected 150 meters, would be completely swallowed by the thick darkness. But now, the snow-white beam of light had forcefully cut through a distance of over 300 meters. Even the contours of the distant wilderness landscape were faintly discernible in the hazy view. The territory communicator suddenly transmitted Wine-Defa's excited voice, "Night Brother. Night Brother, do you see it? The light range outside has increased. Even the regular torches can shine 30 meters today." Shen Ye casually glanced at the regional channel. The screen was filled with jubilant comments. "The dawn is coming. Brothers, the dawn is coming. I can see the gray clouds. The system finally became human. Does this mean that if we survive this last monster black tide tonight, we can clear the game completely? Thank you, Night Brother." It must be Night Brother who killed the king and forcibly split the Eternal Night's barrier. The remaining survivors erupted into the most enthusiastic joy they had felt in these past 40 days. However, standing in front of the giant floor-to-ceiling window, Shen Ye's face showed no expression. Only an increasing chill that seemed to penetrate his very bones. In this cruel world, where even breathing could cause your san value to drop, he had survived for 40 days, using countless near-death experiences to establish one ironclad rule. This land never gives birth to mercy. In this place filled with nameless, twisted, and distorted curses, darkness would never dissipate on its own. If the darkness fades, it does not mean dawn is coming. Shen Ye activated his inner world vision and looked into the distance. In his vision, the sky was not getting brighter at all. It was flowing. On the sky and on the earth, countless dense, black oil-like, sticky dark energy threads were flowing like they were being sucked up by some unimaginable massive pump, uniformly and rapidly flowing toward the horizon. The darkness had not disappeared, it had only been forcibly sucked away. Shen Ye followed the direction of the flowing black threads, staring intently at the farthest end of the horizon. "What's wrong?" Qing He, not knowing when she had stood behind Shen Ye, wrapped her cold, soft arms around his waist, resting her chin on his shoulder. Following Shen Ye's gaze, her eyes also turned toward the distance. Shen Ye did not answer. He followed the direction of the black threads, staring intently at the farthest end of the horizon. The next second, even someone like Shen Ye, who had seen life and death countless times, felt his pupils constrict like needle tips. It was a wave. At the farthest end of the skyline, there were no distortions, no roaring zombie hordes. There was only a terrifying, towering wave, hundreds of thousands of meters high, formed purely from absolute darkness. It was like a wall of black size, stretching from sky to earth, spanning the entire horizon, boundless and endless. At this moment, this terrifying wave of darkness was rushing toward Shen Ye with an oppressive sense of hopelessness, sweeping everything in its path. Shen Ye suddenly understood everything. No wonder the sky had brightened. No wonder the torches could shine farther. Because before the sea causes the world-destroying tsunami, it always recedes first. Shen Ye walked expressionlessly back to the control panel. "All departments, listen up." Shen Ye's voice shattered everyone's illusions. "This is not dawn. Repeat. This is not dawn. This is the abyss gathering strength. The dark tide is about to arrive. All non-combat personnel, immediately move to the fortress underground core zone and lock the doors. All combat personnel, prepare for battle, the endless dark tide." The Crimson System countdown flashed wildly on the retina. 0:05. 0:04. 0:03. In the last second before the countdown reached 0, the air froze. Not as a metaphor, but physically froze. Hundreds of thousands of ordinary survivors were simultaneously horrified, desperately clawing at their throats. It felt as if an invisible, icy tar was being forced, bit by bit, into his lungs. A darkness thicker than death itself, alive like a living creature, greedily devouring every color, every warmth. Midnight. In this instant, there was no pain. Not even the roar of an explosion. Because even the medium that carries sound was instantly crushed by this power. Time itself seemed to be paused in this single second. The next moment, the earth shook violently, transmitting through the metal deck like madness. The 6-level amphibious abyssal fortress, tens of meters high and weighing tens of thousands of tons, along with a dozen level 5 subsidiary shelters dragged behind by thick Titan alloy chains, was directly blown away by the solid black wave. Shen Ye felt his body thrown into the air. He reacted extremely fast, gripping the edge of the Titan alloy control panel with one hand, his muscles taut like stretched steel strings in zero gravity. Then, the most terrifying rule descended. In the core area, hundreds of Titan alloy furnaces burned day and night, spewing blinding white light, with molten iron at 2,800 degrees churning inside. But the instant the black tide swept through, all the light was extinguished as if an indescribable giant hand had snapped it out. Every torch, every lamp, went out the moment the black tide struck. This darkness was like some unspeakable horror, forcibly changing the laws of the world. Inside the black tide, light was forbidden. In the pitch-black silence, the sound of the fortress's outer shield being gnawed and corroded by billions of mandibles came, a sound that made teeth ache. Ah, my eyes. Why can't I see? Don't come near. There are bugs, endless sticky bugs laying eggs in my brain. Get away. The mental collapse from extreme claustrophobia erupted like a plague in the subsidiary area. The screams of hundreds of thousands, the sound of nails scratching through metal walls, even teeth tearing flesh, instantly pierced the heavy deck. Under this absolute suppression of light, humanity's proud rational mind became as fragile as paper. Sanity meters plummeted like uncontrollable waterfalls, crossing critical points one after another. Countless people, deprived of every sense and ultimate fear, went completely mad, becoming twisted monsters, mutilating themselves and each other in the darkness. The command center's top floor was also soaked in blackness. Shen Ye clenched his fists, resisting the countless whispers in his ears. So this is the true face of the black tide. All the heat weapons and explosives enough to flatten mountains, in the face of this rule-level malice, were laughable, like trying to fill an abyss with sand. Physical means are meaningless, this is an extremely terrifying rule. Shen Ye gasped in the suffocating darkness. In his mind, he remembered what Bai Yi said before dying. Only rules can fight rules. He had the backbone of causality in his hands, but it was meant for killing, not for lighting this darkness. If this is a no-light rule, then he must find a light rule. But how could he possibly obtain such a high-level rule at this stage? Could it be that humanity was really destined to be assimilated? The rule of light. The next second, it was as if a lightning bolt split the chaos deep in Shen Ye's mind. His thoughts instantly returned to the first day he crossed over. That night in a level 1 broken grass hut, always on the verge of being swallowed by darkness. That rookie item forced by the system. That thing, on day 40, long forgotten by most of the district, buried in the corner of his backpack. Never extinguishing candle. Effect, it will never go out before the burning time ends. Introduction, this is the last ember, isn't it? Shen Ye immediately opened the system's space backpack with his mind, his finger rapidly sliding across the panel, directly reaching the very bottom where the grid had not been checked for 36 days. Pa! A faint sound of firelight jumping. A weak, tiny orange flame, no bigger than a soybean, suddenly jumped out from the tip of Shen Ye's finger. In the law of darkness, where even thousands of degrees of molten furnaces could be instantly extinguished, this candle miraculously ignited, creating a warm, peaceful orange halo. As the halo expanded, the sand value, rapidly dropping on Shen Ye's retina, suddenly froze. Inside the halo, darkness retreated. Standing beside him, Shen Ye also stared with wide eyes, shocked. It turned out that the system's first gift wasn't useless junk given later. It was the last hope left by the ancient humans before their complete extinction. Shen Ye gazed at the faint candle on his fingertip with a complicated expression, then, the madness in his eyes began to grow wildly like wild grass. Since the 4th day, he had had torches and alternative light sources, never consuming a single candle again. For 36 days, every single candle had obediently stayed in the backpack, rolling into a snowball under the power of compound interest, day after day. Shwa-la-la-la-la. A total of 224 never-extinguishing candles poured out like a silent golden storm from the system's backpack, piling up at Shen Ye's feet into a small mountain emitting soft firelight. He strode towards the command platform, slamming his hand to shut off the emergency broadcast across the entire territory. Everyone, open your backpacks and take out the never-extinguishing candles given by the system. Group 5 or 6 people together, light 1. The broadcast echoed in the darkness for 3 whole seconds. Inside the bunker fort. Quick! Zhang Haoyu roared with a hoarse voice, everyone, flip through your backpacks. Find the candles. The vice president froze for 0.3 seconds, then suddenly lunged towards his system panel, frantically sliding his fingers directly to the bottom of the backpack. A small, inconspicuous half-burned candle lay quietly in the corner of the grid. Poof! A tiny orange-yellow flame jumped up in the absolute darkness. The vice president's blood froze at that moment, his eyes fixed on the faint light, tears mixed with snot pouring out as his lips trembled, unable to form a full syllable. Like a beggar frozen in the snow, he desperately leaned his face toward the light. Several guild members nearby rushed over like sharks smelling blood, 6 or 7 large men huddling together, squeezing within the faint glow of a single candle, not daring to move an inch. On the other side, at the lowest level of the worm bunker, Su Muwen, disregarding her image, collapsed to the ground, frantically rummaging through her backpack in the darkness. Finally, in the 1007th grid in the far corner of her backpack, she found a candle that she had forgotten about for at least 30 days. Poof! The orange-yellow blow lit up again. Su Muwen stared fixedly at the flame, large tears silently sliding down her pale cheeks. Survivors who lived until the 40th day had, for the most part, had alternative light sources by the 7th day, so their backpacks generally contained 1 or 2 unspent beginner candles. As for those survivors who didn't save a single one, using all their candles in the early game? Sorry, most of them never even qualified to see the black tide, long turned into white bones in the eternal night wilderness. Poof. Poof, poof, poof. At first, it was just a few scattered points, but soon, one after another, orange-yellow halos began to light up in the corners of the Abyss Fortress and various affiliated strongholds. In the territory of hundreds of thousands of people, tens of thousands of orange light spots connected together in the pitch-black abyss, forming an endless starry sea that burned forever. Countless people on the brink of collapse, like protecting the infants in their arms, held on tightly to these small flames with their rough hands. They were so weak that it seemed that just a single breath could blow them out. But this seemingly fragile light, in this absolute law of darkness, created a barrier that darkness could never cross. Shen Ye stood quietly in front of the command platform, silently watching the eternal night starry sea reflected on his retina. Until this moment, everyone truly understood the meaning of that item description. That was the hand of the old human race, long turned to dust, reaching out toward the future after crossing tens of thousands of years of endless night. These pioneers stood at the very forefront of darkness. With this faint starlight, they desperately protected humanity's last embers. The next chapter will be released later, the new plot is about to unfold. Give some more tomatoes, the author really tried their best, sob sob sob. Chapter 101, The Unbreakable Fishing Rod. In the command center, Shen Ye dumped all the remaining 200 or so eternal candles from his backpack onto a cart and pushed it hard. With the heavy sound of footsteps, Wang Defa was stumbling up from the stairs. He was tightly holding a weak candle in his hand, and his rough face was covered in the snot and tears of surviving a disaster. With a bang, Shen Ye kicked the cart to a stop in front of him. Take these candles and send them down immediately. Shen Ye's voice was cold and sharp in the darkness, impossible to doubt. Send them to the military industry department and to the operational personnel at all city defense positions. Make sure all heavy firepower operation posts have light protection. Yes. Brother Yi. Wang Defa wiped his face randomly, then grabbed the cart handle tightly, pushing the 200 candles, as if escorting the last ember, and rushed downstairs. Shen Ye turned around and stood again in front of the huge floor-to-ceiling window. The black tide continued to surge outside the territory's shield, thick as unmelting black asphalt. In that nauseating deep black water, occasionally a giant abyssal beast would rise, revealing a tentacle covered in stinking suction cups or a row of pale, sharp teeth, frantically gnawing at the fortress's outer heavy armored scales. At this moment, a deep-sea tentacle more than 10 meters in diameter was slowly coiling up one of the fortress's abyssal belly feet like a giant snake. Shen Ye fixed his gaze on that tentacle, his mouth curling into a cold arc. Very good. We have light. Now, it's time to strike back. The next moment, the sound of a report came. Cannon Group 1 is in position. Cannon Group 2 is in position. Cannon Group 3 is in position. Cannon Group 4 is in position. After hearing this, Shen Ye suddenly opened the full area broadcast and shouted furiously throughout the entire fortress. All cannon groups, pay attention, fire. Boom, 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 boom. After being suppressed for so long, the Abyss Fortress's 24 heavy artillery pieces, along with 4 improved multi-track compressed armor-piercing cannons, let out a roar of rage in the darkness. Titanium alloy cores were instantly accelerated to 7 times the speed of sound, creating terrifying kinetic energy that could warp space, violently tearing through the thick black tide seawater, creating dozens of huge visible vacuum trajectories. Living armor-piercing shells precisely drilled into the bodies of the enormous distorted monsters. The living steel self-sharpening layer inside the warheads, like crazed iron wireworms, wildly drilled, tore, and churned through the monster's flesh, triggering a brutally violent internal shattering explosion. A deep abyss beast, as large as a small dock, was pierced simultaneously by 3 armor-piercing shells from different angles. It let out a muffled, tragic scream. Its massive body rolled painfully twice in the black tide. Suddenly, a massive blood hole, over 10 meters in diameter, exploded open from within. Purple-black internal fragments mixed with highly corrosive blood plasma shot out for hundreds of meters by the violent shockwave. The dull explosion sound was like the dense beat of a death god's drum. Large-scale thermobaric bombs exploded in the black tide, creating ball after ball of burning orange-red fireballs. The Abyss Fortress, operating at full power, turned the entire black tide sea into a meat grinder-like slaughterhouse. The monster's severed limbs and broken arms carried scalding purple-black blood, creating swirling blood vortices that slowly spread in the seawater. Countless treasure chests began to flicker with faint light in the water, but in such a hellish battlefield, no one had the leisure to take a second glance. Suddenly, a giant crab-like mutant, about a third the size of the fortress, covered in dense dark green bone-plated armor, charged towards the fortress's base, taking the full impact of dozens of armor-piercing rounds. Its massive pincers, like cranes, locked tightly onto a foot of the abyss, making a grinding metallic sound that could make one's teeth ache. Shen Ye looked at the crimson dot on the holographic radar, which was almost face-to-face with him, and without saying a word, he kicked open the cabin door and jumped directly into the freezing, bone-chilling black tide from high up. Without the restraint of pain, Shen Ye completely turned into a bloodthirsty beast wearing human skin. He allowed the bone-chilling darkness to envelop his body as his insatiable bloodlust wildly pushed his flesh into motion. The insatiable long sword drew a strange and brutal dark red blood flame in the black tide. Shen Ye, like a cannonball, slammed heavily onto the giant crab's carapace, and the blade cut with no hesitation, precisely slicing into the soft joint where the giant creature's shell met its forelimbs. Almost at the same time, a slender yet deadly black shadow followed. Shen Ye's eyes, one purple and one black, flickered with sickly excitement in the murky water. The two didn't need any communication, as the iron axe in her hand turned into a black lightning bolt, crossing perfectly with Shen Ye's sword light, forming a lethal cross from the other side, cutting down with synchronized ferocity. Crack! The two lunatics, in perfect unison, executed a flawless killing move, directly severing the giant claw, which was as large as a building, from its root. The giant crab, in pain, suddenly opened its mouth, full of layers upon layers of sharp fangs, wanting to unleash a shrill scream that would tear through one's eardrums. Die, beast! The heavy artillery group above locked onto the fleeting opportunity, and a 2-meter-long Titan alloy armor-piercing shell whizzed out. The shell almost grazed Shen Ye's scalp, and its violent weight tore a piece of his clothing. It then accurately struck the giant crab's exposed throat. Boom! The giant crab's head exploded from the inside, scattering flying shell fragments and purple brain matter in all directions. Crab yellow splattered everywhere. The massive headless body slowly toppled in the black tide, sinking into the deepest darkness. A treasure chest, glittering with dazzling golden light, appeared as the body sank. Shen Ye stabilized himself in the surging black tide, casually grabbed the golden chest, and stuffed it along with the giant crab's claw into his system's backpack. He wiped the purple-black bloodstains off his face and turned to look at Shen Ye. The two exchanged a look in the dead silence of the seawater, and in unison, they showed a frenzied, manic smile. After several hours of intense bombardment. Finally, on the radar screen of the eye of the region, all the dense red signals were completely erased. At last, the tide of darkness stopped surging, and the black water flow that threatened to crush everything began to slow down. The black tide retreated. The Abyss Fortress once again felt the pull of gravity. The weightless sensation that had lasted for several hours disappeared in an instant, as the massive structure, weighing tens of thousands of tons, along with 36 abyss tentacles, crashed down forcefully towards the ground. The next moment. Crack! A sharp, yet chilling sound of something breaking came from the very bottom of the fortress. It was like a few tens of thousands of tons of heavy hammers striking against a fragile glass. Immediately after, a series of bone-chilling crackling noises filled the air. Crack, 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 crack. Then, everything fell into an absolute silence. Shen Ye stood at the bottom level of the fortress, pressing the button to open the gate. As the door opened, an extremely cold and piercing wind, mixed with ice crystals as sharp as blades, swept fiercely across Shen Ye's face. Ahead, the previously rugged and uneven black stone plains had completely disappeared. Instead, what replaced it was an endless expanse of black ice. This ice surface was as smooth as a huge, boundless, strange black mirror, reflecting the eternal night sky above that had never changed, with the reflection firmly beneath people's feet. Shen Ye walked to the edge, his gaze piercing through the thick black ice beneath him, which was tens of meters deep. At the deepest part of his vision, he saw the real abyss. At the very bottom of the ice layer, something was slowly, heavily squirming. Its size was beyond the scope of any distorted creature humans could imagine. It was impossible to see its full form, only fleeting glimpses of what seemed like the back of an ancient giant turning could be caught in the deep ice. Just looking at that shadowy outline was enough to make one's sanity begin to decline. At that very moment, a system notification forcibly popped up on the retinas of all surviving players, occupying the entire field of view without any politeness. Area-wide announcement. The large area has been merged across servers. System settlement in progress. Phase 1, Eternal Night Wilderness, has ended. All surviving players receive Unbroken Fishing Rod X1. New cycle day 2-1 has begun. Welcome to the Eternal Night Ice Sea. Spoiler, this volume will feature Hex's Harvest. P.S. If you can watch some ads and support the author with love, I'd be really happy. Chapter 102, Fat Sheep. Number of merged large areas, 10. Total number of survivors in the large area, 59.37 million. Total number of survivors worldwide, 1.43 billion. Cross-region public chat channel opened. Announcing the number of survivors in the first phase of each large area. Rows of large, dark golden words burned with light, ignoring spatial obstacles, and blasted open on the retinas of all survivors in the server one after another. P.S. Each large area starts with 20 million people. Former District 57, Beautiful Country 10.4 million, Area Material Reserves, S. Former District 66, Neon Country 7.2 million, Area Material Reserves, A. Former District 13, Sun Never Sets 8.5 million, Area Material Reserves, B. Former District 09, Dragon Country 11.8 million, Area Material Reserves, S. The cold numbers rolled down one after another. The number of survivors in each large area remained between 7 million to 10 million. Until the second to last row of data, with a glaring crimson glow, it suddenly jumped out. Former District 27, Dragon Country 960,000, Area Material Reserves, S. The entire cross-region channel fell into an eerie silence for 3 seconds, before it erupted like a deep-sea bomb was dropped in, instantly boiling over. What the F***K? Is there something wrong with my eyes? Did District 27 completely die off? Only less than 1 million people survived? Are you kidding me? Did this large area, when the black tide came, have everyone strip off their clothes and line up to jump into the sea to commit suicide? Ha ha ha. Stupid Dragon Country people. They must have been so busy with infighting and grabbing resources, killing each other, without setting up any defense lines, that they were wiped out by the first stage of low-level monster waves. Only less than 1 million people, and their material reserves are still rated as S? What a thick-skinned crab, this must be because too many people died. All the fat water has flowed into the hands of the remaining hundreds of thousands. I've said it long ago, in this extreme doomsday survival world, only our excellent Neon people can show the most perfect adaptability and discipline. District 27 is simply the shame of the whole server. While the channel was in chaos, the leader of District 57 jumped out. A glaring golden light hung beside his name, the noble mark unique to a Level 6 shelter. Smith, District 57, Level 6 shelter, sequence, double-face Saint Glory, the low brains of District 27, it seems your area is a disorderly, undeveloped slum. Smith sat in his warm and bright fortress, holding a wineglass, each word he tapped out dripping with arrogant greed from above. But it doesn't matter, thanks to this endless night that brought us onto the same frozen sea. Those S-level supplies and shelter cores you cannot guard will soon be taken over by our great alliance of District 57. Hand over the supplies, we might show great mercy, leaving you a decent death. This is my mercy, as a strong one. The representative from District 66, seeing the big boss of Beautiful Country, immediately joined the mad barking. Sakurai, District 66, Level 6 shelter, sequence, withered abyss 100 ghosts, the stray dogs of District 27, prepare your necks for slaughter. I will let my 100 ghost array crush your remaining hundreds of thousands, making them the top live feed of my shelter. This is also your only value. These high and mighty outer district players had no idea what kind of world-destroying, king-level clearance District 27 had endured. They did not know what kind of monsters they faced. The cross-district channel was filled with the arrogance of outer districts and the carnival feast ready to split this huge fat prize. However, before their celebration reached its peak, the system panel flickered slightly. The last line of district settlement data, accompanied by a suffocating sense of heavy oppression, appeared extremely slowly. District 100, ASIN Nation 1 person, entire district supply reserve, S. The once noisy cross-district channel, noisy like a vegetable market, was abruptly strangled by this impossible number. 1 person? A whole district, with a total base of 20 million, after the first phase ended, only 1 person survived, damn it? The cross-district channel went silent for a full 10 seconds, then exploded into even crazier spamming. Oh my god, what did District 100 encounter? The whole district died, only 1 survived? That's 20 million people. Wait. 1 person, S-level supplies holy gift crab. This guy absolutely hit the jackpot. He inherited the unowned cores and legacies of 20 million dead people in the whole district. Meanwhile, on a dead, pitch-black frozen sea, a level 7 deformed fortress, disgustingly in appearance, lay like a world-destroying beast, quietly lurking in the middle of the ice. Chapter 103, The Usurping Tyrant. This was not a regular metal fortress in any sense. On the fortress's black walls, hundreds of meters high, countless drained white skeletons were densely embedded. They were forcibly sewn together by a dark red, blood vessel-like flesh tissue, and countless faces twisted in extreme pain could be seen silently struggling and wailing in the cracks of the flesh wall. In the deepest part of the fortress, under a dim blood-colored light, Gajendra lazily leaned on a throne carefully made from hundreds of human spines. He watched the cross-district channel, seeing the clever guesses of those outer district high players, a slow, extremely mocking cold smile curling on his lips. Inherit the legacy? Lucky? In Gajendra's eyes, there was not a shred of mercy belonging to humanity. Stupid trash. Rather than let those useless people who can only cry in the night be eaten by the monsters outside, I would rather completely devour them and turn them into the stepping stones for my rise. He, of course, wouldn't be foolish enough to boast about his mass slaughter across the entire region on the public channel. Normally, if 20 million people in a large district were killed, according to the shelter core calculations, it would be enough to forcefully level up a shelter from level 1 directly to level 8. But because of the survivors' attempts to escape, resist, and with Gajedra's final push, he only managed to get the shelter to level 7. In fact, some even preferred dying in the black tide rather than letting Gajedra seize the shelter core. In the end, only he was the one who walked out of the black tide alive. So, Gajedra's current goal was clear: collect more cores and resources, and forcefully push for level 8. And that district, severely damaged, almost crippled, yet holding an entire district's worth of S-level resources, District 27, was practically the second perfect meal the Abyss had gifted him. Gajedra slowly opened the public channel for the whole server and coldly typed down the verdict of a level 7 tyrant. A dark red ID with a thick blood effect popped up. Gajedra, Region 100, Level 7 Shelter, Sequence, Tyrant Overstep. Level 7 Shelter. When this extremely glaring level number appeared, survivors from other large districts simultaneously felt their hearts squeezed hard, their scalps tingling. Everyone was still fighting desperately to reach level 5 or gather materials to push to level 6, but on the first day of cross-district competition, the first level 7 had already appeared. This ICC doesn't need so many dragging weaklings. Gajedra's next words directly pointed the spear at the most special, fat target on the server. At Shen Ye, District 27, less than a million people, yet rated S. A common man is innocent, but carrying treasure is a crime. Bring your S-level resources and cores, and hand them over when we meet. I can offer you the perimeter of a level 7 fortress as a shelter to survive. This is a notification, not a negotiation. As soon as these words were spoken, high-level players from other districts immediately caught the wind. Facing a mysterious figure with a level 7 built from the entire region's resources, no one wanted to provoke him. In comparison, District 27, with S-level resources, severely damaged, and a shelter only at level 6, was practically a fat sheep walking through a crowded market. Gajedra's proposal is very fair. Smith didn't hesitate and immediately rushed forward like a hound. A trash district like District 27, which can't even protect its own people, doesn't deserve to hold on to S-level resources. We in District 57 are willing to serve you and lock down District 27, as long as we can share a portion of the spoils. The Great Neon Nation is also willing to serve as the vanguard for the level 7 lord. Sakurai quickly responded, fearing that if he was late by a second, he would miss out. We will personally strip District 27 of its fat sheep and present it on your table. A group of high-level players from outside districts quickly reached an agreement, turning District 27, with only 860,000 people left and severe battle damage, into the fattest piece of meat on the chopping board. Someone casually clicked on the power rankings of District 27. This is hilarious, so many people have died, and the so-called number 1 on District 27's leaderboard is only a level 6 shelter. District 27 is both fat and weak, it's practically a godsend mobile treasure trove. Whoever finds them first will definitely have a blast. Our merged district is so lucky. Free resources, we'd be crazy not to take them. Watching the screen filled with foreign taunts, the atmosphere in another large district was extremely tense. In District 09, the base for Dragon Country survivors, the mood was completely different. Guhan, District 09, Level 6 Shelter, Sequence, Steel Giant, spoke. Before the apocalypse, he had been a soldier stationed at the Dragon Country border in a harsh land. The entire Zone 9 endured the Black Tide, surviving 1,180,000 people, thanks to his command and protection. A lone, resounding message directly overshadowed the shouts of the foreign coalition. Brothers of Zone 27, do not be afraid. No matter what hell you experienced in the first phase, no matter how many lives you sacrificed. As long as you hold on, as long as you are still standing, you are all good. With 1,180,000 of our compatriots in Zone 9 here, the backbone of the Dragon Nation will never break. If outsiders want to touch you, they must first ask if our cannons agree. Zone 9 belongs to the Dragon Nation, all personnel prepare for battle, heavy weapons loaded, ready for close quarters combat. Guhan's words instantly ignited a wildfire, completely exploding the interzone channel. Damn it! Do they really think there are no more people in our Dragon Nation? So what if they are level 7? Do they really think one empty shell of a level 7 can conquer the world? Our East Wind Courier and heavy firepower coverage are not to be taken lightly. Just do it. Chapter 104, The Joy of the Fisherman. Unreserved brotherhood burns the hottest temperature in this cold, cruel world. However, at this moment, Zone 27, at the center of the storm, was seen by all outsiders as a lamb awaiting slaughter. Yet, the atmosphere in their public channel was strangely intense. There were no desperate cries faced with despair, no furious curses exchanged, not even a hint of fear. Only a kind of heartfelt, almost foolish pity. The chief manager of Abyss Fortress, Wang Defa, stood on the cold, howling city wall, watching the comments on the interzone channel, his fingers holding the walkie-talkie trembling uncontrollably. It wasn't from fear, his abdominal muscles were cramping from holding back laughter. He quickly typed in the internal channel. Wang Defa, damn, in my life, this is the first time I've seen a line of people rushing to be reincarnated, afraid they'll miss their spot. Wang Defa, these foreign devils are really tired of living, aren't they? Zhang Haoyu sat in a mechanical chair, his eyes watching a bunch of monkeys crazily banging against the glass in a zoo. Zhang Haoyu, they fed millions of flesh and blood to create an empty shell level 7 shelter, and now they think they are invincible? They can't possibly think our S-class is the same as theirs, right? Su Muwen leaned against the alloy wall of Worm Fortress, leisurely cleaning the barrel of a heavy sniper rifle, her red lips curling into a mocking arc. Su Muwen, they are truly delicate flowers in a greenhouse. This group of idiots, who have never seen a king's anger, thinks they are invincible. Su Muwen, everyone, let's burn some paper for them in advance. If the Night Lord is in a bad mood, he might just dismantle the thing called Jidela, along with the shelter, chop it into pieces, and throw it in our territory to use as a public toilet. 96,000 people in the entire zone quietly and tacitly watched the crazy self-destruction on the Interzone channel, as if they were VIPs watching a low-quality clown show. Fear? What a joke. They had survived the true dimensional crushing of the Baifeng. They had personally witnessed the man named Shen Ye transform into a terrifying dark golden beast 10 meters high, cleaving heaven and earth and tearing through the king's rules to survive. They watched the shots of Jidela, Smith, Sakurai, and others, and all they could do was laugh. Let go of the urge to help, respect others' destinies. The external verbal battle was shaking the heavens, with signs of blood and storm everywhere. But at this moment, the name Shen Ye couldn't even be bothered to open the Interzone channel panel. What foreign coalition, what level 7 tyrant, in Shen Ye's eyes, was not even as important as what to have for dinner. He stood on the lowest deck of the amphibious abyss fortress, stepping hard on the solid, pitch-black ice. The bone-chilling cold wind swirled with tiny ice crystals, making his black coat rustle sharply. Without the constraint of pain, this extreme cold, enough to freeze most people solid, was nothing to him. In his hand, he was eagerly toying with the unbreakable fishing rod that the system had just distributed. The ordinary wooden grip, a nearly transparent thin fishing line, and at the end, a sharp, blood-grooved barbed hook. This thing looked unremarkable, even cheap, like something from a roadside stall for $20. But Shen Ye knew very well that anything provided by the system at such a critical moment, especially an indestructible item, carried terrifying higher-level law power. Shen Ye, like an elegant black cat, quietly stood beside Shen Ye. In her mismatched purple and black eyes, there was not the slightest sign of fear or hesitation that one would expect from a human stepping into the eternal night ice sea. On the contrary, she stared fixedly at the vast black ice beneath, extended her delicate tongue, and gently licked her dry lips, her voice betraying an uncontrollable excitement. Shen Ye, something huge, seems to have just swum by down there. Shen Ye said nothing, his eyes immediately transforming into abyss-like deep wells that pierced through dimensions. With the power of the abyss gazer's eye, his vision directly pierced through the thick black ice, which was dozens of meters deep. In the deepest part of the ice layer, a suffocating shadow was slowly swimming by, its tentacles waving in an indescribable manner, silent as it moved. Facing this abyssal creature that could make anyone have nightmares just from one glance, Shen Ye did not retreat a single step. Instead, the corners of his mouth curled into an extremely greedy smile. I was just worrying about how to try out the fishing rod the system gave me. This thing, it's about time it went on the table first. Shen Ye grabbed the dark red unyielding long sword and suddenly reversed it. The violent, greedy blood in his body surged wildly. The sword transformed into a falling crimson meteor, crashing down with pure violent aesthetics. Crack! The sword plunged fiercely into the ice surface. The incredibly thick, cold black ice was cut open by this unreasonable, brutal force. Thick, ink-like darkness mixed with sharp ice shards surged upwards wildly through the crack. Shen Ye put away the long sword, casually grabbing a mutated meatball frog corpse and violently impaled it on the barbed hook as bait. Go! He swung his arm, violently throwing the enormous hook deep into the rolling black sea. Whoosh! The transparent fishing line cut swiftly downwards, breaking through layers of darkness, diving straight into the abyss. Haha, here it comes. Shen Ye suddenly tightened the fishing line, feeling the terrifying pulling force coming from the depths of the sea, and his face showed the anticipation of a fisherman who would never miss. Let me see first, what kind of meal the eternal night ice sea has to offer. What's the quality of it? The unbreakable fishing line suddenly snapped tight in midair, emitting a piercing vibrating sound. The solid black ice under Shen Ye's feet immediately let out a cracking scream, splitting into dozens of spiderweb-like pale cracks. A completely unreasonable, colossal force yanked hard down the fishing rod. If this fishing rod hadn't been granted the system's indestructible rule, any other fishing rod would have shattered and snapped right there. Bite my hook, and you still want to run? Shen Ye's eyes narrowed slightly. The muscles in his arms instantly bulged. Even though the temporary effect of his 1,215-point extreme physique had dissipated, after devouring countless high-grade ingredients, his base strength, in the entire region, was still at the level of a humanoid monster. He planted his feet firmly on the ice surface, which was about to break apart, and, like an iron statue deeply rooted in the earth, the waste suddenly exploded with the thunder-like torque, accompanied by a low growl from his throat, pulling backward with pure and extreme violence. "Come up here." Crack, boom. The sound of shattering ice tore through the 1,000-year-old deathly silence of the icy sea. The dark water ahead exploded with a loud bang, and a skyward eruption of thick, black darkness mixed with sharp ice shards flew into the air like a reversed blizzard. A bizarre creature, as large as a giant hot air balloon, was forcibly pulled out of the water. After drawing a huge arc in midair, it slammed heavily onto the ice below, making a dull, sticky sound. It seemed to be a giant, semi-transparent, glowing jellyfish. Its enormous, suffocating umbrella cap emitted an eerie bluish glow. However, through the transparent umbrella membrane, there was a giant, twisted face frozen inside. The face seemed to be in a liquid-like, melting state, with its mouth wide open, as if it was still silently screaming in its deep-sea prison before death. Monster information immediately popped up in Shen Ye's retina. Ice Coffin Jellyfish, Elite. Description: it carefully freezes part of its spoils inside its umbrella as a collection. Don't touch its tentacles, those old friends only want to forcibly feed you a terrifying, mind-bending despair carousel. As soon as this jellyfish left the extreme cold, black water, it immediately began to struggle violently. The dozens of sharp, barbed, semi-transparent tentacles beneath it were like blue high-voltage electric whips, tearing through the air at high speed, sweeping out just before Shen Ye could draw his sword, tightly wrapping around his arms. The extremely venomous frozen air pierced through the tips of the tentacles, instantly breaking through Shen Ye's skin. The system's crimson warning frame immediately began to flash wildly in his retina. Warning! Memories toxin forcibly injected. Almost at the same moment the alert popped up, hundreds of images of the previous generation of survivors who died in despair here came crashing into Shen Ye's mind like hundreds of sharp steel needles dipped in sulfuric acid, violently piercing deep into his brain. The suffocating drowning in the icy sea, the absolute loneliness being consumed by endless darkness, the heartbreaking screams of the body being slowly torn apart by abyssal beasts. Countless negative emotions turned into a tangible mental tsunami, trying to completely destroy and assimilate Shen Ye's rational defense in mere seconds. Shen Ye moved quickly beside him. Her mismatched purple and black pupils suddenly contracted, and the black iron axe in her hand raised a streak of black light that tore through the air, instantly chopping off several of the poisonous tentacles wrapped around Shen Ye. However, the thick, blue poison liquid splattered from the severed tentacles, and a few drops fell onto the back of her hand, instantly burning out a strange blue smoke. Memory toxin entered her body. Shen Ye groaned softly, her slender body suddenly shaking uncontrollably. Her mismatched pupils were immediately filled with sickly crimson veins, and her breathing grew heavy. Such pure despair. Shen Ye didn't recoil or collapse like most people. Instead, a flush appeared on her beautiful face. Meanwhile, Shen Ye stood still, not even attempting to pull back his arms, which were tightly wrapped. He had lost all sense of pain. Facing the desperate screams of hundreds, if not thousands, of people trying to burst through his will in his mind, his throat didn't produce a single scream. Instead, he burst into laughter. This little level of torment, and you want to force-feed me a horror movie brainwash? I'll eat your entire player. Let's see what you're gonna play. Shen Ye's thoughts suddenly stirred. LV5 greedy flesh, which had been lurking in every inch of his nerve endings, activated. A greedy roar erupted inside his body, and he fully awakened with a thunderous shock. Poochie! 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 Dozens of thick dark purple flesh buds violently crawled out from the pores of Shen Ye's arms. They completely ignored the corrosion of the toxin and pierced forcefully back into the semi-transparent jellyfish tentacles wrapping him. If the toxin injected by the ice coffin jellyfish was a flood, then the greedy flesh released by Shen Ye was a nuclear-powered pump running at full power. Chapter 106, Liquid Face, 5th Update. Thanks to Zhong Xie Zhongong for the Great God certification. Extra update as thanks. The greedy flesh, in an incomprehensibly savage way, sucked the extremely cold freezing liquid and the memory toxin that could drive people mad from inside the jellyfish, bone and skin, without leaving a drop, into every limb of Shen Ye. The massive jellyfish began to shrivel rapidly like a punctured balloon, its blue glow flickering. It panicked, trying to pull back its tentacles, but found itself tightly bitten by the higher-level greedy flesh, like a fish on a chopping board, unable to escape even an inch. So fat, and yet so weak. Shen Ye sneered, freeing his right hand, swinging it back, and sharply pulling out the Wuyan long knife slanted into his lower back. The dark red, scorching blade cut a perfect crescent-shaped blood-colored trail through the freezing air. Poochie! An extremely clean and violent slash. The massive jellyfish umbrella, along with its struggling core, was split in half from the center as if cutting a piece of hot yellow butter. The splashing eerie blue fluid poured like a waterfall across the metal deck. The twisted human face, upon touching the air, quickly melted into puddles of blue liquid emitting a strange glow. The system prompt rang clearly in his mind. Successfully killed Ice Coffin Jellyfish, Elite. Obtained, exquisite silver treasure chest X1. With the toxin source cut off, the chaotic despairing images in Shen Ye's mind vanished instantly, like a TV losing power. The greedy flesh retracted into his body contentedly, not only causing no overload damage to him, but also devouring a large amount of high-concentration mental toxin, seemingly brewing some mutation. No, this is way too weak, Shen Ye said, casually flicking the residual slime off the long knife onto the deck. He looked down at the corpse, utterly dead, and a glint flashed in his eyes. Who knows how many years it had developed in the thick darkness, clearly only holding the title of elite, yet its body was as fat as an ordinary lord. This is real, weak and fat. The huge killing commotion on the deck quickly attracted the personnel from the next layer of the technical department. Shen Ye, along with several fully armed engineers, ran down the stairs, panting, and when they saw the still twitching jellyfish remains on the ground, their eyes instantly glowed green with excitement. Yi-Gu, what kind of divine thing did you fish up? Shen Ye swallowed, not daring to get too close. Stop talking nonsense, test the value components of this thing, move quickly, the ice wind is strong, don't let it spoil. Shen Ye sheathed the long knife and casually instructed. The engineers, overjoyed, immediately scanned the jellyfish corpse with all kinds of gadgets they had made recently. In less than 3 minutes, Shen Ye ran over, his voice trembling with excitement. Yi Lao. We're rich, this is definitely good stuff. From the umbrella meat of this giant jellyfish, we can extract an extremely high-purity permafrost gel. Its heat insulation and pressure resistance break all physics rules, 10 times stronger than our current conventional insulation. And these tentacles underneath it. As long as it completely severs the nerves, it becomes a natural ultra-cold superconducting wire. Our military production capacity can increase by at least 50%. Shen Ye nodded slightly. For the Abyss Fortress, which was worried about how to resist the extreme cold of the deep sea, this was like sending charcoal and snow. These materials could be directly used in the military factories to develop more applications. However, at this moment, Shen Ye's gaze was firmly fixed on the puddles of eerie blue liquid on the deck, formed from the melted human faces inside the jellyfish. Liquid faces. Description: this is a memory pearl condensed by the ice coffin jellyfish during the endless dark ages, which can be used as a raw material for alchemy potions. Shen Ye immediately sent a message in the internal channel group, posting the illustration of this liquid and asking if anyone had seen ways to use it. In less than half a minute, Zhang Haoyu replied excitedly. Lord! I have this thing. When I opened silver boxes before, I got an alchemy potion station. But no matter what basic materials I put in, it always said it didn't match the alchemy formula, so I just left it in the warehouse corner to gather dust. Now, seeing this illustration, it will definitely match this machine. Good. Shen Ye's lips curled up. Shen Ye, take people and bring this pile of gel and wire back for testing and storage. Shen Ye waved his hand happily. As for the rest of the fattest, non-toxic tentacle segments and the umbrella edge scraps, cut them completely and put them in the kitchen. Previous survivor recorded ice coffin jellyfish illustration. Monster name, ice coffin jellyfish. Danger level, extremely dangerous, red mark. Ecological distribution, eternal night ice sea, floating in shallow waters. Hunting diet, loves to collect corpses. Description: it carefully freezes part of its spoils in the umbrella as a collection. Don't touch its tentacles, those old friends just want to force you a segment of despair that breaks reason. Core abilities. Extreme frost, tentacles cause instant frostbite on skin upon contact. Memory toxin, forces the target's brain to play the deceased's most painful memories, causing SAN value to drop sharply. Collectible loot. Permafrost gel, extracted from the umbrella extremely rare top insulation material. Jellyfish tentacles, cut off naturally excellent conductive wires. Human face liquid, extracted from inside can be used to make memory potions, after drinking, has a chance to gain a random skill of the deceased. Chapter 107, your SAN value maximum automatically +1 daily. In the room with the alchemy potion station, Shen Ye stared wildly at the strange machine covered with rust and verdigris. He dumped all the collected human face liquid into the brass recess of the potion station in one go. In the thick blue liquid, tiny miniature faces could be seen struggling and roaring. Shen Ye didn't even glance and placed the glass tube that matched the machine. Boom! The moment he pressed the start button, the friction from high-pressure refining and energy compression made even the alloy floor tremble slightly. After only 5 minutes, with a crisp ding, 2 glass tubes containing liquid as brilliant as ghostly blue starlight popped out of the output slot. Skill memory potion. Quality, epic. Effect, don't ask where the road ahead is, first ask how the dead walked it. After drinking, this potion has a chance to forcibly imprint, allowing you to randomly inherit a historical dead creature's residual potential or memory of talent. Cost, dead brains are not easy to contain. Extremely strong memory surges may cause mental collapse, losing oneself in confused memories, becoming a new walking corpse. Fuck. Shen Ye stared tightly at the 2 bottles in his hands, even his breathing involuntarily deepened. Such a weak ice coffin jellyfish could actually produce something this insanely powerful? This is like directly freeloading the talent of others. This is just too absurd. As for that warning in the introduction about going insane? Shen Ye pulled up a scornful cold smile. I have even lost the sense of pain, why would I fear the memory of a few dead ghosts? Shen Ye carefully placed one of the potions into the system backpack. Then, he directly flicked open the wooden stopper of the remaining potion with a pop from his thumb. Without any hesitation or pause, he tilted his head back, like drinking chilled beer at a street stall. He wildly gulped down that dark blue potion into the depths of his throat. Hiss. The ice-cold liquid dissolved down his esophagus instantly, like a huge mass of highly compressed liquid nitrogen exploding in his stomach. Shen Ye felt a massive resonance erupt deep in his brain, enough to shatter skull bones. In that instant, his will seemed to be kicked by an irresistible force into a deep river of the dead. Countless strange and fragmented scenes of despair, like a 10-time speed carousel, flashed crazily on his retinas, forcefully stuffed. He saw ragged survival teams killing each other in the extreme cold storm, and in the end, none survived, all frozen into ice sculptures. He saw a batch of red-eyed madmen stacking the corpses of companions on black ice, building a flesh lighthouse glowing with eerie light. He saw the ultimate fear, being devoured by the unspeakable, perspective dissolving bit by bit in stomach acid. Too much, too terrifying. This is simply an amount of information no one could bear. Any normal survivor at this moment would have their 7 orifices bleeding, clutching their head and rolling on the ground like mud in pain. Some might even stab their temples with a knife on the spot to seek release. But on Shen Ye's pale face, there was only a nearly twisted excitement. In the next moment, LV5, greedy flesh, lurking at the nerve endings seemed to feel the offense of its host being robbed, letting out an extremely brutal roar. Countless invisible flesh buds opened wide in Shen Ye's mental vision, like hungry wolves tearing rotten meat, shredding and devouring the meaningless despair trying to occupy his brain. He did not know how long passed. At the end of the long river, the scenes finally froze. It was a steel ruin sunk deep in the icy sea, surrounded tightly by countless huge and unspeakable black shadows. The outline of that ruin, like a hot iron, was burned into Shen Ye's memory palace. After a moment of extreme, brief dizziness, Shen Ye shook his neck. His vision refocused, and the system prompt appeared like heavenly music before his eyes. You have successfully endured the memory flood of a massive creature. You have salvaged a gift of an unyielding soul. You have gained permanent potential passive, mental resilience. Effect, the echo of deep space cannot shake cliffs. As long as you are in the eternal night zone, your sanity cap will automatically +1 per day. Hee hee ha ha ha, I really am F******** ed. Shen Ye widened his bloodshot eyes, disbelief and joy shining in them, laughing louder and louder, finally echoing wildly in the empty room. A daily automatic increase of the cap, seemingly small early on, but later, this is a completely unsolvable passive that can infinitely raise the immunity barrier just by staying alive. Thanks to this unknown brother's gift. I licked the package with tears. Chapter 108, Polar Chilled Crystal Sashimi with Soul-Draining Human Face Juice. Half an hour later, in the luxurious and temperature-perfect Lord Suite of the Abyss Fortress. Shen Ye had already washed away the smell of blood, changing into a clean and neat black casual outfit. Standing in front of an open kitchen made violently out of a discarded alloy control panel. In the high-temperature, boiling iron pot, the fat of corpses is burning. Next to it is a rough metal deep dish, filled with dark crushed ice carved from the outside, with water added, exuding cold air. He skillfully picks up a specially made sharp bone-cutting knife. As the knife flips and twirls, he cuts the meticulously cleaned elite jellyfish tentacles into evenly sized pieces. The thick jellyfish cap is sliced into thin layers, as delicate as a cicada's wings, even allowing the texture of the ice beneath to be seen through. After processing, the flesh presents an indescribable, crystal-clear appearance, completely unlike a monster, resembling the finest deep-sea crystal. With a flick of his knife, Shen Ye spreads the tentacles and umbrella cap gracefully across the ice-cold water. The extreme cold stimulates these strange body fibers, making the flesh tighten and become more firm and chewy. Seafood is done, next is the soul-injecting sauce. Shen Ye hums an unknown tune as he takes out a small glass bowl. Although the apocalypse is sparse, there are still unique seasonings in this world, aside from basic vinegar and soy sauce. Shen Ye first pours in the vinegar and soy sauce, then takes out a small bottle and squeezes in a bit of light blue liquid from the Leviathan nerve synapses. This liquid carries a faint biological electric current, perfectly simulating the numbing shock sensation of the finest Sichuan peppercorns. Then Shen Ye takes out a seal jar, filled with the cut roots of the whispering shadow vine. The roots of the whispering shadow vine have been buried deep underground for years and emit a pungent, garlic-like smell mixed with high-concentration alcohol. This is the vine essence that Shen Ye had prepared earlier. Shen Ye directly sprinkles a large spoonful of vine essence into the bowl. Here we go. He lifts the iron pot with one hand and pours the hot, slightly smoking corpse oil into the bowl with a whoosh. Crackle, crackle. Immediately. A domineering explosion of garlic and oil scents happens. Just as the dipping sauce is about to be finished, Shen Ye's eyes flicker and a sudden idea strikes. In a crazed frenzy, he takes out the bottle containing human face liquid and carefully drops 2 drops into the bowl. Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. The terrifying raw liquid causes a violent chemical reaction the moment it hits the sauce, and an eerie, but incredibly tempting light blue mist rises. An extraordinary fragrance, one that strikes straight at the crown of your head, making your soul shiver, fills the air. Perfect finish. With this dipping sauce, I could dip a worn-out shoe and still eat it. Then Shen Ye takes out the giant mutated crab claw he processed earlier from the black tide, and it's just too huge. This thing is too big, too wild. It's 3 meters long, 1 meter wide, almost like the outer shell of a mini armored vehicle. A regular pot can't even fit it. Fortunately, Shen Ye had prepared for this, using the leftover Titan alloy from the military department to weld out a giant 5-meter diameter high-pressure steamer. The bottom is filled with fiercely burning black charcoal. Shen Ye tosses the crab claw inside, closes the heavy lid, and starts steaming. An hour later, Shen Ye, thoroughly satisfied, lifts the metal ice dish and the constantly smoking dipping sauce plate, one hand carrying the steaming, scarlet giant crab claw, and walks out of the kitchen. Polar ice-chilled crystal sashimi with soul-stealing sauce, steamed super-armored crab claw, all done. The jellyfish slices in the dish appear even clearer against the ice, with glowing blue specks, giving off an enticing, criminally deadly luster. Shen Ye, already like a cat sensing fishy smells. Sitting upright across the alloy dining table, her long, straight legs crossed elegantly. The moment the dish was brought up, she did not even pick up chopsticks, instead reaching out her fair fingers to pinch a piece of root tentacle. She dipped it fiercely in the sauce, then without hesitation, threw it into her mouth and chewed hard. The next second while chewing, Shen Ye's fragile body suddenly stiffened in the chair as if struck by tens of thousands of volts of electricity. Faint blue veins appeared on her fair, slender neck, and her heterochromatic pupils, one purple and one black, instantly dilated to the extreme limit. Oh no, her eyes rolled back. Seeing Shen Ye's reaction, Shen Ye quickly pulled out a chair and sat down, taking a piece and putting it into his mouth as well. The first sensation upon entering the mouth was extreme crispiness, smoothness, and an unbelievable icy sweetness. Then, the 2 drops of special seasoning, the human face liquid, carried a terrifying mental shock, combined with Leviathan nerve juice's microelectric currents, directly forming a nuclear-like mental storm, rushing straight to the brain through the taste buds. The feeling was indescribable, only to be felt, not spoken. Chapter 109 Steam Super Invincible Armor Claw, 3rd update. Like eating chili is actually experiencing pain, this sashimi brought an intense mix of nerve numbness and chaotic tearing. It was like swallowing a handful of the world's finest Sichuan peppercorns, but the numbness hit not the tongue, but the brain itself. After enjoying several seconds of extreme numbness and the thrill of resisting desperate memories, what followed was a sensation as if the soul had left the body, all senses fully open and clear. It was as if even the brain became smarter, and nerve reflexes became 10 times faster. Instantly turning into a super brain. Unbelievable really, it feels amazing. Shen Ye exhaled a long blue heat mist, her originally icy face showing a deeply sickly flush. Her heterochromatic eyes glimmered with moisture, staring fixedly at Shen Ye across from her. Then, her red lips lifted slightly, she picked up her chopsticks and began a frenzied eating, even creating afterimages with each movement. On this perilous eternal night I see, daring to use human face liquid that could drive countless survivors mad as ordinary seasoning. In the world, probably only these 2 complete lunatics would do such a thing. In just 3 to 5 minutes, they swept through the entire plate of bizarre cuisine, leaving not a drop of sauce. The appetizer warmed us up, now it's time to deal with this tough guy. Shen Ye licked his lips, eyes turning to the huge crab claw beside him, steamed red like an armored shell. The shell was as hard as alloy, ordinary utensils could not even scratch it. Shen Ye pulled out the Wu Yan, long sword from the void, the back of the blade glowing with a violent blood flame, and struck the crab shell like splitting Mount Hua. Crack bang. The heavy crab shell broke with a roar, and Shen Ye lifted a piece as large as a manhole cover. In an instant, an incredibly rich seafood aroma, almost solid, burst up with hot white steam, filling every corner of the suite. Beneath the hard red shell was snow-white, thick crab meat, firm like baby arms. Next, Shen Ye reached out roughly, unafraid of the heat, tearing off a large piece of crab meat as thick as an adult's thigh and tossed it steaming onto Shen Ye's metal plate. Then, he tore off another huge piece himself. This steamed mutant crab meat didn't need any fancy seasoning at all, it itself held the violent power and ultimate freshness of a giant beast. Shen Ye opened his mouth and bit fiercely into a large chunk of snow-white crab meat. HSS, huff. Scorching hot. Sweet. Overpowering. The meat fibers, firmer than the finest king crab by 100 times, snapped between his teeth, and with each chew, the blazing sweet juices exploded in his mouth. Completely different from the extreme cold and mental sting of the sashimi just now, this giant crab meat brought the purest physical satisfaction. It felt like lighting a furnace in his stomach. The immense heat rushed crazily through every limb, sweeping away the chill left by the sashimi, even making his muscles shiver with comfort. Shen Ye was equally unrestrained. She abandoned her usual elegance. With both hands, she grabbed the huge piece of crab meat and opened her mouth to bite fiercely. Scalding crab juice ran down her fair chin, but she didn't bother to wipe it. The giant crab claws, at least 3 meters long, were chewed down to nothing but piles of empty shells by these two gluttons in the roughest way. Shen Ye felt his greedy flesh was not far from evolving. Shen Ye leaned back satisfied in the soft alloy chair, letting out a hot burp full of seafood flavor, closing his eyes in comfort, feeling the immense warmth slowly rising in his body as digestion took place. The fact proved his crazy experiment was completely right. This extreme ice and fire double heaven feast not only satisfied his extreme appetite but also made the stats on the panel surge wildly. You consumed Arctic chilled crystal sashimi with soul-shattering sauce and steamed mutant giant crab claw. Triggered super recipe buff. Spirit plus 10. Body plus 10. Sanity maximum permanently plus 2. Delicious. Shen Ye, taking advantage of the clear and excited state of his mind after the meal, organized in his head the exact coordinates of the underwater ruins he glimpsed while drinking the memory potion. Those were remnants of shelters built by survivors of the last generation, erased mercilessly by history, forged with blood, flesh, and steel. These secret coordinates surely hid extremely rich treasures and rare supplies. However, just as Shen Ye was calculating how to get his fortress into the dark sea to dig for treasure. Beep. Suddenly, an extremely sharp and piercing crimson alarm blared violently in the Lord's tightly secured suite. Chapter 110, Our Clan Passive Triggers Full Clan Frenzy Hunt. The top-level Central Eye radar, responsible for scouting the entire fortress perimeter, sent out a high-frequency danger signal. In the encrypted territory communication channel, Wang Defa's voice monitoring the radar was desperate, cracking with fear and despair. Brother Yi. Something big has happened. You must come to the command center to see the big screen. The sea, it's alive. Shen Ye's expression darkened. Without a word, his body shot up like a drawn bow, transforming into a blur as he dashed out the door. Shen Ye moved just as fast, following closely behind. Neither of them touched the ground, crossing into the command center in just a few steps. As soon as they stopped, Shen Ye's eyes, through the massive bulletproof floor-to-ceiling window, locked like a hawk on the spot where he had violently cut open the ice to fish earlier. The next second, even Shen Ye, who had been calm on the fishing platform moments ago, found his breath slightly caught. Through the thick cold ice, what should have been the dark, dense depths of the polar sea now glowed with an extremely strange blue light. It was no faint phosphorescence, but an endless expanse, like a cosmic nebula exploding, a vast eerie blue deathlight. The penetrating image of the eye of the universe was magnified with crystal clarity, projected onto the holographic screen directly in front of the command center. Standing in front of the screen, Zhang Haoyu and a group of former guild leaders were so frightened that they couldn't utter a single word, their legs shaking violently like sieve grains. Beneath the massive ice pit opened by Shen Ye, where an elite jellyfish had been pulled out, a sea of countless glowing blue dots was gathering. They surged toward the only gap in the ice with a terrifying speed, like a swarm of bees protecting their nest, following the disturbed deep-sea current. All were elite-level ice coffin jellyfish, measuring 7 to 8 meters long, enormous in size. Each one of them carried extremely cold venom, densely packed together, overlapping one another. Visually, they formed a blue river of stars surging upward against the current. But with just a careful glance, the countless intertwining venomous tentacles and twisted human faces were enough to send those with trypophobia into shock and bleed from the brain. However, this overwhelming army, enough to bury dozens of level 5 shelters, was not the real culprit triggering the red alert of the eye of the universe. Deep down at the very bottom of the boiling sea of jellyfish, a massive ball of deep blue light, so immense it could instantly stop one's heart, was floating up with an attitude that looked down on everything. It was the shadow of a gigantic jellyfish umbrella with a radius exceeding 500 meters. It was as large as a moving underwater city. Inside its dome-like giant umbrella, what was frozen was no longer the trivial human body, but astonishingly large, obviously belonging to unknown ancient aberrant behemoths. The system's cold electronic voice simultaneously reported above the radar screen. Warning! Detecting a transformation level abnormal signal approaching. Oh no! Zhang Haoyu, not knowing when, was already gripping the edge of the command platform tightly, staring lifelessly at the radar screen displaying a massive pollution red blot more enormous than his level 5 fortress by countless times. Over 100,000 elite monsters, plus several hundred lord-level jellyfish guards, behind them was a transformation-level ancient ancestor of ridiculous size. Could this really be the legendary after defeating the small fry, the ancestor from their ancestral grave comes out to take revenge with the whole clan? Wang Defa dropped to the ground, utterly shocked, his worldview shattered. At the same time, the sound of physical impacts from beneath the ice was rumbling like muffled thunder. The thousands of small jellyfish in the vanguard had already gone wild, charging like blue bullets, starting to bombard the edges of the ice pit Shen Ye had smashed open with their poisonous tentacles. Crack! Crash! The black ice layer extending for hundreds of meters directly in front of the fortress was collapsing and shattering on a massive scale. Thick darkness spewed upward like a fountain. Shen Ye rested his hands on the wartime command platform. Watching the densely packed blue army on the screen, along with the transformation-level ancient ancestor closely following behind. His mouth twitched twice, an extremely rare occurrence. It's not like I consumed one of your clan's little calamities as a snack, not even enough to get stuck in my teeth. Why bring the entire family tree out to fight me? Going head to head? You're going to do it with your head. With this number and level, don't say a level 6 amphibious fortress, even if the cannons were studded with diamonds, these crazy jellyfish would corrode them into a pile of scrap metal with their venom. Seeing the ice layer ahead about to collapse completely, Shen Ye suddenly turned around, slapped the control button for the universal broadcast. The voice echoed throughout the Abyss Fortress. Military Industrial Department. City Defense Department. Everyone, listen up. All gunports, immediately turn backward, preheat at full power. Then Shen Ye controlled the fortress's central nervous system with his mind. Push the 36 abyssal foot to the maximum overload limit. Hurry up and run, blow them up while you run. Ice Coffin Jellyfish Side Story. Died without a full corpse right from the start? My family's passive ability makes the entire clan go berserk and chase me down. I am an Ice Coffin Jellyfish. I don't seek progress, I just love being a carefree street wanderer in the frozen sea. Eating a few floating snacks and stuff. Today, I was just lazily roaming the sea, like usual. Suddenly, I saw a huge, fat meatball floating in the darkness. What the hell? Who can resist that? I didn't even think about it, I just swallowed it in one go. Can you blame me? I'm just a jellyfish, what bad intentions could I possibly have? The next second, I was dragged out of the water. Then, I was sliced into 0.1 mm thin pieces with a long knife blazing with blood and fire by a freaky black-clad upright ape, extremely cruelly and humiliatingly, and placed on ice. In the last second before my death, I activated the jellyfish clan's inherited genetic divine ability. Grand Summoning Technique. Even if I was just having one of my tentacles stepped on and broken, my entire clan would still have to come out in full force. At the deepest part of the sea, the ancestor who was in closed-door cultivation, pushing for king-level strength, suddenly opened several hundred huge, ghostly blue eyes. Who touched my clan, street wanderer? No matter who it is, if you touch one of my clan, you touch the entire family. All units, attack. Chapter 111, The Forum Troll and the 10-Year King of the Zwan District. Boom 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 boom. The 24 heavy cannons roared in unison in the extreme cold and silent darkness, their astonishingly large Titan alloy core shells tearing through the air, dragging out visible, scorching dark red trajectories, like Death's judgment whips, fiercely lashing towards the ice surface. The first group of elite Ice Coffin jellyfish vanguards, under the cover of the all-angle barrage, were blown into chunks of meat paste. Ghostly blue ice fragments mixed with poisonous body fluids, falling like a bizarre blue rain over the smooth ice plain. But this level of powerful firepower, in the face of the endless tide of deep-sea monsters, was like using sandbags to fill a breach in a river, only slightly slowing down the advancing enemy's steps. On the radar of the all-region eye, that overwhelming sea of blue light spots still poured out of the broken ice behind the fortress like a flood from a burst dam, its number not decreasing but instead growing bigger and bigger. 36 abyssal feet, as thick as skyscraper support beams, trampled violently on the ice plain, leaving earthquake-level deep craters. This fortress, weighing tens of thousands of tons, was now under Shen Ye's extreme overload control, speeding forward in a manner that defied the laws of physics. The speed was so fast that a long trail of ice crystal smoke and dust, hundreds of meters long, was left behind, lingering in the air. Shen Ye's eyes were fixed on the holographic radar screen. The several 100,000 elite jellyfish following behind were merely appetizers to fill the line. What really triggered the high-frequency, blood-red alarms of the all-region eye was the deep crimson pollution source at the extreme depths of the ice layer, which was constantly following with a steady speed. Group 4, lower the angle by 3 degrees, full left rudder. Don't let them flank from the side. Zhang Haoyu, sweating profusely, screamed hoarsely in the communication channel, commanding the battle. Got it. Group 4, received. In the communication channel, the gunner's hoarse screams echoed. Then, another round of simultaneous fire exploded, instantly creating 4 massive orange-red fireballs on the ice surface. Dozens of jellyfish trying to flank from the side were flattened into blue pancakes on the ice surface by the terrifying shockwaves of the thermal pressure shells, releasing a nauseating burnt smell. But Shen Ye knew better than anyone that this meaningless war of attrition was nothing but a losing deal for him. Ammunition is limited, and these jellyfish who he dug up the ancestral graves of clearly will not stop until death. Even if the military industry department blows up the blast furnace, this stockpile cannot withstand the ocean led by the metamorphosed old ancestors. At this nearly abnormal consumption rate, in at most a few dozen hours, the ammunition the military industry department worked their lives to produce will be completely gone. Fight head-on? definitely not a way out. Shen Ye's mind raced at lightning speed. He needed a shield, a perfect shield big enough, numerous enough, and preferably stupid enough. Ah! Got it! Shen Ye had a sudden idea. The cross-zone public chat panel popped up instantly on the left side of his retina. He had been busy fishing, cooking, eating seafood, and had no time to deal with the messy matters after the merge. Smith, Zone 57, Level 6 Shelter, Sequence, Double-Faced Holy Radiance, Great Allies. I have sent 12 elite search teams to sweep the ice field. Once the mousehole called Shen Ye is found, immediately report the coordinates. I will personally lead the team to crush his bones one by one. Sakurai, Zone 66, Level 6 Shelter, Sequence, Withered Abyss 100 Ghosts, good idea. But the beautiful women in their zone can stay for other uses. My subordinates have been penned up in the eternal night for a long time, ha. Shen Ye scrolled down expressionlessly. Gajedra, at Shen Ye. This is my final ultimatum to you. You have one last day. Bring all the S-level supplies and shelter core from Zone 27, provide precise coordinates on the channel, then crawl on your knees to meet me. If your attitude is good enough and makes me happy, I might consider letting you barely survive, as my footstool. Otherwise I will personally find you and make you watch every person in your zone being dismantled into pieces before your eyes. Shen Ye looked down at the reply section. Most high-level players from other zones chose to stay silent and observe. A few who spoke up either shamelessly flattered Gajedra or passionately discussed how to grab Zone 27's resources in the chaos. Looking at these laughable messages, Shen Ye had a sudden flash of inspiration. A sinister curve slowly spread across his mouth. I was just worried the old ancestor behind my butt would eat too much and I couldn't handle it. Didn't expect. Isn't this a ready-made top-tier meat shield rushing to deliver takeout? Shen Ye moved his gaze away from the public screen, turning to sweep the guild elites ready in the command center. Who among you curses the hardest? I want someone who doesn't need to think, can make those three idiots completely lose their minds, and rush to their deaths without hesitation. The command center fell silent for a few seconds. Zhang Haoyu and several guild bosses exchanged glances. They were skilled at commanding and crafting normally, but to crazily output words to a hostile audience of millions, this was outside their knowledge. At that moment, in the corner, a hand weakly raised. Everyone turned to see it was Lu Chen. This usually low-profile former president of the Sanluo court, many couldn't even remember his name. Brother Yi. Lu Chen pushed up his black-framed glasses, looking shy and gentle. Before I crossed over, I did media, part-time troll on forums, and 10 years as a king in the Zuan zone. If manners are not required, I can try. Shen Ye raised an eyebrow. You have 1 minute. Don't hold back, I want them to explode with anger. Okay, Brother Yi, watch carefully. Lu Chen immediately opened the zone channel. The moment his 10 fingers touched the holographic keyboard, his whole aura changed. Heaven did not give birth to me, Lu Shaochen, the key path eternal like the long night, keys come. Day. Lu Chen's fingers turned into a remnant shadow. Shen Ye directly used his top privilege as the #1 survivor in the single district. Shen Ye, District 27, Level 6 Shelter, Sequence, Greedy Flesh. At Sakuraji at Smith at Kajiro. Foolish thing. In just 4 short words. The entire cross-district channel fell into a strange silence for exactly 3 seconds, with hundreds of millions of rolling bullet comments frozen as if everyone had had their throats crushed by an iron clamp at the same time. At that moment, everyone rubbed their eyes, trying to confirm if they were experiencing some kind of mental pollution-induced hallucination. A district with only 860,000 people, regarded as a bottom-tier disability district, actually dared to directly name 3 top overlords at this critical moment? Immediately, Lu Chen didn't give anyone a chance to breathe, and his abstract black language struck out like a Gatling machine gun, each sentence hitting the main artery. Chapter 112, Your friend Shen Ye has turned on real-time coordinate sharing for the entire district. At Kajiro. Growing up alone must be really hard, right? Sacrificing your household register to gather a level 7 shelter, I can smell the stench of dog crap and fox stink wafting out of that level 7 shelter from across the internet. While others level up by fighting monsters, you level up by feeding fellow kin with the Ganges water, right? Did you directly go to dig out the core of the shelter with your left hand after wiping your butt? You stink and still think you're the big boss. Get lost. A strike. The crouching dragon emerges. At Smith. Pretending to be human must be tiring, huh? I always say a dog can't change its habit of eating shit. Look at you, the moment you smell crap, you can't move. Before the Indian even unbuckles his pants, you're already down there with your mouth open waiting to catch it. They treat you like a fart and you're behind trying to pack it in a plastic bag, saying it smells so good. What's your sequence called, Dual-Faced Holy Radiance? You might as well call it Dual-Faced Turtle Sucker. A second strike. Fame from one battle. And you, at Sakuraji. Remember, I am Shangwan Nanbei, and you are Sima Dongshi. If your father knew he would have a thing like you, he'd have blown his own expletive up back then. And you're from the neon race? Look at that radiation brain mutated from drinking too much nuclear wastewater. Your brain hasn't fully developed, and your cerebellum is a complete failure. If you read your name carefully, you'd know how much effort your parents put into naming you. A third kill. The world is amazed. Over 50 million survivors in the entire server collectively gasped, as if their CPUs had instantly burned out. Crazy. The people of District 27 are definitely collectively risking their lives. This suicidal provocation is practically dancing crazily on the grave of King Yama. F***K. What are you? Far away in District 57, Smith kicked over his desk in anger. Where is Shen Ye? Is the number one in District 27 a dead man, sending a crazy dog out to bite? Baka. Shin. I'll chop you into pieces and feed you to the fish. Sakuraji was raging in the channel, clearly having lost his composure. Meanwhile, the level 7 tyrant Kajiro, who always thought of himself as high and mighty and considered everyone in the district as fertilizer, was so furious that his flesh and blood convulsed violently. Looking for death. Your entire district will die. Kajiro was already furious. Seeing this, Lu Chen arrogantly added another knife. At Kajiro at Smith at Sakuraji. Oh, getting anxious? Breaking down already? I'm so scared. If you have the ability, come through the internet and take me on, garbage. Watching these three giants completely break down, raging impotently on the public screen, Lu Chen adjusted his glasses with satisfaction, retreating to hide his merits and fame. At this moment, Shen Ye, holding back laughter, opened the panel. His finger gently glided across the system territory permission panel. The highest level system prompt sounded, directly pinned to the top of the entire merged area channel. Lord Shen Ye activated the shelter's real-time coordinates full zone sharing. In an instant, the top coordinates of the entire zone appeared, extremely abrupt. These coordinates were even changing in real time. At this very moment, Shen Ye was being chased madly by a metamorphosed ancient jellyfish, running for his life. But those people in the outer zones had no idea about this secret. They only saw an incredible fact: the fool in Zone 27 had actually, really exposed the coordinates of his own lair completely. After a brief stunned silence across the cross-zone channel, it instantly erupted into greed and killing desire 10, even 100 times crazier than before. Smith, all forces attack. Push your speed to the limit. The first person to touch this madman's shelter gate, I will personally reward 50 level 1 cores. Sakurai, Zone 6600 Ghost Array, all units immediately change course. Gajedara, prepare to die. On the entire server's holographic map, 3 strong high-level shelters from powerful zones almost simultaneously turned their directions. They were like 3 ancient sharks smelling an extremely strong blood scent, bringing their massive subordinate armies, charging from 3 completely different directions toward Shen Ye's coordinates. Old Wang. Here. I'm here, Brother Yi. Wang Defa's voice trembled, he felt his heart was about to jump out of his throat. Inform all main and secondary artillery groups via radio, starting this second, conserve all ammo. Shoot a few just to make noise, just a token, do not injure the jellyfish following us. Zhang Haoyu and the other top leaders were collectively dumbfounded. Shen Ye's lips curled slightly. When the screaming fools in front swim over, I will personally shove this nutritious jellyfish, intact, down their throats. This seafood feast, let these idiots slowly digest it with their own lives. Beep. The private chat panel in the corner of Shen Ye's retina suddenly flashed a faint white light. He opened it with his mind. Sender ID Guhan, Zone 09, Level 6 Shelter, Serial, Iron Giant. This tough man from Dragon Nation, also with a Level 6 shelter, sent only a short message. Brother in Zone 27, I saw you open the coordinates in the channel. Don't push too hard. Our Zone 09 heavy squad is already moving at full speed. My heavy fire team can reach your outer position in 30 minutes to set up crossfire. Don't give me polite words. A Dragon Nation man never abandons another. Seeing this text, a faint smile flashed in Shen Ye's eyes. In this cannibalistic eternal night, such pure blood spirit was really comforting. Brother, stop, I appreciate the intent, but don't come. Question mark. Guhan's question mark came almost instantly, clearly unable to understand why Shen Ye would refuse help in such an all-server surrounded trap. Afraid of dragging Zone 09 into danger? Shen Ye continued typing fast with one hand. I'm really not in danger, I'm just walking a big one on the ice field. If you come too close, be careful, the crash scene might splash blood on you. Shen Ye didn't even bother typing an explanation, just sent a clearest screenshot from the eye of the whole zone. In the picture, the dense blue jellyfish army filled the whole screen, and at the deepest spot, a metamorphosed ancient ancestor with a radius of 500 meters. This time, Guhan's reply didn't appear for a full 15 seconds. Obviously, the tough man on the other screen had his worldview destroyed. Holy shit. What the hell is that thing so big? And it brought hundreds of thousands of minions? Brother, I got it. This time I won't join the chaos. You take it easy, don't collapse the ice field. Shen Ye gave a soft laugh and, with satisfaction, cut off the private communication panel. 3 hours later. At the very front of Smith's fortress, on the communication channel of the Vanguard search team, suddenly came a sharp report that sent the adrenaline of all the outer district forces skyrocketing. Report, Lord Smith. We've found it. A huge building illusion appeared at the edge of the ice field. The exact area is unclear, but the coordinates are confirmed without a doubt. Ha ha ha. Cowards are always cowards, they run so fast. Chase them. The first ones to arrive get to feast first. Smith's voice erupted in a frantic howl of joy. It was as if they could already see the mountain of S-rank resources from District 27 waving at them. At this moment, Shen Ye, standing at the command platform, gave a cold smile. The show is about to begin. Chapter 113, they all have to die. The extreme cold winds of the eternal night icefield howled madly in the empty sky, whipping up large patches of sharp black ice crystals. The first Vanguard team sent by Smith was racing forward at maximum overload speed. It was a team of modified tracked ice skating shoes. The Vanguard team leader, Jack, was at the front. Brothers! Keep your eyes wide open. Look at that big illusion ahead. Jack roared into the intercom, his voice full of uncontrolled fervor and greed. Lord Smith has spoken, the first one to reach the door of that softy called Shen Ye will be rewarded with 50 level 1 cores. Plus 3 beautiful slave girls. Immediately, the communication channel exploded with beast-like growls and wolf whistles. Boss! This is practically a freebie. A war-damaged region with only a few 100,000 left, yet they still have S-rank resources. Can these idiots even deserve it? I can't wait to see that guy called Shen Ye kneeling on the ground, begging for mercy. His dog just cursed happily on the public screen. I'm going to knock every single tooth out of his mouth and shove them into his own ass. Ha ha ha. Full speed ahead. Rob money, rob food, rob women. The next moment, a strange and eerie bluish light suddenly filled Jack's vision without any warning. Jack's wildly arrogant smile abruptly froze on his face. The beast-like screams in the communication channel also abruptly stopped, as if everyone's throats were being squeezed by an invisible iron clamp. At the end of their sight, suddenly there was an ocean. An ocean of deep, dark blue that stretched across the entire horizon, filling the sky. They hadn't seen it from far away, because under the terrifying rules of eternal night, the transmission of light was severely restricted. Now that they were close, they finally saw what was going on. Hundreds of thousands of ice casket jellyfish were packed together, their enormous, translucent umbrellas emitting a chilling blue glow. Through that thin membrane, countless tortured, distorted human faces could be seen dancing wildly, intertwining into a blue net powerful enough to crush everything. At the deepest part of this jellyfish sea, a vague, monstrous illusion was faintly visible, so huge that it made one's heart stop for a moment. It was a supergiant with a radius of over 500 meters. It was just floating there, and the mental pressure it emitted caused the surrounding air to warp visibly. What is this thing? Jack's voice began to tremble uncontrollably. He rubbed his eyes desperately, trying to confirm whether he was hallucinating. He quickly took a few pictures and sent them to Smith. The next moment. The gigantic umbrella cap hidden at the very bottom of the deep sea, belonging to the old ancestor at the transformation level, slightly contracted. Then, a terrifying mental fluctuation, invisible to the eye but real, swept across the ice field. Jack suddenly felt a sharp pain deep in his brain, as if thousands of steel needles were simultaneously stabbing into him. Countless memories of past survivors who perished in the freezing deep sea, filled with hopeless despair, were violently shoved into his mind. Suffocation as his lungs were filled with black water. Despair from drowning in absolute darkness. The pain of being eaten alive. My head. My head is going to explode. Jack grabbed his head tightly with both hands, his fingers digging deep into his scalp, blood gushing out from between his fingers. His eyeballs were instantly covered with a web of blood vessels, his pupils dilating to their limit. The entire communication channel turned into a living hell in an instant. Get away. Don't bite me. Let me go. Water, so cold. Help. Ha ha ha. You're all going to die. All of you. The once well-trained Vanguard soldiers had completely turned into madmen, dominated by the toxic memories. Some were wildly biting at their comrades' necks, while others pulled out knives and stabbed themselves in the abdomen, laughing madly. Jack, on his knees, began violently smashing his head against the hard black ice, until the ice cracked with a pale white fracture, his forehead shattered, brain matter splattering. Finally, he laughed maniacally and forcefully twisted his neck into an extremely bizarre angle, snapping it completely. In less than 10 seconds. This vanguard team, filled with greed and ready to loot, never even touched the shadow of the Shen Ye fortress before being annihilated under the mindless psychic sweep of the jellyfish ancestor. At the same time, inside Smith's luxurious level 6 tracked fortress, the ground was covered with soft mutant beastskin carpets and paintings, which had been obtained from some treasure chest hung on the walls. Smith was lounging comfortably on a genuine leather sofa, holding a glass of deep red wine made from mutated grapes. He was fantasizing about how he would torment the number 1 player from District 27 who dared to insult him in the public chat, and how he would seize all of the S-grade materials from those hundreds of thousands of people. Why haven't those idiots, Jack's team, reported their progress yet? At this rate, they should have reached the door by now. Smith sipped his wine, tapping the table impatiently. The adjutant standing beside him quickly bent down and reached for the communication console to adjust the frequency. ZZZZ. ZZZZ. A noisy static sound came through the communication channel. Jack? Jack, please respond, the adjutant shouted into the microphone. The next moment, what came through the communicator was not Jack's report. Instead, it was the chilling sound of bones cracking, frantic chewing, and an eerie, inhuman, and mournful laugh. Hoo 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 hoo. Hee hee hee. You're all going to die. Stay and join us. The adjutant was so frightened that his hand trembled, and the microphone fell to the floor. Smith's pleasant expression vanished in an instant. He suddenly sat up straight, shoved the adjutant aside, and opened the system chat panel. It displayed the last 3 high-definition photos captured by the Vanguard team just before their complete annihilation. Damn! What the hell is that? Smith's eyes nearly popped out. On the screen, the dark blue jellyfish sea resembled a flood that had breached its dam, and the massive, transformative figure of the jellyfish ancestor loomed in the darkness, barely visible. Just looking at the image on the screen, Smith felt a strong, tingling sensation on his scalp, as if his brain was being repeatedly probed by some indescribable, terrifying force. Smith's breath completely stopped. His cheek muscles twitched violently. Cold sweat poured down his forehead in a waterfall. All the blood in his body seemed to freeze in that moment. What is that thing? How could this be something survivors can deal with at this stage? How could there be such a monster at Shen Ye's coordinate position? Smith's legs went soft, nearly unable to stand. He clung tightly to the edge of the command platform, barely keeping himself from collapsing to the ground. Arrogance and greed were crushed to dust in the face of absolute terror. Smith finally understood why that bastard Shen Ye dared to so boldly reveal his real-time coordinates across the entire server. That madman was not looking for death at all. He was fishing. Damn it! He was using the entire Area 27 as bait, luring all the experts from the whole server to become his meat shields. Don't eat the sour radish. Thoroughly insane. Smith gritted his teeth and roared angrily. He suddenly turned around. He screamed furiously at the subordinates in the command room. Run! Run immediately! Smith roared hoarsely, his voice sharp and out of tune. Max overload. All engines at full power. Turn around. Turn around. Inside Smith's level 6 tracked fortress, the deafening highest level battle alarm was triggered instantly. Red warning lights flashed crazily in the corridor. The high-level members of the fortress, who had just been dreaming of wealth, were completely thrown off by this sudden change, scrambling to their posts. Sir! What exactly is happening? Didn't we go to harvest the fat sheep of Area 27? We're almost there, why are we suddenly retreating? A commander burst through the main control room door, sweating profusely. Harvest your mother. Shut up. Execute the orders immediately. Smith's eyes were bloodshot as he rushed up and grabbed the commander by the collar, spitting a face full of wine-scented saliva. Push the output power to 120%. Live treads, full reverse. The massive level 6 fortress, with a loud roaring sound, struggled to make a clumsy turn on the ice. 8 live treads, wide as several meters, crushed madly against the black ice, splashing large chunks of ice debris. Just as Smith was sweating profusely and praying to escape this disaster, the cross-area public channel on Smith's retina suddenly flickered inappropriately. Sakuragi, Area 66, at Smith. Sir Smith, has your army arrived? After so long without a word, do you intend to swallow all the resources of Area 27 alone? I warn you, this does not align with our great neon people's distribution principles. Stop your plundering at once. Jaderla, Area 100, at Smith. Don't play tricks, you lowly white pig. My level 7 fortress is less than 100 kilometers from you. If I find out you dare to hoard resources, I will tear apart both your level 6 fortress and everyone in your area. Looking at the messages from these two idiots still dreaming sweet dreams, Smith felt his chest heaving with anger, nearly spewing a mouthful of blood onto the holographic screen. Am I hoarding alone? My soul is nearly scared away by that giant jellyfish behind me. Smith's fingers trembled above the holographic keyboard, nearly exploding with rage, just as he was about to curse and reveal the truth about Shen Ye and the ancient ancestors behind him. But just as his finger was about to press down, his bloodshot eyes suddenly turned, and a sugary yet toxic thought flashed through his mind. Why should I be the only one unlucky? Why should my vanguard be completely wiped out? Smith gritted his teeth, the muscles at the corners of his eyes twitching violently. Since I've already suffered a huge loss, you two bastards shouldn't expect to have it easy either. There is an ancient saying in Dragon Country. If the friend dies, the poor Taoist will not. At least you can help delay the jellyfish ancestors' pursuit for me. Damn it. It's not only Shen Ye who can fish. Watch me deceive them. He took a deep breath, forcibly suppressing the fear in his heart. With an extremely greedy and eager tone, he changed his voice. Smith, District 57, at Sakurai at Gajendra. Oh my god. This is unbelievable. My heavens. Ha 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 ha. The resources of the fat sheep from District 27 are beyond imagination. Just the rare metals are piled up into a mountain. That idiot Shen Ye's broken fortress has been paralyzed by me. He's kneeling on the ground begging for mercy. Our agreement never said I had to wait for you to split it. If you two don't hurry up and speed up, after I finish picking the good stuff, don't think I'll share the scraps with you. Ha ha ha. The message spread like cold water splashed into a hot oil pan. On the other side, Sakurai, who looked like a giant warrior, was standing at the top of her level 6 shelter named Desolate Abyss Centipede. The shelter had a very strange and terrifying shape. It looked like a long centipede, crawling forward quickly. And on the outer wall, there were fire lamps made from pale human heads, swaying in the wind. Sakurai looked at the message Smith sent in the cross-zone channel. Her breathing instantly became extremely heavy. Greed grew wildly like wild grass in her mind. Baka. Smith, that sly bastard. He actually paralyzed Shen Ye first. The S-level resources are going to be emptied by him. Sakurai abruptly drew out her katana. With a crack, she slashed the fine wooden railing beside her, shattering it into pieces, splinters flying everywhere. She screamed at the members below. All units, listen up. Throw away all unnecessary supplies. Lighten the load. Push the engine past the red line for me. Full speed ahead. We cannot let Smith swallow all the fat from District 27. Thousands of mutated samurai stood unsteadily in the city. The army that had been maintaining its formation completely fell into chaos, the speed suddenly pushed to the absolute limit. At the same time, Gajendra sat on the throne of flesh and blood, forcibly pieced together from human spines. He looked at Smith's message. The cold smile on his face disappeared. What replaced it was an extreme rage like a volcanic eruption. A mere level 6 waste. Dare to steal food from my mouth? Gajendra suddenly stood up. The 20-meter-tall level 7 mutated fortress bone base exploded with a suffocating, terrifying pressure. The white skulls embedded in the thick meat wall even let out a grinding sound, as if thousands of evil spirits were simultaneously grinding their teeth. Speed up for me. Full speed ahead. Anyone who dares to block the way, crush them. The massive flesh fortress roared forward on the ice field. Countless bone hands beneath it frantically dug into the ice, accelerating the fortress even further. Both of the external giants were completely overtaken by greed. After seeing Smith's message, they immediately gave up their formation cover, charging forward like two bulls in heat, accelerating in a wildly straight line toward the coordinates. Chapter 115, Your Granny is Here. Smith's eyes were bloodshot, staring fiercely at the radar screen, where a dark blue light spot was getting closer and closer. A cold smile curled at the corner of his mouth. Come on, hurry up. When you idiots hit that damn jellyfish army, let's see how arrogant you'll be. Smith's only hope now was that Sakurai and Gajendra's armies could slow down the jellyfish army just a little, giving him enough time to escape. As long as Shen Ye fought with those two idiots, he could escape in the chaos, and even come back later to pick up the scraps. Just under 5 kilometers from Smith, Shen Ye's level 6 amphibious abyss fortress was rapidly advancing across the hard black ice. 36 thick, abyssal tentacles, as massive as the weight-bearing pillars of a skyscraper, every time they rose and fell with incredible precision and violent force, smashing deep into the ice layer. Boom! 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 The creature's suction cups at the bottom of the tentacles generated an unmatched, fierce adhesion the moment they touched the ice surface. Then, they suddenly exerted force, smoothly and violently pushing the massive fortress, weighing tens of thousands of tons, forward. Shen Ye had already locked onto Smith's exact position through the radar of the all-seeing eye. He had no intention of shaking off the jellyfish but was heading straight for Smith. Immediately after, Shen Ye's fortress suddenly accelerated, performing an S-class dragon's tail strike, directly surpassing Smith. On the spot, Smith's level 6 tracked fortress turned into a super meat shield, blocking the gap between Shen Ye and the jellyfish army. What the hell just passed by? Smith rushed to the bulletproof glass, staring intensely at the terrifying giant outside that was at least 3 to 4 times the size of his level 6 fortress. His eyes were about to pop out of their sockets. The immense shadow even completely enveloped his fortress. F***CK. F***CK. How is this possible? This is a level 6 shelter? Whose level 6 shelter looks like this? This must be a level 10 one. Why is his fortress moving so fast? Where are the tracks? Where are the wheels? What the hell are those disgusting tentacles? Sir! The jellyfish swarm is catching up. The lieutenant pointed at the rear surveillance screen, his voice laced with a cry of utter collapse, his body shaking so much he could barely stand. The massive phantom of the transcendent ancestor, appearing faintly in the deep sea of ice, hung above them like the sword of Damocles, the mental pressure it brought almost making it impossible to breathe, as if even their souls were freezing. And now, the first to be chased down, the first to be torn apart, was Smith. Concentrate all energy on the power system. Hurry up and run, you damn legs. Smith smashed the control console like a madman. The 8 huge living tracks, operating beyond their limits, began to emit a piercing metal grinding sound and spewed out acrid black smoke. At this moment, in the luxurious and temperature-controlled command center of the Abyssal Fortress, Shen Ye was comfortably leaning back in the large lord's chair, legs crossed, casually resting them on the Titan alloy control panel. He held a delicate metal plate, on which lay crushed ice, neatly arranged with several pieces of jellyfish sashimi, still shimmering with a faint blue glow. Just a moment ago, Shen Ye had gotten hungry again, casually throwing out the everlasting fishing rod, and forcibly pulling an elite jellyfish from the front ranks of the jellyfish army, slicing it right in front of their ancestor. Shen Ye sat next to him, eating with greasy lips, even thoughtfully preparing dipping sauce for him. This insane act sent the transcendent ancestor in the rear into a complete frenzy, and the jellyfish army's speed skyrocketed once again, seemingly intent on devouring everything in front of them. Old Wang switched to manual driving. Shen Ye pinched a piece of sashimi and stuffed it into his mouth, enjoying the food while speaking vaguely, lower the output power of the abyssal tentacles. It'll just be right to block Smith in front of us. Ha! Wang Defa was momentarily stunned, sweating as he gripped the intercom. Yi, shouldn't we be shaking off these jellyfish? Why reduce speed? That old ancestor is almost on our tail. If we keep this up, someone's really gonna get hurt. Shake them off? There are still 2 contestants who haven't arrived yet. It's rare to have such good audience members running with us, we can't just let them miss a good show, can we? Shen Ye's smile grew more and more twisted, a dangerous gleam flashing in his eyes. We're going to run in front of him. I want him to experience what it feels like to be disgusted. Understood. Wang Defa, though puzzled, executed the order with absolute clarity. He was no stranger to Ye's madman tactics by now. The massive body of the Abyss Fortress drew a smooth arc on the ice surface, its 36 massive appendages adjusting their pace. Its speed rapidly decreased, precisely stopping on the left side of Smith Fortress, less than 800 meters apart. Smith turned his head and saw Shen Ye's towering Abyss Fortress, suddenly slowing down and positioning itself right in front of him. Those 36 thick appendages rose and fell effortlessly, as if taking a leisurely stroll after a meal. What does he want? Smith's eyes widened, and a deep, ominous feeling filled his heart. At the edge of the Abyss Fortress, Lu Chen held a super-powered loudspeaker urgently modified by the military department, pushing up his black-framed glasses with an excited glimmer in his eyes. Don't worry, Knight Brother, Lu Chen smirked coldly, I'm a professional at making people sick. Shen Ye casually pressed a button on the control panel. The heavy armor on the side of the Abyss Fortress slowly opened, and a giant loudspeaker over 3 meters in diameter extended out, directly aimed at the fleeing Smith Fortress. Lu Chen cleared his throat and pressed the red switch on the loudspeaker. An extremely arrogant voice, magnified dozens of times, instantly pierced through the howling wind and snow, thundering above Smith Fortress. Hey hey hey! Can you hear me, Smith bro? Daddy's here to send you off. Run faster. Have you not eaten? Is your track made of noodles? Why does it feel so soft and powerless? Smith trembled in the command room, enraged by the giant taunts. Lu Chen gave him no chance to breathe, continuing in his Xuan King mode, unleashing a torrent of insults. Oh dear, are you panicking? Is it getting hot? Weren't you strong on the public screen just now? Didn't you say you would crush our bones? Look behind you, your great-grandma is coming. Chapter 116, The Playful Sound of the Ears. Smith's chest heaved violently, feeling an overwhelming surge of sickly sweet blood rising in his throat, almost spitting it all over the holographic screen. Humiliation. Extreme humiliation. He was the #1 person in Area 57, a high-flying capital tycoon even before crossing over. When had he ever endured such an insult of being made a fool of? Open fire. Activate all fire control systems. Bombard that wretched fortress. Destroy its appendages, and let's see how arrogant it stays. The 6 heavy cannons on the side of the track fortress quickly adjusted their aim, unleashing flames that erupted on the icy plain. Boom! 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 Several high-explosive armor-piercing shells, accompanied by a piercing howl, smashed fiercely against the outer dark-scaled armor of Shen Ye's fortress. The next moment, Smith's pupils shook. The thick black scales suddenly rippled with a strange purple-black wave, as if water was rippling on the surface, instantly devouring the shell's kinetic energy and explosive power. It's known that Shen Ye's level 6 fortress resulted from molten 2 legendary-level distortion cores. These outsiders had never even touched an epic core, so how could they compare with Shen Ye? One could only say Shen Ye's sanctuary was ineffective against kings, but against the same level, it was like a dimension-reducing strike. What the hell? Smith shouted, his eyes nearly bursting. Because the 20% counter-damage mechanism of Dark Reservoir heavy scales was triggered. Buzz. A few more ferocious energy pulses, more violent and infused with the breath of the abyss, thundered back from the scales, fiercely striking the side armor of Smith Fortress. Boom! A deafening explosion echoed across the icy plain. The 2 main exhaust ports on the side of Smith Fortress were immediately blown to pieces. Scorching smoke mixed with fragments of mechanical parts soared into the sky. Even the track's load-bearing wheel was blown away. The entire tracked fortress shook violently, its speed visibly reduced, like a limping turtle. Smith was thrown to the ground by the shockwave of the explosion. Desperately, he scrambled to his feet and turned to look at the radar. The jellyfish sea behind him was now less than 2 kilometers from the back of his fortress. Smith's eyes, once crazed with bloodlust, instantly cleared. No. It seems I'm really going to die. If I stay here, acting as a meat shield, I'll definitely be torn apart by those monsters behind me. What dignity, what pride of being the district leader, it's nothing in the face of absolute death. With trembling hands, he almost crawled to the control panel, opening the chat channel, and typed a message to Shen Ye with the fastest speed of his life. Brother Ye. I was just joking in the channel earlier. My account was stolen by my subordinates. It was their nonsense, you're too hasty. How about this, you drag me along, when the other 2 arrive, I'll help you wipe them out, I won't take a single bit of the supplies. Shen Ye almost laughed out loud when he saw the chat window. Just then, on the radar screen of the Eye of the Domain. Far ahead, in the darkness, 2 extremely large signal clusters suddenly appeared. They were rushing towards them at an extremely fast speed. Shen Ye looked at the radar. A smile slowly spread across his face. Finally, they've come. Now, all the people are here. He suddenly controlled the foot, and the massive fortress smoothly curved across the icy plains, rumbling towards a broad ice field, clearing a direct sunlight path to the rear. Only Smith's broken fortress, emitting thick black smoke, was left, a confused and dazed figure in the freezing wind. At the horizon of the ice plains, the howling wind and snow were completely torn apart by the roaring sound of engines. On the left was Sakurai's Dry Abyss 100 Ghosts mobile city. Thousands of armored and helmeted samurai mutants were running like zombies within the city, kicking up clouds of shattered ice. On the right was Jejedra's level 7 shelter, the Usurper Tyrant. That massive creature made of human flesh and white skeletal remains. It looked like a moving mountain of flesh. Each wriggle left deep trenches in the ice. The 2 giants were rushing toward Shen Ye's coordinates, full of joy, at full speed. In the cross-district channel, Sakurai and Jejedra were still shouting wildly. Sakurai, Smith. I see your radar signal. Sakurai, leave half of Shen Ye's supplies to me. Sakurai, otherwise, my 100 ghost array will flatten your fortress immediately. Jejedra, all the core is mine. Jejedra, who dares to move a single thing, I'll turn them into a stepping stone on my throne. Smith looked at these 2 messages in the command room. In his eyes, which had been filled with despair, a sudden, crazy will to survive exploded. They're here. These 2 scapegoats have finally come. Smith grabbed the last lifeline as if his life depended on it. He suddenly pushed the operator aside and grabbed the helm himself. Full speed ahead. Charge towards them. As long as we meet up with them, we'll be saved. Smith didn't even think about reminding Sakurai and Jejedra in the channel. He even hoped these 2 fools would hurry up and come, blocking the terrifying jellyfish sea behind him. An extremely ridiculous and spectacular scene appeared on the ice plains. In front, the 2 fortresses of Sakurai and Jejedra were now coming at a 45-degree angle towards Smith. Smith's tracked fortress, billowing black smoke, rushed forward like a wild boar knight. Shen Ye's abyss fortress followed slowly in the distance, in the dark. And behind them was the vast, starry blue river. And that massive, suffocating shadow of a transformation-level ancestor. The distance between the three sides was rapidly closing. 5 kilometers. 3 kilometers. Sakura stood at the top of the moving city. She could already see the outline of the Smith fortress with her naked eyes. Ha ha ha. Smith, that useless fool. Why is his fortress spewing black smoke? He must have been hurt by Shen Ye's dying counterattack while stealing supplies. Prepare the whole army. Once we get close, immediately take over Smith's fortress and seize all the supplies. On the other side, Jagedra also sat on the throne, sneering coldly. Stupid tier 6, just lowly. Even the ability to eat alone is lacking, simply useless. With a thought, he directly operated dozens of flesh cannons on the fortress to start charging and storing power. He had already decided that if Smith dared not to hand over the supplies later, he would fire without hesitation and crush him. The distance closed to less than 1 kilometer. The huge searchlight beam on the withering ghost city finally cut through the heavy black snowstorm. It struck hard at the rear of the Smith fortress. Sakura's sharp, piercing laugh was suddenly cut off as if slashed by a knife. Her expression instantly froze. Sakura's pupils contracted sharply. What is that? She saw behind the Smith fortress. That endless, rolling sea of blue jellyfish filled with countless pained human faces. And that massive shadow occupying half of the icy horizon. Jagedra also suddenly stood up from the throne. What on earth is this? Before the merger, he had slaughtered through the entire Area 3 and had never seen anything this size. In the next moment, the blood-red warning message from the system wildly jumped onto their retinas. Transformation level? Smith, you dog of a mother. What have you attracted over here? Baka. Smith, how dare you trick us with candy? Sakura and Jagedra roared together in the cross-region channel. The historic gathering of the three titans from the outer region finally unfolded.